Chapter 341 Meeting in the Prayer Room. As the successor of the former bishop of the Azure Cathedral, Roland, Father Titus has a very high influence in the Soroyan diocese. During the period when Bishop Roland went to the Holy See of Goodness, Father Titus has been in charge of the affairs of the Azure Cathedral. He is also the most popular candidate for the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. If there were no other accidents, it would be a foregone conclusion that Father Titus would be promoted to bishop. As a result, the Holy See of Goodness ignored Father Titus's contribution to the Azure Cathedral and suddenly set Bishop Green to Soroyan. Many priests felt sorry for Titus and believed that the Holy See was unfair in this matter. The Soroyan diocese is not an ordinary diocese. It is the center of the entire Marcellus. The Azure Cathedral is a top-ranked church in the entire eastern part of the continent. The Holy See did not promote a bishop from the diocese, and set a bishop who had no previous relationship with the Soroyan diocese. Isn't it a satire on the incompetence of the entire Soroyan diocese? Once this precedent is set, won't it block the promotion path for the priests in the Soroyan diocese? We should protest to the Holy See. When the Azure Cathedral did not make a big mistake, the Holy See sent a bishop without any prestige, ignoring our contributions to the entire Supreme Church. Father Titus, you are the best candidate for the Azure Cathedral. Yes, Father Titus's ability is obvious to all. He knows the Azure Cathedral and the Soroyan diocese. He is knowledgeable, and his understanding of God is better than any of us. Father Titus, if you are willing to stand up and oppose Green's coronation, we will all support you. The actions of the Holy See aroused the anger of the clergy of the Azure Cathedral, and some knights of the palace were also willing to support Titus. Just as everyone was expressing their anger, Julian and Juliet pushed the door and walked in. The twins have a special status in the Azure Cathedral. They rarely attend meetings inside the cathedral, and they don't communicate much with anyone. They only have a slightly better relationship with Father Titus. However, the strength of the twins makes everyone tacitly accept their unique existence. Recently, the divine energy in them seems to be stronger, as if they are about to break through and comprehend the advent of the Archangel. After the Julian sisters came in, they found a place to sit down without saying a word. During this period, because the God-making project is undergoing a round of intensive experiments, it requires the full cooperation of the Angel Legion. So the two of them rarely appear in the Azure Cathedral. If it weren't for Bishop Green's arrival today, they probably wouldn't have shown up. Seeing that all the senior church staff of the Azure Cathedral had arrived, Paladin Felton, who had been silent, said, "The Holy See appointed Bishop Green to manage the Azure Cathedral, which shows no trust in us. I have dedicated my whole life to God and this church, but I got an unfair treatment. I am not greedy for my power, but I feel disappointed that my contribution cannot be seen. Father Titus, I think all the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral will support you, and I hope you can truly take on the responsibilities assigned to you by Bishop Roland. Now is the time to show that you can lead the Soroyan diocese. Let the church know our dissatisfaction and how to treat a glorious church. The God of Light will bless you to correct the mistakes made by the church." The statement of Paladin Felton was echoed by almost all senior priests and temple knights. If they let Green be crowned in the Azure Cathedral without making any mistakes, they will become the laughing stock of the entire Church of the Most Good. When everyone was voicing their support for Father Titus, Julian and Juliet, who had been silent since they came in, seemed a little out of place. Although the twin sisters were not sociable, it would be a bit outrageous if they did not express their opinions in this situation. Paladin Felton asked with a slightly angry look, "Knight Julian, Knight Juliet, Father Titus is the guide who brought you into the church, and you have also been favored by the God of Light and granted the angels descent magic to become a knight of the temple. Now, Father Titus needs your support." Julian, wearing the armor of the knight of the temple, had a majesty in her eyes that was difficult to look at. In response to Paladin Felton's accusation, she replied, "My sister and I just returned to the church and don't know what happened specifically, but we support Father Titus to become the bishop of the Azure Cathedral, and there is no need to express it in too many words. On the contrary, how many of the priests and knights in this room can really support Father Titus as they say, to the end?" The church sent a divine knight and 10 palace knights to ensure that Green can be crowned smoothly. They have the official appointment of the church and want to prevent Green from being crowned. We must first know Father Titus's attitude. If he accepts the reality, then it is useless for us to support him. Juliet continued, "What's the use of just talking? Do you dare to draw your sword for the honor of the Azure Cathedral?" Green came prepared. He knew what he would face, and that he had no way out. 1 divine knight, and 10 palace knights are prepared for us. If we only dare to shout slogans here, then my sister and I are really not interested in saying anything. Titus, what are you going to do? If you want to be the bishop of the Azure Cathedral, as the palace knight of this cathedral, this sword will be assigned to you today. After saying that, Juliet took out her knight's sword and placed it on the table in front of her. Julian also took out his sword and placed it in front of him, saying, as the palace knight of the Azure Cathedral, I am willing to fight for it. No one expected that the twin sisters would be so strong when they spoke. Even if they didn't speak, the priests and knights who had just expressed their support for Father Titus had never considered how they would choose in the face of such a situation. If Green showed force to forcibly crown himself, how many people in this room would continue to support Titus? For a moment, the room became quiet, and everyone looked at Father Titus, who had not yet expressed his attitude. Father Titus's prediction that the Vatican would airdrop a bishop to the Azure Cathedral was correct. But he did not expect that the Vatican would send a divine knight to ensure that Green would take office smoothly. A divine knight was willing to condescend to escort him, which showed that Green's status in the Vatican was not ordinary, and that the Vatican attached more importance to the Marcellus issue than Father Titus expected. The existence of the divine knight made Father Titus feel that his hope of defeating Green became vague. But the unconditional support of Sister Julian at this critical period was simply an important weight for him. Chapter 342 Bishop Green. With 2 angels on his side, what is there to fear? Although Father Titus knew that the twin angels declared themselves to be knights of the temple, which meant that they would not use their true power, the rhythm they set forced everyone in the prayer room to face a choice. 2 swords were placed on the table. Father Titus knew that as long as he could seize this opportunity, he would be able to gain the force to support himself. Only with force can he be qualified to fight Green. Father Titus said after a moment of silence, thanks to Knights Julian and Juliet. Just now I was still thinking whether to accept my fate, and whether I was abandoned by the God of Light. But at this moment, I realized that this might be a test from the God of Light to me and to us. God teaches us to treat everyone kindly and fairly. And when we face injustice and are maliciously deprived of our honor, what should we do? If we have to endure this injustice and watch the loss of honor without doing anything, what qualifications do we have to preach God's justice to the world? And what qualifications do we have to call ourselves God's servants and warriors? The appointment of Green by the Church of the Most Good does not mean that this is God's will. It is just an order from the presbytery. And I absolutely believe that not all elders think that Green is the best candidate for the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. Elder Roland knows this place, and he knows who is the most suitable. God is watching how we make decisions. See what choice we will make between God and some of the elders of the church. Knight Julian and Knight Juliet know what they should do. In their eyes, God is above the church, and they have no hesitation. This is why they are favored by God. The Church of the Most Good is just a church that believes in the God of Light. The elders can only represent the church, and are not qualified to represent God. I will fulfill the duties given to me by God. Guard fairness, and guard honor. I am willing to make any sacrifice for this great church. Anyone who wants to tarnish the honor of this church is my enemy. After Father Titus finished speaking, the prayer room became quiet again. However, unlike the hesitation and confusion in the atmosphere just now, this time the silence was full of determination and determination. Paladin Felton drew his sword and said, "No one can deprive us of the honor given by God. As a warrior of God, my duty is to let my sword fight for fairness. If injustice befalls me, then I will use my sword to seek fairness. Today, no one can take the Azure Cathedral from us. I will defend it to the death." Following Paladin Felton, all the knights of the temple drew their swords together. All the priests chanted prayers to the Statue of Light. At this time, a priest knocked on the door of the prayer room and said, "Priests and knights, the coronation ceremony of Bishop Green is ready. All senior priests and knights of the Soroyan diocese have arrived. Please go to the temple as soon as possible. The ceremony will be held soon." Father Titus walked towards the door and said, "Let's go. If we want to stop Green, we need the support of other churches in the Soroyan diocese. I hope we can solve it peacefully today." Paladin Felton put the knight's sword back into the scabbard, and followed Father Titus with all the temple knights out of the prayer room. And the friction of armor made a clanging metal sound. The priests followed. This time they were not only to support Titus, but also to defend the power and honor given to them by God. In the temple of the Azure Cathedral, all the senior priests and knights of the Soroyan diocese of the Holy See gathered together. The priests wore neat robes. The knights wore shiny armor. And most of the church members gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss the sudden appointment of the Holy See, and analyze what kind of changes Bishop Green will bring to the Saroyan diocese after taking office. And Lord Fred, the Knight of God, what is the purpose of the Holy See placing a top-level 14th level force in Saroyan? When a group of palace knights escorted a bishop in bishop robes and a divine knight in light golden armor to the altar, the whole hall fell silent instantly. Green came, with short red curly hair and thin cheeks that made his hooked nose particularly conspicuous. 10 palace knights lined up on both sides of the altar, with divine knight Fred standing behind him, highlighting Green's imposing manner, standing under the statue of the God of Light. Green's eyes swept across the place where the followers of the Azure Cathedral stood. At this moment, all the palace knights and paladins should come to the altar and stand behind divine knight Fred, which represents the handover of the command of the military power of the Azure Cathedral. Only when the military power is in hand and the knights of the palace are supported can the coronation ceremony of the bishop proceed. The knights of the palace of the Azure Cathedral did not make any move, but were discovered by the believers of other churches. Seeing that the face of the divine knight Fred was getting worse and worse, everyone knew this bishop's coronation ceremony would definitely not go smoothly. Paladin Felton. The divine knight Fred first questioned Felton. It was his duty to take back the military command of the Azure Cathedral. The non-cooperation of the knights of the palace of the Azure Cathedral was obviously a challenge to the majesty of the highest-ranking knights of the Holy See. As a senior knight of the Holy See, you should know what you should do now. Immediately take your subordinate knights to stand in your place, and let the coronation ceremony of Bishop Green proceed. Paladin Felton stood up and said to Ferret, Lord Knight Ferret, I and all the knights of the Azure Cathedral question the fairness of the appointment made by the elders. Everything is normal in the Azure Cathedral. No serious mistakes have been made. And we also have a suitable successor to the bishop. The elders appointed Priest Green as the bishop of the Azure Cathedral without any warning at this time, which is a disregard for the contributions made by all the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral to the Holy See. As a paladin of the Azure Cathedral, I must defend the honor of this church. If the elders do not give us a reason to convince us, we will not accept this appointment. When Felton dared to contradict him, Ferret was furious and wanted to continue scolding him, but was stopped by Green. Green looked at the expressions of many priests and knights in the temple and knew that he, who had no foundation in Saroyan, had been resisted by them to serve as their bishop. This was expected. Otherwise, the Holy See would not have delayed the announcement of the appointment of the bishop until this time, in order not to give the Saroyan diocese time to react. The Knight of God Ferret was also prepared for the current situation, but it is better not to use force if it can be solved with words. Green said, Paladin Felton, you said that the Azure Cathedral did not make any mistakes? Then why can the pagan sect gazing into the abyss be rampant in the Saroyan area? They even attacked this church and smashed the Archangel statue, and triggered a series of crises? At that time, the Azure Cathedral was managed by Bishop Roland, and the church was not convenient to investigate the incident in depth, and believed that the Azure Cathedral could handle the matter well. But Bishop Roland was already an elder of the church, and the successor he chose was Father Titus, who managed the cathedral during the Saroyan church crisis. Now because of Marcellus, the situation in the eastern part of the entire Order continent is turbulent, and a war that can affect the world pattern for hundreds of years in the future may break out. And this war will definitely make the pagans active, especially the evil heretics, who have a special fetish for terror and death, and will take the opportunity to challenge the faith rule of the Supreme Church on the Order continent. The Vatican has great doubts about Father Titus's ability. If it were peacetime, the Vatican would be willing to respect Elder Roland, respect the Saroyan diocese, and appoint Titus as the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. But not now. He does not have the ability to manage the Saroyan diocese in the midst of war. Chapter 343 Divine Knight. Green pointed out that Father Titus was not capable of leading the Saroyan diocese, so Titus had to accept the challenge. He walked to the front of the priests of the Azure Cathedral and said to Green and the Divine Knight Federer, I admit that I made mistakes in some things, but after remedying them, it did not cause much loss to the Holy See. I believe that anyone in my position facing such an opponent could not do better than me. There are indeed evil heretics in this city of Saroyan, but they are definitely not as serious as you said. We actively communicate with the Saroyan City Hall to obtain more convenience. The results are about to be seen. You come to the Azure Cathedral to serve as the bishop at this time. Is the credit for fighting heresy yours? Or mine? Also, why do you think you know the situation in Marcellus better than me? Are you more suitable than me to handle the relationship between all parties? Do the elders far away in the Holy See know what is happening in Soroyan? Do you know what you are facing? Ignorance makes you arrogant, which will only bring the Azure Cathedral to a more dangerous situation. Faced with Father Titus's counterattack, Green replied, after leaving the Holy See, I visited the eastern countries and the Vlaminck Empire. I also spoke with Marcellus Speaker Peters and Marcellus Governor Whitehead Marquis. And after taking office as the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, I will visit the Parliament and the Governor's Mansion. I have the support of the Holy See and the assistance of the Knight Federer. Soon, I will be able to clear the diplomatic obstacles caused by you. And then with the assistance of all parties, win a battle to protect faith in Marcellus. Father Titus smiled and said, Yes, before the Holy See announces you as the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, Governor Whitehead and Speaker Peters will meet you, after you can be crowned as the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral. They will also meet you. But during this period, as long as you cannot get the approval of all the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral, they will never let you enter the Parliament and the gates of the Governor's Mansion. You are not as important as you think. You are nothing in their eyes now. If you think you are more capable than me, why don't you go visit Governor Whitehead and Speaker Peters first? If they are willing to see you, we will hold the coronation ceremony immediately when you come back. Father Titus' words made Green not know how to answer for a while. Marquis Whitehead and Speaker Peters are both good at playing politics. And Green is no longer the head of the Holy See's envoys. Nor is he the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral. He has the appointment of the Holy See. But as long as he is not crowned and not recognized by the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral, he can only represent himself. A bishop who can't even control his own church. It's strange that Marquis Whitehead and Speaker Peters can see you. Green argued, I am the Bishop of Azure Cathedral officially appointed by the Holy See. And I don't need to be recognized by Governor Marcellus and the Marcellus Parliament. Father Titus, please don't divert our current problem. I am the Bishop of Azure Cathedral. There is no doubt about that. Let's start the bishop's coronation ceremony. I want to get into work mode as soon as possible. A priest who can't even meet two important figures in Soroyan with his own influence. How can he be qualified to be the Bishop of Azure Cathedral? Father Titus walked up to the altar, and Paladin Felton and his subordinates, the Knights of the Palace, followed him up. Titus said to the priests and knights under the altar, if Priest Green needs the status of a bishop to be respected by dignitaries of various countries, then a pig wearing a bishop's robe can also do it. If Priest Green thinks that he is more capable than me, then please let him prove himself. The Soroyan diocese does not need a bishop who can't do anything without a title. I need a leader who can really lead everyone to maintain the faith and rule of the church in this war. The humiliated Green shouted, Titus, are you going to disobey the orders of the church? I will throw you into the Inquisition, and the elders will punish the crimes you have committed now. Father Titus ignored Green and continued to speak loudly to the priests and knights under the altar. Priests, knights, we preach together in this city, and we worked together to create the glory of Soroyan diocese. We dedicated everything we had to God and this city, and gained glory. Now someone wants to erase all our contributions just for a heretic that I have chased and has nowhere to hide. If we let Green serve as the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, it means that we admit that we are incompetent and indulge heresy in Soroyan. How can we face the sacrificed knights and the believers who trust us? Shut up, Green shouted. The atmosphere in the whole temple was stirred up by Father Titus' impromptu speech. Not only the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral were excited, but also the believers of other churches were agitated. Finding a dozen or dozens of heretics in a city with a population of millions is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But all the churches in Soroyan are doing their best to hunt for heretics, and they have to deal with complaints of nuisance. The priests of Soroyan diocese admitted that there are heretics here, but they are far from the rampant level that Green said. Green aroused the disgust of all the believers in Soroyan diocese on this point. Father Titus seized this point and successfully put Green on the opposite side of Soroyan diocese. The situation in the temple began to get out of control, and Titus continued to add fuel to the fire, wanting to ignite it completely. We respect the prelate of the church, but the prelate should also respect the contribution of the Soroyan diocese to the church. The Soroyan diocese has the ability to complete the mission given to us by God, and we also know who is more suitable to be crowned as a bishop on this altar. Priests and knights of the Soroyan diocese, you are my brothers. Today, I hope you can support me and ask the prelate of the church to withdraw the appointment of Priest Green. He is not suitable here. He is not qualified to lead the great Saroyan diocese. And he is not qualified to be the bishop of this church full of honors. Green knew that the worst had happened. The appointment of the Holy See was strongly resisted by the entire Saroyan diocese. Fortunately, the elders had taken all the situations into consideration. The divine knight Phaedra and the knights of the palace he led were prepared for this situation. Titus, Green shouted, you openly opposed the Holy See and committed a heinous crime. As the bishop of the Azure Cathedral, I declare you guilty. Divine knight Phaedra, arrest Titus immediately and kill him if he resists. Phaedra, who had been waiting for this moment, drew his knight's sword and summoned the holy angel to descend and spread his golden wings. The knights of the palace who came with him also drew their swords and summoned the angels to descend. The holy energy swept through the temple like the wind. The knights of the palace who supported Father Titus did not retreat. Paladin Felton drew his sword and summoned the archangel to descend, while the knights of the palace summoned the angel to descend. For a moment, the wings of light filled the altar, and the two holy energies collided. The number of knights of the palace on both sides was about the same. But the knights of the palace, who had the support of the divine knight Phaedra on Green's side, had more momentum. Phaedra led his own divine energy to squeeze Paladin Felton. As long as there was a chance, he would burst out instantly and kill Titus in one fell swoop. And then Green could smoothly take over the Azure Cathedral. Paladin Felton, who faced the divine knight for the first time, felt unprecedented pressure and knew how big the gap was between him. A 13th level knight and a 14th level knight. But he also knew that he couldn't retreat at this time. Phaedra would never dare to kill people in the Azure Cathedral. As long as he knew the Azure Cathedral's determination to support Titus, he would naturally retreat. Just when Paladin Felton and the knights of the palace were struggling to resist, two figures rushed past him. It was the twin sisters. What did they want to do? Go back. When Paladin Felton wanted to stop Julian and Juliet, the two sisters' swords had already stabbed the chest of the knight Phaedra. No one thought that someone would dare to attack Phaedra. And right at the beginning, they would attack the vital point. Even Phaedra had never thought that the knights in the Azure Cathedral would dare to really attack him. This time, the confrontation between the knights was more of a competition of momentum. After all, no one dared to kill each other under the statue of the god of light, and blood flowed like a river. But Phaedra also knew that these two knights who looked exactly the same were not trying to scare him, but really wanted to kill people, looking for death. Phaedra did not take the 12th level knights, who were 2 levels lower than him, seriously. Even 2 knights could not change the difference in strength in terms of rank. Phaedra instantly condensed his sacred energy and attached it to the armor. The originally light golden armor turned into golden armor. He instantly summoned a light shield in front of him. He held the knight's sword in his right hand and charged it with the sword light that made a sound of breaking through the air, sweeping across the two sisters who were rushing towards him. Come back. You are no match for the Knight of God. Paladin Felton was horrified. He never thought that the twin sisters would dare to attack Phaedra. Faced with a huge difference in strength, there was absolutely no chance for them to survive. They had such great potential, but they were going to die here. They couldn't even block Phaedra's sword, let alone break through the defense and attack his body. And just when almost everyone thought that the twin sisters were going to die, at the moment when Phaedra slashed with his sword, the holy energy exploded in the twin sisters' bodies, and the light wings behind them became larger, and the condensed white light attached to the outer layer of their armor. Archangels are coming. The twin sisters actually comprehended the coming of archangels. When did they do it? They have only been in the Holy See for half a year. How could they comprehend the coming of archangels? But this is not the time to consider how the twin sisters comprehended the coming of archangels. What everyone cares about is whether they can survive the attack of the divine knights when their strength reaches level 13. It would be a pity if the twin sisters died here. They can comprehend the coming of archangels in such a short time, and they may not be unable to comprehend the coming of holy angels and become divine knights in the future. You should know that there are only 5 divine knights in the entire Holy See, but they are now challenging the knights of the gods beyond their capabilities. Will Phaedra show mercy? A loud bang exploded in the temple. Julian blocked Phaedra's horizontal slash with his sword, and Juliet stabbed the light shield summoned by Phaedra with her long sword. Both sides retreated a few meters. The knights of the temple of both sides simultaneously retracted their external energy and looked at Phaedra and the twin sisters in the middle of the altar. Sister, Juliet complained to Julian, there is only one person. Let me take over. Julian said, the opponent's reaction and strength are good. Now can you deal with it alone? Juliet put the knight's sword on her shoulder armor, looked at Fedra with contempt as if he were a prey, and said to Julian, think about whether you can handle it now. If you are fine, I will definitely be fine too. Julian has already felt Fedra's strength in the previous battle. According to the strength classification in the ancient magic era, Fedra can only be regarded as a quasi-14th level. He can obtain some of the power and angel combat skills of the Holy Angel through the advent of the Holy Angel. But he is not as good as a real angel after all. Although he and Juliet have suppressed their strength to the 13th level, as genuine angels, their use of angel combat skills is definitely better than that of a person who borrows angel power. Juliet was separated from her body, and using the power of angels would not have a big impact on her combat power. After weighing the strength of Juliet and Fedra, Julian put the sword back into the scabbard, put away the light wings and retreated. Then I'll leave it to you. Thank you, sister. Juliet laughed because she could kill again. But the people around her couldn't laugh anyway. The two 13th level paladins were not the opponent of a divine knight, and they should be satisfied if they could save their lives. These two actually argued for whom to fight. Was this ignorance or fearlessness? Seeing Julian really withdraw, everyone wondered if the two pairs of twin sisters had a grudge, and the elder sister actually let the younger sister die? Knight Julian. Paladin Felton said anxiously to Julian, who was retreating. Knight Juliet is definitely not Fedra's opponent. Let's rush forward together before the battle begins. 3 paladins are enough to make the other side afraid of our strength. Julian said without any worry. No. Just leave this battle to Juliet. Don't rush forward. Otherwise she will not only kill Fedra, but also kill you. Yes, she must kill the Knight of God. Paladin Felton felt that this was the craziest sentence he had ever heard in his life. He originally thought that Julian and Juliet's attack on Fedra was just a demonstration to make Green retreat. But he didn't expect that they actually had the purpose of killing Fedra. This is a divine knight, the world's most powerful force. Even at the 14th level, a divine knight who can obtain the power of a holy angel is a top-notch existence. Since the establishment of the Holy Church, no divine knight has been killed in battle. This is an undefeated myth. Chapter 344 Defense versus Attack. God Knight Fedra held the light shield in front of him and took a standard defensive posture. In the previous fight, he could sense that the two knights who suddenly realized the advent of the Archangel had very impressive strength. Then he recognized the identities of the twin sisters, Julian and Juliet, the most talented palace knights in the history of the Holy See. Their names have long been known to the Holy See, and some people have even concluded that they will soon become paladins. And even becoming god knights is not impossible. Such outstanding people are naturally also followed by Fedra. This time, Fedra followed Green to the Azure Cathedral to take office, and one of his purposes was to recruit the twin knights. It was really unfair to leave such a talented knight to Felton, the paladin, to train them. This time, Julian and Juliet were promoted to paladins, which was beyond Fedra's expectation. And he liked the twin sisters even more. Tell me your name. Knight, Fedra said to Juliet. There is another knight. You can come together. I won't kill you. I will just let you know how big the gap is between you and the divine knight. Julian retreated, and Juliet, who had no competitive pressure, did not rush to attack. She stood in a relaxed posture and looked at Fedra and said, My name is Juliet. That is my sister Julian. We don't need to kill you together. There is nothing great about being a divine knight. The difference in rank does not mean an advantage at certain times. I will pierce your throat with my sword in a moment. Juliet's wild temperament stimulated the divine knight Fedra's desire to conquer. The strong strength and potential, as well as the sisters with stunning looks, made Fedra want to take the twins into his pocket. He laughed. I admire your courage. You and your sister are both very good. If you two are willing to marry me, I can train you to be divine knights like me. Then our son will inherit the best bloodline. When he grows up, he may be able to break through the limit of rank 14 and become a rank 15 existence. Juliet didn't expect that Fedra was planning to marry her and her sister at the same time, and she couldn't help laughing. No problem. I'll give you a little hope. As long as you can beat me, my sister and I will follow you. Juliet's random promise made Julian behind her warn her sister, Don't talk nonsense. Juliet turned her head and said to her sister, Don't be nervous. Relax. Relax. For you, I will definitely not lose. Fedra felt that happiness came too suddenly. He had never seen a woman who could match the twin sisters in appearance and temperament. They were also paladins. The focus is on the twins. When he saw the Julian sisters, Federer was thinking about how to pursue them, and how to live a happy life. Now, the pursuit stage can be skipped. As a divine knight, there is no possibility of being undefeated against a paladin. Then kill Titus. And after Green's coronation ceremony is over, you can hold a wedding for a divine knight and 2 paladins. Ha 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 ha. I admire your confidence. Confidence can always make people strong. But excessive confidence has a price to pay. Fortunately, you met me this time. I hope you can fulfill the promise you made under the throne of God. After we form a family, we will become an important family in the entire church. You've been talking too much nonsense. Juliet looked at Phaedra again. If you fight me in this state, no, you will die no matter what state you fight me in. After saying that, Juliet's angel wings of light sprayed divine energy backwards, and she turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards Phaedra. First, he bypassed the light shield in front of him at a strange angle, and Julian instantly appeared on Phaedra's side. The angel sword slashed at the waist and abdomen, which was the weakest part of the armor defense. As long as it was broken, Phaedra's combat effectiveness would be destroyed. As a divine knight, Phaedra is not a mascot used by the church as a decoration. Each divine knight has undergone the most brutal training and has experienced hundreds of battles. There has never been a divine knight who died in battle, which shows how powerful they are. Although Phaedra did not expect Juliet to attack without warning, his body's instinct still allowed him to react in time. The golden light wings emitted a stream of light, allowing Phaedra's body to complete a horizontal movement without any movement, just in time to avoid Juliet's tricky surprise attack. Then Phaedra's body was suspended in the air and aimed at Juliet, and the light shield blocked most of his body. Juliet attacked again quickly, and Phaedra, who was focused on the battle, responded calmly. In the ping-pong battle, he did not forget to comment on Juliet's attack. In terms of speed, you are indeed much faster than me. But the knight is a frontal combat profession, and the angel is not too outstanding in all aspects, which makes them the strongest ultimate creatures. Balance of attack and defense. No matter what opponent they face, the angel can make the opponent unable to find their own loopholes, and then play their superiority to the opponent to win the battle. You pursue speed too much, which certainly makes your attack unusually fast and sharp. But I can restrain you with a defensive posture. Just give me a chance. I can subdue you in a few rounds. After following me, I will help you change this radical fighting style. Juliet's speed was so fast that people couldn't catch her figure. They could only see the white light marks left by her flying. She attacked Phaedra again and again, but was blocked every time. Phaedra still had some strength. In addition, Phaedra was right. For a high-speed and high-sensitive opponent like Juliet, the most correct way to fight was to stabilize the defense first. Juliet couldn't beat her sister Julian, because Julian made her defense airtight. As long as Juliet made any mistakes in her movement, Julian would seize the opportunity to counterattack. But restraint is relative. If the defense is not good, the defender will have no room to fight back after being broken through. Although Phaedra defends well, he is not as good as Julian, in the slightest. In the battle with her sister, Juliet was disgusted by this kind of defense, and had already figured out the means of attack to deal with various defensive skills. Because she could not use her true strength, Juliet could not directly crush her with her strength. After reducing her strength to level 13, she could only use combat skills to win. After several consecutive attacks, Juliet had a clear understanding of Phaedra's strength and combat power. Julian was able to defend against Juliet's stormy attack because her own speed was not weak and she could keep up with her sister, so she could calmly defend her inner circle. Phaedra was too obsessed with power, which made his movements clumsy in Juliet's eyes. After Phaedra finished his comments, Juliet suddenly stopped and said with a sly smile, "I said I would pierce your neck with my sword. Now, just focus on protecting your neck." After that, a whirlwind rose under Juliet's feet, and a holy light shone on her from top to bottom. Air magic, attack acceleration, water magic, pray. A ball of ice crystals emerged from the ground and froze Phaedra's legs. Water magic, ice crystal dungeon, mind shock, insanity, armor corrosion, blindness. Juliet released magic one after another, and various status effects covered her and Phaedra. The difference is that Juliet was in layers of gain status, while Phaedra was entangled in various negative statuses. Phaedra didn't expect Juliet to cast magic on him. He quickly used divine arts to eliminate the magic effects on his body, and scolded, "Knight Juliet, Please respect your identity. This is a battle between knights. Juliet didn't make any answer. The sacred energy exploded from her body, and the white light was dazzling. She disappeared from the spot and crashed into Phaedra like a cannonball. Phaedra was entangled by various magics at this time. These weakening magics did not have much impact on him, but the layers of light made it difficult for him to catch Juliet, who was speeding up again. He felt the pressure of a wall of air on him, and barely saw Juliet rushing towards him. Phaedra took a defensive posture in the direction where Juliet rushed, and he felt the killing intent stabbing at his neck like a sharp edge. She really wanted to kill him, but the gap in strength could not be made up by tricks. Phaedra used holy energy to release a punishment impact in front of him, and then the angel sword pulled out a crescent-shaped sword light to block Juliet's retreat after the impact. This time, Phaedra didn't hold back his strength, and the battle was over. If Juliet survived by chance, that would be the best outcome. If she died, there was still a Julian. However, Phaedra saw that the punishment shock he released smashed Juliet to pieces. No! It was the mirror image in water magic. This high-level water magic can create a magic mirror image that is exactly the same as itself. It has the same force and skills as the original body, but it will dissipate as long as it is hit by an attack. But when did Juliet release the magic mirror image? Throughout the battle, Phaedra's eyes never left Juliet, and he was sure that he did not see the release process of this mirror image. And, since there was only a mirror image in front of him, where was Juliet's real body? I said I would pierce your neck. Before Phaedra turned around, an angel sword blessed by holy energy pierced his neck from the back, and half of the sword came out of his throat. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his legs fell to the ground. At the same time, Juliet's voice sounded from behind him. If you focus on protecting your neck, you can live a little longer. Chapter 345 Miracle. Phaedra, who was pierced in the neck, dropped the angel's sword and desperately covered his neck. But he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out of his mouth. He struggled to reach out to the priests and knights around him, wanting to find help. Who dared to step forward at this moment? The entire church temple was extremely quiet. Hundreds of senior priests and knights stood there, unable to believe what they saw. The divine knights are the pride of the Holy See. They use extraordinary force to maintain the status of the Holy See in the world. They have gathered thousands of honors, claiming to be unkillable, and have created one legend after another. However, at this moment, everyone in the temple witnessed the fall of a legend. The knight Phaedra lowered his head and knelt under the statue. The angel wings dissipated, and the red blood flowed down the golden armor. He was so embarrassed. His hands drooped weakly. His eyes were dull and lost their spirit, and there was no trace of the majestic look just now. Phaedra died just like that. The person who killed him stood behind him like an executioner. She was still wearing the armor of the knight of the temple, and the angel wings behind her swept back. And then, there was a light mark produced by extremely high-speed movement. The light mark seemed to be printed in the space, and dissipated at a very slow speed. No one knew when she appeared behind Phaedra, and no one even saw how she stabbed the sword into Phaedra's neck. Juliet stepped under Phaedra's shoulder armor, pulled out her sword, and then kicked the kneeling body to the ground. Without looking at Phaedra, Juliet only liked to kill people, and had no interest in corpses. She shook off the blood on the sword and said to the priests and knights in the hall, "Priest Green has not officially become the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. He has no right to convict anyone in the Azure Cathedral." Before the bishop's coronation ceremony, Father Titus acted as the bishop. Phaedra dared to attack the acting bishop of the Azure Cathedral. As a knight of the Azure Cathedral, I have killed him. Now, Priest Green and Father Titus can continue your debate. Who will go first? Phaedra's body was still lying in the middle of the altar, and Juliet was still standing there holding the sword. How could Green have the courage to go over and continue his election? And there was no point in election now. The God Knight was killed on the altar of the Azure Cathedral. This incident had a more serious impact on the Holy See than a bishop of the Azure Cathedral. There were only 5 God Knights in the entire church, which was an important strategic deterrent force. Losing any one of them would be an immeasurable loss. You actually killed the God Knight Phaedra. Green's hands and feet were cold. The Divine Knight was killed because of him. He could not escape this blame. He stood in the team of the Knights of the Palace, trembling and pointing at Juliet, saying, "Do you know what you have done? The church and the elders will never let you go." Juliet smiled and said to Green, "I killed Phaedra because he deserved to die. If the church elders want to avenge Phaedra, then I will wait here. If I can kill one Divine Knight, I can kill another. How many divine knights does the church have? Juliet's smile made Green's heart tremble, as if he saw a bloodthirsty demon. But behind her were clearly angel wings. She was a knight chosen by the god of light, and was granted the descent of an archangel to become a paladin. She was a warrior of God, and she showed no mercy when killing another warrior of God. Green also realized that Juliet had the strength to kill the Knight of God, although he didn't know how she killed Phaedra. Would the Elders' Council let the other 4 knights take risks to avenge Phaedra? A battle at the level of a Knight of God could very likely destroy the foundation of the Church of the Most Good. If Juliet was not punished, what prestige would the Church have to lead all the churches of the Most Good? How could a coronation ceremony of a bishop change like this? Green couldn't figure it out. The priests and knights in the temple didn't know how to deal with this emergency. It was a good thing for the Azure Cathedral that Juliet had the ability to kill the God Knight. But it was another matter if she really killed the God Knight. The church would not let the death of the God Knight Phaedra go. The Azure Cathedral was really in big trouble this time. Father Titus, what should we do? The pale paladin Felton looked at Phaedra's body and Juliet, and asked Titus in a low voice. The situation in front of him was beyond his understanding. He only knew that Phaedra was dead, and Juliet, who killed Phaedra, was from Titus's family. If you don't ask him at this time, who else can you ask? Father Titus didn't expect Juliet to kill Phaedra like this, and she didn't give him any hints or notices before she did it. Of course, according to the difference in their real identities, Juliet really had no obligation to tell Titus what she was going to do. Leave this to me? Carry the body of the Knight Phaedra down first, Titus said to Paladin Felton, and then walk to the center of the altar. Felton assigned 2 knights of the palace to carry Phaedra's body. Green and his knights of the palace just watched from the side. Because of Juliet's presence, they did not stop them. Titus nodded to Juliet and thanked her, then faced the priests and knights under the altar. Something unpleasant just happened here. The Knight Phaedra paid the price for his recklessness. Titus characterized Phaedra's death, and then said, in addition to sadness, I am also proud that our Azure Cathedral has such a powerful knight as the Paladin Juliet and Knight Julian. I believe her strength is as strong as Juliet, and both have the same military force as the Knight of God. This also shows how they are favored by God. At the same time, I also hope that the elders of the Church of the Most Good can reflect on this matter. They keep saying that the Soroyan diocese has no ability to maintain the rule of faith. However, the facts prove their ignorance. The Azure Cathedral has 2 knights who are equivalent to the divine knights. When they become divine knights, who in this world is qualified to be their opponent? In Knight Julian and Knight Juliet, I can see God's preference for them. Does this also mean God prefers the Azure Cathedral and the Soroyan diocese? I think God has conveyed his oracle to us in the battle just now. Knight Phaedra blasphemed Paladin Juliet in his thoughts and words, which is undoubtedly a blasphemy against God. So God let him die under the sword of a paladin. This is a true miracle. Chapter 346 split. Since it is a miracle for a paladin to kill a divine knight, then Phaedra's death is a punishment from God. Priests and knights who have a little bit of brains immediately realize that what Father Titus said is far from being as simple as the literal meaning. Divine Knight Phaedra represents the Holy See, or more precisely, the elders of the Holy See. So far, the elders are the highest ruling body of the world's largest church. If Phaedra's death is a punishment from God, and God favors the twin sisters and the Azure Cathedral, then this slap is a solid slap on the face of the elders. How can the elders, who have lost all their prestige, command the entire Holy See? At the same time, what position should the Azure Cathedral occupy in the Most Good Church? Who can represent the God of Light? And who will be the orthodoxy of the Most Good Church in the future? A crack appeared at this moment, and everyone in the temple could not help but have their own thoughts. Green, who was entrusted with an important task by the elders of the church, was certainly not as unbearable as Titus ridiculed. After hearing this, he looked ashen. This matter is not as simple as the death of a divine knight. The Most Good Church is now facing the danger of splitting. He believed, when the divine Knight Phaedra was killed by the Paladin Juliet, and Titus's speech was spread, there must be many priests of the Most Good Church who recognized the miracle. At that time, countless believers of the God of Light will come to the Azure Cathedral for pilgrimage, and the status of the Azure Cathedral will continue to challenge the elders. How could the elders allow the Azure Cathedral, which has a unique status, to exist? There can only be one person who can represent the God of Light. When the Church of the Good Church splits and a civil war breaks out, he, Green, will become the biggest sinner in this period of history. No. 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 Green seized the last opportunity and shouted. Knight Federer was only negligent for a moment, and was attacked by surprise. Everyone saw that it was Juliet who used magic. As a warrior of the god of light, she actually used magic. This is the greatest blasphemy against God. The church will definitely investigate the crimes committed by Juliet and Titus. The death of the Knight Federer was caused by your disobedience to the order of the elders. And you must also bear the unshirkable responsibility. Titus said tit for tat, don't defend Federer. We all saw that this was a fair fight. God has never rejected magic. All of us priests and knights have learned magic, including you. Federer's death was because God wanted him to die. But God borrowed the sword of Knight Juliet. Otherwise a knight of God would not be humiliated by a paladin no matter how careless he was. Please do not question the miracle. Priest Green. If you do not intend to continue to compete for the position of Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, you can take your people and leave. Green's final struggle could not stop the rolling wheel of history. Without the Divine Knight, and without the support of the Soroyan Diocese. If he continues to deny the miracle here, then his fate can be imagined. When Titus expelled Green, Paladin Felton also said, the priests and knights of the Azure Cathedral should now pray for the advent of the miracle. And irrelevant personnel can leave. At this time, Paladin Felton and Titus were on the same boat. If the Azure Cathedral can take advantage of the miracle and rise, it will be transformed from a main church of a diocese into a place that can compete with the elders. And he will become an important figure in the Church of the Most Good. If Paladin Felton does not stand on the side of Titus at this time, the elders will definitely not let anyone in the Azure Cathedral go. In order to maintain the orthodox status of the elders in the Church of the Most Good, they will do their best to discredit the Azure Cathedral, deny the miracle, deny the loyalty and faith of the priests and knights here to the God of Light. Paladin Felton has no choice in standing on the side. And the entire Azure Cathedral has no choice. Either it will become a holy place of the Holy See, or it will become an evil heretic who forges miracles. Paladin Felton ordered the church knights to ask all those who were not from the Azure Cathedral to leave. Before the elders learned the news and responded, they must unify their thoughts and publicize this miracle as soon as possible to gain more support from the believers of the God of Light and the church. All those who were not from the Azure Cathedral in the Soroyan Diocese were asked to leave, and Green and his palace knights also left the temple like zombies. The gate of the Azure Cathedral was closed, and all the church knights went out to surround the church layer by layer. A great earthquake that affected the entire Church of the Most Good accumulated the last wave of energy, and would soon explode worldwide. On the Élysée Avenue, a few blocks away from the Azure Cathedral, Dalian had learned what happened in the cathedral temple. He ordered the killing of the Knight Federer. Dalian believed that the Church of the Most Good cheated in the competition for the Bishop of the Azure Cathedral. So it was necessary to help Titus balance the difference in strength between him and Green. Dalian was very satisfied with Titus's performance, especially the last paragraph about miracles, which was simply a stroke of genius. Dalian's original intention was just to control the Azure Cathedral, and then the Parliament, the Church, and the governor were all under the control and influence of Soroyan's power. So he could do whatever he wanted here and prepare for the arrival of the players. But what I didn't expect was, Titus's appetite was really big enough. He even wanted to split the Church of the Good and create his own sect. The death of the Knight of God, coupled with the hype of Julian and Juliet, the Church of the Good was really in big trouble this time. Titus is a good guy. What he lacks is a platform where he can play freely and a solid and powerful background. The Great Tomb can give him what he wants, and his growth space will be extremely huge. From now on, gradually arrange for angels to enter the Azure Cathedral. Titus wants a miracle, and I will give him a miracle. Within half a year, the Azure Cathedral will have 50 Hall Knights and 5 Paladins. Julian and Juliet will be promoted to the Knight of God. Go to our warehouse to find a set of angel weapons produced in Cloud City, and bury them underground in the Azure Cathedral. Sophia reminded, Your Highness. The Azure Cathedral's underground weapons depot was flooded by our sewer water, and now the Azure Cathedral's underground is full of seeping sewage. De Leon replied, If the Azure Cathedral wants to become the holy place of the Holy See, it must clean up the underground. The matter of the weapons depot. It's okay to leak it now. Just let Titus control the scope of the news as much as possible. Finding the angel weapons while cleaning the sewage will add a layer of mystery to the underground of the Azure Cathedral, making those believers of the God of Light believe that this church is a holy place chosen by God. I think the underground of the Azure Cathedral can be developed into a hidden treasure map, using our potions to cultivate some powerful sewer monsters, and then throw a few alchemical equipment in it. Chapter 347 Monster Zone. The main task of the entire Great Tomb is to welcome the arrival of players. De Leon fulfills his duties as the big boss conscientiously, and makes the players who come to the Order Star have fun. As the game task planning team hired by De Leon, the Brotherhood is setting up task chains all over the world. Those brain-burning tasks will definitely be loved by high-level players. As the main city of the Order Star map, De Leon is personally responsible for the game system of Saroyan City. A game certainly cannot be without entertainment projects such as monster spawning. There are potions in the Great Tomb that can make animals mutate into monsters. With monsters and the reward mechanism of treasure hunting, players can be stimulated to do the pre-treasure hunting tasks. And then the players are gradually introduced to the place where the monsters are placed, and the players begin to be spawned rationally. If the player can kill the monster, he can take the reward placed in the tomb in advance. If the monster kills the player's equipment will be dropped. De Leon has been thinking about where this monster spawning area should be placed. Towns in the wild are definitely not suitable. Not only will it be disturbed by the native NPCs, but it will also make it difficult for the tomb to control the range of monster activities. Apart from all the places that are not suitable for spawning monsters, the sewers of Saroyan City have become a very good choice. The sewer system of this city is already well connected. If a multi-layer maze is dug downwards based on the sewers, an underground world can be created without anyone noticing. The big tombs were dug out by force, so digging a maze is not a difficult task for the underground creatures in the big tombs. Then you can use alchemical potions to cultivate sewer monsters. Due to the cost of the potion itself and the number of animals in the sewer, De Leon cannot come up with the infinite monster spawning mechanism of traditional online games. So he has to cultivate the monsters to be strong enough and then gather them together, and use special methods to trap them in a specific area. Then use space technology to separate the monster area from the normal maze area. Ordinary players who have not received the task will hardly encounter monsters after entering the sewer, and will not have too good a harvest. Players who receive the quest and pay something in the quest can get a way to pass through the space barrier. In the end, the player will pass through a death maze. Players who survive and are not blown up by monsters can get the final reward. During this period, if the player's strength is found to be too strong, the dungeon hero under the Great Tomb hidden in the dark will also weaken the player. In short, only a few players can get the final reward, and most people will be squeezed out by De Leon during the entire quest line and treasure hunting process. But players will only see someone eating meat, but not someone losing their pants. So players will definitely pour into the Saroyan sewer in waves. It is easy to set up the sewer monster spawning area, but it is not easy to set up the NPC who leads the player to the sewer treasure hunt step by step through the task. First of all, the NPC of the task must be a member of the Great Tomb. It must be a team that can pit the player from beginning to end. Then the status of the NPC of the task must be important. If an old man selling vegetables says to the player, "I have a clue to the treasure. You give me 10,000 yuan, and I will tell you, 9 times out of 10. The player will think he is a liar. But if a person of high status says this, the player will think twice. After that, the NPC of the task must have enough force to protect himself. De Leon knows what players are like best. Killing people and robbing goods, and doing business without capital are what players like to do most. Especially for NPCs. As long as killing NPCs is low risk and profitable, players will kill them without hesitation. Therefore, the NPC who issues the task must be strong enough to make players dare not act easily. Even if they lose everything in the task, they dare not vent their anger on the task NPC. If the Azure Cathedral can be made their own, then the placement problem of the task NPC will be solved. The underground of the Azure Cathedral is connected to the Saroyan sewer system, which is the most suitable starting point for the task. Then the miracle of the God of Light in the cathedral allowed De Leon to arrange angels in the Azure Cathedral without any scruples. The angel corps is one of the corps that De Leon trusts the most. They will complete the orders issued by De Leon without any compromise, and cooperate with the entire task line, no problem at all. In the future, the lowest status of angels in the Azure Cathedral is the Knight of the Hall. After the Azure Cathedral becomes the holy place of the Holy See, the Knight of the Hall here has a higher status. It is used to trick players into contributing to the church. Players will definitely be happy to brush the favorability of the Azure Cathedral. Finally, The strength of the angels is beyond doubt. With the development of the God-making project, the combat effectiveness of the angels has been greatly improved. If players are looking for trouble, we are not afraid of single fights or group fights. No matter how much the players lose in the sewer, they can only swallow their anger. In short, De Leon absolutely supports Titus's split of the perfect church. Notify Titus. Determine the name and doctrine of the new sect as soon as possible, so that the believers of the God of Light can clearly distinguish between the new religion represented by the Azure Cathedral and the old religion represented by the elders. Make good use of this miracle to let the believers know that the new religion has been recognized by the God of Light and has been granted a large number of palace knights and paladins. Let more believers believe that the God of Light has abandoned the elders, and the new religion is the orthodoxy of the perfect church. If necessary, I can arrange a divine descent. In addition, the new doctrine should also increase the description of angels, especially the description of Archangel Michael. Isn't she the first warrior under the God of Light? Let the believers of the new religion worship Michael when they worship the God of Light. Sophia wrote down De Liang's instructions one by one. After hearing Michael's name, she couldn't help asking, why let the believers of the Holy See worship Michael? She was sealed in the confinement space by us and is sleeping forever. Thinking of the strongest hero in the ancient magic era, Archangel Michael, De Leon couldn't help but sigh. Michael had reached the height of demigod when we captured her. I believe that when I release her, she can become a god instantly. It would be a pity to simply use angels to completely destroy the foundation of the Church of the Most Good. A collapsed church is of no use to us. And if the believers of the God of Light worship Michael when they worship the God of Light, then when we take action against the Church of the Most Good, we can use Michael to complete the connection of faith. At that time, most of the power of the Church of the Most Good can be preserved and transferred to my hands. Therefore, we must fully support Titus and his new religion to win the internal struggle of the Church of the Most Good, and let the new doctrine replace the old doctrine. In this way, the believers of the Church of the Most Good will unknowingly develop dual beliefs. When their faith in the God of Light collapses, I will make Michael a god. Chapter 348 Prisoners. Thinking of Michael in the past, Sophia could only feel the fear of being invincible. The good camp led by her started a plain war, and defeated the old enemy Hell in a battle in the Crucible City, making the entire evil camp feel insecure. They were just a little bit away from unifying the entire plane. If it weren't for De Liang's layers of layout, forcing Lucifer to lead the fallen angels to fight Michael to death, and persuading the supreme angels Metatron and Uriel of Cloud City to ambush Michael in his weakest state, Michael would have succeeded. Now all the conditions for subduing Michael are gone. Sophia asked worriedly, Your Highness, isn't it too risky to let Michael out? If she regards us as enemies, we don't have the force to fight her. Besides, you also said that once she is released, she will become a god, and we have no way to control her. De Leon has also considered the issue of prisoners in the Great Tomb many times. Cloud City Michael, the demigod level angel of slaughter. Hell, 16th level fallen angel king, the previous lord of Hell Lucifer. 16th level arrogant demon king, the previous lord of Hell Satan. 16th level fraud demon king Beelzebub. 16th level greed demon king Meshuggah. 16th level pain demon king Baal. Dungeon, 16th level drow spider mother Ingram. 16th level drow spider mother Phegma. These heroes who comprehended the laws were once the most powerful existences in the ancient magic era. And then, they were sealed due to various changes and wars. Some of them were captured and imprisoned by De Leon, and some were handed over to De Leon for other reasons. Now, any of them who are released have the power to destroy the world. Especially the strongest Michael. She must be released with great caution. De Leon said, Michael and I just disagree on the direction of the world situation before the opening of the God plane. She believes that the power of the world should be concentrated in her hands alone. She wants to become the only and strongest god in this world, and then face the unknown world after the opening of the God plane. Therefore, she wants to eliminate all those who disagree with her. First of all, the evil camp that is hostile to the good camp. But Michael was already eroded by divine power. Now it should be called primordial energy. And she could not control the power of God. So she became extreme. I think Michael's approach is too risky. If she is allowed to continue killing, the evil camp will be destroyed. The five-colored flag alliance will be destroyed, and the heroes in the good camp who disagree with her will be destroyed. When the God's plane is opened, we will only have a broken world. In the end, how much military force can Michael have? If Michael cannot resist the invasion of the gods' plane, then our world will have no potential for war. But no matter what, Michael and I are here to protect this world. And now, at least I can prove that I did nothing wrong. No matter what happened in the Theocracy era, the Order Star that evolved from the main world in the ancient magic era is the continuation of the civilization of their era. Although the foreign gods left some traces, they did not have too obvious an impact on this world except for faith, magic, alchemy, and natural technology are still the mainstream of civilization. As for the angels, where did the Cloud City go? It should have left with the heroic world when the planes separated. Moreover, the doctrine of the Church of the Good showed that angels were very active in the Theocracy era. In short, the fundamental contradiction between De Leon and Michael no longer exists. When Michael became a god who could control the original energy, she was a leader of angels, and no longer a killing angel who could only solve problems with fighting. When facing foreign enemies, they, who took it as their mission to protect the world, had a basis for cooperation. Besides, De Leon would not release Michael now. Titus's new religion was just in its infancy. Yet he wanted to defeat the old religion and make believers have dual beliefs. There was still a long way to go. In the alchemy laboratory in the Great Tomb, Master Nicole was leading a team of top alchemists to carry out the Elemental God Stone Activation Project, God-Making Project, Original Dragon Egg Development Project, and the Adaptive Computer Project in cooperation with Sir Charles. Coupled with the gradually increasing strength of the University Alliance, the Great Tomb is climbing the newly opened technology tree at a high speed. God is just a more advanced creature, and the unknown makes people feel fear and terror of God. When Michael came out, De Leon himself was not sure what kind of power he could master, but it was definitely much stronger than his former self. When I release Michael, she will know what to do. De Leon is full of confidence in himself. Michael once had the power of a demigod, the good camp, the Cloud City and the angels. But he was captured and sealed by himself. Now Michael is alone. If you don't behave, I will lock you up again. As a close follower, Sophia has blind trust in De Leon. After feeling the strong confidence of her master, she doesn't worry about Michael's threats. Your Highness, I will immediately convey your instructions to Titus. God will fully support him to own the entire Supreme Church. De Leon nodded and let Sophia leave. For De Leon, the Supreme Church is an unexpected surprise. With this super church, he can learn more about the existence of the God of Light and creatures like God. The Supreme Church's research on divine power can also be shared with his own light of order. With only Father Titus, who has lost his divine power, and a group of undead followers who are not smart, it is unknown when they can figure out the destruction of the world. When the Holy See of Goodness was shaken by the death of Knight Federer, the situation in Marcellus became increasingly tense. At sea, De Liang's suggestions to the Flemish Empire Navy gradually took effect. The Empire has deployed heavy troops on the coastline of Marcellus, under the protection of airships, silver wings and coastal defense guns. Bombarding important coastal cities of Marcellus is too risky for the joint fleet of the eastern countries. Moreover, the capital behind the Marcellus Parliament does not allow the joint fleet to attack the coastal economic zone of Marcellus. Therefore, the combined fleet could only seek an opportunity to fight a decisive battle with the main force of the Imperial Navy fleet. However, the Imperial fleet broke up into small pieces and took the initiative to approach the waters of the eastern countries. They ran away when they saw large ships and cannons, and attacked when they saw a single small boat. Although they paid a relatively high price for their own combat qualities, they also achieved results one by one. The combined fleet had power, but nowhere to vent. Although it was powerful, the sea area it controlled was not as much as the Imperial fleet. There was even an embarrassing incident where mines were secretly laid near their own ports. The eastern countries urgently needed high-speed warships that could fight against the Turtle-class multifunctional combat platform. But their respective hovercraft technology had been slow to break through. Blackfire Shipyard is the only shipyard in the world that can produce air cushion warships. But Blackfire Company refused to accept orders from other countries due to production capacity issues. If the eastern countries do not expand the war and engage in a full-scale war with the Empire, then they will not have a good way to deal with a fly-like Imperial fleet. But the eastern countries do not want to fall into the quagmire of war too early. So they began to put pressure on the Marcellus Parliament and forcibly sent the parliamentary army that helped to arm and train to the border. The Marcellus War is about to break out. Chapter 349 The Last Visit. As the war approached, the main members of the parliament secretly evacuated from Saroyan. Here are the Empire's Azure Corps, the Royal Musketeers, and the Empire's Navy Fleet. The main military forces of the Parliament are in foreign countries. It is impossible to capture this heavily guarded military stronghold of the Empire in a short time. The Parliament can only leave as soon as possible before the war breaks out. On the eve of leaving Saroyan, Speaker Peters secretly came to the Élysée Avenue to visit Daliang for the last time. At this time, Daliang's Blackfire Airlines has begun to deliver the fighters ordered by the Parliament one after another. The parliamentary army that received the fighters was extremely satisfied with the performance of this new weapon and asked to get more aircraft before the war. Peters was somewhat emotional about being forced to leave Saroyan. He took off his hat to reveal his silver hair tied into a ponytail, held a glass of red wine, and said to Daliang, who was sitting opposite him, "I am leaving Saroyan before the Empire abolishes the Treaty of Marseilles and closes the Parliament. I will leave this nostalgic city." Daliang asked, "When will the war break out?" Speaker Peters drank and replied, "According to our intelligence, the Empire is gradually converting the Dosan Railway to full military use, and the Imperial Army is constantly entering Marseilles through this railway. The Empire will give priority to building a defense system for the Dosan Railway to protect the logistical lifeline of the war, and then strengthen the military strength of the main cities of Marseilles. After all, Marseilles is so big, although the parliamentary army is on the border. As long as the war starts, it can quickly attack the heartland of Marseilles with the assistance of local armed forces. The Imperial Army is a guest army, and there are not so many troops to defend the entire territory of Marseilles. And to complete the entire defense system, it will take at least 6 months, or even a year. During this period, the Empire will not take the initiative to provoke a war. And the parliamentary army, we have only trained 10 divisions now, which is far less powerful than the Imperial Army. This army can't even get into the border. So we also need time to organize and arm the local army, which will probably take half a year to a year. During this period, the Empire and the Parliament will not fall out. So I estimate that the full outbreak of war will be in a year. After all, once the war starts, there is no way out. And we and the Empire are very cautious. The time of the war that Speaker Peters said is similar to that estimated by Daliang. This is a war about fate. Both sides will do their best for the final victory, so they want to be more fully prepared. There is about a year of peacetime, and Daliang is thinking about his plan, and asked Peters, "Are you sure you can defeat the Empire?" Speaker Peters answered every question today, and he said, "The Empire is not sure to beat us either. This is a war. No one knows the outcome until the last moment. But Master Liang and Blackfire are definitely the winners. The Parliament and Scarab have a very good cooperative relationship. Some time ago, they took the initiative to provide funds and weapons for the Parliament to start a war. But not long ago, Scarab suddenly terminated all cooperation with the Parliament. I think this should be Master Liang's operation." Daliang smiled and replied, "Yes. I reached some agreements with Mrs. Eliza of Scarab. If Scarab can abide by the agreement, they will not interfere in the Marseilles conflict. In this way, Blackfire will not have too strong opponents in some areas. We will work hard to maintain friendly relations between all parties. Marquis Whitehead has also promised me to allow the Blackfire Company and the University Alliance to exist in the demilitarized zone. Therefore, it will be very safe for the Parliament to order weapons from us." Hearing that Marquis Whitehead actually agreed to set up a demilitarized zone, Speaker Peters couldn't help but frown and said, "The governor easily agreed to set up a demilitarized zone, which was beyond my expectation. He should have seen the fighter planes that Blackfire Airlines has been testing. And he should also know that we have ordered a large number of fighter planes. What conditions did you agree to him?" Speaker Peters is most worried about Blackfire Company providing aircraft for the Empire. The only purpose of his visit this time is to confirm that this kind of fighter plane is unique to the Parliament Army for a period of time. Daliang knew what Speaker Peters was worried about, so he comforted him. "Your Excellency, the Speaker can rest assured about the aircraft. Marquis Whitehead did want to order fighters, but I refused. I promised that Blackfire Airlines will not sell aircraft to any other party before the outbreak of the Marseilles War, and within 6 months after the outbreak. The Marquis agreed to set up a demilitarized zone mainly because the Empire needs the Turtle-class multifunctional combat platform of the Blackfire shipyard and the future fighters of the Blackfire Airlines." Speaker Peters said, "Half a year is too short. I require Blackfire Company not to sell fighters to third parties within 3 years after the outbreak of the war." Daliang spread his hands helplessly and said, Half a year is the limit that Marquis Whitehead can endure. If it were you, could you hold out for 3 years under the bombardment of airplanes without destroying Blackfire Airlines? Besides, airplane engine technology is not too complicated. It will soon be researched by various countries, and then various types of airplanes will appear. If Blackfire Airlines does not want to lose the worldwide airplane market, it cannot tie itself to Parliament. Of course, the Turtle-class multifunctional combat platform will also be put into the world ship market half a year after the outbreak of the battle. Mr. Speaker, I am a businessman. I pursue profits. 1 year before the war is enough for the Parliament Army to train a strong air force. 6 months after the war begins is enough for the Parliament Army to use aircraft to achieve the results you want. And then for a long time, the Parliament Army's air force can still suppress the Imperial Army. After all, the Imperial Army cannot immediately form combat effectiveness after buying aircraft from me. Therefore, even if Blackfire Airlines opens the fighter market, the Parliament Army will not be threatened by 2 strong air forces for a long period of time. Speaker Peters could not refute Dalian. This is the disadvantage of weapons being held hostage by suppliers. No matter what the suppliers want to do, the demand side has no way to counter it. In order to get rid of the situation of being restricted in the supply of fighter planes, the Parliament must develop its own fighter planes. In fact, the first batch of fighter planes delivered by Blackfire Airlines to the Parliament Army have been dismantled, and some results have been achieved in the reverse research of the engine and the fuselage. As Dalian said, the engine of the piston aircraft is not complicated, and the fuselage is not difficult to copy by copying. The aircraft research group organized by the Parliament is very confident that it can develop its own aircraft. By then, the Parliament Army will not be strangled by the Blackfire Company in terms of fighter planes. Chapter 350, Excavation of Ancient Relics. After clarifying De Liang's attitude towards the Marcellus dispute, Speaker Peters quietly left the Avenue de Élysée and boarded the airship leaving Soroyan. Important figures of the parliamentary forces have also left Marcellus in recent days. The Marcellus Free Government was quietly established in the Felwood, United States, and officially took over the command of the Parliamentary Army and began the final preparations for war. Marquis Whitehead certainly knew that the current Parliament was only an empty shell, and those who remained were grassroots staff, excluded parliamentarians and deputies who were remotely controlled. But the Marquis did not stop the backbone of the parliamentary forces from leaving. Before the Treaty of Marcellus was formally abolished, Marcellus was still a province of the empire. The power of the province was in the hands of the Parliament, and the governor of Marcellus could only manage military defense. If the Parliament members were arrested without reason, they would inevitably be used by the parliamentary forces to incite the anti-imperial sentiment of the people of Marcellus. Moreover, the Marcellus problem could not be solved by arresting a few parliamentarians. Arresting Peters would not necessarily benefit the empire, but would cause a lot of trouble. In short, the empire and the Parliament were maintaining the last bit of tranquility in Marcellus, even if there was only a layer of paper between them and the war. Both sides had to smile at each other before the last day. Dalian got the approximate date of the outbreak of the Marcellus War from Speaker Peters. 1 year was enough for him to do something else. The most urgent thing to invest energy in was the ancient prison that Scarab Company was looking for. Sir Charles didn't know that Dalian had sold him and Duncan out. At this time, their every move was under the surveillance of Scarab Company. Charles, Jessica, and Duncan formed a team to participate in the expedition organized by Scarab Company. Then Charles took out the clues and information given by Duncan and successfully obtained the right to form and lead an expedition team. At this time, Scarab Company showed the strength of a super company. Charles recruited 14 explorers to form an expedition team, and Scarab Company equipped them with a logistics and escort team of 270 people. This does not include the temporary manpower and armed personnel used for equipment transportation during the expedition. In addition, Scarab Company also prepared 2 airships for Charles's expedition team, and more than 10 ships of various types were also gathering to explore the sea area, including a cruise ship specially for the expedition team members to rest. In this expedition organized by Scarab Company, there were a total of 18 expedition teams of Charles's size, and dozens of other small-scale teams. The investment of Scarab Company this time is unprecedentedly huge. Since the beginning of the Age of Discovery, there has been no excavation of ancient ruins comparable to this one. Scarab Company has really invested a lot this time, and is even determined to spend all its decades of assets on this expedition. The Ghost Sea is named because ships often disappear here. The entire sea area is greater than 10 million square kilometers. Not only are there islands everywhere with complex terrain, but pirates often appear here. It is really like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a space entrance in such a vast sea. If it is easy to find an ancient prison, with the strength of staring into the abyss, there is no need to rely on the power of Scarab Company. The two airships carrying the expedition team descended and docked with a cruise ship parked on the sea. The expedition members and employees carrying luggage walked into the cruise ship along the docking board. The arrival of more than 200 people made the originally deserted cruise ship immediately lively. Sir Charles directed the employees to move the equipment and assigned each person a room. During this time, he gave 2 separate room cards to Duncan and Jessica, and then whispered, "You go to your respective rooms to rest first, and come to my room after dinner, and we will discuss where to start this expedition. Duncan, tell your people not to get close to here. The Scarab Company has invested so much in this expedition, and it will definitely guard against others secretly snatching it. Before we find the ancient prison, we must not let Scarab Company have any suspicion." After taking the room card, Duncan replied to Charles, "I know what to do. Staring into the abyss is best at hiding itself. My people are hiding on an island disguised as pirates. Without my order, they will never approach the sea where the expedition team is. You should think about how to find the ancient prison. Finding ancient ruins is my job." Charles turned to Jessica and said, "Take care of yourself. I always feel that this expedition will not be so smooth." "Don't worry, sir. I have a Hurricane." Jessica patted Hurricane's head. Hurricane was wearing armor and disguised as a mechanical puppet dog. It squatted beside Jessica, with its head at the level of Jessica's shoulders. After being patted on the head, it shook its tail. After seeing Hurricane's appearance through the magic crystal ball, De Leon couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "This Hurricane is becoming more and more like a dog. After this mission is completed, let Astro take good care of it. A dragon should be like a dragon." Sophia covered her mouth and laughed. "Lord Hurricane only behaves like this in front of the Master and Miss Jessica. In front of other people, he is still very majestic. This also shows that Lord Hurricane really likes Miss Jessica. And the newness we have for Miss Jessica is not like the descendants of His Highness, who are separated by many generations." Hearing what Sophia said, De Leon also noticed the strangeness in the interaction between Jessica and Hurricane. The sense of smell of the undead for bloodline is much higher than that of humans. They can know who your ancestors are by smelling the smell on you. So the undead will not hurt Jessica. But it is a bit difficult to understand why the undead, especially the undead directly under the Great Tomb, are so close to Jessica. After all, after more than 2,000 years, how much of Jessica's own blood can be diluted by countless generations? But the undead could not tell the specific reason. They were loyal to Daliang and his family, and they were close to Jessica because of the soul fire imprint. There must be some secrets about Jessica that I don't know. Daliang looked at Jessica, who was leading the Hurricane through the cruise ship through the crystal ball, and said to Sophia, "Cindy said that there is an elemental spirit beside Jessica. Let this elemental spirit show up as soon as possible. It may know something we don't know. Then let Minia drive our airship teleport station to the Ghost Sea to help find the entrance to the space prison. There are also other expedition teams of the Scarab Company, and they all sent people to secretly watch. Their huge investment in searching for ancient ruins has seriously affected the management system of the Scarab Company. It won't take too long for the Scarab Company to be dragged down by this ancient ruins excavation. This means that the Scarab Company on the Order Star is useless to Eliza and the others. It also means that the Star Alliance's wormhole station will be open soon. We must find the headquarters of the Scarab Company before the wormhole station opens." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 351 Unknown Space. Wang Ear is one of the many hidden chess pieces that the federal government has placed in the Star Alliance Company. The placement of the hidden chess pieces has no obvious purpose, but is to establish an inside line immediately when needed. And most of the hidden chess pieces may never wait for the moment of activation in their lifetime. After retiring from the federal government army, Wang Ear was recruited by the 6th Bureau of the federal government as a spy. After a period of training, he entered the Star Domain world and then joined the security force of the Scarab Company to become a mercenary. As for the badge of the Wang family, it was indeed made by Wang Ear for some convenience. After all, the federal government regards the Star Alliance as an imaginary enemy, and it is impossible to recruit people who have a relationship with the family of the founding company of the Star Alliance into the 6th Bureau. Wang Ear's parents are ordinary people, and there are no celebrities among her ancestors. So she can pass the double review of the federal government and Scarab Company. Now Wang Yi, as a hidden chess piece, has been activated, and a contact line and support team dedicated to her have been established. The 6th Bureau of the federal government also regards Scarab Company as a focus of investigation, mobilizing all available intelligence channels to find out what Scarab Company is hiding. As Wang Yi has successfully penetrated into Scarab Company and is in a very important position, she is not in a hurry to start an investigation. She trains every day, and even when she is offline, she rarely leaves the barracks to go to some bars and entertainment facilities. Wang Yi was able to make these elite mercenaries obey orders willingly, relying on real strength. And strength is accumulated bit by bit through self-discipline. This is also what Kirk admires most about Wang Yi. And he is also relieved to let Wang Yi handle some work. He hasn't been home for decades, and he feels that he owes his family too much. Big sister. After a training session, Nicole called Wang Yi through the communication channel. After being beaten several times in the challenge, Nicole was really defeated. He believed that Wang Yi was using magic from the east. Otherwise, how could she, with her slender body, defeat him? This is unscientific. After we log off, let's go drink together. I'll treat you. Wang Yi was still in the dark canyon. She had already advanced 30 kilometers downwards. There was no light around her. Only the sound of airflow or the roar of monsters was echoing dully. Various values kept jumping on the visual display built into the helmet. After confirming that the surroundings were safe and the functions of the individual mecha were complete, Wang Yi replied to Nicole, "I'm not going. I'm still in the canyon. I just found a lion thorn beast. This guy's active gene sample can be sold for a high price. I want to use the company's resources to do a private job. Don't talk nonsense everywhere. Lion thorn beast. This is a very difficult monster. Do you want me to help?" Wang Yi jumped onto a rock and looked around cautiously, and replied, "You want to share the money? Don't worry. It's just a lion thorn beast. I can handle it. Also, don't drink so much alcohol. Although you have good physical talent, excessive alcohol will shorten the peak period of your body. No, without alcohol, I feel like an old man now. I won't disturb you from hunting lion thorn beasts. See you tomorrow." Big sister. The information was interrupted. Wang Yi closed all communication channels, and then jumped into a nearby cave. "I'm Liuli. I received your signal. Is there anything I can do?" Wang Yi took off her helmet and spoke to the dark space. She didn't come here to hunt the lion thorn beast, but received an order from her superiors to come here to make a contact. In the darkness, a mechanical voice came, according to the 6th Bureau's analysis of comprehensive intelligence. The Scarab Company should be waiting for a wormhole station to open, so that it can make precise space jumps through the wormhole station. According to the duration of the Advanced Special Forces training this time, we selected 4 wormhole stations that will be opened within 2 to 3 years. The federal government will affect the Star Alliance to adjust the opening time of these 4 wormhole stations. The Scarab Company should make corresponding adjustments based on the changes in the opening time of the wormhole stations. You should always pay attention to the intelligence inside Scarab Company and determine which wormhole station they are going to use, so that we can narrow the scope of investigation a lot. The light from the mecha illuminated the concave hole, but Wang Yi still couldn't find where the voice of his superior came from. Of course, investigating his superior is not what a professional spy should do. Wang Yi replied, "Yes. I will pay attention to the intelligence inside Scarab Company in recent times. But a wormhole station can radiate nearly 10,000 light-year star fields, which is also a very large range. It's easier to find than 4 10,000 light-year star fields." The superior said, "On Mars, a tactical team directly under you has been formed. As long as you think your identity has been exposed, immediately start the rescue plan. Of course, it is best to complete the mission safely." Wang Yi smiled easily, "Don't worry. I now find that I have a talent for being a spy." The short meeting ended, and the cave became quiet again. Now, Wang Yi needs to hunt a lion thorn beast so that she will not attract unnecessary suspicion. But when Wang Yi was about to put on the helmet, a cool breeze blew into her neck from the back of her neck. She immediately stopped all her movements, held her breath, and felt the direction of the wind. At this time, she was very sure that there was a monster behind her. There was no light in the canyon, and most monsters had no vision. But they all had extremely sensitive sense of smell, hearing and infrared perception. Therefore, when encountering monsters in the canyon, It is best not to move. If you don't move, the monster will not attack you rashly because it is not sure what you are. But if you don't move, you will die. Wang Yi didn't know how the monster behind her approached silently, and even the single soldier mecha didn't detect it. But the monsters in the canyon are complex, and no one knows the characteristics of all the monsters. The battle she had experienced gave Wang Yi an intuition of danger. Although she couldn't see it, she was very sure that the monster was about 3 meters behind her and to the right. And she approached slowly and vigilantly. The micro-wormhole opening node closest to Wang Yi was 50 meters away. Moreover, in order to prevent the conversation from being monitored, Wang Yi also closed the communication channel and took off the helmet. Without the assistance of the helmet, the location of the micro-wormhole node could not be accurately seen. Wearing a helmet, it must be too late. There was no time to wait any longer. Wang Yi quickly threw the helmet aside and activated the high-power searchlight on the helmet. Instantly, a huge black shadow rushed out from Wang Yi's right side and rushed towards the helmet that was emitting strong light and heat. The opportunity was fleeting. Wang Yi did not see what the monster looked like. She rushed out of the cave at a high speed, then activated the jet assist system, stepped on the rocks on the cliff with the help of the light emitted by the mecha, and jumped 10 meters to the micro-wormhole node. A roar came from the cave she left. A 10-meter-long python-shaped monster with 2 thick forelimbs rushed out immediately. The python-shaped body allowed the monster to slide rapidly on the cliff with rocks, faster than Wang Yi, who used jet assist. Being teased aroused the monster's anger. The scales on its neck opened, its forelimbs waved, and its hooked claws reflected a cold blue light in the dim light. The monster's roar drew another response. In the illumination of the mecha's light, shadows appeared on the nearby stone walls, and the same monster was startled. They surrounded Wang Yi. If Wang Yi could not rush into the micro-wormhole accurately, then she would definitely not be able to escape the siege of the monster group. Damn! What kind of contact point is this? If she didn't know that the underground canyon was full of uncertain dangers, and that she was still valuable to the federal government, she would even suspect that her superiors arranged the contact point here to kill her and silence her. Now is not the time to be distracted by other things. The rocks are slippery, and some are covered with moss. Every step of the escape must be steady. Any mistake will keep her here forever. The monster behind her is chasing her closely. The tongue it spits out can already lick the heel of Wang Yi's boots. If it moves forward a little, it can wrap around her calf. Wang Yi jumped forward urgently, and the jet assist system was turned to maximum power. The mecha was detected, and the micro-wormhole set here opened instantly. Wang Yi got in, but there was a delay in the closing of the micro-wormhole, and the monster behind her also got in. A micro-wormhole is a door connecting 2 points in space. It takes a lot of energy to open a micro-wormhole, so the shorter the interval between the opening and closing of the micro-wormhole, the better. The micro-wormhole used by the Advanced Special Forces is calculated with the help of supercomputers. When the Special Forces use the micro-wormhole, the supercomputer can make the micro-wormhole open and close without gaps. In other words, no matter how closely the monster follows, the micro-wormhole will close the moment Wang Yi passes through it. No matter how much of the monster's body goes in, the space will cut it in half. And there will never be a situation where the entire 10-meter-long body rushes into the micro-wormhole, unless there is additional energy supply. And this energy is related to space. On the planetary landing craft belonging to the Special Forces far on the surface, multiple instruments sounded alarms at the same time. The flashing red light attracted the technicians who were drinking coffee and chatting. They sat down at their seats as quickly as possible and operated the instrument panel continuously. UVR 689 was damaged for unknown reasons. Unknown energy was emitted from the 23, 56, 28 micro-wormhole nodes. We have lost contact with Adjutant Wang Yi. Her last location was near the 23, 56, 28 micro-wormhole nodes. Immediately notify Commander Kirk and notify all special forces to take their positions and prepare to rescue Adjutant Wang Yi. The spatial positioning function in the target area is disordered. We have no way to directly deploy rescue personnel to the area. What is this place? Wang Yi stumbled to the ground and found herself in a completely unfamiliar space. This is definitely not a fissure canyon. There is no way such a flat ground can be found in a fissure canyon. The light from the mecha illuminated Wang Yi's surroundings. She stood in an extremely empty space. It was pitch black, and she could not see the end. But under her feet was a flat stone floor. Although the stone slab was covered with cracks, it was still obvious that it was a man-made object. Without a helmet, many of the built-in functions of the mecha could not be used. Wang Yi could only observe this strange place with her eyes. Roar! A roar broke the silence. It was a monster chasing him. How did it follow through the micro-wormhole? Wang Yi took off the Gauss assault rifle from the weapon attachment module on his back shoulder and aimed it in the direction of the sound with a standard aiming posture. The beam shone over, and a huge black shadow flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Without a helmet with a visual assistance system, Wang Yi was at a great disadvantage in fighting in this environment. And judging from the encounter just now, this monster has a relatively high intelligence. It could sense that Wang Yi was not used to the dark. And without help, it chose to hide first. This time it was really troublesome. Although in an extremely unfavorable environment, Wang Yi still remained calm. She used all means to find the location of the monster. Hearing, smell, intuition. She held a gun and slowly retreated step by step, making herself like a wolf fighting with its back to the water, so that the monster would not dare to attack. Now she had to find a wall to make her back safe first. But as she walked, Wang Yi suddenly stepped on a hard object. Bang! It was the sound of metal products. Staying alert, slowly probed backwards with her heels. And then Wang Yi felt that there was a person lying on the ground behind her. A dead person wearing armor. At least Wang Yi stepped on him a few times. But he didn't react at all. Without looking down, Wang Yi stepped over the person and continued to retreat. Soon she stepped on another person wearing armor lying on the ground. One after another. Sometimes Wang Yi would step on some weapons. They were all cold weapons, including knives, swords, and shields. What is this place? Wang Yi felt that she had walked into a battlefield, with corpses and weapons everywhere. And these corpses and weapons lying on the ground were obstacles for her. She was already very passive because she couldn't see the monsters. And she was stumbling under her feet. It was really a double whammy. Fortunately, Wang Yi was able to determine the general location of the monster with his combat experience and intuition. And the beam emitted by the mecha could always illuminate the monster that was approaching quietly. Wang Yi forced the monster away from him without rushing to shoot. This was not a suitable place for fighting. And it would not do him any good to anger the monster and rush over. He had to find a wall or a place on the ground without so many obstacles as soon as possible. Who are you? A weak but arrogant female voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Yi. How did you get in? The human voice made Wang Yi, who was nervous at the moment, quickly welcome joy. No matter who was behind him, facing the monster in the dark, two people would always have a better chance of winning than one person. Wang Yi stopped, turned her back to the direction where the voice came from, pointed her gun at the approximate location of the monster, and said, I am Wang Yi, the first sergeant of the security force of Scarab Company. I don't know how I came to this place. It seems that there is a problem with the space transmission of the micro-wormhole. Now there is a very powerful monster in front of me, and we two may be able to kill it together. Powerful? Is this low-level monster considered powerful? The voice was full of disdain. Wang Yi didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. She said helplessly, maybe you are very strong. But I can hear that you are injured. Now is not the time for you to despise this low-level monster. Where are you? What weapons do you have? Also, what's your name? Wang Yi's question was not answered immediately. After a moment of silence, the other party said, I'm behind you. I have a sword. My name is Bella, the guardian angel of the first empire of the main world. Holy Bella. Chapter 352 Holy Bella. I am behind you. I have a sword. My name is Bella. Holy Bella, the guardian angel of the first empire of the main world. In the future, whenever Wang Yi encounters difficulties, he will always think of this sentence unconsciously, and then he will feel that there is the strongest backing behind him. At this time, Wang Yi only feels the collapse of hope. A madman. Wang Yi's experience in the army has summed up a wise saying, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent. Just be afraid of having an unpredictable comrade in arms around you. You will never know what he will do next. This is the most terrible situation in battle. Now there is a woman behind me. She was seriously injured and unconscious, with a sword in her hand. In front, the monster couldn't help but want to attack. Bella? Miss Bella? You don't move. Wang Yi turned her back to the woman, who claimed to be an angel. She felt that if this woman didn't move, it would be the most beneficial support for her. I will protect you. Do you know how far the wall is behind me? Protect me? TSK. The voice was arrogant, Human. After only 2,000 years. Has your race forgotten the name of Holy Bella? It seems that a lot of changes have taken place outside since I was trapped here. The first empire of the main world should no longer exist. I have never heard of the first empire of the main world. And there is no such country in the history of the earth. Why am I explaining so much to you? Wang Yi felt that the woman behind her was getting more and more outrageous. She took a pistol from her right hip and threw it on the ground. Then knocked her heel in the direction of Bella. Take this gun. If I die, you can commit suicide. That will be more comfortable. Without waiting for Bella to respond, the beam emitted by Wang Yi's mecha illuminated the monster, which was less than 30 meters ahead. This time it did not hide in the darkness, but swam close to the ground and rushed towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi fired without hesitation. The bullets were fired continuously after electromagnetic acceleration. The gunshots instantly connected into a line, breaking the silence of this unknown space. The monster dodged most of the bullets by moving in a snake-like manner. The remaining bullets hit its surface scales, only creating a spark before bouncing off to an unknown place. Seeing that the Gauss rifle did not have much killing power on the monster, Wang Yi switched to the electromagnetic pulse mode and aimed at the monster. Z. The sound of the electric current storing energy sounded. 3-2. Wang Yi held the Gauss rifle steadily, and the monster had rushed to a place less than 5 meters away from her. The whole body of the monster was exposed to the light of the mecha. Its upper body stood up. Its claws opened, and its snake head spit out a forked tongue, rushing towards Wang Yi from top to bottom. 1-0. The prompt sound of the end of charging sounded, and Wang Yi pulled the trigger at the monster in front of him at the right time. There was a bang. The blue current pulses all hit the monster's head, as if a heavy punch hit its chin, and it seemed that the sound of bones dislocated could be heard. The monster screamed and was knocked back by the pulse, and the excess current jumped on its body. After landing, the monster quickly hid in the darkness and roared angrily. The monster's attack was successfully repelled, but Wang Yi could feel that the electromagnetic pulse cannon's damage to the monster was not ideal. The monsters on the initial star could not be judged by the common sense of Earth creatures. Of course, the stronger the monster, the higher the value. The fact that the Star Alliance could develop to such a scale in 2,000 years was inseparable from the contribution of these monsters. While the monster was licking its wounds and preparing to attack again, Wang Yi replaced the Gauss rifle with a special magazine and adjusted the shooting mode to single shot. Ordinary bullets had no effect on monsters, so he could only try the armor-piercing bullets used for sniping. Fortunately, the woman behind him did not scream in fear of the monster, nor did she shoot randomly with a gun. Wang Yi activated the catapult built into the mecha and shot out lighting sticks around. Since she decided to fight here, she should make the surroundings brighter. The visual range is really too narrow if only the lighting of the mecha is used. The light around gradually became brighter, and the monster was frightened by the sudden light and kept retreating in the darkness. Hey, are you still there? Wang Yi stared at the direction of the monster. She didn't have many chances to shoot, so it would be best to hit the monster's vitals with one shot. Her tone was a little relaxed, and she comforted Bella. Maybe you don't need that gun. This monster has a habit when moving. If I can shoot more accurately, I can take you away. Bella's laughter came, but this monster is smarter than you think. It used its tail to roll up a corpse on the ground. You should know what it will do next. What? Wang Yi was about to ask, and then she saw a black shadow flying towards her. It was indeed a corpse wearing full body armor, and the helmet of the corpse fell off, revealing a red and hideous head with a pair of horns, just like the legendary demon. Without thinking about it, Wang Yi dodged the corpse and fired a blind shot in the direction where the corpse flew. Then he asked Bella behind him, Can you see that monster? And what are the corpses on the ground? I said, I'm an angel. Bella's voice came, although our vision will be weakened in the dark. It is much better than that of low-level humans. As for the corpses on the ground, there are demons, fallen angels, and angels like me. Now is not the time to talk about these. Although you have a very good fighting talent, this monster is not something you can deal with. There is only one way to survive. That is to release me from the seal. Seal? More corpses were thrown by the monster. Wang Yi fired several shots but to no avail, and could only dodge in panic. Angels and demons are very unbelievable, although it is difficult to accept. She still asked, How to release you? Use the energy shock you just used on the monster on me. It should be able to help me break the seal. Use the electromagnetic pulse cannon to attack you? You are so seriously injured. Are you going to die? If you want to live, do as I say. Bella's voice was weak but full of determination that could not be violated. At this time, following a thrown corpse, Wang Yi saw the figure of the monster rushing over. She raised her hand and fired a shot. The feel of the bullet made the armor-piercing bullet accurately hit the place she thought was the vital point. But after a crisp sound of metal collision, the armor-piercing bullet was also bounced off. Damn it! Wang Yi immediately activated the electromagnetic pulse cannon and began charging. She only had one chance to fire the pulse cannon. Should she aim at the monster and beat it back to buy herself some time? Or should she aim at Bella behind her and give hope to the angel whose true or false she might be? Ding! The prompt sound of charging completion sounded, and Wang Yi pulled out the pistol from her left hip and fired continuously at the monster that was rushing towards her. She held the Gauss rifle in her right hand and fired a shot at Bella's position. Dang 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 dang. The bullets fired from the pistol hit the monster's scales weakly. While Wang Yi was dodging the corpse, the monster leaped up. The claws grabbed Wang Yi, and the snake's tail silently rolled towards Wang Yi's waist and abdomen. With a bang, the electromagnetic pulse emitted a cracking sound. Then the gunshot stopped, and Wang Yi emptied the last bullet in her pistol. She kept shooting at the monster, and the monster's figure could almost drown her. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. White light exploded behind Wang Yi, and the strong light instantly illuminated the entire space. Wang Yi could see that she was in a towering palace, with a towering dome as high as 100 meters, and the surrounding walls were hundreds of meters away. Such an empty palace originally had no light, but now every corner was illuminated. Wang Yi looked at the monster above again. Its body was completely exposed to the white light, which was even more terrifying than in the dark, and its claws were about to pierce his eyes. But the claws did not move forward any further. The monster was fixed in the air, and its arms were separated from the whole body, followed by the monster's tail, and then the head. Wang Yi did not see what happened. The monster that he had just been unable to hit with his Gauss rifle was torn into pieces in front of him. Without waiting for the monster's fragments to fall to the ground, a force pushed them away from Wang Yi, and then a ball of pure white flames burned out of thin air, instantly burning the body to ashes. The strong light that illuminated the entire palace dimmed, and the remaining soft light gave people a very comfortable feeling. While Wang Yi was still in a daze, a woman landed in front of her from the sky. She had her back to Wang Yi, with golden hair draped over her shoulders and a white neck. She was wearing a light golden half-body armor, a light golden skirt armor, and overknee metal boots with red lining inside. She held a long sword in her hand, emitting a golden halo. "Who are you?" Wang Yi was about to ask, when a pair of white and golden wings suddenly appeared from behind the woman and spread out, with light flowing and bringing a breeze of air to her face. "I am Holy Bella." Chapter 353 God Killer. Really? It's really an angel. Wang Yi couldn't help being attracted by the beautiful creature in front of her. She forgot the environment she was in and reached out to the angel's wings unconsciously. When her hand was about to touch the feathers with a halo, the angel's wings closed and disappeared. Bella turned around and looked at Wang Yi, with contempt for lower creatures by higher creatures. After breaking free from the seal, her voice also had a little strength. The speed of speech was neither fast nor slow, with a penetrating magnetism. "Your armor is very strange. It seems to have no defensive power, but it has very fancy functions. Are the human warriors so weak now? They can't even use magic. What weapon do you have in your hand? Are you a crossbowman?" Bella's tone made Wang Yi feel very uncomfortable. She looked so high and mighty, as if she was looking at a cat or a dog. "Hey, be more careful when you speak. I just rescued you from the seal." While speaking, Wang Yi looked behind her. From the beginning to the end of the battle, she had always turned her back to Bella, and now she saw the place where Bella was sealed. The entire hall was illuminated by an unknown light source, and in front of Wang Yi was a huge crystal stone. At this time, the upper part of the crystal stone shattered, and the crystal fragments scattered all over the ground. You can imagine what Bella looked like when she was sealed. Bella didn't expect that a human would dare to contradict her. She said, "If you don't save me, I will be sealed at most. Anyway, the seal has no energy to replenish, and I will be able to get out sooner or later. I have waited for 2,000 years, and I don't mind waiting for another 2,000 years. On the contrary, if I don't save you, you will die. If I die here, I can start over by re-entering the star world. What? You have been sealed for 2,000 years. In this palace full of corpses? Wang Yi remembered that Bella did say that she was sealed here for 2,000 years. But she didn't believe it at that time. Now she was in front of an angel. And being sealed for 2,000 years should be the truth. Wang Yi suddenly stopped being angry with Bella. In the dark palace without a trace of light. She was alone in the crystal for such a long time. It was really pitiful. Bella heard the strange message in Wang Yi's words. And she asked, "What do you mean? Why did you die? Relog in and start again. Is it a resurrection spell?" Wang Yi could be sure that Bella was definitely not an earth creature. She was the native of this star-filled world. The native of this broad universe. The Star Alliance has also discovered intelligent planets while exploring the universe. Interstellar exploration requires a large number of manpower. While Star Alliance companies are actively using intelligent machines to save manpower, they will also recruit a large number of discovered intelligent life to join the army of interstellar exploration. Earthlings named these technologically backward intelligent life star domain natives. At first, Earthlings would hide the fact that they came from another universe from the natives. But after so many years, there are many people and secrets. And the secrets are exposed bit by bit. Therefore, in addition to not allowing the natives to come to the original star, the Star Alliance does not deliberately conceal things about the Earth. I can answer your questions, but you have to answer mine first. Wang Yi smiled charmingly and said, "Where is this place? Why are you sealed here? And how do we get out? Before coming here, I was using a micro-wormhole to teleport to escape the monster's pursuit. But I don't know why I was teleported here. There seems to be no door or window here. I didn't see the light source. Where did the light come from?" Bella said, "You have a lot of questions, but I don't mind answering them. Now I know why Urgus became so talkative after being locked up for 10,000 years. Loneliness is really painful." Wang Yi was surprised and said, "What? There is also a person who has been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Who is that Urgus? Do you want me to answer the first few questions? Or do you want to hear Urgus's story? Answer me the first few questions first. I'll hear about Urgus when I have a chance. Then sit down and talk." Bella flipped her hand and put the long sword into her private space. Then she waved her hand gently, and the crystals that were originally scattered on the ground gathered into two groups, and then combined into two crystal chairs. Bella sat down in one of the chairs, crossed her legs, and leaned on the backrest. After Wang Yi, who was shocked, carefully sat in the crystal chair, Bella said, "This is the Angel Assembly Hall of Yunzhong City. The God of Light admired the angels very much, and created the angels of light based on the angels, so that his believers could become angels of light and use the power of angels. But the angels of light are not angels after all. No matter how much they look like angels on the surface, they are still low-level creatures who only know how to worship God. The God of Light wanted to bring the entire angel race under his command. So, Yunzhong City and the God of Light started an endless battle. During this period, some angels surrendered to the God of Light, making Yunzhong City very passive in the battle. In order to end the war, the Order World organized a god-killing battle. And this was the battlefield. Wang Yi fumbled with the crystal chair. She couldn't figure out how the broken crystal automatically turned into an exquisite chair. Listening to Bella's story about the battle, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are there gods? Is the God of Light very powerful? Did you win?" Bella explained, "God is just a higher life form. Just like humans are low-level humans. And I am a high-level angel. God is of course very powerful. He has his own energy. Endless. But God is not invincible. Just like some human heroes can be more powerful than angels. The world of order never lacks the courage to challenge the strong." Cloud City occupied the Hell Furnace City as a thank you, and invited the Hell's dread demon Lord Urgus to send troops to assist. The fallen angels also participated in this battle to protect the roots of the angels. The decisive battle took place in this palace. We removed everything related to light from here, and sealed the entire palace in space confinement. You have seen how fierce the battle was. Cloud City and Hell suffered heavy losses. But we also destroyed the army of the God of Light, and greatly weakened his power. Finally, our remaining heroes evacuated, and the jealous demon Angela and the supreme angel Meredith jointly exiled this palace. And I stayed here as a force to contain the God of Light. I am a fighting angel, and this is my destiny." Many of the terms Bella said were incomprehensible to Wang Yi. The only thing she could understand was, "Seal the God of Light? There is another God here. There is another God here. Where is he? Bella smiled regretfully. We still don't know much about God. Although we have sealed the God of light, he still left. He defeated me. But he couldn't kill me who had already comprehended the law. He could only imprison my power and seal me up. Then he laughed at me in front of me, while dissolving his body, dispersing into light and disappearing. Though those who comprehend the law will not be killed, they cannot get rid of the constraints of the body. And one day, they will reach the end of their lives. But God? The body is just a tool for them to carry their thoughts. When the body dies, the divine consciousness and divine power existing in the universe can reshape the body in some time. So the confinement space that originally imprisoned the God of light became a prison for me. If you hadn't helped me break the seal, I don't know how long it would take for the power of the seal to naturally decay. Thank you. Chapter 354 Worldview. Wang Yi saw the side behind Bella's arrogance. Not everyone can be willing to confine herself forever in a closed space for victory. You're welcome. Didn't you save me too? It's just, what space did you say this palace was exiled to? Theoretically, even gods can't get out. So can we get out? Bella replied, according to our plan. After the sealing of the gods is completed, the sealed space will be exiled. The transmission nodes left in the sealed space will be jointly guarded by the first empire of the main world and hell. After all, there are angels who betrayed Cloud City and surrendered to the God of Light. We are not sure if there are still angels who betrayed Cloud City. This teleportation node is placed in the main world. But, if the node is intact and the guard is also responsible, you can't enter here. The fact that you can come in means that something happened outside, without an uninterrupted energy supply. The magic circle used to create darkness cannot work. And your armor can only shine light. And this palace. I broke the seal and consumed the last energy. This place was originally part of the Cloud City. And there is no darkness in the Cloud City. You can enter here because when you open the teleportation gate, you happen to collide with the space confinement here. And then you and the monster fell in. Don't worry. Space magic is a skill that every qualified hero must master. Although I am not as good at using space as Meredith and Angela, I have no problem leaving an unstable confinement space. Now I have almost answered your question. It's your turn to answer my question. Who are you? Where are you from? Then tell me what the outside world looks like. To Wang Yi, what Bella said was a real myth that happened somewhere unknown. But she had never heard of the Cloud City, Hell, Order World, and the first empire of the main world, so she didn't feel anything. When it was her turn to answer the question, Wang Yi said, My name is Wang Yi, a citizen of the Earth Federation, and a mercenary in the security force of the Star Alliance Scarab Company. The relationship between the Earth and the Star Alliance is a bit complicated, but it is definitely easier to accept than your mythology. Wang Yi began to tell Bella about the Star World, and explained the existence of the narrow universe and the broad universe. A completely new worldview unfolded in front of Bella. The human race here is different from the human race in the Order World. They are confined to a small galaxy, but they have established a Star Alliance that is constantly expanding in the universe in another way. The various wonders in the depths of the universe also confused Holy Bella. But Bella knew, this initial star must have a great connection with the world of order. For your world, I still need to go and see it myself. Fortunately, death is still very far away for me, and I have enough time to find my world. Bella stood up from the crystal chair, and a long sword appeared in her hand. She waved it casually, and a portal opened beside her. Bella said to Wang Yi, Let's go, to find the ruler of the Star Alliance. I think he will provide me with what I need. Hearing that Bella was going to find the Star Alliance, Wang Yi tried to stop her and said, No, no, no. You can't go to the Star Alliance. And you can't reveal your identity. This is the initial star, the only entrance for Earthlings to enter the Star Domain world, and the heart of the entire Star Alliance. All non-Earth Star Domain natives cannot enter here. If your identity is exposed, not only will the entire Star Alliance hunt you down, but even I on Earth will get into big trouble. I know you are very powerful, but the power of the Star Alliance is definitely not something you can fight alone. Bella is not a reckless angel. She knows that the Star Alliance can develop to such a scale, and it must have commendable military power. There is no need to expose yourself to danger just to get some convenience. She asked, What should I do? Wang Yi thought for a while and said, As long as you don't spread your wings, no one will doubt that you are not an Earthling. After you get out, I will help you get an identity, And you can move freely within the Star Alliance as an Earthling. And your clothes? Star Alliance adventurers will not wear this kind of armor. Wait for me. As she said that, Wang Yi unlocked her individual armor and jumped out. Then she began to take off her coat, saying as she took it off, I am wearing the clothes of a mercenary. As long as I take off the logo of the Scarab Company's security force, I will be dressed as an ordinary adventurer. You put on my clothes first. After we go out, I will say that you are an adventurer I rescued from a monster. And then I will send you to the nearest city. I will find you after I get off work. Then I will get your identity information. Bella did not hesitate. She took off her armor and put it into her private space, and began to wear Wang Yi's clothes. Soon a battle angel turned into another one. The momentum she exuded after countless battles made her really like a mercenary who dared to break into a monster's lair alone. Wang Yi put on her individual armor again and reminded Bella, don't use your magic that can make things disappear at will. Now the micro-wormhole technology of the Star Alliance is not so luxurious. Are you ready? No problem. We will leave here. Bella touched a badge on her shoulder and asked casually, does this badge have any special meaning? Wang Yi glanced at the badge casually and replied, it is the family badge of the Wang family of the Judgment Group, the founding company of the Star Alliance. Although my surname is also Wang, I am not a member of the Judgment Wang family, but having this badge does bring a lot of convenience. By the way, I forgot to take this badge off. My people know that this badge is mine. Bella took off the badge, looked at it, threw it to Wang Yi, and then walked into the portal. Wang Yi packed up the broken things, took a last look at the palace full of corpses, and followed into the portal. Judgment Wang. Bella passed through the portal and appeared in the dark canyon. While waiting for Wang Yi, she was thinking about the badge she had just seen. Bella remembered that Daliang had created a judgment core, and the pattern on the badge also made Bella feel very familiar. The style of the staff was the prince's scepter in Daliang's hand, and the knight's sword was given to the disciple he accepted. That disciple was very close to Daliang. Judgment, scepter, knight's sword. These three things related to Daliang are definitely not a coincidence. There is something wrong with this Judgment Wang. Chapter 355 Exploring the Sea. At this time, Daliang didn't know who he would meet after the Star Alliance's wormhole station opened here. He was focused on Sir Charles's search for the ancient prison to see what was inside the prison. The Ghost Sea is vast. It is not easy to find a space entrance that opens at irregular intervals and changes its position constantly. Fortunately, the Scarab Company organized this expedition and invited many well-known explorers. Everyone shared their own information and summarized a lot of useful information. All recorded ship disappearances were marked on the nautical chart of the Ghost Sea. And then the explorers connected these points according to the events. Then analyzed the climate and environment at that time, combined with the magic alchemy theory, and then conduct field investigations on different routes. With the professional experience and wisdom of so many explorers, Charles's expedition team estimated the regularity of the teleportation entrance and calculated its current approximate location. Finally, the expedition team arrived at the sea area where the teleportation portal should be by cruise ship. Next, it can't be solved by calculation. You can only drive the boat with the element fluctuation detector to find the active area of magic elements. It is purely a time-consuming carpet search, and a little bit of luck is needed. In short, without the organization and various support provided by the Scarab Company, a single adventure team would not be able to complete such a large-scale search. Day by day, more than a dozen ships of various types and airships explored the sea surface in a dragnet manner. However, there was no positive progress. The adventurers could not be sure that they had found the right place, so they could only do what they should do, and the rest depended on luck. This is how the excavation of ancient ruins works. No one knows where the ancient ruins are in advance. Otherwise it would not be the turn of the explorers to excavate them. Investing in the search for ancient ruins is inherently risky. Although finding them can make a lot of money, most explorations are fruitless. However, sometimes persistence will bring unexpected gains. The reason why explorers can become explorers is that they have greater patience than ordinary people. Even if they returned home without any results, they could still continue their exploration in high spirits the next day. The Great Tomb's modified transfer airship was parked right above this sea area. The building in the middle of the upper level of the airship was the control hub of the entire transfer array. De Liang sat on the command desk in the control hall. There was a circle of control desks within a 5-meter radius. More than a dozen magicians sat behind the control desks and controlled the magic projections in front of them. The Great Tomb's alchemy laboratory applied adaptive computer technology to the alchemy device, which not only improved the efficiency of the alchemy device, but also developed many convenient functions. Therefore, this control hub has both the characteristics of magic alchemy and a strong science fiction color. In front of Dalian is a large virtual magic image ball, which contains a three-dimensional sea map. The sea map shows the simulated flow route of magic elements, and you can clearly see the dense and thin areas of magic elements. There are also some signs of different colors and shapes on the sea. These represent the ships of the expedition team, the pirates disguised as the Abyss cultists, and the troops secretly deployed by the Scarab Company. The ships of the three companies formed three circles in this sea area, waiting for the portal to appear. They all thought they were the last yellow bird, but they didn't know that their every move was under Dalian's surveillance. The vampire Minia, the steward of the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory, stood in front of the magic image ball and said to Dalian, "Your Highness, we have conducted a comprehensive detection of this sea area. According to the data we obtained, there is indeed an unstable confinement space in this sea area. The hero who set up this confinement space is very powerful, and it is very likely that it is the jealous demon King Angela. If it is this space set up by King Angela, then the things trapped inside must be very dangerous. If there are enemies inside, then we may have to fight a law-level battle. Is it possible to crack this space? With Charles and his abilities, even if they find the entrance to the space, they can't keep it stable. Once they enter, they will get lost in it." Although he was prepared, when Dalian heard that there was really a confined space left by Angela, he was still somewhat surprised. Then, he had to consider the consequences of opening this confined space. In the ancient magic era, the jealous demon Angela was a 16th level hero who comprehended the law-level space skills. Who is imprisoned in this confinement space? Fallen angel? This is just one-sided statement from the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. But the confinement space that Angela personally set up, whether it is a fallen angel or not, is a very dangerous hero. After opening this confinement space, if the hero inside does not give Dalian face, can the power of the Great Tomb control the situation? After a little thought, Dalian said, "Since the confinement space has become unstable, there must be something wrong inside. It will collapse without us. No matter whether it is an enemy or a friend, those who are supposed to meet will always meet. Julian, Juliet, and the Angel Corps are on standby. Crack this confinement space. I want to see who is inside." "Yes, Your Highness." Minia turned around and commanded the magicians to start the cracking program of the confinement space. Although this confinement space was set up by the jealous demon Angela, Angela has left this world. After geological changes and the passage of time, this confined space has long become extremely unstable. Opening this space is not too difficult for the magician team of the Great Tomb. One command after another is transmitted from the control hub to the various functions of the airship through the adaptive computer. The magic energy field generated by the magic circle gradually drives the flow of magic elements in the entire sea area. A strong wind blew. The sky was clear and the sea was sparkling just now, but it was almost instantly covered with dark clouds. The sun was blocked by thick clouds, shrouded in darkness, and blue lightning pierced the sky. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the rain was pouring down. The expedition ship that was still exploring on the sea did not expect the storm to come so suddenly. In the face of the power of nature, the ships in the waves were thrown high and fell heavily like duckweed. The only thing people in the storm can do is to hide in the cabin as soon as possible. Hold on to the strongest things, and then leave it to fate. If the ship cannot withstand the beating of wind and waves and leaks, even the strongest people will sink with it. The expedition team's cruise ship also rose and fell in the wind and waves. Jessica staggered into Sir Charles's room. Her body was wet, and she didn't know whether it was sea water or rain. After she came in, she shouted to the Sir, "Sir, come to the deck quickly." The portal appeared. Chapter 356 Portal. The cabin in the storm was shaking like a roller coaster, and Sir Charles tried his best to grab a pipe to prevent himself from being thrown out. After hearing Jessica say that the portal appeared, the knight immediately picked up his cane, used magic to create an icicle connecting the cabin door, and then walked step by step to Jessica's side with the icicle. "Where is the portal?" The waves hit the hull and made a loud noise, so Charles could only shout loudly. Jessica supported Charles and shouted in his ear, "It's about 1 kilometer south of our ship. I have asked the captain to drive as far as possible. but the wind and waves are too strong. So we can only keep the portal within our sight. Charles barely heard what Jessica said. He held the hatch with both hands and walked out. He used magic to stabilize his shaking body, and then walked to the deck step by step. I want to take a look. I hope the portal will not disappear after the storm stops. Jessica also staggered in the shaking cabin and followed Charles. Walked to the deck. The wind was howling. Thick lightning pierced the sky, and water columns tilted down. I don't know if it was rain or waves rushing onto the deck. In the distance, the sky and the ocean were gray, and there were waves on the sea with a drop of more than 10 meters. Duncan and the explorers, who heard the news of the portal, also rushed to the deck from the relatively safe cabin. Everyone looked toward the water in the south. And sure enough, a huge light gate with a width of 20 meters stood in the undulating waves. Sir Charles took out a telescope to observe the portal, and said excitedly, "The portal is below sea level. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for us to find it. If it weren't for this storm, we would have missed the moment of meeting it. This storm came too timely." Then Charles handed the telescope to Duncan, who came to his side, and pointed to the portal and said, "Look, what you believe is true. It is there. I observe that its form is very stable, and will not disappear in a short time. When we reach the edge, we can use the equipment on the ship to keep it for a long time. The current storm interferes with the expedition team, and there is no way to send a signal to the Scarab Company that the ruins have been found. If Gazing into the Abyss wants to do something, it is best to do it immediately before the storm ends." After Sir Charles said this, he looked at Jessica on the side and added, "Try not to hurt anyone. I have nothing to do with Gazing into the Abyss, and I do not agree with what Gazing into the Abyss advocates. I just want to understand the secrets inside and solve my many questions about the ancient magic era." Duncan looked at the portal, his eyes full of enthusiasm. He held up the telescope and answered Charles, "I can promise you that as long as the expedition team does not resist, I will not kill anyone by staring into the abyss. But inside the portal are the demons of hell, the fallen angels. When they come out, you know what the world will become. But you don't care. There is still a demon in your heart, and you will become one of us sooner or later. Hee. I don't know what the world will become, but it is definitely not what you think." Charles mocked Duncan with a hint of meaning. The timing of the portal opening was just too coincidental, and the location was within the sight of the expedition team. If he didn't know something, Sir Charles would have thought it was fate's favor like everyone else. But Charles knew that the appearance of the portal was definitely not that simple. Charles did not deliberately hide the exploration of the ancient prison from Jessica's ancestor this time. And the Frost Dragon Hurricane also came with the expedition team. Jessica's mysterious ancestor must have known about the ancient prison. He did not send any instructions, but that did not mean he did not pay attention to the expedition team's every move, including the action that was about to be launched by staring into the abyss. The sudden opening of the portal, and the opening near the expedition team, must have been done by Jessica's ancestors. So no matter what is in the ancient prison, whether it is a demon or a fallen angel, he must have a plan to deal with it. Duncan's plan to turn the world into hell is bound to fail. Of course, Duncan didn't know that there were people behind him watching this ancient relic. He thought it was a miracle bestowed by the Lord of Dread to his believers. He was looking forward to the moment of entering the portal. There was a legendary demon inside, not a summoned creature condensed by divine power, but a real demon. The magic communication was transmitted by Duncan. Although the bad weather and the turbulence of magic energy interfered with the magic signal, the people who gazed into the abyss were not far away from here. Their ship was also destroyed by the storm. But after receiving the information about the appearance of the ancient prison, their fanatical belief in the demon god made them ignore the danger and drive the ship to the expedition team with all their strength. At the same time, the personnel of the Scarab Company placed in the expedition team also sent a signal, and the troops arranged by the Scarab Company in the farther sea area also marched towards the location of the portal in the storm. The members of the expedition team celebrated loudly in the storm. The waves have become smaller, and the storm will soon pass. When the seawater is a little calmer, they can move towards the portal. This is the largest space portal discovered since the Age of Discovery. Using this level of teleportation array means that the other side of the space must be an extraordinary place. The excavation of this ancient relic will surely make a sensation in the world. It brings not only wealth to explorers, but also a good name that will remain in history forever. Not long after, the ocean finally calmed down. Although it was still drizzling, and the sea was still a little bumpy, The expedition team could not wait to urge the cruise ship to move to the location of the portal. At this time, the portal was submerged by the sea again, but its location had already been recorded. However, before the cruise ship approached the portal, the crew found that their ship had been surrounded by the pirate speedboats. At this time, the expedition team had only one cruise ship. The storm came too suddenly, and the ships that went to explore other seas did not have time to meet up, and the two airships were blown away by the wind. The communication channel was full of noise, and the cruise ship's communication facilities were damaged at some point. The captain of the cruise ship immediately organized the crew to use the weapons on the ship to prepare to resist the attack of the pirates. The expedition team was protected by professional mercenaries, and the explorers themselves also had good strength to deal with ordinary pirates. The cruise ship can try to break out of the encirclement. Anyway, the location of the portal must be obtained. Scarab Company has enough force to block the entire sea area. However, not only did a large number of silver wings take off from the pirate's speedboat, but two demons also appeared in the air. Listen, the ship in front. We are the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Stop the ship immediately, and let us take over. If you resist, you will all become the devil's sacrifice. Chapter 357 Ancient Prison. De Leon was in the control room of the transfer airship, watching what was happening on the sea. The weather phenomenon caused by breaking the confined space had ended. The portal was successfully opened, and then the believers of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss took over the cruise ship of the expedition team. Without backup, the pressure brought by the demons and silver wings made the people on the cruise ship lose the courage to resist. After Gazing at the Abyss promised not to harm the people on the cruise ship, the expedition team surrendered under the leadership of Charles. The believers of Gazing at the Abyss imprisoned all the members of the expedition team in a cargo hold. And then, under the leadership of Duncan, they took Charles and Jessica on a speedboat to the direction of the portal. Julian and Juliet are already on standby with the Angel Army on the airship. In the God-making project, the Angel's combat effectiveness has been further strengthened. The application of semi-energy technology and adaptive computers allows them to adapt to the space environment and freely shuttle between the ground and the orbit. If we follow the strength classification of the ancient magic era, it is difficult to clearly locate these angels. Angels are 13th level creatures, archangels are 14th level creatures, and holy angels are 15th level creatures. This is their own biological level, and it also represents the quality level of the energy they control. Under normal circumstances, high-level energy skills are stronger than low-level energy skills. However, after the God-making project, the energy level of the angels has not changed significantly, but the way they use energy has raised their strength to another level. Therefore, simply using the biological level to evaluate their respective strengths becomes very subjective. So Nicole proposed a new way of dividing strength in the God-making project. Angels who have completed the initial transformation and training of the God-making project can freely convert their own energy into semi-energy bodies, and can use adaptive computer drives to physically and magically define semi-energy bodies, giving semi-energy bodies physical and magical properties. In the future, heroes who can reach this standard will be the first generation of super warriors. Combined with their own energy level, they can accurately evaluate the strength of the warriors in the Great Tomb in the future. The 13th level angels are also the first generation of super warriors, and their comprehensive combat capabilities reach the 14th level, which is equivalent to the quasi-14th level. In a short period of time, the God-making project that made Dalian feel painful every time he thought of it has produced results. The number of angel legions has not changed. The angel rank has not changed, but the strength has increased by a whole level. This is equivalent to Dalian now having 217 quasi-14th level angels, 127 quasi-15th level archangels, and 4 holy angels, who have not reached the 16th level law level, but have the same law level heroes. Fighting qualification. Plus, Julian and Juliet can combine into a law level arbitration angel. This is the reason why Dalian dares to open this ancient prison, no matter who is imprisoned inside, as long as his strength is not up to the level of Michael, Satan, and Lucifer. The angel army can make him sit in front of him and drink a cup of tea. Besides, this is just a portal to the ancient prison, and the prison must have another seal. And the jailer guarding the prison cannot be so strong that the angel army cannot deal with it. Minia, who presided over the entire aerial surveillance mission, said to Dalian, "Your Highness, Charles and the others have reached the vicinity of the portal. Keep the angel army on standby, and let Hurricane report any changes on the other side of the portal at any time. When encountering something that Hurricane cannot handle, the angel army will immediately enter and take over the entire ancient prison. Remember, no matter whether they are enemies or friends, treat them as imaginary enemies before you figure out their identities. After giving the order, De Leon continued to focus on the surveillance images in front of him, while occupying the cruise ship. The Abyss cultists also circled the sea area where the portal was located. When the wind is calm, the portal is below the water surface and is not convenient to enter. However, this is not difficult for the evil believers who are anxious to enter the ancient prison. The magicians of the abyss-gazing cult use magic to freeze the seawater within a radius of 50 meters of the portal into ice, then melted the ice around the portal and pulled it away, and finally tied a heavy anchor under the large ice block to stabilize the position of the ice block. When Duncan, Charles, and Jessica arrived by boat, the magicians of the abyss-gazing cult even used ice to create a staircase leading to the portal along the inner wall of the ice block. This large portal is located in the middle of the depression in the ice block, with a width of 20 meters and a width of 30 meters, allowing large creatures and equipment to pass through here. Charles took out his camera and took a few photos of the portal, and then said to Duncan, "The large forms of the ancient ultimate creatures are all over 6 meters, and some can reach more than 10 meters. This portal should be prepared for the ultimate creatures. The lifespan of the ultimate creatures is generally very high. If the legend of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss is correct, there may really be demons inside. Even if it is wrong, there are very likely other types of ultimate creatures. The ultimate creatures are very powerful. If we break in like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back." The believers of Gazing at the Abyss all knelt on the ice. They worshipped the portal with Duncan and chanted prayers praising the Lord of Dread. After the prayer, Duncan stood up and said to Charles, "I am sure there must be demons inside. And I believe that this storm is the miracle of my God guiding us here. Staring into the abyss will bring out the real demons, who will surely lead us to overthrow the Church of the Most Good and let fear occupy the world." "Charles, you are not afraid, are you? Miss Jessica can stay here, but you must follow us." Jessica touched Hurricane's head and said, "No. I am the assistant of the Jazz. I will not stay here. If the demon inside threatens the Jazz's life, I will let Hurricane bite off his head." Ha ha ha. Duncan was amused by Jessica's words, and he said, "The power of the demon is beyond your imagination. Don't worry. The guards left here by the Lord of Dread are inside, and we are the believers of the Lord of Dread, and the demons will not hurt us. Can we go in, Charles?" Charles was holding an instrument to measure the energy stability of the portal, and confirmed that the portal would not be closed in the short term. He said, "Okay, let's go in." After hearing Charles's words, Duncan waved his hand, and a team of senior priests, who gazed into the abyss, entered the portal first. After a senior priest came out again and confirmed that the portal was a two-way transmission, Duncan and Charles entered the portal. Jessica looked at the sea around her, and the believers who gazed into the abyss, who stayed here, also walked in with Hurricane. Inside the portal was a closed space similar to a cave. The entire space is very large, and the ubiquitous fluorescent moss provides a layer of dim light for the entire space. There are strange rocks all around. The four walls are about 1,000 meters away, and the height of the dome is also about 1,000 meters. The portal stands in the center of the entire cave space. The space is empty, and there are no signs of living things. Just as the abyss cultists were about to spread out to explore the surroundings, the fluorescent moss that originally emitted a faint green light all emitted red light, making the entire space like a furnace. The temperature is also constantly rising. At the same time, a voice echoed in the space, "Human, what happened outside? Why didn't anyone come to change guards for 2,000 years? Chapter 358 Demon Lord. The sudden voice made the people who came in suddenly alert, and the information in the words made them a little confused. When a normal demon sees a human, shouldn't it pounce on him to enjoy the pleasure of killing? Why did the owner of the voice see a human as if he saw a relative? And his tone was full of the feeling of being ignored and resentful. Is this a demon? Did he find the wrong place, or was the information of staring into the abyss wrong? Duncan walked out. He looked around the empty cave, and after he couldn't determine the source of the voice, he randomly said to a location, "Excuse me, are you a demon?" Of course. The voice became impatient. "Human lifespan is too short. The human dragon warriors, who guarded the seal with us, have long turned into bones. Since you are here to change guards, The handover ceremony can be skipped. Why don't I see the demons? Didn't King Urgus send warriors to replace us? Confirming that there are really demons here. The believers of Gazing into the Abyss are ecstatic. And Sir Charles also noticed the message revealed in the demon's words. This is indeed a space seal prison. But the demons guarding here are not the only ones mentioned by Gazing into the Abyss. There are also human guards here. Although the human guards have long died. It can be seen from the attitude of the demons that humans and demons are of equal status. And can cooperate with each other in some matters with mutual trust. This confirms what Hurricane said at the beginning. Jessica's ancestors brought dignity to the human race. Even the arrogant high-level creatures, like demons, have not shown a tone, an attitude of contempt for the human race. It can be seen how deep the influence of that ancestor on the demon race is. Moreover, since the records of the guards here by Gazing at the Abyss are wrong, then are the prisoners imprisoned in it the fallen angels? But before Charles could remind Duncan, the worship of the demon god made Duncan lose his calmness. He led the followers of Gazing at the Abyss to praise the dread Lord loudly, and said to the demons in the cave, the most perfect and evil race in the world, the symbol of hell. Dear demon, I am Duncan, the bishop of the Soroyan branch of the Gazing at the Abyss sect. Gazing into the Abyss is a sect that believes in the demon Lord Urgus. We worship the Lord of Dread, Chaos and Evil, and we want to eliminate the hypocrisy of the world, expose the evil nature of the human race, and make the human race a member of hell. But our power is too small to complete the duties entrusted to us by the Lord of Dread. Fortunately, the Lord of Dread led us to find you. You are the last demon army left by the Lord in the main world. If you are willing to join and lead Gazing into the Abyss, then no one in the world will be our opponent, and the main world will become hell. Duncan gave an impassioned speech, dancing with his hands, as if the most real and perfect evil and chaotic world in his heart was about to be opened from his hands. But the devil's response was obviously very cold. He said lightly, turning the main world into hell. Are you sure this is what King Urgus meant? Have you asked the 3 kings of the first empire of the main world? The first empire of the main world? 3 kings? According to the limited historical records discovered, the predecessor of the Order Star, the main world plane, was in a state of division for a long time, and each city-state was independent. Among the many planes in the ancient magic era, the main world plane was the largest, but also the weakest, and was bullied and plundered by the powerful planes. However, the main world plane was once unified for a period of time, and its name was the First Empire of the main world. But not much detailed information was passed down, and even the names of the rulers of the past dynasties were not known. Sir Charles seized the opportunity to ask, who are the 3 kings of the First Empire of the main world? If Jessica's ancestor led the human race to gain the respect of the advanced races, then he must have a relationship with the First Empire of the main world, or even be one of the 3 kings who created the First Empire of the main world. Emperor Howard, Queen Joyce, Prince Fachin, the demon read, and then said, why are you asking me this? What happened in the outside world? Duncan was very dissatisfied with Charles interrupting his conversation with the demon. And he answered first, 2,000 years ago, the world collapsed and the First Empire of the main world disappeared. Also disappeared were all other planes such as Hell and the world of heroes. Now there is only one plane left in the main world, called the Order Star. Therefore, dear Lord Demon, you don't need to consider the attitude of the First Empire of the main world. In this world, there is no force that can stop your demon army. You can kill as much as you want and spread terror. The First Empire of the main world is gone? Yes. Hell and the world of heroes are gone. Yes. There is only the main world plane now. And the strongest people in the whole world are only a small number of 14th level. If your strength reaches 15th level, then the entire Order Star is your hunting ground. The demon was silent, but the fire in the cave was getting more and more intense, and the temperature began to rise again. Hell is chaos and disorder. These demons stayed here to guard the sealed prison, not because they were loyal to Urgus, but because they were afraid of Urgus's force. If Urgus and Hell were gone, the First Empire of the main world was gone. The angels were gone. All the forces that could threaten them were gone. As the world's highest military group, why are they still here? Of course, they are releasing the anger that has been trapped here for 2,000 years. Staring into the abyss? Followers of the dread Lord Urgus? The demon spoke again, but his tone was very different, full of the arrogance of a villain after he succeeded. Duncan felt the demon's tyrannical aura getting stronger and stronger. He knelt on the ground with the believers who were gazing at the abyss, and shouted loudly, "We are the most loyal believers of the Lord of Dread. We are willing to dedicate our strength and lives to the evil chaos." The believers who were gazing at the abyss knelt down. And then a demon with hellfire all over his body walked out of the subspace. He was 7 meters tall, and as strong as a hill. Behind him was a pair of demon wings, a pair of hemoglobin horns on his head, and dark red armor on his body. The appearance of the demon filled the entire cave space with a terrifying atmosphere. He stood there and looked down at the even smaller humans kneeling on the ground, and said in an arrogant tone, "I will send my subordinates to see if this world is what you said. If you are not lying, for the sake of King Urgus, I will allow you and your so-called abyss-gazing church to enjoy the privileges granted to you by me." Demon Lord Morris. Why don't these two people kneel down? Demon Lord Morris noticed Charles and Jessica among the people kneeling on the ground. The two of them standing there were particularly eye-catching. Chapter 359 Blessing of the Angel. Demons are level 13 ultimate creatures. Big demons are level 14 creatures. And demon lords are level 15. The demon in front of him, Morris, calls himself a demon lord, which means he has the power of level 15. And level 15 is a completely rampant existence on the Order Star, where the strongest force is only level 14. Moreover, according to what Morris said, there is really a demon army here. If they are released, then the world will really be over. Sir Charles looked at Jessica and the Frost Hurricane beside her. Hurricane remained in a squatting position, and his calm appearance gave Sir Charles great confidence. The knight said to the demon Lord Morris, "The lady next to me is the descendant of a very noble lord. With her status, she does not need to salute you. I think with your knowledge, you should be able to see that she is the descendant of that great being." After hearing Charles's introduction, Morris began to look at Jessica carefully, but his eyes were full of confusion. Duncan was immediately shocked when he heard Charles's words. He whispered to the knight, "Don't try to deceive the great demon lord with those deceptive tricks. If you don't want to die here, kneel down immediately and beg Lord Morris for forgiveness." "Shut up," Morris scolded Duncan. He seemed to sense something, and turned into a small form to observe Jessica from a closer distance. Even in a small form, Morris was still very tall and strong, and there was a burning flame in the pupils of his eyes. The demon in front of Jessica reminded her of her childhood, in the orphanage filled with fire and death. She lay on the edge of the blood pool, and a demon appeared on the altar and killed the children who were sacrificed by staring into the abyss. Fear and terror made Jessica's body stiff, and at the same time a huge force suddenly appeared and pushed towards the approaching demon Lord Morris. Although the force was not great, it shocked Morris, and he immediately used the subspace movement to change his position. "Angel's blessing?" Morris's expression was very puzzled. He said to Charles, "I can't see which great being she is the descendant of, but her ancestors must have an extremely close relationship with Cloud City, which made a very powerful angel willing to protect her. Not only her, but the first person born in each generation of this great being will be protected by this powerful angel. So when she feels in danger, the angel's blessing will help her get through the danger. However, when her first child is born, the angel's blessing will be transferred to her child. I don't want to be an enemy of this angel, so I forgive your rudeness. Now open the portal. I want to see what the main world will look like in 2,000 years. Charles did not open the portal. Morris' explanation was completely different from what he imagined. He always thought that the demons were afraid of Jessica because her ancestors were important figures in hell. So the demons let Jessica go at that time. And now it seems that the demon summoned at that time did not harm Jessica because he did not want to provoke Jessica's guardian angel. Jessica's ancestors actually had a very high status in the Angel's Cloud City, the first empire of the main world. Death Realm, Hell, Cloud City. What kind of person is Jessica's ancestor? He has an extraordinary status in these 4 planes and 4 races. Charles continued to ask, "Lord Morris, can you recognize her ancestor through the blood of this lady? And which angel blessed her? And where is this angel?" Morris was a little impatient. He said, "Recognizing ancestors through blood is the ability of the dead. We demons are only interested in souls. The existence of the angel allows the purest blood of this lady's family to be inherited by the first person of each generation. And then, the angel sleeps in the blood to ensure that the family can continue. I don't know who the angel is, but I definitely can't mess with him. But as long as he stays asleep, he can't do anything to me. I am still the strongest in this world. I have explained it to you patiently. If it weren't for this angel, I would rather set you on fire and watch your soul run out. Get out of the way. My army and I have been guarding here for 2,000 years. We need to go out and have some fun." Charles and Duncan were both stunned. The demon lord was a creature of level 15 when he was born. The angel he didn't want to mess with was at least a holy angel of level 15. There is a holy angel sleeping in Jessica's blood. Duncan stood up and shouted, "Lord Morris, angels are the mortal enemies of demons. We can't let this angel fall into the hands of our enemies. Here is Lord Morris, your army, and our believers who gaze into the abyss. We can kill them and let the angel die with them." Morris was not interested in Duncan's proposal at all. He said, "Angels and demons are mortal enemies. That was a long time ago. The seal we are guarding is the result of the cooperation between Cloud City and Hell. Now, I just want to do something that a demon should do. I haven't tasted the taste of soul for 2,000 years. If there is no one in this world who can stop us, then we will prepare to hunt." After saying that, Morris snapped his fingers, creating a trail of sparks. Then one demon after another came out of the subspace. Along with the demons came other creatures from hell, demon babies, horned demons, hellhounds, demon princesses, nightmares, devils. Soon, the entire cave was filled with all kinds of hell creatures. They had been guarding here for 2,000 years and could not leave. And they had accumulated a lot of resentment. They would kill and vent their anger as soon as they got out. For a while, the cave was in a mess. However, just as Morris was about to lead his demon army out of the portal, a believer who was gazing at the abyss rushed in from the portal in a panic. "Lord." As soon as he said one word, the believer was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was not until Duncan asked continuously that he gradually came to his senses and said hurriedly, "The fleet of the Scarab Company surrounded us. They mobilized more than 40 warships, 10 airships, and more than 100 silver wings. Now it is estimated that they have captured Iceland, where the portal is located, and are ready to rush in." The army of the Scarab Company came so quickly, and with so many troops. It is obvious that they came prepared. The Scarab Company must have known from the beginning that gazing into the abyss would rob this ancient ruins. And this is an army prepared in advance. Duncan immediately looked at Charles. Charles immediately said, "I didn't leak the secret. Selling you to Scarab Company will not benefit me in any way." Duncan also didn't think that Charles leaked the secret. He would never let anyone else know about his relationship with gazing into the abyss. But it didn't matter who leaked the secret. No one in this world could stop this demon army. Chapter 360. Inside and outside the portal. Don't panic. Duncan comforted the believers, who wanted to rush out of the portal to rescue their companions. He shouted loudly, "Lord Morris is here. We have successfully welcomed the return of the demon army. Look at this army. They are about to spread killing and death to the whole world. Humanity will tremble in fear, and then understand what is the real power, and what is the real self. Now, the first batch of sacrifices has been presented to Lord Morris and his demon army. We are fortunate to witness the first battle of this demon army after 2,000 years. Let us witness the advent of the demon together." The abyss cultists were shouting loudly, infected by Duncan. However, Morris did not lead the demon army out of the portal as Duncan imagined. "Prepare for battle." Morris issued a battle preparation order, and the originally scattered hell warriors immediately began to gather and formed 3 waves of attacks around the portal. The innermost circle was composed of hellhounds and nightmares, who were fast and had strong offensive capabilities. They were responsible for quickly passing through the portal, seizing and guarding the exit at the other end of the portal. Then came the hell demons, who could release fireballs and had long-range attack capabilities. They entered in the second batch and relied on the defense line established by hellhounds and nightmares to suppress the enemy remotely. Finally, there are the infantry units, demon babies, horned demons, and flying demons. After they arrive at the battlefield, they will choose to defend or attack according to the battlefield situation. About 200 demons of various ranks followed Morris. Duncan, Charles, and others finally saw how the army of the ancient magic era fought. It was not what they knew. Low-level troops would only charge in a swarm, and the main force of the battle was the high-level heroes fighting against each other. In the ancient magic era, the battlefield functions of low-level warriors were also very important. High-level demons would even personally release status magic on low-level warriors. Magic springs exploded in the sky above the cave, and water droplets of magic energy fell like rain. Master-level stone skin body protection. Master-level body protection shield. Master-level exaltation. Master level water control magic. Master level bloodthirstiness. Charles, Duncan and the abyss-gazing believers felt the magic state on their bodies. And there was only shock. Shock and shock in their hearts. The master level skills that can only be mastered by 15th level heroes were casually thrown out by the demon Lord Morris. And even the lowest level demon baby was in a master level state. So many master level enhancement magics are enough to give a child the power of an adult. A hero with so many statuses can challenge opponents higher than him. Look at Morris. He doesn't feel nervous or distressed. This is just a normal preparation. Fighting in the ancient magic era was really a luxury. Soon the demon army finished preparing for the war. But no believers of gazing at the abyss came in through the portal. So the situation outside should be very bleak. Demon Lord Morris did not rashly order the army to attack, but casually sent a demon to the other side of the portal to investigate the situation. After the storm ended, Eliza, who was far away in Saroyan City, received information that the expedition team had found the portal. And then the expedition team was ambushed by gazing at the abyss. And the portal fell into the hands of this evil sect. Eliza, who got the news, immediately ordered the fleet on standby to rescue the expedition team and demanded that no matter how much it cost, the control of the portal must be seized. According to the agreement with Master Liang, Scarab Company has the priority to develop this ancient ruins for 1 month. And the time starts from the moment of discovery. So Scarab Company must cherish every moment to safely excavate the ancient ruins. Moreover, Master Liang also said that there are advanced creatures and even ultimate creatures in the ancient ruins. Scarab Company is facing an important battle. It is necessary to complete the occupation of this ancient ruins in the shortest time. To this end, Elisa called up the aircraft on the spaceship and flew directly to the location where the portal was found. At the same time, the military forces of the Scarab Company in the Ghost Sea were mobilized, and Needham was asked to send a group of super genetically modified warriors. And even a few Punishers, with a strength of 14th level, were sent. For Elisa and Needham, the stronger the ancient creature guarding the portal, the more valuable this ancient relic is. Just the living ultimate creature is worth their strongest super genetically modified warriors, consumed here. It took less than half an hour for Elisa to board the cruise ship where the expedition team lived. The army of the Scarab Company has wiped out all the evil cultists who occupied the cruise ship. At this time, the cruise ship was full of traces of battle. The walls were densely covered with bullet holes, and there were corpses left by magic attacks. Some were scorched. Some were frozen. The soldiers of the Scarab Company were cleaning the cruise ship and searching for enemies that might have escaped. There were military airships on standby in the sky, and silver wings patrolling back and forth. Farther away, the fleet of the Scarab Company blocked the sea surface, preventing passing ships from approaching this sea area. Everything was under the control of the Scarab Company. Eliza walked into the bridge of the cruise ship. Through the glass in front, she could clearly see the iceberg created by staring into the abyss. The portal to the ancient ruins was in the sunken pit in the middle of the iceberg. The iceberg was also full of traces of battle. The originally round ice body was pitted by the battle. The soldiers who had just occupied the iceberg were throwing the bodies of the abyss-gazing cultists into the sea. There were 4 ships parked around the iceberg, and the magicians on the ships were urgently reinforcing and repairing the iceberg. Is the battle going well? Have all the people who gazed into the abyss been eliminated? Eliza asked the commander in charge of this operation. As a super genetically modified person, the commander regarded Eliza as the supreme who gave him life and power. He saluted Eliza respectfully and said, "Madam Eliza, we encountered fierce resistance when attacking the abyss-gazing cultists, and also encountered 2 demons. But we were more prepared, and the number of personnel and weapons were far greater than those of the abyss-gazing cult. Now as you can see, the battle is over. We have eliminated all the abyss-gazing cultists we found. But according to the intelligence we just interrogated, a group of abyss-gazing high priests have entered the portal, and the explorer Sir Charles and his assistant Miss Jessica are also inside. Should we launch an attack on the portal immediately?" Eliza was very satisfied with the commander's ability to end the battle so quickly, especially that they were able to defeat 2 demons in such a short time. Although the abyss-gazing demon is a summoned creature, its strength is equal to that of a real 13th level demon. This is a powerful military force. Well done. I give you the choice of whether to attack the portal. Reinforcements are coming. It's up to you to wait for the reinforcements to arrive or to launch an attack now. The commander stood at attention and saluted Eliza, saying, "I choose to attack now." Chapter 361 Iceberg Attack and Defense. Keppel is the commander of the army of the Scarab Company. In a hurry to make greater contributions, he did not choose to wait for the arrival of reinforcements, but prepared to attack as quickly as possible while the remaining personnel of Gazing at the Abyss were unstable at the other end of the portal. Leaving the cruise ship, Keppel boarded the iceberg. Supreme Eliza was watching from the bridge of the cruise ship behind him. There must be no mistakes in this battle. Just now, a demon rushed out of the portal, flew over the iceberg, and then flew back into the portal. Although the soldiers of the Scarab Company shot at the demon continuously, they did not keep him. Set up 5 heavy machine gun fire points on the edge of the iceberg to form crossfire on the portal. The 2nd and 3rd squadrons of Silver Wings maintain an altitude of 200 meters and attack immediately without asking for permission when they find the demons coming out again. Airships number 2654, number 3659, and number 5791 form an aerial fire network to provide support for Silver Wings operations. The remaining members of Gazing at the Abyss still have demons in their hands, which makes Kuiper cautious when attacking. He didn't know what was on the other side of the portal. If Gazing at the Abyss relied on the terrain on the other side to block the exit of the portal, then the Scarab Company, which could not play its personnel advantage, might suffer a very large loss. In addition, Gazing into the Abyss is also a powerful sect with a long history. It is hard to guarantee that they will not have reinforcements or difficult divine arts to deal with. Therefore, before attacking the portal, Kuiper first strengthened the defense on this side of the portal. The side of the portal occupied by the Scarab Company is very advantageous to the defenders. The portal is in the depression in the middle of the iceberg, and the firepower network set up around it can block all angles of the portal from a high position. There are infantry with guns and heavy machine gun firepower points on the iceberg platform. Above is the Silver Wing. Behind the Silver Wing is the airship. The 3-layer firepower network, light and heavy, is matched, and the firepower is fierce. No matter what comes out of the portal, even a demon can beat him into a sieve in an instant. In the narrow area of the portal, Kuiper doesn't believe that anyone can break through this defense line. It's time to think about how to rush in. First, conduct a reconnaissance on the other side of the portal. Kuiper dispatched a heavy infantry, 3 war fortresses, and 15 infantrymen wearing heavy armor are this heavy infantry unit. They stand in front of the portal, with the war fortress in front and the heavy infantry behind. All the heavy infantry are magicians. He holds a special alchemical heavy shield and a short-barreled shotgun that can be fired with one hand. The task of this heavy infantry is to enter the portal, withdraw immediately after recording the opponent's deployment, and then hand it over to Keppel to formulate offensive tactics. After the final pre-war inspection and confirmation that all equipment can be used, the heavy infantry troops arranged an assault formation, loaded bullets and shells, and fanned out the firing angles of the muzzles and guns. After rushing through the portal, they can suppress fire in all directions in the shortest time. Prepare to enter. Keppel shouted to the heavy infantry standing on the platform of the iceberg. 3, 2, 1. Attack! The war fortress released the stored air pressure together, and the multi-legged mechanical legs broke the ice under their feet and rushed towards the portal. The heavy infantry behind followed closely with heavy shields. However, just when the war fortress was about to touch the portal, the halo on the portal flickered, and a large group of running Hell Nightmares rushed out from it and crashed into the war fortress. Hell Nightmares are high-level creatures born at the 10th level. They are naturally good at fire magic and mental magic. Their own strength and defense are also very high. They are the main heavy cavalry in the Hell military sequence. When these nightmares hit the war fortress, they directly broke the mechanical legs and put the body on the ground. The nightmares continued to run, and the flames released swept forward, enveloping all the heavy infantry who had raised their shields to prepare for defense. The screams awakened the stunned warriors. They had never expected that such a creature would rush out from the portal. They had the body of a horse, but they were burning with fire. They could collide with steel and release fire magic. This monster that had never been seen before was full of frightening aura. And there was more than one such monster. After the first monster rushed out, the same monsters kept pouring out. It's the nightmare of hell. Keppel was the first to react. He pulled out his pistol and shot at the nightmare below, and shouted to his subordinates, "Shoot! Shoot! Shoot now!" There was a burst of gunfire. Long guns, short guns, light and heavy machine guns spurted out flames at the same time, pouring ammunition at the nightmare below. Silver Wing in the air used armor-piercing magic to shoot deadly bullets at the nightmare's vital points. The unfamiliar attack method caused the first batch of nightmares to suffer a great loss. Although their body defenses were piled up high under the blessing of status magic and could resist ordinary bullets, they were still shot through by the special armor-piercing bullets shot by Silver Wing. The 3 nightmares wailed and fell to the ground. But the other nightmares immediately released force field shields to block the bullets, and used healing magic to treat their injured companions. At this time, the Hellhounds followed the nightmare and rushed out. The Hellhounds were born as intermediate creatures of the 5th level, and some Hellhounds could evolve into the 6th level Hellhounds. The Hellhounds were the light cavalry of the Hell forces. They were extremely agile and very ferocious, and liked to tear the enemy into pieces. The combination of Hellhounds and Nightmares was the invincible assault force of the Hell Army. The Nightmare was responsible for breaking through the enemy's defense line, and the Hellhounds followed up to tear and widen the gap to welcome the follow-up of the Hell Army in the rear. After rushing out of the portal, the Hellhounds hooked their claws on the ice wall and rushed up to the soldiers shooting above. The Nightmare below immediately used magic to provide cover for the Hellhounds, and the steaming flames sprayed upwards, and the mental magic directly knocked some soldiers to the ground. The Hellhounds only took 1 charge to reach the platform of the iceberg. The panicked soldiers in front of them. The bullets of ordinary guns could not break the master-level defense magic in a short time, and the claws and teeth of the Hellhounds could easily tear the soldiers' bodies apart. The defense line on the iceberg of the Scarab Company collapsed, and the soldiers who fled in panic jumped into the sea to avoid the attack of the Hellhounds. The silver wings in the sky increased the speed of shooting, and the airship also lowered its altitude. The heavy machine guns and machine guns were madly pouring ammunition at the Nightmares and Hellhounds. As the number of Nightmares increased, a larger and stronger defense shield was deployed on the iceberg. When the Hell Demon Princess came out of the portal to join the battle, a sky full of fireballs was shot up from the iceberg. The air force of the Scarab Company and the ground army of the Demon Army were engaged in air-to-air shooting. Chapter 362 High Altitude Observer. When the iceberg platform was about to be lost, Keitel retreated from the front line of the firefight to the cruise ship at the first opportunity. He knew what he should do as a commander of an army. Fighting with the soldiers would only make the situation worse. Entering the bridge of the cruise ship, Keitel still maintained the composure of a commander. He saluted Eliza and said worriedly, "Madam, the guards in the portal are stronger than we expected. These must be the elite Hell Army in the ancient magic era. Our current forces can only temporarily block them in the iceberg. If we want to eliminate them and attack the portal, we need to wait for reinforcements to arrive. This time it was my mistake because I underestimated the enemy. I will continue to command the battle against the ancient ruins guards here, but it is really dangerous here. Madam, please retreat to a safe area immediately." Eliza did not move. She looked at the fierce battle on the iceberg battlefield. The warriors of Hell have completely controlled the entire iceberg. They use magic to protect themselves and the iceberg, and then use magic to attack the silver wings and airships in the sky. The silver wings of Scarab Company are using their mobility in the air to avoid the long-range firepower of the Hell Army while shooting at the enemies below with alchemical rifles. One of the 3 airships has been shot down. Their huge and fragile bodies are really too vulnerable. Seeing their companions being enveloped in flames and falling in the continuous explosion of ammunition, the other 2 airships urgently rose to escape the range before the fireballs formed a barrage. The firepower support of the airships was greatly reduced, and the silver wings began to be damaged. If the fight continued like this batch of silver wings would definitely be wiped out. Eliza asked Keitel, "How are you going to fight this battle?" Keitel immediately replied, "Hell creatures generally have a high affinity for fire magic. In an environment with a high water element, the combat effectiveness of Hell creatures will be greatly reduced. The battlefield of this battle is on the sea, which is the most unfavorable combat environment for Hell creatures. After Madam reaches a safe area, I will have all silver wings evacuate, and then have our fleet bomb the iceberg with naval guns outside the enemy's magic range. We have plenty of ammunition on our warships, and the speed at which the Hell Clan magicians repair the iceberg is definitely slower than the speed at which we destroy it. As long as we blow up the iceberg, all these Hell creatures will fall into the sea. We can retake this side of the portal and consider attacking after the reinforcements arrive." Eliza didn't understand military command, and she thought what Keitel said was feasible. So she said, "You are the commander of this war, so do it according to your ideas. I will retreat to the rear and wait for your news. But I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what method you use, you must completely occupy this ancient ruins." "Yes, madam." Elisa did not interfere with Keppel's command of the battle here. She boarded the aircraft she came in and left the cruise ship. However, Elisa did not retreat to the rear, but drove the aircraft straight into the sky. When she came, the radar on the aircraft illuminated a very large flying object in the airspace 10,000 meters above. Then Elisa recognized that it was an airship. The airship that Master Liang invited her to meet last time. Elisa didn't expect that Master Liang was in this sea area, so he must have known about the discovery of the portal. This is also the reason why Elisa asked Keppel to resolve the battle in 3 days. Although the Scarab Company and the Blackfire Company reached an agreement, the Scarab Company did not interfere in the struggle of Marcellus in exchange for the priority development rights of this ancient ruins for 1 month. But contracts are sometimes meant to be torn up. If the Blackfire Company believes that this ancient ruins has a higher value than they imagined, then the possibility of them breaking the agreement and coming to rob is very high. The Scarab Company cannot fight on 2 fronts, so it needs to take control of this ancient ruins before the Blackfire Company decides to rob it. This time, Elisa took the initiative to meet Master Liang in order to test the attitude of the Blackfire Company. The aircraft driven by Elisa was not attacked and landed smoothly on the upper platform of the airship. This time, De Liang did not entertain Elisa in the open air, but sent someone to invite her to a special reception room. The white-style room uses a lot of glass walls, so that people inside can clearly see the scenery at high altitudes, and do not need to expose themselves to the low-pressure and low-temperature environment at high altitudes. This is countless times better than the treatment Elisa received last time. The corners and decorative tables of the room are filled with fresh green plants and blooming flowers, and a round glass coffee table is placed between 2 soft sofas. De Liang sat on one of the sofas, holding a glass of fruit milk. After Elisa came in, she asked De Liang without waiting for him to invite her to sit down, "Master Liang, why are you here? It's still early for our agreed time, and you'll distract us by putting such a large airship here. This has violated our agreement. For 1 month, I don't want to see any property belonging to the Blackfire Company appear within 1,000 kilometers of this sea area." De Liang looked outside first. The aircraft that Elisa was riding was parked not far away. It looked like a fathead fish, with a big head and a long body, pursuing carrying capacity and driving comfort. The wings, which were much smaller than the body, were obviously not used to provide lift for the body, but to improve stability when flying in the atmosphere. I really want to take it apart and study it. De Liang suppressed his greedy thoughts, turned his head to look at the angry Elisa, and said with a smile, "Madam Elisa, our agreement does not include restricting the scope of activities of the Blackfire Company. I am a very trustworthy person. Since your expedition team discovered the portal, my people have not taken any action. So don't accuse me of violating our agreement. I said I won't do anything for a month, and I will definitely not do anything. As for the impact you have suffered, that is your own business. Sit down and have a drink. If you don't trust me, you can also live here. I promise you will be safer than anywhere else." Elisa sat down opposite De Liang and looked at the red wine poured by the maid without touching the glass. She was not really angry, and of course, she did not expect the Blackfire Company to not enter the range of 1,000 kilometers of the portal. "Thank you for your invitation, Master Liang. I am very willing to live here. This place is so close to the portal of the ancient ruins that I can learn about the situation there in time. If it is convenient, please give me and my servant a separate room and allow me to come and go freely." Elisa was not polite to De Liang and immediately agreed to stay on the airship. Chapter 363, Luring the Enemy. After Elisa left the cruise ship, Keppel immediately ordered the destruction of the iceberg. Without the iceberg as a fulcrum, any hell creatures that came out of the portal would fall into the sea and be called out one by the warships of the Scarab Company. Silver Wing retreated from the sky above the iceberg and landed on the surrounding warships to rest. More than a dozen warships of various types surrounded the iceberg in the center, and all the cannons with firing angles aimed their muzzles at the iceberg. Here we can see the advantages of thermal weapons in the Age of Discovery. The range of advanced cannons far exceeds the range of magic in the ancient Magic Age. After a brief calm on the sea, dense artillery sounds suddenly rang out. The flying shells drew a tracer in the air and hit the ice wall of the iceberg. The flames and smoke of the explosion instantly submerged the entire iceberg. The Hell Army was very uncomfortable with the battle mode that they had never seen before. Although his army only suffered a small loss, it occupied the exit on the other side of the portal. But he didn't expect that the exit was actually on the sea. And the foothold was only an iceberg with a radius of only 50 meters. The battle environment was extremely unfavorable to this Hell army. When the enemy used ultra-long-range artillery to bombard the iceberg, the Hell warriors who occupied the iceberg could only defend themselves. Fortunately, although the Hell creatures are not good at water magic, it does not mean that they can't. The magic advantage allowed the defenders to build a solid defense shield and constantly repair the iceberg with seawater. Seeing the army of Hell trapped on the iceberg, Duncan was extremely anxious, and he took the initiative to come to the side of the demon lord Morris. Morris made a throne for himself. He sat in the throne, surrounded by demons, listening to his subordinates reporting the battle report on the other side of the portal, and adjusting the deployment of troops on the iceberg position from time to time. Duncan humbly suggested to Morris, "Respected Lord Morris, I heard that the enemy is bombarding the iceberg you occupied with naval guns. I think you should send out the demons at this time." "Just send 10. "No. Just send 5 demons. You can eliminate all the enemies in front of you." "Do I need you to order me to lead the battle?" Morris said to Duncan arrogantly. "The changes in the main world are really great. You humans are weaker than I thought. The only thing that has not changed is greed and temptation. The people on the other side of the portal have no idea of their own weakness. They think they have a chance to defeat us. This is why I have not used demons, and even sent only a small number of troops to defend the iceberg. I just want them to think that as long as the attack is more fierce and more people participate in the attack, we can win." The enemy did not withdraw, but just kept a distance to bomb the iceberg, obviously waiting for reinforcements. "Then I will wait for more people to come. That is when the demons will be used. Now, do you need my demons to destroy them?" Morris laughed, and the demons laughed too. After being ridiculed, Duncan returned to the team of Gazing into the Abyss. Things did not develop as he imagined. Gazing into the Abyss is a church that believes in the Lord of Dread. These demons are the subordinates of the Lord of Dread, and are subordinates of the Lord of Dread Urgus. They should work together to promote the Lord of Dread. Why can't these demons show any devout belief in the Lord of Dread? And their attitude towards the followers of Gazing into the Abyss is like treating a group of clowns to entertain themselves? They don't look like a family at all. And is a demon who doesn't regard angels as mortal enemies still a demon? Thinking of this, Duncan couldn't help but look at Jessica and Charles, who were sitting and resting. A family blessed by angels. A girl with a powerful angel sleeping in her blood can actually sit in front of a group of demons safely. What he saw and heard today really overturned Duncan's imagination of demons. He walked to Sir Charles and sat down. He whispered, "Do you have anything to explain to me about the last time that Staring into the Abyss was driven out of the continent by the Church of the Good? The Holy See's comprehensive siege of us started from the orphanage that sacrificed the devil. We investigated the data of that operation and found that there was a girl who was not killed by the devil for some reason. When the believers were about to bury the girl under the devil's altar, the Holy See suddenly surrounded the orphanage. There were very few believers who could escape from the orphanage. But there were some. Although we don't know if you were there at the time. If the girl was alive, she should be the same age as Miss Jessica." Jessica, who was standing by, immediately became nervous when she heard this, and quietly put her hand on the holster. Charles patted Jessica's shoulder and said, "Relax. If Bishop Duncan wanted to expose us, he wouldn't tell us." Then Charles said to Duncan, "You guessed right. I am the informer. Jessica is the girl who was not killed by the devil. I thought her blood came from a high-level devil. So the devil we summoned was afraid. But those crazy believers insisted on burying her alive. At that time, I just wanted to save Jessica, and then explore the secrets of her ancestors, so as to gain higher power from the devil. So I informed the Holy See, and then adopted the rescued Jessica as Charles. Now it seems I was wrong. The demons at that time were not afraid of Jessica's demon bloodline, but because she had a powerful guardian angel. Now that you know my secret, what are you going to do?" Duncan looked around and found that no abyss-gazing believers were paying attention to this place. So he whispered to Charles, "If I expose your affairs, neither the Church of the Most Good nor the abyss-gazing will let you go. But since what happened before has happened, it can no longer be undone. Just like this world is about to be destroyed by these demons, the abyss-gazing will also grow stronger and replace the Church of the Most Good in the world. And I will also have great power in the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. At that time, I can use my influence to absolve you of your crimes. But you have to do one thing for me." Charles asked, "What do you need me to do?" Duncan looked around again and said, "I don't believe that angels and demons can coexist peacefully. When these demons know that the first empire of the main world is gone, they have no pressure to kill humans. But without the Cloud City, Morris did not dare to touch a human protected by an angel. This shows that Morris did not tell the truth. He knew who the angel guarding Jessica was. An angel who can make Morris feel afraid just by using his name. And what kind of human family can make such an angel willing to protect it? If Miss Jessica is willing to join gazing at the abyss, it must be the supreme honor of gazing at the abyss. Chapter 364 Born Extraordinary. Charles did not expect that Duncan actually wanted to invite Jessica to join gazing into the abyss. It seems that Duncan believes that the demon Lord Morris will spread evil, chaos and fear throughout the world. Even if the gazing into the abyss church is not valued by the demons, it can destroy the church of the good in a desperate environment and become the largest church. As the one who released Morris, Duncan is very likely to become the next president of the church. However, looking at the attitude of Morris and the demons towards gazing into the abyss, Duncan is not sure what Morris will do to gazing into the abyss in the future. Therefore, inviting Jessica to join gazing into the abyss has become a measure for Duncan to protect himself. There is an angel sleeping in Jessica's blood that even Morris is afraid of. If she can be pulled into the gazing abyss and gradually trained to be a believer of the Lord of Dread, maybe that angel can be transformed into a fallen angel with powerful military force. Morris will definitely be afraid of gazing abyss. Charles looked at Jessica and asked, "This is your own business. I shouldn't choose for you." In the plan that Charles and Jessica made at the beginning, they wanted Jessica to infiltrate the Church of Gazing Abyss and find clues about the ancestor through the investigation of Urgus. Now, a demon lord who knows the ancient magic era very well is in front of him. Maybe he knows who Jessica's ancestor is? But this demon lord is obviously very cunning. He doesn't even say who the guardian angel of Jessica's family is. And he may not be willing to tell the identity of that ancestor. And Charles can also be sure that these demons left here from the ancient magic era should have been targeted by that ancestor a long time ago. They can't jump around for too long. And this clue can be broken at any time. But the identity of Jessica's ancestor is also determined within a very small range. The three who once dominated the first empire of the world, Emperor Howard, Queen Joyce and Prince Fachin. They are human beings. And they have a certain deterrent effect on demons. If we exclude the woman Queen Joyce, Jessica's ancestor should be one of King Howard and Prince Fachin. Of course, it may also be another great existence that they don't know yet. In short, it is still necessary to confirm who the ancestor is by investigating Urgus. However, Charles really can't make the decision for Jessica in this matter. Although Jessica didn't think as much as Charles did, she also knew that Duncan wanted to use her. She didn't agree immediately, but asked, "If I don't join gazing into the abyss, will you expose what happened back then?" Duncan dared not neglect Jessica's background. He said with honorifics, "Dear Miss Jessica, not everyone is qualified to be protected by an angel. And not every angel can be feared by the demon lord. You are born extraordinary. Now that you know the existence of the angel, as long as you find a way to awaken him, you will be the most powerful human in the world. I will not be your enemy. And of course, I will not reveal Charles's identity to anyone. But the Scarab Company must know the plan of Charles and me. And other abyss-gazing believers may also have some speculations about the orphanage incident like me. If you don't reach an alliance agreement with me, I have no reason to take the risk to protect Charles." Duncan explained his thoughts to Jessica. He hoped that Jessica would consider Charles's safety and join the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. As for awakening the angel, it was not to fool Jessica. Duncan really had such an idea. Gazing into the Abyss needed a fallen angel who could deter Morris. The deterrent power of a sleeping angel was definitely not as good as that of an awakened fallen angel. Duncan believed that with gazing into the abyss's research on evil divine power, there must be a way to transform the angel into a fallen angel and then wake him up. Jessica really cared about Charles. She didn't know which direction this incident would develop. But Charles's identity must have been exposed, whether it was to protect Charles or to continue to investigate her ancestor. Jessica felt that she had to enter the gazing abyss. "Okay." Jessica stroked Hurricane's head and replied to Duncan, "I can join the gazing abyss. But I definitely can't start as an ordinary believer. And you can't force me to believe in the Dread Lord. In fact, I don't like the gazing abyss or the devil. Good feelings can be cultivated slowly." Duncan was very happy that Jessica agreed to join the gazing abyss. He said confidently, "The world has a very big misunderstanding about the gazing abyss and the Dread Lord, thinking that evil is bad. No. Evil is actually for its own strength. unscrupulous, and not bound by secular morality, depriving the weak of their right to survive. The strong can obtain more and better resources. This is the law of survival that all things in the world abide by. But humans use hypocrisy to restrain their own hands and feet, making themselves weak. If humans want to become stronger, they must accept the choice of evil and chaos. This may be cruel, but it is the only way for humans to grow into higher-level creatures. We stare into the abyss, and the abyss also stares at us. Only by breaking through our own fears and jumping out of the abyss can we be reborn from the abyss. As a senior faculty member of Gazing into the Abyss, Duncan's preaching level is of course high. Jessica was stunned for a long time after listening to this, and felt that what Duncan said was right. The survival of the fittest in the world is so cruel. The moral standards set and followed by humans seem to let weak genes affect the evolution of the entire race. Charles certainly knows how Gazing into the Abyss deceives believers. He was the same age as Jessica when he joined Gazing into the Abyss. The more you think, the easier it is to fall into a vicious circle of thinking. Seeing that Jessica's thoughts were confused due to Duncan's influence, he said, "Think about what you have experienced. Those who say these words have never experienced the most desperate and helpless times. I don't know whether what staring into the abyss believes in is right or wrong. But I can be sure that believing in evil has only two results for humans. Humans will be stronger or weaker than they are now, with only a 50% chance. It is not worth it for us to overturn the current mature values and morals and gamble with the fate of mankind. You may be confused in the future, and may face the choice between good and evil. But no matter what choice you make, you must first have the strength to make a choice." Although Charles betrayed staring into the abyss, it does not mean that he turned to kindness, but that he was more rational and no longer regarded staring into the abyss as a holy book. Therefore, Charles did not interfere too much with Jessica in terms of position, but just reminded her that she must have the strength to take the right path. Chapter 365 Insight. Due to the existence of the demon Lord Morris, Hurricane and Cindy, who quietly followed Jessica, were trying their best to suppress their energy and reduce their presence. The Frost Dragon is a newly born 14th level creature. Hurricane has the strength of 15th level, and the blood-sucking sword guard Cindy has only reached the 14th level. They don't know Morris, so in the case of unclear enemy and friend, exposing their identities may affect De Liang's entire plan. In addition, there is a space barrier. Hurricane and Cindy have no way to pass on what they see and hear here. Their main task is just to protect Jessica when she is in danger. Therefore, De Liang did not know that there was a guardian angel in Jessica's blood. This sleeping angel would only release a little bit of power when Jessica was in danger or had major emotional fluctuations, which was why De Liang could not find the existence of the angel. At this time, De Liang was on the airship watching the Scarab Company dispatch troops to reinforce the Portal Sea area. Kuiper's plan to shatter the iceberg failed. More than a dozen warships bombarded a small iceberg for several hours, emptying the pre-stocked ammunition on the ship, but failed to destroy the structure of the iceberg. He underestimated the magic level of the ancient magic era, and realized that it was definitely not as easy as he imagined to capture the portal. Eliza only gave 3 days, and Kuiper used this time to accumulate the largest force. Fortunately, the hell creatures that came out of the portal did not have the ability to fight across the ocean, and the sea water naturally restrained the hell creatures with high affinity for fire elements. The Scarab Company had no way to deal with the iceberg protected by magic, and the hell creatures could not threaten the Scarab Company fleet a few kilometers away. The Scarab Company, which believed it was invincible, prepared for war easily. After receiving new supplies, the Scarab Company spent most of its time resting and preparing for war, except for bombarding the iceberg for 10 minutes every 1 or 2 hours. As the number of ships increased, hundreds of ships of various types were surrounded by the iceberg. Military meetings were also held frequently on the cruise ship. De Liang and Eliza sat together in their spare time, chatting in the transparent reception room while waiting for the Scarab Company's general attack on the iceberg to begin. Eliza also told De Liang about some of the Scarab Company's attack plans. At the beginning, we did not consider bombing an iceberg. Therefore, we did not bring many shells, and the caliber of the ship's guns was not large. This time we brought a large number of torpedoes, and 3 battleships with 305mm heavy guns will arrive today. After the general attack, 14 airships will drop bombs on the iceberg from high altitudes. No matter how much those hell creatures strengthen the iceberg, my fleet can blow it to pieces within half an hour. Then, my army will rush in from the portal, under the leadership of the enhanced gene warriors. The battle inside will definitely be very difficult. And the Scarab Company will also make great sacrifices. But this ancient ruins will eventually be conquered by me. I hope you can keep your promise and not send people to make trouble. To Elisa, who is always vigilant, Dalian laughed and said, "Don't be as profit-seeking as I think. And don't be too optimistic about this battle. If the upcoming war makes you too nervous, why don't we talk about the Star Alliance and the Order Star here? You should know, our two families fighting on the Order Star will easily expose the Order Star. Does the Scarab Company have any countermeasures?" Eliza didn't realize that De Leon was trying to get information about the Star Alliance from her. The excavation of this ancient relic really made her a little nervous. The magic power used by those hell creatures was stronger than she imagined in the ancient magic era. It also means that the value of this ancient relic far exceeds her and Needham's estimates. She knew that Master Leon also knew the value of this ancient relic. So she was worried that the Black Fire Company would attack the Scarab Company from behind at this time. Hearing De Leon change the subject, Eliza also relaxed herself appropriately. Once the location of the Order Star is exposed, the resources here will not be exclusive to our two companies. This is the worst result. However, the Scarab Company can cooperate with the founding company of the Star Alliance to develop the Order Star, and give most of the resources to the founding company to ensure that it has a not small fixed share. As for your parent company, if you don't have the strength to cooperate with the founding company, you will definitely be squeezed out of this resource star. Therefore, for a small Star Alliance company like you, it is best to accept the distribution agreement of the Scarab Company. It's not too late for you to agree that Scarab Company will have the right to distribute the Order Star. Once we finish excavating this ancient ruins, your bargaining chips will be much less. As a small company, we must have a courageous heart. A bicycle can become a motorcycle if we try hard. If you can't take down this ancient ruins within a month, then the things inside may be ours. De Leon said, "The problem now is that Scarab Company is too tough on the right to distribute the Order Star. Originally, our two companies could have developed it together peacefully. But you want to take more and give more. I'm afraid that if we continue to fight like this, things will develop in the worst direction." Scarab Company had to give up a large part of its interests. "Mrs. Eliza, I can see that you are not a senior executive of Scarab Company, and you cannot make many decisions. However, some of the things you said to me were very empty, and more of a threat to us to give up our own interests. But you have never come up with some exchange conditions that would move me. This is not something a big company would do, especially when Scarab Company is also facing very big risks. Didn't your boss say that he would use the interests of other places as an exchange to make us make concessions on Order Star?" Hearing what Dalian said, Eliza's heart, which had been slightly relaxed, instantly tensed up. The biggest problem of Scarab Company is that she and Needham have no way to communicate with Star Alliance Scarab Company. Their boss has no idea what is happening on Order Star, and can't just issue orders randomly on a public channel like Interstellar Broadcasting. Therefore, Eliza didn't have many cards to play when negotiating with De Leon. After all, she is just a vegetable farmer at the bottom of Star Alliance Scarab Company, and she has no power to make decisions for the company. She can only try to make Black Fire Company give in, but she can't come up with the corresponding exchange conditions. What Eliza didn't expect was that young Master Leon found the problem from the details so quickly. If Black Fire Company knew that Scarab Company only had 2 old people on Order Star and had lost contact with the head office, then Scarab Company would completely lose the initiative. Chapter 366 Saturation Attack. In order to dispel Dalian's suspicion, Eliza pretended to explain casually, "That's because Scarab Company believes that we don't need to pay anything extra for what originally belongs to me. And things have not yet reached the point where we need to use the interests of other places for exchange. Master Leon, don't think too highly of the capital in your hands. Being too greedy will cost you a price." Dalian smiled and responded, "Yes. Being too greedy will cost you a price. I'll give this sentence back to you, and you will soon understand its meaning. I also welcome you to tell me the real situation of Scarab Company. Now, let's see how the army of the Scarab Company attacked this ancient ruins." De Leon didn't believe Eliza's explanation, but he couldn't guess what was going on inside the Star Alliance Scarab Company. In order not to arouse Eliza's suspicion, he didn't continue to ask, but turned his attention back to the sea where the war was about to break out. The troops mobilized by the Scarab Company were basically in place. The routine bombardment stopped, and the sea entered a tense silence. The ammunition of the naval guns was fully replenished, and hundreds of Silver Wings were on the deck of the ship to receive the final inspection by the ground crew. The airship entered the bombing route, and the door of the bomb bay was already open. Among the many ships, 3 battleships were much larger than the others, and 3 triple-mounted 305mm guns pointed sideways at the tiny iceberg in the distance. Keppel, who had transferred his command position to one of the battleships, stood in the bridge surrounded by many naval officers. He observed the situation on the iceberg with a telescope, and said to his subordinates, "The enemy did not send additional troops to defend the iceberg. It is estimated that they can also realize that the combat environment here is very unfavorable to them. So they do not intend to block us on this side of the portal. Inform everyone. Don't underestimate the enemy just because the battle started smoothly. Our opponent this time is a hell army left over from the ancient magic era. We don't know the number and specific military strength of this army, but we can be sure that there are ultimate creatures and demons in it. The battles to come will be very cruel. However, the warriors don't have to worry too much. The Supremes of the Scarab Company have set many 13th level strongmen for this war, and several 14th level Punishers have also come. We don't need to participate in high-end battles. Our mission is to eliminate all the evil creatures on the other side of the portal. Start the attack." Keppel did not make an impassioned pre-war mobilization. In his opinion, after more than 2,000 years, the army of hell must have few soldiers left. The difficulty of this battle is how to enter the portal and gain a foothold on the other side. Now the Supremes of the head office have sent all the Punishers to support. Even if the opponent is a demon, they have enough strength to lead this army to rush in. This is a battle without suspense. Keppel looked at his pocket watch. This battle will end within the time specified by Lady Eliza. On the deck outside the bridge, Silver Wing took off one by one in small teams. Torpedoes drew water lines on the sea and rushed towards the iceberg in front. Tons of heavy bombs were dropped one after another from the airship. Then the ship shook, and a deafening sound rushed into the bridge. The 3 battleships completed a salvo in 10 seconds. And then, the entire sea surface was filled with gunfire. Almost instantly, the small iceberg was submerged by the huge waves. The warships and airships launched a saturation attack on the iceberg, and the Silver Wings approached the airspace where the iceberg was located from outside the trajectory. They formed an encirclement at an altitude of about 400 meters, and the alchemical rifles were aimed at the bottom to accumulate energy. After the bombing, the Silver Wings were responsible for clearing the remaining enemies on the sea surface, and also sniping those who tried to come through the portal. However, the smoke and steam produced by the explosion had completely wrapped the iceberg inside, and it was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. But under such intensive bombing, the Silver Wings did not think that the iceberg would still exist. As long as there was no iceberg, there would not be much for the Silver Wings to do. In order to give the enemy enough deterrence, Keppel required all firepower to bombard the iceberg continuously for half an hour. Even if the iceberg had been blown to pieces during the period, it could not be stopped. The roar resounded across the sea and really lasted for half an hour. When the time came, the bombardment ended, the raised sea water finally fell, and the fog and smoke were gradually blown away by the sea breeze. The sea surface became quiet again, with only the whistling sound of the Silver Wings steam vents. Silver Wings, advance. The frontline commander of the Silver Wings issued an attack order. All the Silver Wings who received the order dived down together. They aimed their alchemical rifles at the sea surface below, and could shoot immediately if they found anything moving. The fog had not completely dissipated, and it was impossible to see whether the iceberg existed. The Silver Wings continued to dive. Just as the Silver Wings were about to rush into the fog, they saw a large number of black spots suddenly appear in the smoke. The alert Silver Wings immediately changed their flight direction and shot at the black spots. Gunfire. However, the attack of the Silver Wings did not seem to have much effect. The black spot rushed out of the fog without any pause and flew towards the Silver Wings. It's a devil from hell. How can there be so many devils from hell? Devils are creatures of hell at the 11th or 12th level. Among the regular creatures of hell, devils are at the highest level, second only to the ultimate creatures, the demons. In appearance, devils and demons have many similarities. They have the same flesh wings, but the size of devils is much smaller than that of demons, and they are slender, and they use scimitars as weapons. Devils are one of the few races of hell that can fly naturally. The initial level of the 11th level makes devils very strong among the regular air combat units of various races. Most of the Silver Wing pilots were high-level magicians of level 7 to 9. and their strength was not only 1 or 2 levels lower than that of the Hell Demons, who were equivalent to the 11th level magicians. Therefore, when the Silver Wings saw a large number of Hell Demons rushing out of the fog, they immediately fled in panic, without the courage to turn back and fight. But how could the Silver Wings, who flew with aircraft acquired later, be the opponent of the devil who was born to fly? What's more, the two sides encountered so close that when the Silver Wings found the devil, they were already mixed together. The devil has a very high magic talent, especially good at control magic. The suppression of the rank made it impossible for the magicians driving the Silver Wings to resist effectively. They didn't even know how they were attacked, and they lost control of their bodies, and then were chopped off their heads by the chasing devil. Under the watchful eyes of the Scarab Company fleet, a massacre was staged above the sea, and the Silver Wings fell one after another, and the airship was also submerged in the explosion and fire. Soon there were only the demons in the sky. Chapter 367 Freezing. The sea surface became quiet again, strangely quiet. All the soldiers of the Scarab Company who participated in this war did not expect that their own Silver Wings would be completely destroyed just after the war began. The speed was so fast that no one could react before losing air superiority. Now there are 100 devils in the fleet encirclement. They silently stopped above the fog and slowly flapped their flesh wings towards the surrounding warships. How should the next battle proceed? Even Keppel, who was full of confidence just now, could not figure out how to fight for a while. The fog formed by the saturation attack bombing gradually dissipated, and then the outline of the iceberg gradually became clear, and finally fully revealed. Still the same. In an instant, the morale of the entire Scarab Company fleet collapsed. As a soldier, they knew very well how destructive the attack just now was. Nothing could be intact in that bombing. However, the iceberg in front of them ruthlessly made them lose confidence in their weapons. This is not a war of power. They are facing an army from the peak era of magic. After losing the Silver Wings and all the weapons are scrap metal, how can they win this war? Without confidence in victory, the soldiers of the Scarab Company just want to get away from this battlefield so close to hell as soon as possible. Even though the flagship had not issued the order to retreat, some ships were ready to turn around and flee. But no ship could move. The sea water froze. No one knew when the sea surface began to freeze. The ice layer was formed under the water surface. When someone discovered the ice layer, the ice had already frozen above the water surface. Looking around, all you can see is crystal ice, as if the entire ocean is frozen. All the warships were fixed on the ice layer that was unknown how many meters thick. The soldiers gathered on the deck and looked at the ice surface that had no edge. When they realized that they might be trapped here forever, they all showed despair on their faces. The demons were still hovering over the iceberg, and they still hadn't made any moves. Time passed by minute, and even though the sun was shining brightly in the sky, the ice didn't seem to be melting. Should we let the Punisher lead a 13th level warrior to attack? As long as we can destroy this large-scale water magic, we can let the fleet withdraw from the sea area. At this time, Keppel no longer considered the outcome of the battle. He only wanted to withdraw most of the troops safely. The power of the ancient magic era was not something that the guns in their hands could resist. Fighting such an enemy was simply a nightmare. But Keppel's nightmare had just begun. Just as Keppel was about to send out the Punisher, several demons walked directly into the bridge from the subspace. This is the first time I've seen such a large ironclad ship. The demon waved his hand, and several guards with guns fell to the ground. One of the demons walked up to Keppel and said, "You look like the captain of this warship." Of course, it doesn't matter who is the captain. On behalf of the great Lord Morris, I want to inform you that we are going to use demonic methods to resolve our dispute. This ship and the 2 ships of the same size next to it. Only one ship can leave. Lord Morris promised that as long as you sink the other 2 ships, he will let you go. During this period, no one is allowed to leave their warships. What the demons want to see is betrayal and blood. All ships here will receive this notice, and the small ice around you will soon melt. You will decide whether to live or die. After the demons finished speaking, they all retreated into the subspace. Demon Lord Morris was standing on the iceberg at this time. He released the large water magic that froze the sea surface for more than 10 kilometers. Although demons are not good at using water magic, it is not difficult for them to make ice with pure magic output through magic arrays. Now the ice layer freezes all the battles on the ice layer. As long as Morris does not actively remove the magic, this ice layer can last for a long time. After successfully restricting all the fleets of the Scarab Company, Morris did not send out demons to slaughter. Simple killing is not the style of demons. Demons like to torture people mentally, watching a person step by step towards evil and depravity, and sell their souls to demons. The subordinate demons issued notices one by one under Morris's orders. Although these warships have not yet fired at each other, Morris believes that someone will definitely fire the first shot in despair. As soon as the first shot is fired, everyone will be in danger, and these warships will definitely fight each other. At that time, we will have a delicious soul feast. After Morris finished speaking, he pointed to the sky and said to a 14th level demon under his command, "There is a flying thing in that place. Go and kill all the people on it." "Yes, Lord Morris." The demon soared into the sky after receiving the order and rushed in the direction pointed by Morris. At this time, Charles, Jessica, Duncan and the remaining believers of Gazing into the Abyss walked to the iceberg through the portal, and were all shocked by what they saw. Hundreds of ships of all kinds were trapped on the endless ice, each of them staying in an extremely narrow area of water, which was only enough for the hull to turn. Charles Duncan knew that the devil would definitely win the war, but he did not expect it to be in this way. Eliza did not expect the war to end in this way. On the bright airship, Eliza already knew what happened in the sea below, and she could see clearly the ice layer of such a large area. Now the fleet assembled by the Scarab Company was all trapped on this ice, and most of the enhanced genetically modified people created by the Scarab Company were also trapped inside with the fleet. If this army is destroyed here, it will be a heavy blow to the Scarab Company, and it will be difficult to continue to compete with the Blackfire Company for the resources of the Order Star. How to rescue them? After seeing the combat effectiveness of this Hell Army, there is no need to consider the ordinary indigenous army. No matter how many come, they will die. Elisa felt that she needed to return to the spaceship. The weapons that can still be used on the spaceship, combined with the remaining genetically modified people, may be able to rescue the fleet. Elisa drove the aircraft away from the airship without notifying Dalian. At this time, a big demon was swaggering towards the airship from the sea below. But as he flew, a portal suddenly opened in front of the big demon, and the big demon, who could not dodge and stop in time, crashed into the portal. The big demon disappeared in the portal, and the portal closed instantly. Chapter 368 Big Devil. What happened? Tattle is a 14th level big demon, a capable subordinate of the demon Lord Morris. He followed Morris under the order of the Lord of Dread to guard this space prison, which was equivalent to being locked in this sealed space. After receiving this order, he certainly had many complaints in his heart. But the situation in the plane at that time was not for Hell to express its opinion. The Furnace City was defeated, and Hell almost wiped out its elite. Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, was captured, and the entire Hell lost its backbone. At this time, the first empire of the main world, Cloud City, and the Kingdom of Death suddenly announced the establishment of an orderly world, and jointly suppressed Hell, turning Hell from the boss of the evil camp into a second-rate force. Moreover, the core city of Hell, Furnace City, has always been occupied by Cloud City. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the demons were, they could only endure it in that era. This is also the reason why Morris was in a friendly relationship with Charles and Duncan when he just met them. The first empire of the main world is one of the 3 order planes, with the support of the 5-colored flag alliance behind it. It is the first in manpower, financial resources, material resources, economy in all planes. The human race at that time was not something that could be easily provoked. However, this is all in the past. Being trapped in the sealed space in 2000 was not in vain. After coming out of the portal, the demons felt that the world had become very different. Not only did the spatial coordinates leading to other planes all fail, they also did not feel the presence of strong men in the human army they encountered. You have to know that in the wars of the ancient magic era, in an army of this size, whether it is a hero similar to a 14th level hero or a 14th level creature, the 14th level combat power is the standard configuration, and the number will never be less than 10. In addition, there is at least one 15th level hero or 15th level creature, but in the human army in front of them, the demons did not feel the existence of heroes that could threaten them. Just like the idiots who stared into the abyss said, Demon Lord Morris and his demons are invincible in this world. All the powerful people in the plane disappeared. Finally, they no longer had to kowtow to the human race, and could finally hold their heads high again. Morris trapped the human army on the ice, and played devil's tricks with great interest. The great devil Tuttle was ordered to destroy the flying objects that monitored here in the sky. He happily accepted the task and thought about how to torture the humans he found. I will throw them down one by one. Before they fall on the ice, they will be tortured by the coming death. The great devil Tuttle thought about how to have fun. But reality played a joke on him. A teleportation door opened in front of him unexpectedly. When Tuttle realized that he was being plotted against, he found himself standing in a small, but very clean room. Outside the surrounding glass walls is the vast sky. The room is very empty, with only a white sofa and a little human boy sitting on it. He leaned comfortably on the backrest of the sofa, crossed his legs, holding a wine glass in his hand, which was filled with white milk. Behind the child stood a man and a woman, wearing black professional suits, protecting their masters like bodyguards. Who are you? Tuttle stood about 7 meters in front of the boy. Even in a small form, the demon's appearance is still domineering, with armor like burning red rocks, closed demon wings, and a thick tail behind his butt. Tuttle, who felt that he was being plotted against, was extremely angry. But the strange portal also prevented him from getting angry directly. He secretly gathered his strength and roared angrily, "Human! You will pay for what you just did. No matter where this is, Lord Demon Lord Morris will find it. If you surrender, I can consider forgiving your offense to me just now." Tuttle did not attack directly. The portal that just sent him here looks very simple, but it is not easy to operate. To open the portal, you must first locate the spatial coordinates, and then use the spatial skills to connect the two spatial coordinates before opening it. Space skills are very advanced skills. High-level heroes all have some space skills, but not many of them are good at them. The main purpose of high-level heroes learning space skills is to prevent being attacked by space skills. When the portal begins to be established, the space fluctuations it causes will be felt by the heroes who master space skills. And then the attack heroes can disrupt the space coordinates to block the opening of the portal, or make emergency evasion. As a 14th level demon, Tuttle certainly has some space skills. But when the portal appeared in front of him, he did not react at all. This shows that the hero who opened this portal has a much higher level of control over space than himself. Don't provoke a space master casually. This is the basic rule for heroes to survive in the ancient magic era. However, Tuttle was not afraid of this. Not wanting to provoke a space master does not mean that you can't win. Most heroes who specialize in space are not good at frontal combat. Demons are a warlike race. Tuttle, who has experienced the war in the Furnace City, will not easily succumb to 3 unknown humans. Tuttle accumulated strength and prepared to fight hard. He could feel that this place was not far from the iceberg, and it was very likely that it was on the high-altitude flying object he was going to attack. If a battle broke out here, he would soon get support from his companions. Flames came out of Tuttle's body. "Are you a subordinate of the Dread Lord Urgus?" Facing the terrifying demon, the boy did not look afraid at all. He slowly shook his wine glass and asked Tuttle in the tone of a boss lecturing his subordinate. Tuttle became even more angry. "The name of King Urgus is not something you, a humble human, can call directly? I changed my mind. I will kill them all and continue to burn your souls with the flames of hell." After saying this, 2 flaming swords made of fire elements gathered in Tuttle's hands, and his demon wings also stretched out, and the flames burned on his flesh wings. Just as Tuttle was about to charge, a pair of black wings instantly spread out from behind the man standing behind the boy. At the same time, a powerful pressure rushed towards Tuttle, blowing out the flames on his body with a whistle. Looking at the pair of black wings, Tuttle froze on the spot. He stared at the man with the black wings spread out and recognized his identity. "Solomon. Solomon. Lord Solomon. Didn't you disappear with the Lord of Hell? The Destroyer? How come you are here? Where is the Destroyer?" The one who spread out his black wings was the evil angel Solomon. As the executioner of the Destroyer, he was known throughout Hell for holding the code of sin for the Destroyer. Just now, Solomon appeared in human form and was not recognized by Tuttle. But when he showed his wings of sin and released his power, he immediately let Tuttle know who he was facing. Solomon put away his pressure and said to Tuttle, "The one sitting in front of you now is the King of Destruction. Kneel down and worship the Master of Hell, and then answer his questions." Chapter 369, The Returning King. Destroy. Destroy the world? The ferocious big devil outside couldn't help showing a stupid look at this time. Tuttle pointed at the boy sitting on the sofa and stammered, He is the Destroyer?" Dalian also knew that it was difficult for a big devil to admit that he was the Destroyer. But He had to admit it. Dalian said, I am the destroyer who was canonized by King Lucifer. I am the Lord of Hell jointly recommended by the two fallen angel kings, King Belia and Willard, and the two Hell Lord kings, Urgus and Angela. I don't need to explain to you why I disappeared and why I am here. Now you have only two choices. Kneel down and answer my questions, or my executioner will execute the Hell Code on you for offending the Lord of Hell. For a moment, Tuttle really didn't know how to choose. The dignity of the devil did not allow him to kneel down to this human child who seemed to have no power. But Solomon is indeed the executioner of the devil of destruction. And the true identity of the devil of destruction is indeed a human. He is also the prince of Phacon of the first empire of the main world, the immortal king of the kingdom of death, who established the order world and served as the first order executor. He's still. You? Are you really the devil king of destruction? Tuttle asked with a strange expression. Solomon said to Tuttle in a stern voice, What are you questioning? What qualifications do you have to question? It's too easy for us to kill you self-righteous demons. You are alive now, just because my king has the title of Lord of Hell. If you don't admit that the king is the Lord of Hell, then you are not qualified to be protected by the king of destruction. Feeling Solomon's murderous intention, Tuttle didn't dare to be reserved anymore. He knelt on one knee in front of Dalian, praised the great Lord of Hell, the great king of destruction. I am indeed a subordinate of the dread Lord Urgus, and we are ordered to guard the prison where the God of Light is sealed. Hearing this, Dalian could no longer maintain his image. He quickly walked from the sofa to Tuttle and asked, What prison of the God of Light? Did you seal the God of Light? Tell me what happened. I want the most detailed information. Looking at the Lord of Hell, who was standing taller than himself, Tuttle suppressed the urge to slap him and replied respectfully, reporting to the King of Destruction. I did not participate in the battle to siege the God of Light, and I don't know the specific details of that battle. I think Lord Morris should know more than me. He is a 15th level demon lord and has participated in the battle to siege the outer perimeter of the God of Light. Then call Morris here. Dalian turned around and sat down on the sofa again, and ordered Tuttle, immediately. Right now. Tuttle left, and Dalian thought about this shocking information. The God of Light was actually sealed and locked up. What does this mean? It means that the order world was not passive in the war of gods in the theocracy era. A god as heavy as the God of Light was defeated and sealed. So the god was truly kicked off the altar. God can be defeated, can be sealed. The shadow that has been shrouding Dalian's heart was swept away. What is Dalian worried about? It is a god of unknown strength. He is afraid that even if he uses all the power of the great tomb, he will not be able to defeat the god. Now it seems that the ancient magic era's positioning of God was correct. God is just a kind of advanced creature. Nothing special. Tuttle's intelligence gave Dalian confidence in God. At the same time, Dalian also knew the battle between the Order World and the God of Light must have been very difficult, and it must have cost a lot of sacrifice. He wanted to know who died in that battle, and whether there were any friends he knew. Dalian was waiting anxiously on the airship. The great demon Tattle left the airship and soon landed on the iceberg. Demon Lord Morris didn't expect Tattery to come back so quickly. He looked at the panicked ships in the distance and asked casually, Tattle, you killed too fast. In this kind of battle where we have an absolute advantage, we should slowly experience the joy of killing. The soul in fear is the most delicious. You are a little depressed. Is there no one on that flying object? Don't be disappointed. We will reach the land soon. There are many cities there, and there are endless people who can never be killed. Tuttle walked to Morris and whispered, My lord. It's not that there is no one on it. But, Morris was very dissatisfied with Tuttle's performance. He said with a slightly angry tone, Tuttle, this is not your style. If there are people up there, go and kill them. We have been locked up for 2,000 years, and we must let out our anger this time. Remember, we are demons. The demons that all creatures fear. Tuttle continued to whisper, Lord Morris, I don't know how to tell you what I just experienced. It's too unbelievable. I met someone up there that you would never expect. Seeing that Tuttle still looked shocked, Morris snorted, the lifespan of the human race is only 100 years at most. Now 2,000 years have passed. Can you still see acquaintances? Tuttle, you may have been hit by a mental magic. It seems that there are some powerful people up there. If you can't deal with them, take the 4 demons up there. Don't embarrass me again. Seeing that Morris didn't give him a chance to finish his words, Tuttle quickly said, I saw the Lord of Hell up there. The king of destruction who disappeared 2,000 years ago. I promise I haven't been hit by a mental fantasy magic. And the executioner of the king of destruction, the evil angel Solomon, can extinguish the hellfire I released with just his coercion. He is too powerful, more powerful than you. Morris finally turned his head, staring at Tuttle with big eyes, and said, Tuttle, tell me you are just joking. Then I will laugh and smash your horns into your head to let you know I am angry. Faced with Morris's threat, Tuttle said helplessly, if this is just a joke, I would rather take a punch from you. But this is true. The king of destruction is up there, and he asked me to ask you to go see him. He wants to ask about the battle to seal the god of light. Morris also showed a stupid look. He stared at Tuttle, trying to prove that this was just a farce he made up. But he didn't see anything he wanted to see. Morris became nervous and asked, you said that the Lord of Hell, the king of destruction, who disappeared for more than 2,000 years, appeared? He is up there? And he wants to see me. Yes, Lord Morris. But I remind you to be prepared when you see the king of destruction. Chapter 370 Apology. Capel, the commander of the Scarab fleet, gathered the strongest fighters together. A total of 7 13th level strongmen and 3 14th level punishers, including Capel himself. This is the rescue list that the Supreme just sent through wireless communication. These people are successful test subjects in genetic research experiments. Their value to the Scarab Company far exceeds that of the entire fleet trapped here, and they should be rescued first. Just now, Capel asked the fleet to make a statistics of this hell army. There are 26 13th level demons, 10 14th level demons, and a Lord Morris who is suspected to have reached the 15th level. The high-end power of the Scarab Company fleet is no match for this hell army. Staying here means being buried with the entire fleet. Only by escaping can the situation here be spread. Now it is no longer the Scarab Company's own business. They have released a hell army from the ancient magic era, and the world is about to usher in a doomsday catastrophe. In the command cabin, Capel, who was dressed in a navy uniform, took a long breath helplessly and said, everyone, I believe everyone knows what kind of dilemma we are facing. The evil sect staring into the abyss colluded with Charles to release a hell army. The strength of this army is far beyond our capabilities. Now the fleet is trapped in the ice created by the demons. Even if the demons don't attack us, we will still be destroyed after the supplies are consumed. The Supremes have sent orders. They will send the fastest aircraft to rescue us. I know it is a shame for us to abandon the army and escape, but it is meaningless for us to die here. To defeat this hell army, we must gather the strongest warriors in the world. We are an important force for our world, and protecting us is to add weight to the final victory. Otherwise, if we fail to destroy this hell army, our world will become a slaughterhouse for demons. Compared to this, our honor is nothing. Kuiper's words caused a small chaos. These super genetically modified people have the world's top combat power, and they are usually arrogant and look down on everyone else. But when they see the real demons and big demons, they have no confidence in defeating them. Too strong. That is strong from the inside to the outside. From strength to mentality. The whole body is full of murderous and violent spirits cultivated through countless wars. The first thing you feel when standing in front of them is the fear that makes your hands and feet cold. The genetically modified people feel relieved that they don't have to fight such terrible creatures. And they all calm down after a small chaos, seeing that no one advocated staying here to fight the demons. Kuiper said, go back and prepare. Don't tell anyone that we are going to evacuate from here. The Supreme can only rescue us. Thinking that so many soldiers were going to die here, the genetically modified people couldn't help but sigh. But they turned around and prepared to leave the command cabin in silence. Then, everyone saw a big demon standing at the door. The hearts of the genetically modified people tightened at the same time. When was he there? Did he hear what we just said? What will these demons do after knowing that we are preparing to evacuate? The command cabin was unusually quiet. Everyone stood there motionless. They looked at the big demon in front of them, and sweat oozed from their faces and bodies. My lords, have you finished the meeting? The big demon asked politely. The smile on his face made his expression more ferocious, but he could still feel the flattery. He said carefully, please forgive my presumption. I undoubtedly interrupted your meeting. I just want to clear up the misunderstanding between us. What is going on? The genetically modified people looked at each other. What conspiracy did these evil creatures of hell have? But his escape plan has been exposed. The rest may be a fight to the death. So let's see what this big demon wants to do. Commander Keppel separated the crowd and walked in front of the big demon. He did not notice the big demon because his vision was blocked. I am the commander of the Scarab Company fleet. Keppel, if you have anything to say, please tell me. The big demon immediately saluted Keppel respectfully and said like a subordinate meeting his superior, Dear Commander Keppel, on behalf of the Demon Lord Morris, I would like to clarify the misunderstanding that just occurred between our two armies. Lord Morris was ordered by the dread demon King Urgus to lead our army to guard the key points. The attack just now was because we thought we were attacked. Our duty requires us to eliminate the invading enemy. But we soon discovered that you are allies. This is a complete misunderstanding. The Hell race and the human race are solid allies. We express our deepest apologies to our human friends who were accidentally injured in the battle. Looking at the great demon bowing and apologizing to them solemnly. The genetically modified people felt that their heads were about to explode. When did we become allies with the Hell demons? Apologizing to a group of humans with an initial rank of 0. How can you, the ultimate creature, a 14th level great demon, have dignity? This world is too crazy. You are a fake great demon. Can anyone explain what happened? Keppel also felt that his brain was not enough. This was even more unacceptable than the great demon rushing in to kill people. Seeing the great demon in front of him, who sincerely admitted his mistakes, he didn't know what to say. What do you mean by allies? The great demon replied, Allies mean allies. We, and the human warriors are the closest comrades. Please forgive our mistakes. I think Lord Morris will apologize to you in person. I will go to other ships to explain. Please wait for Lord Morris to lift the magic of the frozen sea surface. After saying that, the great demon disappeared in the command cabin without waiting for Keppel's response. He had to visit the warship he was responsible for apologizing to before the human fleet started to fire at each other. Today was such a bad day. Dozens of demons and big demons acted together, and soon visited all the ships of the Scarab Company fleet that were trapped here. Their sincere attitude and their arrogance during the first visit were completely different creatures. All the ships visited by the demons fell into an extremely strange silence. They first thought that these demons must have some conspiracy. But what kind of conspiracy required the demons to be so disregarding their status and bowing to a group of human beings who they could kill with a slap? Are these demons crazy? Chapter 371 Demon's Reaction. Charles and Duncan also noticed the change in the demon's attitude. After giving some unknown order, the demon Lord Morris suddenly flew high into the sky. And then all the demons took action and visited the warships they were trapped in one by one. The devils in the sky landed and followed other hell warriors to retreat into the portal, completely losing their arrogant appearance just now. What happened? Duncan asked Charles. He could feel the sudden change in the mood of this hell army. Just now, they were arrogant and wanted to turn the world into a hell-killing field. But suddenly they became depressed as if they had lost a battle. Charles said calmly, I don't know. Maybe the demons think our world is meaningless to them. Charles certainly didn't tell Duncan his true thoughts. He thought it was Jessica's ancestor who took action. What he didn't expect was that no attack fell on the demon army. It seemed that the Hell army surrendered with just one word. Who was that ancestor in the ancient magic era? Just when Charles was thinking about how to find out the identity of Jessica's ancestor from these demons, a big demon came over and knelt on one knee in front of Jessica. Seeing this scene, everyone on the iceberg was stunned. This is a big demon. All the descriptions of demons in ancient books are the most evil creatures. They are cruel and bloodthirsty, like to lure kind people into evil, and then eat the souls of desperate people. But demons are also extremely arrogant creatures. They are rarely seen bowing to other creatures, let alone kneeling. Even when the demons here saw the demon Lord Morris, they only nodded and saluted and called him sir. Now a 14th level big demon actually knelt in front of a human girl. And there is an angel sleeping in the blood of this human girl. How could a demon kneel to a human who has a close relationship with an angel? That doesn't make sense. The big devil is Tuttle, who saw De Leon coming back. The Lord of Hell has returned. So the status of his descendants in Hell will naturally rise. Dear Miss Jessica, you are born noble. Please forgive us for our rudeness and neglect to you. Jessica was also stunned. The amount of information I learned today is really a bit huge. First, I learned that my family is protected by an angel. And it is a very powerful one. This information is enough to prove that Charles's original guess was wrong. Jessica has no great relationship with Hell. She was able to survive the devil's hands because she was protected by the angel in her blood. Now a big devil is kneeling in front of him. It's definitely not because of the existence of the guardian angel, nor because he is strong enough. Then it's because they found their ancestor, who can make the devil kneel down to him. A descendant of countless generations. Who is he? Why can he let a powerful angel protect this family and make the big devil of hell so afraid? Who is my ancestor? Jessica asked when she got the chance. The big devil Tuttle was stunned when he heard Jessica's question, and then asked, "Miss, don't you know who your ancestor is?" Jessica immediately realized that her question was problematic, and said, "Let me test you to see if you know it." However, how could Jessica's little trick fool the cunning demon? Tuttle immediately said, "I'm sorry, Miss Jessica. Since that great being did not reveal his identity to you, there must be a reason. In order not to make that great being angry, I cannot reveal his identity to you. You just need to know that all the demons here are willing to fight for you." The fact that the demon Lord Morris was sent by Urgus to guard the prison that sealed the God of Light shows that he is deeply trusted by Urgus. This army of hell is the direct army of the Lord of Dread. The fact that the Lord of Dread Urgus has never usurped the throne shows that he has always supported De Leon, the Lord of Hell. Now that De Leon has appeared, the command of the army of hell, like Morris, has naturally fallen into his hands. Tuttle's recognition of De Leon as the Lord of Hell is equivalent to admitting submission. Jessica is the descendant of the King of Destruction, although she has not been recognized yet. Her appearance here at the same time as the Lord of Hell is very telling. Therefore, no matter how things develop in the future, it will definitely not be a loss to flatter the future Princess of Hell now. Anyway, it is as easy for demons to turn their faces as turning pages of a book. Some words cannot be taken seriously. The law of survival in hell is to speak with fists. Of course, as long as the King of Destruction does not fall, the position of the Hell Princess will be strong. But the words of the great demon Tattle sounded very different to other people, especially the believers of Gazing into the Abyss. They thought they were kneeling in front of the demons, but the demons probably didn't even look at them. Now a great demon not only kneeled in front of this girl, but also said such words from a follower to his master. What is the identity of this girl named Jessica? Duncan, who was the first to react, immediately said loudly to the believers of Gazing into the Abyss, "Miss Jessica has just promised me to join the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. She has a very noble status in hell. Her joining will definitely bring Gazing into the Abyss into a new chapter. I am honored to announce Miss Jessica as the Saint of Gazing into the Abyss. Praise the Lord of Fear for granting the Saint the power of Gazing into the Abyss." All the followers of Gazing into the Abyss knelt down behind the great demon Tattle and chanted the doctrines fanatically. At this time, the demon Lord Morris also knelt in front of Daliang in fear. When the great demon Tattle said that the King of Destruction had turned into a child, he was still a little unconvinced, until he flew to the airship and faced the Lord of Hell. He believed that there was such a ridiculous thing in the world. As a 15th level demon lord, Morris had seen Daliang. It was just that at that time, he was not qualified to talk to Daliang, and could only stand on the edge of the meeting between the powerful planes and act as a background. Therefore, after careful identification, he was sure that the boy in front of him was the current Lord of Hell. Of course, the evil angel Solomon was enough to prove the identity of the King of Destruction. Respected Lord of Hell, King of Destruction. Morris no longer looked as arrogant as he did on the iceberg, as if he had the world under his feet. He arrived here by flying to the airship normally, so he naturally saw the angels guarding the airship, and recognized that behind the King of Destruction, in addition to the evil angel Solomon, the other one was the holy angel Julian. He could not deal with any of them, which also represented the King of Destruction's black and white tactics. Morris was very scared, because he was just thinking about how to act arrogantly in the main plane, and was ready to kill a human fleet for fun. But now he met Prince Vachin, one of the founders of the First Empire in the main world. Chapter 372 Past History. King of Destruction. Demon Lord Morris lowered his head, and did not look directly at Dalian to express his humility, and tried his best to make up for the mistakes he had made. "I apologize for attacking this human army. I did not know it was your army, and I have sent my subordinates to visit each warship to explain. I will remove the freezing magic later, and I am willing to compensate the human warriors who were injured or killed in this misunderstanding." Dalian, sitting on the sofa, looked at the demon Lord Morris kneeling in front of him. He folded his wings, crossed his hands on his chest, and bent his tail on the ground beside him. This is the standard posture of a demon meeting a superior. indicating that he has put down all his guard. De Leon observed Morris for a while before saying, "The human army trapped by you has nothing to do with me. How to deal with it is your own business. Whether you kill them or let them go, it has nothing to do with me. You should know that I left this world for some reason after the God plane was opened. This time I came back and found that the world has changed a lot. A lot of history has been forgotten by people of this era. I don't know what happened after I left. Why did many friends disappear? Since I found you. Tell me what you know. Start from the beginning." Dalian was not in a hurry to ask about the God of Light. Anyway, he was sealed in prison and couldn't escape for a while. At this time, Dalian wanted to solve the many mysteries in his heart and wanted to know what happened in that forgotten history. Morris didn't expect that the human fleet trapped by him was not the army of the King of Destruction. But the demons had already apologized one by one, and there was no way to call them all back now. Let's answer the king's question first. So Morris began to tell what happened in the world of order after Dalian disappeared. The most important thing at that time was the opening of the God plane. At that moment, no matter how remote the corners of the whole plane were, they heard the sound of the door opening. And then everyone felt that the whole world instantly added a different color. No one could describe the color, but everyone felt it blending into the world silently. Then the sky was no longer empty, and the powerful hero could feel the energy coming from the depths of the universe. It was as if he had lived in a narrow box before, and now the lid was opened. Many things became different, and many thoughts suddenly became clear. However, the gods that the planes had been worried about did not appear. In the following period, the three major order planes in the order world, the world of heroes, the kingdom of death, and the main world, jointly maintained the order of all planes. The good camp, the evil camp, and the neutral camp put aside the camp conflicts and entered a honeymoon period of cooperation. During this period, the magic civilization that had been restricted by the bottleneck began to develop explosively. More powerful magic was developed, and the planes began to explore the universe again. And at the same time, they were studying the next stage of life forms of the 16th level of law, and officially named this life form as the 17th level of God. The standard of the 17th level of God is to be able to freely use the most primitive energy in the universe, the original energy, and define the original energy as usable energy as divine power. But the original energy itself is very dangerous. Once infected by the original energy, it will become a monster whose mind is affected. In the world of order, there are only two heroes who can get the original energy and still be safe. One is the Supreme Angel Yuri of Cloud City, and the other is Urgus, the Dread Lord of Hell. Therefore, Cloud City and Hell both started the God-making project, secretly competing with each other to become the first 17th level God in the Order world. And the neutral camp is the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. The sudden disappearance of De Liang and his great tomb is an extremely heavy loss to the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. The camp leader and the entire God Plane research project are all gone. And there is also a lot of turmoil within the entire alliance. When Morris told this, De Liang said, "Let's talk about the Five-Colored Flag Alliance and the First Empire of the main world." Demon Lord Morris knew that although the King of Destruction held several positions in all planes, his main foundation was still in the First Empire of the main world. After all, he was a human race. King, after you suddenly disappeared, the Black Fire territory you left behind became ownerless. Queen Monica of the Drow Elf Kingdom quickly announced that she would take over the Black Fire territory. But Lord Sydney stationed in Judgment City and Lord Jonathan stationed in Misty City did not recognize Queen Monica's right to inherit the Black Fire territory. Therefore, Queen Monica dispatched the Drow Elf army to prepare to unify all the territories of the Black Fire territory by force. De Liang did not expect that after he disappeared, the Black Fire territory actually fought a civil war. The predecessor of the Drow Elves is the Black Elves. The Black Elves are barbarians in the underground world. The social system is a matriarchal society. Women have a very high status. The Black Elf mistress is the supreme ruler of a tribe. Female Black Elves have a very high desire for power. If they have the chance, they will kill the mistress to take the position. Of course, in order to consolidate their rule, the mistress will also clear out potential enemies that threaten their status. Monica was the one who was cleared out. At that time, the mistress of the Black Elf tribe she belonged to was still her mother. Later, by chance, Monica followed De Liang and was discovered to have a talent for war command. In the entire Black Fire territory military system, there are only 3 heroes that De Liang can trust and lead troops to fight alone: Ogre Kuka, Navy Governor Sydney, and Black Elf Monica. Later, Daliang seized the big plot of the rise of the Black Elves and forcefully inserted and interfered with the progress of the entire plot. After successively arresting and sealing the leaders of the rise of the Black Elves, who were designated by the system, he successfully arranged for Monica to take the position. Then, Daliang took advantage of the changes in the situation of the entire plane and dug out the richest land from the hands of the 7 kingdoms of the underground city for the Black Elves to establish a country. At the same time, it was announced that the derogatory name of the Black Elves race would be changed to Drow Elves. With the support of Daliang, Monica established the Drow Elves kingdom in the endless maze plain of the underground city. The rising race of the Drow Elves was thus packaged and taken into the Liang's pocket. The Drow kingdom led by Monica controls the most powerful conventional military force in the entire Blackfire territory. After De Liang brought the Great Tomb through, the remaining Blackfire territory subordinates combined were not as powerful as the Drow kingdom in Monica's hands. In addition, the Drow elves are naturally eager for power. Without De Liang's suppression, Monica would certainly want to take the top position. After all, the Blackfire territory is one of the 5 major alliances of the 5-color flag alliance, with territories covering multiple planes, and its influence in all planes is not comparable to that of the Drow kingdom. Chapter 373, The First God War. What happened next? Did Monica succeed in obtaining my Blackfire territory? De Liang asked. The Blackfire territory has a unique position in the Order world, and Monica cannot control it. If Monica really uses force to unify the Blackfire territory, it will be a very bad result. Morris replied. Queen Monica failed, because Lord Sydney and Lord Jonathan welcomed the young Prince Simpson from the elemental plane. He is the son of you and Queen Joyce, and the first heir to the Blackfire territory. After Prince Simpson arrived in Judgment City, he immediately received support from the First Empire of the main world, the Kingdom of Death, the Elemental Plane, Hell and Cloud City. Lord Sydney quickly defeated Queen Monica and captured her. Since Queen Monica had comprehended the law and advanced to the 16th level, and had a 16th level spider mother under her control, Sydney sealed and exiled Queen Monica after capturing her. In order to appease the Drow Kingdom, Prince Simpson reappointed the Drow Queen after he became an adult and was crowned Prince Fachin, and married the Drow Queen as his wife. At this point, Daliang finally knew whether he had a son or a daughter. Simpson. Daliang felt very strange about his son. After all, they had never lived together. And from Morris's story, Simpson should be a very ordinary person. But he became a favored child because of his special background. And to appease the Drow Kingdom, he married the Drow Queen. Isn't that right? De Liang asked Morris. You should have met Jessica. And you know what her relationship is with me. But she is a pure human, and has nothing to do with the Drow. Morris shrugged and said, I don't know about that. This is the matter of the royal family of the First Empire of your main world. Maybe King Simpson has a secret illegitimate child. Okay, let's stop here. Speaking of family scandals, Daliang quickly ended the topic. And although Simpson is his son, Daliang really has no feelings for this son he has never met. So he can do whatever he wants. Monica is greedy, and being exiled is a punishment for her. She will be released when she returns. Then, De Liang asked about the person he cares about the most. Is Queen Joyce okay? After learning that you were missing, Queen Joyce has been staying in the elemental plane to practice magic with Lord Nine-Headed Golden Crow, wanting to comprehend the law and break the life limit and wait for you to come back. I have never heard that she has left the Golden Crow's nest. Even when Prince Simpson left the elemental plane and was crowned later, she did not appear. So I don't know the specific situation of Queen Joyce. I thought that finding a demon from the ancient magic era would get news about Joyce. But I didn't expect it to be so disappointing. The lifespan of the human race is less than 100 years. And only by breaking the law can one obtain a long lifespan. But it is really too difficult to reach the 16th level in this 100 years. However, the limit on lifespan is only for the ancient magic era. After the opening of the God Plane, the ceiling that restricts the development of civilization has been opened. After the further development of magic and technology, it may not be impossible to obtain the ability to increase lifespan through other methods. Besides, Joyce lives in the Golden Crow's lair in the Elemental Tower in the Elemental Plane. The magic technology of the Elemental Clan is comparable to that of the Fairy Dragon Clan. The Nine-Headed Golden Crow is the ruler of the Elemental Plane and the strongest spellcaster. Joyce followed him to practice magic in the place with the densest elemental energy. De Leon believed that he and Joyce would definitely meet. Putting aside the matters of the main world and the Blackfire territory for the time being, De Leon continued to ask about that period of history. When did the gods come? And how did you conflict with the god of light? This matter needs to start with the god-making project. While the magic civilization was developing rapidly, the god-making project of Cloud City and the Hell organization was also very smooth. They also understood more and more about the original energy, the most mysterious energy in the universe. After about 70 years of research and experiments, Yuri and Urgus successfully evolved to the demigod physique, and were able to define and use the original energy to a limited extent. Then the intensive energy experiments attracted the original god-level creatures in the universe. The god of light was the first god to arrive in the world of order. After he came, he did not immediately show his hostility, but enthusiastically promoted the views of kindness and justice he advocated. Kindness and justice are the values of angels. So some angels became believers of the god of light. And then these angels led a large number of creatures in the good camp to form a sect that believed in the god of light. When the god of light developed into a powerful force in the world of order, he revealed his ambition. He used divine power to create the angel of light, allowing his believers to gain the power of angels. And countless angels of light formed the Angel of Light Legion of the God of Light. Then the God of Light demanded that the angels surrender Cloud City and submit to him. The angels of Cloud City would certainly not submit to the God of Light. So a war between gods broke out. The war unfolded in the plane of the heroic world where Cloud City was located. The intensity of the war was only comparable to the war between the good and evil camps in Hell during the last plane war. The God of Light had been planning this war for a long time, and he used divine magic to create a large number of 13th level, 14th level, and 15th level light angels. Although these light angels were far inferior to real angels in terms of individual strength, their number was really too many. In addition, some angels who defected to the God of Light acted as guides, causing Yunzhong City to be defeated all the way during the entire war. In the end, Yunzhong City lost the entire heroic world plane and was besieged by the army of the God of Light. Fortunately, without the supreme angels who defected to the God of Light, the God of Light had no way to create a 16th level light angel who could comprehend the law. Therefore, under the protection of the supreme angels, although the God of Light surrounded Yunzhong City, he could not attack it. However, being surrounded like this, Yunzhong City would sooner or later fall. So the supreme angels decided to ask for help and carry out a god-killing war. Yunzhong City has the demigod level Yuri and many supreme angels who have reached the 16th level. Then Archangel Metatron invited Urgus, who was also a demigod, to join the war at the cost of the Crucible City. Urgus believed that the God of Light would definitely attack the evil camp after annexing Cloud City. Therefore, whether it was because of the lips and teeth being cold or to take back the Crucible City, Urgus led all the 16th level Hell Lords to join the war. Then the guardian angel of the First Empire of the main world, Holy Bella, also participated in this war to protect her hometown. The First Empire of the main world formed a powerful army and handed it to Holy Bella to take to Cloud City. Although the other good camps, evil camps and neutral camps did not send 16th level law level heroes, they also sent a certain number of troops to assist the angels in defending Cloud City. Even the fallen angels who betrayed Cloud City returned to Cloud City with their entire clan under the leadership of the two fallen angel kings. The elite of the Order world and the God of Light had a decisive battle in Cloud City. Chapter 374 Holy Bella. The result of the war between the Order world and the God of Light is obvious. The God of Light was defeated and sealed, and then handed over to the First Empire of the main world and Hell for joint custody. Both sides sent a powerful army to garrison outside the sealed prison, and once again sealed the garrison location to prevent the remaining forces of the God of Light from coming to rescue. However, when Daliang heard that Holy Bella took the initiative to stay behind to contain the God of Light and prevent him from escaping, and was sealed in the prison together, Daliang was not calm. Bella is a very special existence in Yunzhong City. When she was born, she was just a very ordinary 13th level angel, with low talent and potential, and was just a fighting angel fighting on the front line. In the plane wars between Cloud City and Hell, angels like her were high-level cannon fodder. However, Bella survived every battle. Countless battles made her grow continuously. She was promoted to the 14th level Archangel, and then became the 15th level Holy Angel, known as Holy Bella. When the former Archangel Michael formed his own holy wings, Holy Bella was appointed by her as her holy right wing, commanding the right wing guard angels. This is the highest honor Holy Bella has received in Cloud City. For the angels, Holy Bella is a legend. She walked step by step from the bottom of Cloud City through battle after battle to behind Michael, especially among the low-level battle angels. She is an idol that angels are eager to learn from. Her reputation in Cloud City even exceeds that of some 16th level supreme angels. When all the angels thought that Holy Bella would stop at the level of Holy Angel, she met De Leon. After some enlightenment, when Holy Bella, who had been fighting for Cloud City, was determined to let her sword swing for herself, she broke through the bottleneck of power and comprehended the law and was promoted to the 16th level Supreme Angel. Bella believed that she had fulfilled her duty to Cloud City. She left Cloud City but continued to retain the title of Holy Bella. Then, at Da Yang's invitation, she became the guardian angel of the first empire of the main world. The status of Holy Bella in Da Yang's heart is no less than Joyce. A human and an angel admire each other. It is not about love, but true friendship between them. As long as Da Liang calls, Holy Bella can draw the sword for anyone for Da Liang without asking the reason. And Da Liang is willing to give everything for Holy Bella. Therefore, when Da Liang heard that Holy Bella was sealed together with the God of Light, he immediately asked, "Why Holy Bella? She has left Yunzhong City, and it is a favor for her to come to help. Isn't there a supreme angel in Yunzhong City willing to make such a sacrifice?" Demon Lord Morris participated in the outer interception battle of the Seal War against the God of Light during the God War, and he had some understanding of that battle. He said, "The Supreme Angel Yuri and King Urgus are most likely to be promoted to the 17th level of God, after the God of Light came to our Order World. It means that other gods may come in the future. The Order World must have its own gods to deter foreign gods. Lord Yuri and King Urgus have the ability to contain the God of Light, but they cannot stay. The only one left is Lord Holy Bella." De Liang knew that Morris was right. In the face of unknown threats in the future, the Order World must cultivate its own supreme force as soon as possible. Yuri and Urgus represent good and evil. Whoever stays to contain the God of Light will cause the power of the Order World to be unbalanced. The only hero left who is qualified to contain the God of Light is Holy Bella. Holy Bella is a supreme angel who has fought her way out of a sea of corpses and bones. She is a pure fighting angel. Therefore, although it has not been long since Holy Bella was promoted to level 16, judging from her fighting ability alone, there are really few heroes in the Order World who can be her opponents. Just like a martial arts master cannot beat a veteran who has experienced war. To contain the God of Light, he cannot be given any chance to leave the battle. A mistake will ruin all the previous efforts. It is the right choice for Holy Bella to stay. But for Da Liang, this choice was wrong. If I were there, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Da Liang was no longer in the mood to listen. He said, "Open the seal and release Holy Bella." Hearing that the King of Destruction was going to open the seal, Morris said hurriedly, "The seal cannot be opened. The God of Light is still inside. If he escapes, it will be difficult to defeat him again." Yes, the God of Light is still inside. But Da Liang didn't care so much. At this moment, he didn't have the calmness of the past. He only wanted to rescue his best friend. Thinking that Holy Bella had been sealed for more than 2,000 years, Da Liang couldn't wait a moment. The current God of Light doesn't have his Angel of Light Legion. And I have the Great Tomb. The sealed Michael, Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Mishka, Baal, Ingram, Figmina, the Arbitration Angel, and Nicole. In terms of high-end military power, the heroes I can show are no weaker than those in the God War in Cloud City. After the God of Light comes out, just get out of here. If you dare to be arrogant, I will fight another God War and seal him again. In order to save Holy Bella, De Liang no longer cares about his layout on the Order Star. Even if all the sealed heroes are released, even if the God War and the subsequent wars make the civilization of the Order Star regress to the Dark Ages, he will never wait another day. Let irrelevant personnel leave and prepare to open the seal. Although Morris was unwilling, this was the order of the Lord of Hell, the Destroyer, and the long list of heroes' names that De Liang said scared him to death. Michael really killed Hell in the Crucible City War. If the war had not been stopped in time, Hell would have probably become a slaughterhouse. I just heard that Michael passed the position of Archangel to Metatron for unknown reasons and disappeared. I haven't heard that she was sealed. How could the strongest Michael, who was in his prime, be defeated and sealed? There are also the arrogant devil Satan and King Lucifer. King Satan was sealed by King Lucifer, and the fallen angel surrendered to King Destroyer. It was reasonable for Satan to fall into the hands of King Destroyer. But King Lucifer was captured by Michael, so he should be imprisoned in Cloud City. How did he end up in the hands of King Destroyer? There were also Beelzebub, the deceitful demon king, and Meshuggah, the greedy demon king. There was no news of them during the entire Plane War. No one saw them from the beginning to the end. They were imprisoned by King Destroyer at any time. In addition, there was Baal, the painful demon king, who was captured by the Five-Colored Flag Alliance. King Destroyer actually imprisoned 5 16th level heroes of Hell, including the first and second lords of Hell. No wonder Hell couldn't beat Cloud City. It would be really strange if it could beat it. Chapter 375. Sudden Attitude. The demons boarded the warships of the Scarab Company fleet again. And this time their attitude was very different from the previous 2 times. Lord Morris demands that you get out. Immediately. Right now. Didn't it say that Demon Lord Morris would come to apologize in person? He didn't come. And the change was so fast that it was impossible to keep up with the pace. However, Commander Keppel certainly would not accuse the demons of being rude in this matter. Although he didn't know what happened to the demons. The frozen sea surface did begin to melt. When it was possible to sail, Keppel immediately ordered the fleet to break through the thin ice and flee the sea at the maximum speed. Demons are more fickle than the legends say. Before their attitudes change again, the farther away from here, the better. On the iceberg, Charles, Jessica, and the believers who were staring into the abyss were also asked to leave. A portal to a safe area opened on the iceberg platform. Morris walked in front of Jessica. He had just lifted the freezing magic. In the distance, there were warships turning around and fleeing on the sea. Although he was worried about the upcoming battle, he was not timid at all. Instead, he was looking forward to the release of several Hell Lords. Dear Miss Jessica, your ancestors have just made a very important decision. So I'm not sure if we can maintain our current relationship next time we meet. There is a high probability that you will become my enemy. The enemy of the entire hell. Goodbye. My lady. De Leon decided to rescue Holy Bella. The God of Light will definitely be released. And then the War of Gods will begin. But the Great Tomb alone cannot control the God of Light. So it is necessary to release the heroes sealed in the Great Tomb. 5 kings from Hell, including the first and second lords of Hell. The power of Hell will be unprecedentedly strong. And De Leon, a human, will naturally not have the conditions to continue to serve as the Lord of Hell. The rules set by the world of order will be broken, and the world will enter extreme chaos. Morris will lead his Hell army to realign. And next time he and the King of Destruction are very likely to be enemies. Morris's reminder to Jessica was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue to Duncan and the members of the Gazing Abyss. This sudden change was really hard to deal with. They had just met the saint of the church and thought they had embraced the thigh of a big man in hell. But now the mark on the knee has not disappeared. How could Miss Jessica become the enemy of the whole hell? She is the enemy of hell. So what are we? The members of the Hell sect? The members of the Gazing Abyss, who were originally in high spirits, turned pale in an instant. They wanted to draw a line with Jessica, but she was not in decline yet, and was still respected by the demons. Wouldn't it be unpleasant to abolish the saint now? But if we don't draw a clear line, the demons might turn against each other one day and destroy Gazing into the Abyss. It's really a dilemma. Jessica didn't consider the feelings of the Gazing into the Abyss believers. She asked worriedly, what decision did that lord make? Did he encounter any crisis? Morris replied, your identity has not been recognized yet, so I can't tell you too much. In short, find a remote and safe place immediately after leaving here. It would be better if you can get the protection of your ancestors. Please leave. Something very dangerous will happen here soon. Jessica wanted to ask more questions, but Sir Charles pulled her and said, Jessica, let's go. If Lord Morris said it's dangerous here, then we can't help much if we stay here. And leaving won't distract your ancestor. He knows what he is doing. And I believe he must have a way to deal with the crisis. From the change in the attitude of the demon Lord Morris, Jessica felt that her ancestor was facing a crisis. Although Jessica has not seen the true face of her ancestor so far, she can feel the concern of her ancestor for her through various events and Cindy and Hurricane. The ancestors gradually became familiar to Jessica from being unfamiliar. But the things in front of her were the same as what Sir Charles said. And they were not something she could participate in with her current strength. At this moment, Jessica suddenly had a desire for power. She had never had this idea before. She would not spend too much time on improving her strength. She liked to play around in her spare time. Anyway, she had never had any pressure since she was a child. And she received the best education and had the best living environment. And at this moment, she wanted to stay. No matter what decision her ancestors made or what decision they faced. She wanted to help. But her strength did not allow it. Jessica and Charles left the iceberg through the portal. And Duncan stared dejectedly at the abyss cultists, who were also driven into the portal by the demons one by one. In the distance, the Scarab Company fleet gradually disappeared below the sea level. And there were no more unrelated personnel on this sea surface. At this time, the portals above the iceberg opened frequently. And after each opening and closing, an angel appeared and floated there. All angels turned into a fighting posture. And the use of semi-energy bodies on the outer layer of their armor generated a special layer of armor, with multiple physical and magical properties. The new generation of adaptive computers operated at maximum power in each angel's unique subspace. With super data processing capabilities, the angel only needed to issue a certain instruction, and the adaptive computer would write a corresponding program to define and change the semi-energy body. Then, the angels summoned the angel sword together. This is a weapon made by Nicole's alchemy laboratory specifically for the angels. And it is also the product of the God-making project. The angel sword was first created by a dwarf weapon master, then enchanted by an alchemist, and then taken to space by the angel who used the sword, where the entire sword body was shaped with semi-energy materials in an impurity-free environment. Then all the angel sword prototypes were handed over to Nicole. Nicole extracted a little crystal energy from the dragon egg containing crystal energy and poured it into the angel sword prototype, and then converted the crystal energy into semi-energy. The crystal energy defined by Nicole is the original energy mentioned by Morris. They are two names for the same energy, both of which are the original energy in the universe. Even with an adaptive computer with a larger computing capacity, Nicole can only semi-energize a very small amount of crystal energy. But it is these small amounts of crystal energy that can cause this batch of angel swords to undergo a qualitative mutation. When the main program is written into the crystal energy, these angel swords have the characteristics of being almost indestructible, and their sharpness and magic amplification have reached a very high level. Then a large number of branch programs are written into the semi-energy sword body shaped by the angels with sacred energy, combined with the alchemical magic array engraved in the sword embryo. The first batch of low-level artifacts produced in batches was born, which is also the first generation of standard artifacts. Chapter 376 Sealed Space. The Great Tomb Angel Core made a great impression as soon as it appeared. The power that surpassed its own rank was infinitely displayed, and each person held a divine weapon, which also reflected the luxury of their equipment. However, the demons who had always regarded the angels as opponents did not let the angels steal too much of their glory. The first war between gods broke out 100 years after the opening of the God Plane, and this group of demons also entered the confined space at that time. During this 100 years, the magic civilization of the Order world has developed greatly, although the path taken by the Great Tomb is somewhat different. In terms of the application of magic alone, Morris and his demons are far superior to the angels of the Great Tomb. Just by looking at how easily Morris could freeze the sea surface with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, we can see how high their magic level is. After the angel appeared, the demons that were originally on the iceberg also took off one by one. The flames sprayed out through the gaps in their armor, and the surrounding fire elements gathered around each demon frantically. And soon a small fire element field was formed. The bright magic runes flickered, and the three-sided attack and defense integrated flame triangle rotated around the demon's body. The angels and demons joined hands to establish a battle circle, surrounding the iceberg below layer by layer. At this time, De Leon appeared inside the battle circle through the portal. He sat on the sofa and floated in the air, with his wings behind him, the holy angel Julian and the sinful angel Solomon. Julian held the artifact Angel Alliance for him, and Solomon held the artifact Dark Blazing Sword for him. The Hell Angel Julia was behind Julian, and Sophia, with the vampire maids and vampire guards, was scattered in the airspace above, below, left and right, forming a defense circle. Then a large portal opened in the airspace below Dalian, and a 10-meter-high mecha made by the imitation of the Flame Commander Destroyer was slowly teleported over by the Great Tomb. This is a comprehensive war mecha specially made by Nicole for the Elemental God Stone Activation Project. which uses many design ideas of the mecha seized from the Scarab Company. As long as Daliang enters the mecha and connects to the elemental god stone, he can obtain the control authority of the mecha. However, this Flame Commander mecha is only a prototype. Although it has completed the operational experiment, many functions have not been added. However, Daliang can't care so much in order to rescue Holy Bella. Anyway, the Flame Commander mecha also uses a lot of fire element semi-energy matter and crystal energy semi-energy matter. Daliang didn't think about defeating the God of Light, but it was not so easy for the God of Light to destroy this mecha in the siege. Then, the Great Tomb also completed the preparations to unseal many 16th level heroes. As long as the God of Light wants to fight when rescuing Holy Bella, the Great Tomb will immediately throw all the sealed 16th level heroes through the portal, unseal them without saying anything. For these level 16 heroes, on one side, there are internal fights over unfair land distribution, and on the other side, there are foreign bandits who want to rob all the property. Those with a little bit of brains know who to fight first, and those without a bit of brains can never become the top heroes. What to do after defeating the God of Light is a matter for the future. Anyway, Daliang has the 16th level Arbitration Angel and the 16th level Thunder Nicole, plus the rescued Holy Bella and the power of the Great Tomb. Michael, Satan, Lucifer, who can't get along with anyone without cowardice. At this time, everything that should be prepared is ready, and the God of Light should be let out for a walk. Whether it is a mule or a horse, Daliang sat on a sofa floating in the air and said to the Demon Lord Morris, "Open the seal." The seal of the God of Light uses a double-layer space isolation. The outer layer is the confinement space where Morris leads the demon army. Only by completely opening the confinement space can the exile space node hidden inside be found. And then the coordinates of the exiled space can be found through the node. Finally, the exiled space can be pulled back to release the Holy Bella inside. And of course, the God of Light will come out with it. After receiving the order from the King of Destruction, Morris immediately used magic to destroy the entire confinement space. The entire iceberg was stirred into powder by the spatial dislocation. And at the same time, the energy generated a large amount of gas in the sea water, which surged up. The water surface swallowed the collapsed iceberg like a boiling pot, and the entire sea area was violently turbulent. The earthquake produced huge waves, and the sea water was dyed black by the mud and sand rising from the seabed. The earth's crust bulged upward. The seabed rose, and an island broke through the water surface with a constant roar and continued to grow higher and larger, forming a small mountain. When the island rose to a certain level, the earthquake gradually subsided and the waves also lowered. Then Morris removed the illusion, and the upper layer of the island mountain disappeared out of thin air, revealing the circular basin hidden in the middle. The regular army of Morris's demon army was in this basin. The order to open the exile space had been passed to the Hell army in the basin, and this Hell army formed a defense formation around the center of the basin. The devil flew at a low altitude, sealing the gap in the defense array. After the exile space was opened, this army was the first line of defense and a cannon fodder to test the current strength of the God of Light. The confinement space was opened, and the rest was to use the space nodes here to pull the exile space back. The Demon Lord Morris landed at the center of the army array. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared from his side. Her body was dark and had sword-shaped limbs. Before Morris could react, the black shadow said, "I am the guard of the King of Destruction. Shadow Dragon Demon Knight. I am good at space and time skills. Your Highness ordered me to assist you in opening the exile space. I will take you away from the dangerous area in time, without knowing the situation inside the exile space. Whoever opens the exile space may be the first to be attacked by the God of Light." Morris stood here with the determination to fight for his life. Now with the help of a hero who is good at space and time, his chances of escaping from the hands of the God of Light have greatly increased. Moreover, Morris was deeply afraid that Yisei could approach him silently. If she was an enemy, he would have been killed by her. A terrible killer who controls space and time. Morris glanced at Yisei, memorized the appearance of this potential enemy, turned around and began to chant a spell. As the magic was released, a light spot gradually lit up in front of Morris. It showed an erratic blue color, which seemed to exist in this space and seemed to be on the other side, just like existing in a mirror that could not be seen. It was there, and not there. This was the node left by the exile space, and it was the only connection between the exile space and here. After calling the space node, Morris continued to follow the node to find the space coordinates of the exile space. Just like groping forward along a rope. The end is what you are looking for. However, when Morris touched the end of the space line, he found that there was nothing there. Broken. How could this be possible? How could the space line be broken? Chapter 377 Nothing. Demon Lord Morris was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe the result he felt. The exile space that was supposed to be at the other end of the space line was now empty. Yi Sei, who was standing beside Morris, immediately took over the exploration of the space node after hearing Morris's muttering. As a hero with the speciality of time and space track, Yi Sei easily controlled this space node, and then used his familiarity with space to quickly explore along the space line. Space is a very complex magic discipline. All systems of magic will have a branch of space after climbing to a certain level. Although the space branches of different systems have their own characteristics, the most basic things are the same. All magic related to space does not belong to the category of low-level magic. And the exile space is a very advanced existence in the space magic. No hero can explain clearly where the exile space is. It should belong to the infinite flat area between the space and the space. According to Daliang's understanding of the exile space, the exile space should belong to the two-dimensional world. To perform space exile on a certain area of the three-dimensional world is to force this area into the two-dimensional space. Of course, this is Daliang's understanding. Is it? There is no theoretical proof yet. But one thing is recognized. That is, nothing can be completely placed in the exile space. There will always be a line connecting this thing with the space where it really exists. And this is the space line. The space line is a metaphor. It is the clue of the real existence of this object. And the most appropriate expression should be the causal chain. Therefore, the space line cannot be broken. If it can be broken, the order world cannot place heavy troops to protect this space node. But after Yi Sei carefully explored it again, this space line was really broken. This situation made the space master Yi Sei unable to think of how to explain it for a while. So she had to report the situation here to Daliang truthfully. Daliang was ready to fight a war of gods. And the entire Great Tomb military fortress was put into operation. Nicole's alchemy laboratory established an information-sharing connection with the transmission transfer airship. And multiple adaptive computers analyzed the spatial coordinates of the entire sea area with sufficient energy supply. A large number of auxiliary magicians were urgently transferred to the airship. And the magic eyes above the magic devices around the airship opened one by one, ready to provide all-round combat assistance for the battlefield at any time. Dragon roars came from the sky. And Princess Zi-Ling led the fairy dragon to the battlefield through transmission. In this sea area, the density of high-level heroes and high-level creatures is extremely rare even in the ancient magic era. However, just when Daliang was about to make a big move here, he received extremely disappointing news. The exiled space was gone. How could the exiled space be gone? What happened? Yi Sei, explain it to me. Daliang asked Yi Sei, who flew to his side. If Holy Bella was lost in the exiled space, it would be too difficult to find her. Yi Sei was the strongest space master in the Great Tomb system. She answered based on her knowledge of space. I think it was the separation of the planes that caused the drastic changes in the exiled space. The space line was broken because the palace that sealed the God of Light was taken away from the exiled space from another direction. So there was no trace of the palace from our space node. Daliang thought about what Yi Sei said, and then asked, you mean, the God of Light and Holy Bella are no longer in the exile space? Yes. If the palace that sealed them is in the exile space, it must be connected to us here, and its traces can be found on the space line. But there is nothing on the entire space line, which means that the palace is no longer in the exile space, and it left from another direction. Where is it? Yi Sei replied in embarrassment, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't find anything more useful. But what is certain is that it is somewhere in the original order world. This is good news behind the bad news for Daliang. As long as people are not in the exile space, but in the order world, there will be a chance to rescue Holy Bella. In the final analysis, we still have to find those separated planes. And where did these separated planes go? Daliang said, let Morris come over. I have something to ask him. Hearing the summons from the King of Destruction, the Demon Lord Morris flew up and knelt in front of Daliang. The demons are very realistic. The exiled God of Light and Holy Bella could not be found. And the King of Destruction would naturally not release the several Hell Lords. Therefore, your uncle is still your uncle. No matter how much the boy in front of him does not meet the requirements of the demon, he is still a serious Lord of Hell. Besides, Morris also saw the lineup displayed by the Lord of Hell. Not to mention the powerful angel army. Even the newly born 15th level fairy dragons can completely defeat his Hell army. Morris saluted Dalian very respectfully and defended himself. I'm sorry, King of Destruction. I have been guarding this space node for more than 2,000 years. I have never tried to find the exiled palace. I don't know it disappeared in the exile space. Nor do I know when it disappeared. Dalian waved his hand to let Morris stand up and asked, regarding the matter of the exile space. I will not pursue your fault for the time being. Now I ask you to answer a few questions for me. Many planes of the Order world are separated. Where did those planes go? Morris quickly replied, King. After the God of Light was sealed, I led the army into the space confinement to guard the space node. We were also accompanied by an army of human dragon warriors. But we have lost contact with the outside world since then. The human dragon warriors gradually died of exhaustion. But no one has opened the confinement space to tell us what happened outside. Since this confinement space is a space array set up by the jealous demon King Angela himself, we have no way to get out of it until today when the confinement space was opened. I just found out that I can't locate other planes. Therefore, the plane separation you mentioned, Wong, should be what happened after we entered the space confinement, which is probably the reason why we are trapped in the confinement space. Morris's answer made Dalian unable to continue the following questions. According to what Morris said before, the war between the Order world and the God of Light took place 100 years after the opening of the God plane, and the entire theocracy lasted about 500 years. That is to say, Morris knew about the first 100 years, and he was imprisoned in the confinement space for the next 400 years and knew nothing. There are still many mysteries that cannot be solved. Dalian leaned on the sofa, looked at the top creatures and heroes in the sky, and couldn't help but sighed. Demon Lord Morris, in the name of the Lord of Hell, the Destroyer King, I declare that the duty of you and your subordinate army to guard the seal has ended. The command of this army of Hell is under the command of King Urgus, and it is temporarily transferred to my command. The island below is named Exile Island, and you and your army will be stationed there. Remember, without my order, you are not allowed to contact other people without authorization. I will make special arrangements for how to handle external affairs. In addition, you select demons who are specialized in magic to station in the airship above, and sort out all the magic techniques you have mastered and hand them over to Minia. That's all. Let's go! Chapter 378 Iron Library City. After Dalian gave the order, the army that was ready for battle began to retreat one after another. The portals opened one after another, and the heroes of the Great Tomb disappeared in the air. The Demon Lord Morris brought his subordinate demons back to the Exile Island. They had no power to disobey the order of the Lord of Hell, so they could only obey. Soon the sky filled with ultimate creatures was empty, and only Dalian and his wings were sitting on the sofa, and the servants were still guarding him wholeheartedly. Dalian's heart was indescribably lost and disappointed. He didn't know when he could rescue Holy Bella and find those lost friends and relatives. At this time, a hand was placed on Dalian's shoulder, and Julian said softly, Your Highness, no matter what happens in the future, we will stand behind you. One day, we can find them, and the friends who once fought side by side with us. Dalian looked at the sea again. The rippling waves reflected the blue sky, and his mind couldn't help but open up a lot. He said, Yes, I will find them eventually. What we need to do now is to solve the problem of Scarab Company. Elisa has returned to her nest. Has Yi Guang sent back any information? Yi's replied, Your Highness. Yi Guang followed your order and sneaked into Elisa's aircraft. Now she has followed Elisa into the core of Scarab Company. I know. De Liang nodded. Now the power of Scarab Company on the Order Star is completely exposed in front of him. As long as De Liang wants, he can use the power of the Great Tomb to uproot it. But after careful consideration, De Liang decided to maximize the benefits of this advantage. He ordered, Let Yi Guang continue to monitor Eliza, and then let Morris visit. No, I will go in person. Let Morris accompany me. After that, De Liang waved his hand, and a portal opened in front of him. After De Liang left with his subordinates, the demon took off and began to deploy defenses in the sea area. The Holy Bella that De Liang wanted to rescue was now in a rather simple little house on the Star Alliance's initial star, sitting by the window drinking coffee and looking at the strange city outside. There were not many places on the initial star that could be called safe areas. With the frequent activities of the Earthlings, and the hunting of monsters on the initial star, the number and quality of monsters refreshed on the initial star were also increasing. This also caused some small settlements with weak defenses to gradually disappear. Players who had just entered the star world were more willing to develop in those large settlements, which were safer and had more jobs and opportunities. However, small settlements also had their irreplaceable role. It is difficult for the Star Alliance to effectively manage small settlements. This place is a mixed bag of people, filled with all kinds of villains and interstellar bandits, and is a hotbed for all kinds of dirty deals. Even the seemingly very respectable Star Alliance company often appears here, issuing some dark tasks or buying and selling smuggled goods. It can be said that as long as you have money, you can buy everything you want in these small settlements, advanced gene samples, and even one of the most advanced peak assault ships of the Star Alliance. This place is full of various dangers, but there are also opportunities with rich rewards. Iron Library City is such a small settlement. It was built on a scrapped first-generation interstellar flagship. The first-generation interstellar flagship, with a length of 1,000 meters, has long lost all its functions. The weapons and instruments inside were also dismantled by the then Star Alliance Genesis Company, leaving only an empty shell. But for residents on the ground, the shell of an interstellar flagship also has a very high utilization value. Players who have lived in Tika City for generations have built a large defensive fortress based on this interstellar flagship. The most modern military facilities are inside the dilapidated shell. Once a large number of monsters are found to attack the city, this flagship can instantly extend hundreds of heavy firepower points of various models. The periphery of the interstellar flagship is the urban area of Tika City. The harsh living environment makes the residents here mostly choose full concrete pouring structure when building houses, and then lay a layer of steel plate on the outer layer. Therefore, there are no very high buildings in the entire Tika City. Basically 2-story or 3-story small buildings. Holy Bella lives in a long-term rental house in Tika City. This is a safe house that Wang Yi prepared for herself. When her identity was exposed and she escaped, she could rest here for a short time and get some supplies to last until the rescue of the Federation arrived. Therefore, there are always clean clothes and some simple and energy-rich food here. Holy Bella has taken off the mercenary uniform that Wang Yi gave her, and her armor is not suitable for this environment. She is now wearing the clothes that Wang Yi left here: light blue low-waisted canvas trousers, beige women's lace shirt, and a pair of leather soldier boots for climbing and running. With her golden hair tied into a ponytail, Holy Bella looked no different from an Earthling at this moment. She just sat there quietly drinking coffee and looking out the window for a whole day. No matter how much she drank, the coffee in the cup would not decrease. And no matter how long she sat, the cup would still be steaming hot. Wang Yi sent her here and returned to the Scarab Company's spaceship. Bella just sat here and secretly observed the world she was about to face. In the gray sky, giant spaceships in low Earth orbit can be seen, and various types of planetary shuttles are constantly rising and falling in various parts of the city. Every moment, people leave and new faces arrive. Everyone on the street was in a hurry and very mysterious. Everyone was fully armed. Some were wearing mechas, and armored vehicles passed by on the road with smoke and dust from time to time. Most of them were single-person suspended motorboats. This kind of single-soldier low-altitude aircraft was extremely flexible. The riders rode this motorboat and whizzed past the eaves and disappeared at the corner of the street in an instant. Wang Yi hadn't come back yet. She left a communicator, but Holy Bella didn't know how to use it. After sitting for so long, Holy Bella, who thought she had some understanding of the surroundings, decided to go out for a walk. The pattern of the badge was deeply imprinted in Holy Bella's mind. The appearance of the scepter and the angel sword might be a coincidence, but it was not so simple to appear together. Holy Bella wanted to know what the relationship was between Wang Shi, the judge, and Daliang. Daliang suddenly disappeared when the god plane was opened, and there was no trace of him in the entire Order world. Could it be that he also came to this strange world? Holy Bella seemed calm on the surface, but she was eager to find Daliang in her heart. He had once made the most significant turning point in his life, and this time, he seemed to be leading himself to explore a brand new path. Chapter 379. Answer me a few questions. Sacred Bella decided to go out for a walk. Even though Wang Yi had told her not to go out, Bella didn't think a person she just met was qualified to order her. Tika City is a very prosperous player settlement. There is a Tianking in the east of the town, which produces a very rare mineral, sewaging, which is a material that must be consumed when a spacecraft is sailing in the universe. Generally, rare minerals like this are controlled by the Star Alliance company. But this mining area is difficult to mine, and the output is not high. So it was obtained by Tika City just like the wealth that slipped through the fingers of the Star Alliance company. Mineral income is an important source of income for Tika City. Although the output is relatively low, most of the minerals produced here have entered the black market. It is difficult for interstellar bandits to buy such interstellar navigation necessities from regular channels, so they can only buy them from these private miners at a higher price. At the same time, there are also many monsters in the Tianking, and the genetic samples carried by some high-level monsters also attract some monster hunters to Tika City. The interstellar bandits and monster hunters who come in and out, plus some smugglers, make the weapons trade in Tika City very hot. Another very attractive feature of Tika City is that it has very advanced human mechanization transformation technology. This is a real game. Interstellar exploration and hunting monsters are very dangerous. Sometimes people come back alive, but with missing limbs. The cost of limb repair is often higher than a bottle of gene enhancement liquid. So many people choose to replace a mechanical limb. For the same cost, mechanical limbs are often more powerful than genetically enhanced bodies, and they can be replaced as soon as they break down. They are highly sought after by some players, who are often injured in frontline adventures. When they have money and don't take risks anymore, they can repair the missing limbs at any time. The mechanized transformation technology of the human body in Tika City has also attracted many people to come here. And some mechanized limbs can be seen everywhere on the streets. Holy Bella walked on the street, and everyone who saw her couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Bella's appearance was very outstanding, with the cold temperament of an angel. In this dirty iron city, she was so clean that she couldn't be stained by a trace of dust. Everyone secretly guessed her identity. Is she a woman from a big family living on the spaceship? At the same time, people also noticed that in the Iron City where everyone carried weapons, this woman didn't have any weapons, not even a dagger for self-defense. And there was no bodyguard around her. A fat sheep. Holy Bella didn't care about those malicious eyes. In the eyes of angels, humans are low-level creatures, and only the truly strong can be respected by angels. However, the scene in front of Bella felt familiar. There was a time in the Order world when a kind of people suddenly appeared in the entire plane. They also went on adventures in full armor and plundered without following the rules. De Liang seemed to be one of these people. Holy Bella felt that De Liang was in this new world. Seeing a bar appear beside her, Bella turned and walked in. And several people with special purposes also hurried in. The bar was a very ordinary bar. Several people sat next to the bar, drinking and discussing the day's gains. Over at the seats, a group of people surrounded two men arm wrestling and cheered loudly. The two cyborgs with mechanical arms were competing in arm strength. There was an iron box next to each of them. When the stalemate occurred, the onlookers would throw the coins in their hands into the box to bet on the players they supported. The entry of Holy Bella made the originally noisy bar quiet instantly. Even the two men who were arm wrestling could not help but look at the beauty who suddenly appeared. Bella walked to an empty seat at the bar and sat down. She took out a gold coin and secretly pinched it into a gold nugget. Then threw the gold nugget on the table and said, "Give me a glass of wine. And then answer a few questions for me. And this gold is yours." The waiter at the bar picked up the gold with disdain and said with a little sarcasm, "Beauty, have you just entered the Starfield world? Or have you taken too many drugs? Gold is a precious metal on Earth. But in the universe, your gold can't buy anything. This is Tika City. You can pay me federal credit points. Or you can give me the black market common crystal coins like them. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. I think most of the gentlemen here are willing to buy you a drink." At this time, a mechanical cyborg, who was arm wrestling, took advantage of his opponent's distraction because of Bella and won the game in one fell swoop. He grabbed his own coins from the iron box, then stood up and walked to Bella's side. The man showed off his mechanical right arm, and some patterns carved on it represented the number and types of monsters he hunted. He asked the waiter to pour a glass of wine for Bella and said, "Miss, you shouldn't wander around Tika City alone. If you didn't meet me today, you would be in big trouble. My name is Henry. Iron Fist Henry. And I have the strongest right arm in the entire Iron City. I'll buy you this drink. Then tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Iron City?" Sacred Bella certainly knew that someone was following her, After they came in, they sat at the door and asked for a cheap beer each. Bella looked at Henry, and then saw the coins in Henry's hand. Knowing that this should be the Suajin coin that the waiter just mentioned, Bella pushed the wine brought by the waiter in front of Henry, and said with a smile, "I don't like to drink wine offered by strangers." Iron Fist Henry? You seem to be very confident in the strength of your arm. Why don't we have a competition? If I can beat you, all the Suajin coins in your hand are mine. Henry asked. If I win, what can I get? Bella answered mysteriously, "You can get what you want now." Ha ha ha. Henry couldn't help laughing. What's the difference between this and the beauty throwing herself into his arms? He didn't think he would lose. Although the mechanical body was not as tough as the muscle body, its absolute strength and hardness were not comparable to flesh and blood. This was a sure win. He thought that the beauty in front of him proposed the game to tease him. Come on. Henry put the Suajin coins in front of Bella, put his elbow on the table, and said to Bella with a double meaning, "You can use both hands, and then you can experience how strong I am." One hand will do. Bella casually held Henry's hand, without pressing her elbow on the table, looking very unprofessional, as if giving Henry an excuse to take advantage of her. Bella said to Henry, "I'm ready. Can we start?" "You can start." Before Henry finished speaking, there was a bang, and his arm was turned outward and hit the table of the bar. The steel bar was dented by the hard smash, and then half of Henry's mechanical arm lay inside. The speed of the knockdown was too fast, and his mechanical arm was directly twisted off without any force relief buffer. There were only a few pipes connecting the broken arm, and pressure fluid and engine oil flowed out. The bar fell into extreme silence. Only Holy Bella loosened her hand holding the broken arm, pointed at the Suajin coins on the table, and said to the stunned waiter, "Give me a glass of wine. Then answer a few questions for me, and all these Suajin coins will be yours." Chapter 380 Strengthening Genes. No problem. Beautiful lady. This money is enough for you to ask me anything you want to know. The waiter quickly collected all the Suajin coins on the table, and then took out a bottle of exquisitely carved wine and a cup from the top of the wine cabinet, and then filled a glass of wine. Finally, the waiter placed the best wine in the bar in front of Bella, and asked with the most overflowing smile on his face, "Miss, what do you want to know?" Hey. Henry finally reacted and picked up his broken arm. His emotions were extremely crazy, and he yelled at Bella, "FK! My arm! My arm! Do you know how long I saved money to buy this mechanical arm? This is a limited edition. All parts are purely handmade, and there is also imitation muscle fiber tough metal inside. Its value is enough to buy dozens of women like you." "You bastard." Sacred Bella looked at Henry coldly and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will break your other arm. Get out of here before I can stop my hand." Bella's sharp eyes seemed to pierce Henry's heart. He felt his heart stop for a moment, and the coldness in the eye storage swept through his whole body. At this time, Henry felt like he was facing the most powerful monster, and even running away became a luxury. Henry, who was slightly calm, finally realized the difference in strength between himself and the woman in front of him. The other party's arm, which seemed to have little strength, could easily break his special mechanical arm. This was not something that a Pori adventurer could do. She must have received the top-level enhanced gene modification. At least A-level enhanced genes. Or even S-level. Henry's own enhanced genes barely reached C-level. In the Star world, C-level enhanced genes are already considered relatively strong adventurers. They are generally the backbone of an adventure team, and can make a good living on Earth through their gains in the Star world. However, above C-level enhanced genes, there are even better enhanced genes, but they are out of reach for ordinary adventurers. Only large Star Alliance companies have the technology to extract enhanced genes above B-level, and most of these genes are only provided for internal personnel. Yes. I'm sorry, miss. Please forgive my offense. I'll leave now. Henry, who understood the situation, apologized to Bella in panic. He knew that the background of the woman in front of him was not something he could afford to offend. At least, he couldn't have a conflict with her in public. Henry picked up his broken arm and left in a hurry. He had to find someone to reinstall his arm as soon as possible. Without strength, anyone in Tika City is prey. Bella used the weakest mental shot to warn this low-level human, regardless of the fearful eyes around her. She looked at the waiter again and said, "Okay, let's continue the topic just now. I want to know about the Judgment Wong family. Tell me everything you know." When Holy Bella mentioned the Judgment Wong family, the waiter's smile immediately froze, and he looked at Bella with a very strange look. At the same time, the people in the bar also left one after another, and after putting the money on the table, they hurriedly left the bar. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "Dear lady, are you kidding me? How can we discuss the matter of the Star Alliance founding company casually?" Bella didn't expect that just asking about Judgment Wong family would cause such a big reaction, making people here avoid it as much as possible. She said disdainfully, "Don't you tell me everything you say? Why don't you dare to say it?" The waiter reluctantly took out the Suojin coin and put it in front of Bella, saying in embarrassment, "Miss, I don't know your identity and don't want to know. I pretend I haven't seen you, and you haven't come to my place. This is the money you gave me, and this glass of wine is for you. Please go out after you finish the wine, and don't cause me trouble." The waiter was so scared that he didn't even dare to take the money. Bella was even more curious about the ruling Wong, but she couldn't ask anything here, at least in this public environment. The waiter would definitely not reveal it for fear of being implicated. Bella drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, flicked a Suojin coin with one finger and rolled it in front of the waiter. And then she put away the remaining Suojin coins. "My name is Bella. I don't like to owe others anything. I drank the wine. You take the money. I live in the house, on the corner of the street. With your ability, you should be able to find it easily. When you want to make this money, come to me. Goodbye." Without much gain, Bella decided to leave here. As soon as Bella disappeared outside the door, the waiter immediately called a servant and said, "You go to the city lord Mr. Percy and tell him what happened here. This woman named Bella is very strange. I can't think of anyone who would ask about the founding company in a place like ours, no matter what is involved. I don't want to be involved. And tell Mr. Percy that Bella is being targeted by several interstellar bandits. They are not like us, who are afraid of the Star Alliance's wanted and revenge. In order to snatch the enhanced gene sample from Bella, they can do anything. After a person injects the enhanced gene to strengthen his body, he becomes the carrier of this enhanced gene sample, and it is the kind that can be directly extracted and used. High-level enhanced genes have very high value, so hunting high-level gene sample carriers and snatching the benefits of high-level genes stimulates many people to take risks. The power that Bella just showed, after scaring some people, also aroused greater greed in some people. No matter how strong the individual strength of the advanced enhanced gene warriors is, they can't withstand the siege, and the robbers who dare to ambush the advanced enhanced gene warriors are also well prepared. Interstellar bandits are players outside the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance. They enter the Star world with false identities and changed appearances, and no one can find who they are on Earth. They drive spaceships between star fields and make a fortune by robbery and smuggling. High-level enhanced gene samples are really valuable in the black market of the star field. Bella has turned from a walking fat sheep into a walking bank. She didn't walk far from the bar before she was blocked by several people in a secluded alley. For hovering motorboats controlled the sky, and 6 men in mechas pointed electric shock guns and rope guns at Bella. An armored vehicle blocked the only exit at the entrance of the alley, and the medical staff in the vehicle were ready to extract enhanced gene samples. The enhanced gene warriors are injected with refined gene optimization liquid. When a person dies, the enhanced gene sample will quickly decay, so it must be quickly separated and extracted while the victim is alive, quickly stored, and then injected into the new body in a short time. The whole process will bring great pain to the victim. But most people who choose to be interstellar robbers no longer consider what human nature is, and they believe that death in the star world is not real death. So there is no bottom line for doing things. Girl, we want the advanced enhanced gene sample on you. If you cooperate, we will work faster, and you can suffer less. Chapter 381 Interstellar Bandits. All interstellar bandits wear helmets on their mechas to hide their appearance. Snatching enhanced gene samples from the human body is not only prohibited by the Star Alliance, but even the Iron Library City does not allow them to do this openly on the streets. No matter how chaotic this small gathering place is, it must maintain superficial order and stability. Therefore, these interstellar bandits do not want to make things too ostentatious. If they can get advanced enhanced gene samples without a loud battle, they can get out of the Iron Library City more easily. A woman without weapons is limited in strength. These interstellar bandits are experienced warriors who cooperate with each other tacitly. 6 guns with different functions, plus 4 motorboats. The woman surrounded by them could not escape. So the bandit leader and Bella negotiated the terms. Bella put her hands in her pants and stood there very relaxedly, as if she was not the one surrounded. The wind blew from somewhere, blowing her clothes and hair. In response to the bandit leader's suggestion, Bella said, "You are the ones who followed me outside the bar. Stupid humans always fail to see how big the gap is between us. I walked in here to lure you all out. Then, those who answer my questions can leave alive." The bandit leader didn't expect the woman to be so calm at this moment. And he also realized that this ambush was too smooth. In Tika City, how could a normal person come to such a remote alley? The leader immediately looked at the towering wreckage of the interstellar flagship not far away. After not seeing the city defense army attack, he asked others through the team communication channel, "Something is wrong. Have you found an ambush around?" The person in charge of the perimeter control immediately replied, "Boss, no suspicious people are found approaching. The surroundings are safe. Everything is normal. Everything is normal." The bandit leader had an ominous premonition. But the temptation of the advanced enhanced gene sample was really too great for him. He just saw the whole process of this woman breaking Henry's mechanical arm. She was so powerful. And what was even more valuable was that while possessing such power, her body not only did not change, but also showed the beauty of a woman's body shape. The enhanced genes she possessed were perfectly optimized. And even the A-level genes were high-end among the A-level ones. It would be no problem to exchange for the latest interstellar assault ship. If you meet a rich man who wants both power and appearance, you can also ask for another ship of supplies. Therefore, no matter what risks there are, it is worth a try. Girl, don't waste time by bluffing me. I will only give you 3 seconds to think about it. After that, no matter if you respond or not, I will take your genes. The leader pointed his gun at Bella and adjusted the electric shock breaking power to the maximum. As long as the opponent made any unusual movements, he was confident that he could knock him down with one shot. 3, 2, 1. But before the leader pulled the trigger, a gunshot sounded not far away. And then, the leader felt a dark shadow covering his head. It was a motorboat. The leader and his men immediately jumped to the side to avoid it. And then a motorboat hit the place where they just stood. The rider on the motorboat was dead. A bullet accurately shot into his back of the head, and a round hole was pierced through the helmet. The head inside was already bloody. Didn't he say everything was normal? The bandit leader immediately fired blindly in the direction of the gunshots to suppress the firepower, and at the same time questioned the personnel responsible for the outer perimeter security. But he received only a blank sound. Damn! Someone actually touched the sentry. But it's too late to say anything now. And the security personnel are probably in danger. At this time, the gunshots of the sneak attack sounded again, and another motorboat crashed. The bandit leader shouted, "Don't stop there and be a target. Run and find the position of the gunman." Others take turns to cover the retreat to the armored vehicle. The city defense army has come out. Hurry. Hurry. Leave. The gunshots attracted a quick response from the Iron City Defense Forces. Several military artillery boats had already taken off from the interstellar flagship, although the armored vehicles kept firing smoke bombs upwards. There was not much time to retreat. The interstellar bandits took turns to cover, shooting at the suspected gunman's position while running towards the armored vehicle. During this time, the leader looked back at Bella reluctantly, and then he was surprised to find that she was still standing there, not at all flustered by the bullets and energy beams that passed by her. She just looked at him, with a kind of arrogance and contempt for himself in her eyes that made people feel uncomfortable. Damn woman! There were an unknown number of gunmen shooting from the distance, and the city defense army was rushing over from a distance. It was impossible to continue to snatch the enhanced gene samples. This time, not only did they lose so many people, but they also had to abandon their base in Tika City and run away. They really suffered heavy losses this time. Thinking of this, the bandit leader couldn't help but feel extremely resentful. After rushing into the armored vehicle, he turned around and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the woman who had caused him so much damage, and pulled the trigger without hesitation after the crosshairs focused on her eyebrows. The armored vehicle started, and the rear hatch closed automatically. And at the moment the hatch closed, the bandit leader saw a scene he would never forget. The woman put her hand in front of her, and seemed to be holding something between her index finger and thumb. Was it a bullet? The hatch was closed, and could no longer be seen. The leader fell on the seat, and the armored vehicle was shaking violently while speeding. But his mind replayed what he had just seen again and again. Her hand was clearly in her pocket. When did it block in front of him? Was she holding the bullet she had fired? If it wasn't a bullet, then where did the shot he fired at her head fly to? No. I definitely didn't miss. Her hand was on the path of the bullet. Did she hold the bullet? She held the bullet. She only used 2 fingers. Who is she? The armored vehicle rushed out of Tika City and ran in the wilderness. The city defense army did not chase them relentlessly. These were their customers. Maintaining public order. Just stop at the right time. Those who died were incompetent. And those who lived could bring wealth to Tika City. This is the law of survival in the marginal areas of the Star Alliance jurisdiction. As long as you can survive here, no one cares who you are. This is also the reason why Wang Yi brought Bella here. The Star Alliance has a very strong control over big cities. Bella has no identity card and can't move anywhere there. However, as a party to the conflict this time, Bella was surrounded by the city defense forces of Tika City again. When the city defense forces were about to interrogate Bella, Wang Yi came out from somewhere and enthusiastically shouted to a leader of the city defense forces, Lu Tu. These are my sisters. Since they haven't caused any major trouble, let me take them away. Chapter 382 Wang Yi and the Veteran. The city defense leader, whom Wang Yi called Lu Tu, was a middle-aged man with an East Asian face. He sat in the cockpit of a large combat mecha, with the hatch open to reveal half of his body. He was wearing a camouflage uniform, with a cigar in his mouth, a metal shell on the right back of his head, and a pipe connecting the electronic components in his brain and the mecha. Hearing Wang Yi's call, Lu Tu immediately retracted the machine gun pointing at Bella, and a smile appeared on his face. It's Yi. I heard that you were recruited into the security force by a large Star Alliance company, with good treatment and high benefits. I thought you forgot about his brothers, who had carried guns with you after you found a good job. How? Is this golden-threaded Big Mare your friend? Lu Tu is a veteran of the federal government army. After retiring, he also entered the Star Domain world, with his excellent military qualities. Although he was not recruited by the Star Alliance like Wang Yi, he also became a small leader in this Iron Library city. Seeing Wang Yi, whom he had not seen for a long time, Lu Tu was in a very good mood. He waved his hand to let the men who stopped Wang Yi step aside and let Wang Yi come closer. Wang Yi walked to the front of the large mecha. The 4-meter-high body made her only able to raise her head to see Lu Tu. She took out a flat iron box from her pocket and threw it to Lu Tu. Then said, "How can I forget Lu Tu who taught me how to shoot? This is a tribute to you. My friend just came to Tika City and doesn't know the rules. It's not a big deal for you to cause this little trouble, right?" Lu Tu looked at the place where the battle had just broken out. The walls on both sides of the alley were full of bullet holes. The 2 motorboats turned into 2 piles of wreckage. The fire had been extinguished, but there was still thick smoke coming out. In addition, several corpses were carried by the city defense soldiers and thrown on the ground. The losses of this group of interstellar bandits were heavy enough. Lu Tu opened the iron box that Wang Yi gave him, and there was a row of cigars in it. Took out one and smelled it. It was definitely a top-grade product. Putting the iron box away, Lu Tu said to Wang Yi, "You killed all these people. Even though you have been retired for so long, your shooting skills are still so sharp. It's bad luck for these interstellar bandits to mess with you. And I'll keep an eye on your friend next time. I see she's a newcomer. You'd better take her to the city directly under the Star Alliance as soon as possible. This place is not suitable for novices to open up the wasteland. Brothers, everything is normal here. Pack up." Lu Tu closed the cockpit, and a bombardment boat flew over the sky, and the force field it created sucked the mecha into the cabin. Other city defense soldiers simply cleaned up the battlefield and drove away in various vehicles. Soon, only Bella and Wang Yi were left here. It's a close call. Wang Yi was a little relieved. Fortunately, Lu Tu and I know each other. Otherwise, if you were taken away by the city defense army, you would cause a lot of trouble. Holy Bella looked at the bullet she was holding, and after not sensing any magical energy, she threw it away. She said to Wang Yi, who had rescued her from the interstellar bandits, "If they took me away, they were the ones who caused the trouble. I wanted to ask these people something, but you scared them away." They didn't run too far. If you didn't have anything special, I would have chased them. Wang Yi knew that the angel in front of her had super strength, but her bad temper and her self-willed personality really made her feel helpless. But since she had met him, she couldn't just leave him alone. Right? God knows what she could do to the world when she got angry and drew her sword. This person is a super powerful being who can fight with God. God. He sounds very powerful just by the name. Bella? Can I call you Bella? Adding holy in front of the name is not in line with our calling habits here. Bella didn't mind the name too much. She said, Holy is the honorary title I got when I was promoted to a holy angel. Later, I was chosen by Archangel Michael as her holy right wing. And holy was given a higher meaning. Therefore, although I left Cloud City, I still retain the title of holy. My original name is Bella. There is nothing wrong with you calling me Bella. Michael? When Wang Yi heard this familiar name, she was stunned. Angels exist in the mythology of the earth. After seeing Bella's angel form, Wang Yi had many speculations about the origin of angels. So Wang Yi went offline to check a lot of information about angels. Now she heard the name of Michael again, who is a very famous angel in the mythology of the earth. At this time, Wang Yi had some certainty in her heart. Angels had visited the ancient earth, and the traces they left behind evolved into mythological stories in the eyes of the ancients. However, angels are natives of the broad universe. But the earth is trapped in the narrow universe. How did the angels enter the narrow universe from the broad universe? If angels have the ability to travel between the broad and narrow universes, can they also pull the earth into the broad universe? Suddenly, Wang Yi found that she had an opportunity to change the fate of the entire earth. Should she report to her superiors? Wang Yi first thought of her duties, but she quickly ruled out the idea of handing Bella over to the Federation. Her value was too great, and not all people in the Federation were dedicated to the future of the earth. Instead, most of them were black-hearted politicians. Wang Yi did not join the 6th Bureau of the Federation for any lofty ideals. For her, it was just a job that could enjoy excitement. I still need to learn more useful things. This will also be an experience that I can brag about for the rest of my life. Wang Yi said, Okay, I will call you Bella. I know you are a very powerful angel, and all the people in the entire Iron City are no match for you. But no matter what you want to know, it is definitely wrong to take this approach. If you have any questions about this world, I can answer them. If I don't know, I can also find someone who knows the answer for you. The interstellar bandits are all villains with no bottom line. As a person from another world, you may not be able to coerce them, but you may be easily misled by them. Let them go like this. Even if you kill them all, he will still be a bastard when he changes his body and re-enters the Starfield world. I got a day off today. I'll help you get your legal ID first, and then find a place where we can answer each other's questions. I'm also very curious about you and angels. When they first met, Bella knew that the Earthlings had landed in the Star World. This is not their real body, but just a carrier of their souls. It's a very special way of existence. Well, I do have a lot of questions to ask you. Chapter 383 Signs. Wang Yi didn't know that Bella had broken Henry's arm in the bar, and had just caught the bullet shot by the bandit leader with her bare hands. She thought she came back in time, and stopped Bella from killing people in Tika City, and exposing her strength. Therefore, when Wang Yi took Bella to forge an identity card, the strength shown by Bella was also fermenting rapidly. Percy is the lord of Tika City. He lives in an abandoned interstellar flagship and monitors every corner of the city under heavy protection. The city can be chaotic, but it must be a chaos under his control. Sitting in his office, Percy closed his eyes and fumbled with his hands to pick up various parts from the table and assemble them quickly. Soon he assembled a Gauss rifle, installed the energy block, inserted the magazine, and after a sound of electricity, the rifle entered the excited state. Taking off the blindfold, Percy pointed the muzzle at the person opposite the desk. Henry was pressed on the chair by 2 strong soldiers. Only half of his right arm was left, and the broken end was somewhere unknown. When he was about to repair his broken arm, he was pulled off the operating table by a group of city defense soldiers and brought here, facing the muzzle pointing at his head. Henry said in panic, Lord Percy, don't joke with me like this. I can tell you anything you want to know. Please move the muzzle away first. Seeing Henry's look, Percy laughed and turned off the energy switch of the Gauss rifle, then threw the gun to the guard next to him. Percy was a middle-aged red-haired man with a string of letters tattooed on his forehead. Letting his men release Henry, he asked, I already know what happened in the bar. I am Percy, and I know everything about Tika City. Tell me, who is that woman? Why did Iron Fist Henry have his arm broken by a woman? Henry didn't expect Percy to know about the bar so quickly. He didn't dare to hide anything from Percy, so he told him the details of what happened at that time. Mr. Percy, I really don't know that woman. I just wanted to chat her up and see if I could take advantage of her. I didn't expect to lose an arm. I'm telling the truth. If she is yours, please forgive my offense. I've already paid the price. At this time, the automatic door of the office opened, and a researcher wearing glasses came in with a tray. On the tray was Henry's broken arm. Lord. The researcher put the tray in front of Percy, handed over a storage device, and said, "Here's our analysis report on this broken arm. I prefer to believe that it was hit by a heavy tank." Percy waved his hand to let the researcher leave, then connected the memory to his personal computer, which contained a detailed test report on the broken arm, and a comprehensive analysis of the force it had endured at that moment. The data showed that the force endured by the broken arm was greater than expected. If he didn't know the real situation, Percy would have thought it was broken by a heavy chariot. However, it was broken by a woman with one hand. Henry, I believe what you said. Since Henry had no great relationship with the woman, Percy didn't embarrass him. Now take your arm away and install it as soon as possible. Then remember this lesson. A woman who dares to enter a bar in Tika City without any weapons is definitely not someone you are qualified to mess with. Yes. 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 The next time I see that woman, I will definitely run as far away as possible. Henry followed closely and hugged his arms, then quickly left the office. After dealing with Henry's affairs, Percy said to his men, "Call Captain Liu over. I have some questions to ask him." The interstellar bandits, who escaped from Tika City, drove armored vehicles and hid in a canyon. The motorboats that also escaped also joined them after a circle. This short battle was really a heavy loss. 2 motorboats were destroyed and 5 people died. Although the dead can log in again and enter the Star World, it is not a small expense to prepare gene enhancement fluid and equipment for them. The greater loss is the cargo and interstellar spacecraft left in Tika City. Morale was low, and one of the robbers couldn't help cursing. Did the Tika City Defense Army take the wrong medicine today? Usually when there is a gunfight in the city, it takes them at least 10 minutes to come and collect the bodies. But today they arrived in 2 minutes. Otherwise we wouldn't be exposed. What should we do next? The spacecraft and cargo are probably not coming back, and there is only 1 armored vehicle and 2 motorboats left. Boss, are you talking? Where are we going now? We are in the monster area now. It's very dangerous here. The leader of the bandits was thinking about the bullet that was pinched all the way. After being questioned repeatedly by his men, the leader said, "Let's go back to Tika City." The leader's answer surprised the bandits. Go back to Tika City? Isn't it a trap for us to go back? No. The leader said with determination, "We didn't attack the Tika City defense when we escaped, and they didn't chase us too much. We go back to Tika City. As long as we don't ask for goods and spaceships, Percy will pretend that nothing happened. He needs this kind of tacit understanding in Tika City, and he also needs us to bring him more wealth. But what can we do when we return to Tika City? The most important thing now is to find a way to rob a spaceship. In Tika City, we can't rob a spaceship with our limited number of people and weapons." The leader did not change his decision at all. He said, "No. We will return to Tika City. I want to prove what I saw and guessed. If it turns out that I am right, we can definitely get more than just a spaceship." At this time, Wang Yi had just made a forged identity certificate for Bella. She handed a chip to Bella and said proudly, "From now on, you are an Earthling. The information inside has been merged into the big data stream of the Star Alliance network. As long as you don't go to too sensitive places, this identity is enough to allow you to move freely within the control of the Star Alliance. Now let's find a place to eat and answer each other's questions. I only have 1 day of vacation, and half of it is past." Bella took the chip and looked at it. There is a fake identity inside, but it is not a fabricated identity. It just stole the information of another Earthling named Bella. So this identity is traceable in the Star Alliance network. In addition, Bella with her wings folded is exactly the same as an Earthling. So if you don't check it carefully, you won't find any problems. Chapter 384 Armed. Bella looked at the chip over and over again, and said to Wang Yi, "Fake is always fake. What if someone finds out that this chip is forged? I don't want to cause trouble. But if trouble finds me, I will never hide. Don't worry." Wang Yi gave Bella a reassuring gesture. Since the establishment of the Star Alliance, the number of people who forged their identities has been impossible to count. Even now, the Star Alliance has not figured out the number and information of players. It is really too difficult to investigate the information of a forged identity. Unless the Star Alliance deliberately targets it, no one will be able to distinguish the real from the vast amount of fake information in the big database. Otherwise, interstellar bandits and gray businesses would not be so rampant. Even if someone finds out that your identity is fake, it's no big deal. As long as you don't say anything nonsense or show too much strength, your appearance will determine that you will not be suspected of being a non-Earthling. And then I can easily get you another identity. At this point, Wang Yi noticed Bella's clothes. Under normal circumstances, this is underwear. At least in a chaotic town, no one dares to go out wearing such clothes without any protection. Although with Bella's strength, no one can break the defense of this cheap clothes. But for Wang Yi, Bella's clothes are really a bit too eye-catching. Before we eat, I have to get your equipment ready. Thinking about the cost of getting a fake identity for Bella, and calculating the price of protective gear and weapons, Wang Yi couldn't help complaining. Fortunately, I got a promotion and a raise. Otherwise my meager allowance wouldn't be enough for this. Let's go quickly. I know a good weapons store. In the chaotic and dangerous Iron City, weapons are always bestsellers. And the Lord of Percy has even set aside an area as a weapons trading market. The large open-air square on the edge of the city is full of all kinds of heavy weapons. There are heavy mechas of different types, old and new, chariots of various functions, motorboats, and shuttles. There is an area with some spaceship models, each of which represents a spaceship for sale. But the spaceship is not here. Interested buyers will be taken to see the real thing for a test drive. Wang Yi and Bella did not stop by these large weapons. These were not what she could afford. Her current weapons were all provided by Scarab Company. Passing through a tank area, Wang Yi walked into an open-door weapon store. Before she saw anyone, she shouted, "I want to buy a set of protective gear and weapons for my friend. TB230 tactical vest. The kind with 15 external attachment ports. Then I want 2 sets of Gauss pistol side hip holsters. I remember buying 2 sets of holsters will give you a belt. The belt must be high carbon fiber. Don't fool me. 2 Defender 7 Gauss pistols, 4 energy batteries, 8 45-round magazines, and a 1,000 bullet box. All the gun maintenance tools that are given away. Don't give me less. For defensive grenades, 1 standard set of tactical grenades. If you want a shock blade cutting dagger, I'll also give you a set." Wang Yi listed the names of various protective gear and weapons. After she finished talking about what she wanted, a mechanical voice from somewhere responded, "Hello, ma'am. The goods you want are being prepared and are expected to be delivered to you in 15 minutes. It'd be better if it's faster." Wang Yi gave a brief reminder, and then said to Bella, who was curiously looking around the weapons in the store, "This kind of light weapons store usually uses robot clerks. Only big customers who buy heavy weapons can alarm the store owner to receive them in person, basically. You can find anything else here. If you want a long gun, I can buy one for you. The gun rack on the west side is all for sale. Take whichever one you like. I'll pay." Bella slowly looked at the display in the store. There are long and short guns, light and heavy protective gear, and some knives. Bella didn't stay too long next to the gun she didn't know how to use, but walked to the knife display rack. Most of the tools here are wilderness survival tools, and a knife with a blade length of more than 20 centimeters is considered a relatively large knife. After a round, Bella said to Wang Yi, "I want a sword. The one I'm using now is too powerful for you." Wang Yi didn't expect Bella to want this kind of weapon. She said, "Ordinary swords are not complicated weapons. They can be customized here and delivered in a few minutes. But it's really an ordinary alloy sword without an energy shock blade. If you want a sword that can pierce armor, you need to customize it. It will take a long time. It will also cost a lot of money." Bella didn't know that Wang Yi was worried about her wallet. She said indifferently, "An ordinary sword will do. Style? I remember you have a badge with a sword on it. You can make it according to the style of that sword." Bella's choice made Wang Yi feel a little strange, but she didn't ask too much in such a place full of surveillance. Wang Yi took out the badge of Judgment Wang's, asked the electronic clerk here to scan it, and then started to check out with her federal credit points. Not long after, the weapons and protective gear that Wang Yi wanted were delivered by a cart-type robot. Put on the tactical vest, tie the belt, and insert 2 Gauss pistols into the holsters on the side hips. The energy battery pack is installed in the energy module of the vest, and all weapons and equipment that require energy can be charged through the energy module. Magazines, grenades, and some miscellaneous gadgets are all hung in the external slots on the tactical vest with the help of Wang Yi. Soon, Bella went from a fat sheep that everyone loves to an adventurer with certain self-defense capabilities. Even if Bella didn't know the function of these things at all, at least the appearance was indeed much tougher. Finally, Bella picked up the long sword made with 3D printing technology. The style of the long sword is the standard angel sword of Cloud City, which is also the sword that Holy Bella has been using. This sword does not have too many fancy magic skills, and its best advantage is that it is very strong. Like Bella's fighting characteristics, she rarely uses gorgeous fighting skills in battle, but even the simplest slashing and stabbing is the most deadly when used by her. Bella picked up the long sword, simply checked the blade, and put it back into the scabbard after feeling the weight, then fixed the sword behind her back. After Bella chose to have a sword, Wang Yi asked the electronics store clerk to make some changes to the tactical vest and added an external buckle to fix the scabbard. Therefore, after Bella carried the sword on her back, she did not feel any burden. Next, we have to get back to the topic. Chapter 385, Judgment of Wang Family. Due to supply and demand, there are some very secret places for conversation in many places in Tika City. The shopkeeper will ensure that there are no monitoring or listening devices in the room to facilitate the smooth development of some shady transactions. Those who can survive in Tika City generally have good credit. However, after booking such a single room in a restaurant, Wang Yi still carefully explored every corner of the room with her professional equipment. After finding that there were no extra equipment, Wang Yi opened the electronic menu on the table and swiped and selected food. At the same time, she asked Bella, who was standing by the window and looking out, "What do you like to eat?" Angel, do you need to eat?" After noticing someone watching from outside, Bella smiled and sat back at the table. She answered Wang Yi's question. Angels are creatures of light elements. We can absorb magic energy from the outside world, so food is not a necessity for us to obtain energy. But angels will not refuse delicious food. I really like the court desserts of the First Empire in the main world. Sitting on the highest tower, tasting delicious food and reading a book. If there is a glass of red wine, it will be a very relaxing day. Magic? This term aroused Wang Yi's great interest. She said excitedly, "Are you talking about the magic that can release very beautiful skills as long as you recite the spell?" Most magic isn't pretty. Bella casually released a ball of fire, then wiped it away with a flip of her hand, saying, "And I'm not an angel who is very good at using magic. You've asked all your questions. Is it my turn to ask questions? Is that a question? Well, it's your turn. What do you want to know from me?" Wang Yi said helplessly. Bella said, "I want to know about the Judgment Wang clan." Hearing Bella's question, Wang Yi frowned and asked, "Why are you interested in the Judgment Wang clan?" Then Wang Yi looked at the long sword behind Bella, the style of which was also based on the style of the sword on the Judgment Wang clan emblem. Then she thought of another sword that Bella used in the Closed Palace. Although Bella quickly put the sword into her private space, Wang Yi vaguely remembered the style of the sword was the same as the sword on the badge of the Judgment Wang clan. Is the Judgment Wang clan related to this angel Bella? Bella said coldly, "Answer the question. It's not time for you to ask questions now. But the Judgment Wang clan has existed since the founding of the Star Alliance. And now it has a history of more than 2,000 years. Where do you want me to start?" "Start from the beginning. I have plenty of time." "But I don't have time." Wang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to spend my limited vacation time telling stories. Want to learn magic? I can teach you." "No problem." Wang Yi immediately changed her expression and replied, "Today, I am yours." As for the early history of the Star Domain world, due to deliberate concealment and the existence of a lot of true and false information, people at Wang Yi's level cannot know too much accurate information. She only knows the virtual world created in ancient times broke the restrictions and integrated into the broad universe. But the creators of the virtual world were still restricted to the narrow universe. Earthlings need to go through the virtual world to touch the broad universe. The first batch of Earthlings who entered the Star World to open up Wasteland, after digging out the first pot of gold, jointly established the Star Alliance in order to protect the interests they obtained in the Star World. There were a total of 17 large player guilds, and an unknown number of small and medium-sized guilds to create the Star Alliance. Later, the large and small guilds gradually merged and evolved into 17 Star Alliance founding companies. At the beginning, The purpose of the Star Alliance was just a self-protection alliance formed because they were afraid of being annexed by the federal government after discovering the value of the Star World. However, the continuous development of the Star World has caused the Star Alliance to expand rapidly. Although the basic technology of the Earth is still unable to break through the bottleneck, the feedback from the Star World has caused an explosion of the Earth's applied technology. The Star Alliance is involved in almost all high-tech fields such as medicine, weapons research and development, aerospace, and machinery manufacturing, and has done very well in all of them, especially after the Mars transformation plan began. The Star Alliance took a large piece of the pie on Mars with its own powerful scientific and technological power. Since then, the Earth Federation government has lost control of the Star Alliance. The federal government needs to rely on the Star Alliance to develop the Star World, and the Earth cannot coerce the already large Star Alliance. So the founding companies of the Star Alliance have become more and more prominent. This is the development overview of the Star Alliance. The Judgment Wong family that Bella asked about is the controlling family of the Judgment Group. And the Judgment Group is one of the founding companies of the Star Alliance. Whether in the Star World or on Earth, the Judgment Wong family has a very large force. The existence of small gathering places like Tika City is because the founding companies are unwilling to manage them. If the founding companies are annoyed, they will turn this place into a flat land in minutes. This is also the reason why the bartender dared not answer Bella's question. Bella just broke Henry's mechanical arm and spent a lot of money to buy the information of the Judgment Wong family in such a public occasion. If the waiter said anything for money, he would not be able to survive in Tika City for so long. Of course, in a secret place like this, it doesn't matter what you say. Although Wang Yi took the badge of the Judgment Wong family to seek some convenience for herself, she really didn't know much about the history of this family. She only knew some of the current situation of the Judgment Wong family. The current head of the Judgment Wong family is Wang Qian. I know. He has full ownership of at least 3 life planets in the Starfield world, and the number of resource planets cannot be counted. He spends most of his time on the interstellar flagship Prince in the initial star orbit, where there is a whole interstellar fleet to protect the safety of him and the Wong family. As for where he lives on Mars, I don't know. The information Wang Yi can access about the Judgment Wong family is very limited. That is the top of this world. She can only look up to the mercenaries at the bottom and the newly activated spies and make some guesses about them. Originally, Bella did not find any clues related to Daliang in the information of the Judgment Wong family. But Wang Yi's last mention of the Prince interstellar flagship caught her attention. Bella knew Daliang's many identities, including the Prince of the First Empire of the main world, which was also his main public identity. Tell me about this Prince interstellar flagship. This time Wang Yi did not answer. She showed a sly smile and said, Miss Bella, this time it's my turn to ask. When do we start learning magic so that I can arrange the time? Chapter 386 The Influence of Demons. Saint Bella began her life in the Star Domain world, and gradually uncovered the secrets hidden behind this world. At the same time, the news that demons appeared in the Ghost Sea also spread rapidly on the Order Star. The expansion of evil forces is a major challenge for the Supreme Church, but it is also an opportunity. Any intelligent life is always afraid of hell and demons, which will produce a stronger sense of dependence on light and kindness. The Supreme Church has a very strong ruling power in the Order continent, where humans are the mainstream. But on the land and islands controlled by other races overseas, most foreign races believe in the gods unique to their own race. Even if many gods are not real gods and cannot bring divine power and magic to believers, these races still continue the traditions passed down by their ancestors. The appearance of the real devil made the Church of the Most Good prepare for the war with evil, while strengthening the radiation of faith overseas. At the same time, the Church of the Most Good used the power of the Church that was gathering to constantly put pressure on the Azure Cathedral. In the eyes of some elders, the threat of the Azure Cathedral to the Church of the Most Good was no less than the appearance of the devil. The death of the God Knight Phaedra was a great earthquake to the Church of the Most Good. Especially he was killed by a new paladin. Then the words of miracle spread from the Azure Cathedral. And the paladin Juliet, who killed the God Knight, completed the advent of this miracle. Even the fact that the sisters Julian and Juliet became the Knights of the Hall, and then the paladins in such a short time, was exaggerated as the favor of the God of Light. They are the chosen Knights of God. The status of the Azure Cathedral in the Church has also become unique. An internal split is gradually evolving within the Church of the Most Good. To prevent the worst from happening, the compromised conditions of the Church elders have been delivered to Father Titus. The elders agreed to withdraw Green's appointment as the bishop of the Azure Cathedral and reappoint Father Titus as the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. But the premise is, Julian and Juliet, the two paladins, must go to the church to receive the most professional further education and training. The twin paladins are the origin of the crisis of the Church of the Most Good. As long as they are controlled, the Azure Cathedral will still be a church with a certain status. But how could Titus, who was backed by De Leon, yield to the elders? Titus replied very beautifully, I have been reflecting on whether I have too much ambition during this period, and whether the idea of becoming the bishop of the Azure Cathedral has taken up too much of my prayer time. The important thing is, in the church chosen by God, who is qualified to stand on the altar closest to God, I found that I am not qualified to point fingers at those priests and knights who are more pious than me. The Azure Cathedral is a place favored by God, and God is by my side. I don't want trivial things to take up my time with God. Therefore, I no longer want to be the bishop of the Azure Cathedral. At the same time, I sincerely invite the elders to come to the Azure Cathedral, and invite all believers of the God of Light to come to the Azure Cathedral, to worship God in the place where God is watching. When Father Titus made the miracle speech and got the support of the field paladin, he had completely controlled the Azure Cathedral and the Soroing diocese. The title of a bishop was a dispensable title for Father Titus. Moreover, if he accepted the appointment of the elders, he would put himself under the elders, which would be detrimental to the development and spread of the new sect. Now the support of the Lord of Order has arrived one after another, and the civil war of the Church of the Good has begun. The angels who have newly joined the Azure Cathedral were incorporated into Julian's subordinates by Titus. And then the transformation of the Azure Cathedral was also carried out secretly. The first thing is to increase the concentration of the sacred energy of the Azure Cathedral. The archangel statues located at the gate of the church have been enchanted and transformed. They are no longer pure sculptures. The built-in magic circle will attract the gathering of light elements and then transform them into sacred energy. The sacred energy has the same characteristics as the power of the God of Light. The light angels are created by the God of Light using divine power and sacred energy. Many parts of the church have also adopted the same transformation. Therefore, although the Azure Cathedral has not changed from the outside, it gives people a more majestic and sacred feeling. The archangel statues outside the door seem to be two real angels, as if they are responding to the appearance of the devil and are about to fight in the air. The changes in the Azure Cathedral spread within the Holy See, and the miracles mentioned by Father Titus were also accepted by more and more believers of the God of Light. Many priests from foreign churches came to Soroing to check the situation under the orders of bishops from all sides. And then, they were subdued by the sacred cathedral. Pilgrimage to the Azure Cathedral began to become popular. Therefore, although Father Titus said that he would spend more time praying to God, he was busier than before. Every day, senior church officials from the Church of the Most Merciful would visit him openly or secretly, and some bishops would discuss the future of God and the church with Titus. When a large number of demons appeared in the Go See, such visits became more frequent. In the eyes of some believers, a place taken care of by God must be more reliable than the church. Father Titus was very satisfied with the current situation, and the demons appeared in a timely manner. In his spare time, he talked with Julian. If there were no demons, perhaps the elders would have sent the church's army to Soroing to intervene militarily. Those old guys are not fools. They know what we want to do. Even Elder Roland wrote to me to make sacrifices for the unity of the church. But the division of the church is unstoppable. The elders can only deter us by mobilizing the church army. They dare not let the threat of demons really attack the Azure Cathedral. Are the appearance of these demons specially arranged by the Lord of Order? Will they attack the Church of the Supreme Good? If they attack the Order continent, what should we do? After all, the Azure Cathedral is still the Church of the God of Light. If we go to war with this demon army, we must send troops. De Leon wants to annex the Church of the Most Good. Julian and Father Titus each have their own responsibilities. So some things must be explained to Titus to prevent the blunder of one's own people fighting against one's own people. Julian replied, this demon army is not directly under the Lord of Order, but it is also a friendly army. Now the Lord of Order has obtained the command of this demon army, and they are ordered to be stationed on the Exile Island. So you don't have to worry about them coming to the Order continent. These demons will not target the Church of the Most Good. They have other more important tasks. Chapter 387 The Devil's Visit. After Eliza returned to the crashed spaceship, she did not return to Soroing for the time being. The fleet that escaped from the Go See was in a panic. Some soldiers had mental breakdowns. and some soldiers had already fled. The news that a large number of ancient demons were released by the Scarab Company expedition team had spread, and the world situation would soon change dramatically. But what the Order Star would become had little to do with Eliza and Needham. What they were worried about was what impact these demons would have on the arrival of the Star Alliance Scarab Company. These ancient demons were more powerful than what was recorded in the text. The magic that could freeze more than 10 kilometers of the sea surface also made the two see the horror of the 15th level creatures. How many demons are there in that teleportation array? How many ancient ultimate creatures are there in this world? The 15th level creatures are already so powerful. How should the strength of the higher 16th level heroes be defined and understood? Eliza and Needham, who have been trapped on the Order Star for decades, think they have a very good understanding of this backward planet. Now they realize that they know too little about the history of this planet. Although the history is far away, the light of the magic age and theocracy began to shine from the moment the ancient demons appeared. Eliza and Needham collected all the information sent by the fleet. These demon armies, whose numbers and strengths are unknown, will inevitably become tough opponents of the Star Alliance Scarab Company to conquer the Order Star. Of course, the value of the genes of the 15th level demon lords and demons is also immeasurable. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them left in the Scarab Company on the Order Star. As a backup for emergencies, they cannot send people offline to report the situation here to the boss unless necessary. However, their competitor, the parent company behind the Blackfire Company, can know the existence of the demon army in advance and take countermeasures. In the competition to hunt the 15th level demon lords and this group of demons, the Scarab Company is far behind the Blackfire Company. Sitting in the captain's command seat, Needham is entangled in the question of whether to send someone offline. Eliza. Decades have passed, and old friends have left one by one. Now there are only 2 of us left. I don't know if the intelligence Kirk brought back has helped the company find our opponents, but according to the performance of Blackfire, its parent company has not been discovered. The time for the opening of the wormhole station is getting closer and closer. According to the information from the interstellar broadcast, the station may open in advance. When the power of the Star Alliance radiates over, Blackfire will definitely take the lead in attacking these demons. The value of these demons is worth it no matter what sacrifice is made. Our company is likely to lose this important resource, which may be the greatest wealth of Order Star. Do you think we need to report this discovery to the head office? Reporting means that one person will leave forever. The remaining people not only have to wait alone for the opening of the wormhole station, but also greatly reduce their ability to deal with sudden events. No one knows what will happen in the future, especially when the Blackfire Company is aggressive and the situation on the Order Star is undergoing great turmoil. It is difficult for Eliza to answer this question. The company's contract forced her to stay on the Order Star for decades. After such a long time of hard work, she wanted to leave a perfect ending. The company's income represents her gains after leaving. She wants to get rid of her current state and have money to do what she likes in the future. But the existence of Blackfire Company may make her hope become a bubble. Needham. I don't know what choice I should make. Eliza has aged a lot. In front of old friends, she doesn't need to act as tough as she does outside. No matter how prominent her identity is in Order Star, she is just a vegetable farmer at the bottom of the Star Alliance and has to consider her own survival. Thinking of Blackfire Company, she said, now Blackfire Company must have known about the demons, and Master Liang has begun to doubt our current situation. Every time I meet him, I can feel that he is seeing through our secrets little by little. I believe it won't take too long before he will make up his mind to take action against us. At this time, it is not appropriate to send people offline. But if the company does not know about the demons, it will definitely miss the opportunity to hunt these demons. Needham, you are the captain now. I listen to you. No matter what choice you make, there is no right or wrong, and it will not bring more losses to the company. Needham is the last captain appointed by the company through interstellar broadcasting, and has the decision-making power of their small group. Needham has always fulfilled his duties well, but this time, there are too many problems involved. But when Needham was making the final consideration on whether to send someone offline, the radar suddenly sounded a rapid alarm. The spacecraft that crashed on the seabed, except that it could not take off, still retained many functions, and a strict surveillance network was built in the surrounding sea area. When the abnormal air signal was detected, the spacecraft's automatic defense system immediately activated the drones deployed on the sea surface. Several drones flew in the direction of the signal source, and then the image of a demon appeared on the big screen in the spacecraft control room. How could the demon appear in this place? This place is not far away from the Ghost Sea in the general sense. Looking at the demon's flying direction, it is very clear that his target is this crashed spacecraft. Exposed, Eliza and Needham looked at each other. Although they didn't know what happened, the place had indeed been found by the devil. Now the devil is coming to the door. What should we do? Needham said, we will evacuate by shuttle now, and go to the Supreme Church of Order Continent to see if we can use the power of the church to deal with these devils. Although Needham, who had seen the power of the devil with his own eyes, did not think that the Supreme Church had the strength to defeat the devil army. They were obviously tracked by the devil with some mysterious magic. At this time, the Supreme Church was a temporary partner. When the two were preparing to evacuate, a voice came out. The demon caught a drone at some point, fiddled with it, and said, Madam Eliza, Mr. Needham, I am the Demon Lord Morris. I have no ill intentions in coming to you this time. I just want to talk to you about cooperation. My master wants to see you. He knows everything. He knows where you come from, and why you stay on the Order Star. Don't think about running away. I know where you are. This public visit is to prepare you. I will be where you are in 3 minutes. I look forward to meeting you. Chapter 388 Bilateral Contact. After saying this, Morris released the drone. He did not continue to fly forward and kept himself within the drone's illumination, as if to express that he had no hostility. At the same time, a portal opened directly in the command room of the spacecraft. Such precise positioning completely dispelled Eliza and Needham's idea of escaping. The other party had completely mastered their position, and escaping would only anger the other party. The other two also became curious about the visit of the Demon Lord Morris. From his words, it can be heard that the other party seems to know about the Star Alliance. So what did Morris want to talk about with the so-called adults? Needham said to Eliza, the ancient magic of order is really mysterious. It seems that our conversation has been eavesdropped by them. Get ready to welcome our guests. If you die here, it will be the end of this mission that has lasted for more than 30 years. Eliza didn't say anything. She entered some commands on the console, and the control room of the spacecraft changed its style. A long metal table rose from under the floor, along with several metal chairs. Then Eliza and Needham sat side by side on one side of the table, and a service robot placed water cups, notebooks and some small items that might be needed for the meeting on the table. After everything was ready, the halo on the portal flashed, and the Demon Lord Morris walked in. The interior of the spaceship from another world aroused Morris's great curiosity. He couldn't help but look around, and there were virtual screens and operating tables with different lights on everywhere. There was nothing related to magic here, and it was not an alchemical product. Finally, Morris looked at Needham and Eliza, who stood up to greet him. The demon's hideous appearance showed standard social etiquette. After performing the ancient noble etiquette to the two, Morris said, guests from afar, I welcome you on behalf of the world of order. Although this welcome is a little late. For us demons, 30 years is not a long time. Sometimes we will be very patient to lead a person to evil step by step from a toddler, watching him grow into a vicious person, and finally taste this snack that we carefully made. Although this metaphor may cause discomfort to some people, I just want you to understand this belated welcome. At the same time, we also want to thank the Scarab Company for opening the portal and letting us know that the world has changed so much. Needham and Eliza could hear Morris's protest, and he did have the strength to occupy a strong position in this meeting. As the last captain of the scientific research exploration ship appointed by Scarab Company, Needham responded to Morris, if I knew we would face a scene like today, I would never agree to open the portal. But now that it has happened, we will also actively face you from the ancient magic era of Order Star. We are ready for the meeting you want. Please take a seat. Then we can have a formal bilateral contact. Needham made an invitation, and Morris saw that 4 chairs were reserved on his side of the conference table. He waved his hand, and 3 of the chairs flew away from their original positions to the corner of the wall, and then said, there is no need to prepare seats for us subordinates where my master appears. After that, Morris pushed the last chair to the center of the conference table, and then a ball of fire appeared on it. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and became more and more solid, gradually forming a human figure, and finally solidified into the appearance of the Flame Commander, which was also the form of Daliang's world-destroying form. This is just a fire element mirror magic, which cannot allow Daliang to obtain the power of world-destroying. But it can be used as a disguise to allow Daliang to conduct this negotiation in person. You two can sit down. Dalian changed his voice, and his tone also had the majesty of a superior. After Needham and Eliza sat down, Dalian said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mishi, and I am the owner of the Hell Army you released. I come from the ancient magic era defined by this world, and I was one of the former masters of this world. Therefore, I have the right to receive visitors from the Star Alliance on behalf of the Order world. I am also very curious about your identities. In addition to the name, is there anything else you need to tell me?" Needham and Eliza secretly speculated on where they had opened a portal to. A 15th level Demon Lord Morris is already too strong. But judging from his attitude towards Mishi, he is just a respectful subordinate. What kind of strength does Mishi have? Also, he didn't show any nervousness when he mentioned the Star Alliance. And he didn't seem to worry about the invasion from outside the universe. Is he confident in his own strength? Or ignorant of the strength of the Star Alliance? Needham said, "Mr. Destroyer, you should already know that Elisa and I both serve the Scarab Company of the Star Alliance. The Scarab Company is very interested in the Order Star. We have been collecting information about the Order Star for the company to help the Scarab Company develop the Order Star well. The Star Alliance is a cross-galaxy civilization union. The Scarab Company can help the civilization of the Order Star enter the space age as soon as possible. The Star Alliance also needs the injection of fresh blood. Facing this powerful army of hell, all Needham and Elisa have to do is to survive. The best result is to use the Star Alliance to stabilize these demons. If these demons can kill the Blackfire Company, it will be even better." In order to increase the shock, Needham asked Elisa to call up the Star Alliance's Power Star map. A star map composed of multiple galaxies was projected on the conference table, and the dazzling light dazzled Dalian's eyes. Can the game map be so big 2,000 years later? At this time, Dalian still thought that he had traveled into the game. As the big boss on a map in the game, he always thought that he was a disadvantaged group. But showing weakness will not increase the player's sympathy, but will stimulate them to fight the boss and get equipment. Therefore, Dalian's strategy is to play the tiger. And it is a hidden big tiger, so that players will be very cautious when they come to the Order Star to open up the wasteland, so as to prevent being accidentally wiped out by the hidden boss. Saroying City will be built into the main city of the map's mission. And Exile Island is the final copy of the map. Now Dalian has to do is not to let the Scarab Company have this copy alone. The Scarab Company wants to develop the Order Star? This is the funniest joke I have heard in the past 2,000 years. Dalian laughed loudly, and the flames on his body became stronger. You really should study the history of the Order world. The Order Star you are talking about is only a part of the Order world I am talking about. And the civilization you have seen is only a small part of the entire Order civilization. The Scarab Company, a Star Alliance company, wants to develop the Order Star. You have been too comfortable these years. Chapter 389, each with his own motives. If it were in the past, Needham and Eliza would not care about the ancient civilization that once existed on the Order Star. After all, 2,000 years have passed. According to the cognition on Earth, the greatest value of the existence of ancient civilizations is to be remembered, to sigh at the wisdom of the ancients, and to be complacent about one's current life. The ancient magic civilization that existed on the Order Star is really too far away. Even if it was brilliant, it disappeared in a catastrophe. The multidimensional world recorded in the history of the excavation has collapsed. Some scholars believe that the changed environment is not conducive to the survival of advanced organisms. Coupled with the scarcity of advanced organisms, they gradually died out with the reduction of their offspring. The low birth rate of elves also seems to confirm this theory. In short, the mainstream idea of the Order Star is that the ancient civilization is gone, and it will never come back. Needham and Eliza also agree with this statement. Even if there are some ultimate creatures left on the Order Star that survive for some reason, their number must be very small. If there are many, there would be no record of their activities in the past 2,000 years. But now, they are facing the commander of a hell army from the ancient magic era. How many demons are there behind that portal? How many ancient hell heroes? It's all a mystery. Moreover, since the hell races of the ancient magic era have appeared in large numbers, will other ancient races also appear? Magic is really too strange. Even though Needham and Eliza can use some low-level magic, it is difficult for them to explain some magic phenomena. If the magic civilization of the Order Star begins to revive, and the ancient races and heroes return in large numbers, does the Scarab Company have the strength to deal with it? All of this requires more understanding of the ancient magic civilization. Needham said, I admit the existence of the Order world, and it does have a very advanced civilization. But it disappeared. In the late Theocracy era, the Order world experienced a plane collapse. Civilization is interrupted. Genocide occurs. And the past glory is gone. However, the Scarab Company is committed to restoring the Order civilization. We have developed a magic potential activation potion to increase the number of magicians who can learn magic. After the Scarab Company sends a large number of personnel to the Order Star. If we can get your cooperation, we will be able to quickly restore the lost civilization. I can see that you do not want to turn the Order Star into a killing field of hell. Owning an Order Star with advanced civilization can improve your status in the Star Alliance in the future. The Shadow Dragon Demon Yiguang is hiding nearby. So De Liang knows that Needham and Eliza are just two small figures in the Star Alliance Scarab Company. And they have no decision-making power. This also explains why every time I meet Eliza, she doesn't say anything substantial. In addition, they have problems with going offline. It's hard to imagine what kind of game mechanism requires a player to stay offline for more than 30 years. Both the Star Domain world and the Star Alliance have aroused great curiosity in Daliang. However, no matter how much I talk to Needham and Eliza, it doesn't make much practical sense. Daliang pretended to think for a while, and said, cooperation to restore the world civilization of Order and join the Star Alliance. This proposal is quite interesting. But you are not qualified to continue the next negotiation with me. I want to meet with the more senior managers of the Scarab Company. Your mission can end here. The willingness of this ancient hell army to cooperate is definitely good news for Scarab Company. In this way, Blackfire Company can be effectively suppressed. And they will agree to Scarab Company's right to allocate resources on Order Star. And if other advanced races are found in the future, these demons can be led. At worst, these ultimate creatures can be stabilized. And then, they can be fully understood. And finally find a way to wipe them out. However, even if Needham went offline to inform his boss, he had no way to come to Order Star to negotiate immediately. Needham said in embarrassment, Respected Lord Destroyer, it is not easy to come to Order Star from the Star Alliance. Ordinary space travel takes an unimaginable amount of time. Fortunately, the Star Alliance's wormhole station will be open to this star region within 1 or 2 years. And then the Scarab Company will definitely send a heavyweight delegation to visit you. Before that, we can also conduct preparatory cooperation. The Scarab Company we founded on the Order Star has very strong strength, and is currently conducting a large-scale excavation of ancient ruins on this planet. If we can get the help of you and your subordinates, we will definitely be able to find more buried ancient ruins. And perhaps find ancient heroes who are left somewhere like you. In addition, we can also cooperate to establish an ancient magic civilization restoration agency. I think that when the wormhole station is opened, with the recommendation of Scarab Company, you can lead Order Star to join the Star Alliance immediately, and then go out of this planet to conduct greater cosmic exploration. Needham drew a very wonderful blueprint for Daliang. But Daliang was very clear about the fundamental purpose of Scarab Company. They wanted to conduct super-biological gene research and needed to hunt the ultimate creatures carrying genes. Daliang put on an impatient look and said, Don't play tricks with the hell creatures. On the road to joining the Star Alliance, I don't have only Scarab Company as an option. At this time, there was another foreign visitor on Order Star. Blackfire Company. You should know them. They also come from the Star Alliance. And the conditions they have now are much better than yours. Your Scarab Company gives me the feeling of an unreliable small workshop, without more benefits. Why should I choose you Scarab instead of the larger Blackfire Company for cooperation? These demons have already contacted the Blackfire Company. This is the worst news Needham has heard. The Scarab Company is obviously a large company within the Star Alliance. But the office environment on the Order Star is too shabby. A crashed spaceship and 2 old employees are really not as good as the vibrant Blackfire Company. This invisibly lowered the value of the Scarab Company in the eyes of the demons, and made the inconspicuous Blackfire Company in the Star Alliance look like a big company. Needham quickly explained, Mr. Destroyer, things are not what you think. The Scarab Company is much stronger than the Blackfire Company. We came to the Order Star 30 years earlier than the Blackfire Company, which shows the strength of the Scarab Company. It's just that our spacecraft had a malfunction, so our personnel could not go offline normally. So every time we sent a person to leave the Star World and return to Earth to report the situation here, we would lose a member. So now there are only 2 people left. Me and Eliza. I promise that when the wormhole station is opened, You will find that the scale of Blackfire Company cannot be compared with Scarab Company. Daliang immediately asked, before continuing the negotiation. You should first explain to me the relationship between the names of offline Earth and Star World. Chapter 390, Unraveling the Mystery. Facing the powerful competitor Blackfire. In order to win over this powerful demon army, Needham was a little bit careless. When he realized that he had revealed too much information, it was already a little too late. But what else can he do if he doesn't make it clear? If he can't get the trust of this world-destroying demon, the demons will turn to Blackfire. And before the wormhole station is opened, Blackfire will be able to swallow up all the assets of the entire Scarab Company on the Order Star within a few months. After the wormhole station is opened, can the Scarab Company defeat the Blackfire Company, which has the support of demons and has a foothold on the Order Star? Moreover, the parent company behind the Blackfire Company will definitely do its best to compete with the Scarab Company on the Order Star in order to protect the benefits it has already obtained. Even if the Scarab Company made the location of the Order Star public, the Blackfire Company would have made a lot of money by then, while the Scarab Company had gained nothing after more than 30 years of planning. What could Needham get for his efforts over the past 30 years? He also needed this bonus to spend the rest of his life comfortably. Therefore, for his own sake, and to win over the demons to the side of the Scarab Company, Needham could not care too much. Moreover, these things were not secret in the Star Domain world. If Miesher and his demons could eventually enter the Star Alliance, they would also know these things. So, without much hesitation, Needham told Daliang clearly what the Star Domain world was. When Daliang heard the theory of the narrow universe and the broad universe for the first time, he also found that his initial speculation seemed to be greatly deviated. He did not travel into the game world, but entered the broad universe through the virtual game of Hero World. For Earthlings, the Star World is a real game. Many people call themselves players, and they also explore the stars with the intention of playing. But there are also a large number of people who rely on the Star World to survive. It is the pressure of survival that makes Needham show the entire Star World to Daliang, solving many of his long-standing questions. So what force allowed the game Hero World to enter the general universe? At this time, Daliang found that Needham didn't seem to know which game entered the general universe 2,000 years ago. He couldn't ask questions beyond the scope of the topic in his current role, so he could only listen quietly. After introducing the Star Domain world as concisely as possible, Needham said, Mr. Miesher, Blackfire Company should not tell you these things, because they rely on information asymmetry to make you mistakenly think that they are a powerful company. But in front of Scarab Company, they are nothing. After the wormhole station is opened, their disguise can be exposed. Only by cooperating with Scarab Company can you integrate into the Star Alliance faster. Although the facts were somewhat beyond Daliang's expectations, his arrangement, according to the game idea, was not in vain. The Star Domain world is a real game for the Earth. You can go offline, reshape your body and revive, and do many crazy things that you dare not do on Earth. The Order Star can also be described as a new map, so he is still the most valuable boss on this map. At the same time, the vast real star field also greatly attracted Daliang. If he could enter the Star Alliance, could he use the power of the Star Alliance to find those separated planes? Daliang is really considering joining the Star Alliance this time. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a military force that can maintain the independence of Order Star, so that the Star Alliance will not colonize Order Star by force. Daliang wants to establish more connections with the Star Alliance. But apart from the Blackfire Company, which is selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, he can only contact the Scarab Company. However, Needham and Elisa cannot log off at any time to communicate with their boss. It's not that they can't log off, but they can't come back if they log off. Your way of existence is really magical, Daliang said after Needham's introduction. There are two bodies in two non-contacting worlds. When your soul is in one body, the other body will go into hibernation. And as long as your body on Earth survives, you can be resurrected in the general universe. What is the reason that you cannot leave the general universe normally and return to your body on Earth? Needham replied, Our hibernation capsule is broken. Why not repair it? Did you let it break for so long? Speaking of repairing the hibernation capsule, Needham shook his head helplessly. When the spacecraft crashed, many equipment broke down, including the hibernation capsule. We also wanted to repair it at the beginning, and there were various repair parts in the spacecraft. But there was no way to make it work normally, even if all the self-tests were normal, and the offline personnel did not come back. We can't find where the fault is. After all, we are not the ones who build spaceships. The maintenance workers are also contract workers like us, and they can only handle very simple faults. After all, it is impossible for senior engineers to board this spaceship. If we can get the hibernation capsule of Blackfire Company, then you can have an indirect conversation with my boss. After explaining the situation of the hibernation capsule, Needham did not forget to lure Mishi to attack Blackfire Company. Not only did he grab the hibernation capsule, but he also solved the competitor, killing two birds with one stone. But Daliang did not have a hibernation capsule for Needham. He smiled and said, "I said, don't play tricks in front of the devil. Regardless of the strength of Blackfire, it is an alternative for me, as is Scarab. After the Star Alliance's wormhole station is opened, I also hope to cooperate with more Star Alliance companies. If Scarab wants to give more, it must first give me something that satisfies me." Daliang seduced Needham like a real demon, in front of the many competitors he created. If Scarab wants to gain an advantage, or not be killed by the demons of its competitors, it must give more benefits than its competitors. Before the Star Alliance's wormhole station was opened here, these demons did have the strength to kill Scarab and Blackfire at any time. At this time, it's a competition of who has the lower limit. After the wormhole station is opened, the Scarab Company will recover all the investment and interest, in order to stabilize the demons. Needham said, "Here are all the assets of the Scarab Company on the Order Star. The Blackfire Company will not have much more than us. But no matter what the Blackfire Company promises to give you after the wormhole station is opened, the Scarab Company can give more than them. Now I don't ask you to help me kill the Blackfire Company. Just maintain the status quo and wait for the wormhole station to open." Daliang said, "My request is, before the Star Alliance's wormhole station is opened, whoever tells me how to contact the Star Alliance, I will help him kill the other party, and promise to establish a preferential cooperation relationship. In addition, this spaceship is now mine. Please leave my ship immediately. Except for what you have now. You are not allowed to take anything that already belongs to me." Chapter 391 Potential Crisis of Star Alliance. The sudden change of attitude of Mishi was beyond Needham's expectation. And the undisguised greed also showed the personality of the devil. Although the spaceship crashed, it still has very high value, and many functional systems are still running. It is the core of their control over Scarab Company. Without the spaceship, it is difficult for them to maintain control over the company. Of course, Needham is also mentally prepared to hand over the spaceship. If the devil also takes the spaceship of Blackfire Company, it will create a certain advantage for Scarab Company. But the most serious thing is how Mishi wants to contact Star Alliance. Although Scarab is a large-scale business entity, it is only one of the top 500 companies. There are companies in the Star Alliance that are larger than Scarab, and there are founding companies with unshakable status. If Mishi can contact the Star Alliance, then Scarab's interests on the Order Star will be most seriously challenged. If Blackfire did not exist, Needham would never tell the method. Even if he died, he would not tell. But what would Blackfire choose? After careful consideration, Needham said to Daliang, "Mr. Mishi, this spaceship is the property of Scarab. As an employee of the company, I have no right to give it to you. But if you are willing to cooperate with us immediately, I think the company will be very willing to give this spaceship as a thank you." Daliang said, "Pay attention to what I just said. This is robbery. You don't need your boss's authorization. And don't deliberately deflect the point. I want to contact the Star Alliance. And I also said this to the Blackfire Company. Your little tricks are all left over from my play thousands of years ago. You want to be the banker on the Order Star. That's wishful thinking. From now on, I am the banker. As one of the rulers of the Order world, when other rulers are not around, I have full ownership of the Order Star. Anyone who wants to play here must abide by the rules I set." Needham immediately said, "Sir, do you know how dangerous it is to expose yourself to the eyes of the Star Alliance? This is a super-armed force across several galaxies, and they have conquered many planets like Order Star. Although your power is strong, it is nothing under the giant ships and cannons of the Star Alliance. The best way is to cooperate with the Scarab Company first, and let us improve the civilization level of Order Star. Only when you have the military force recognized by the Star Alliance can you be respected by the Star Alliance." Feeling the contempt for the low-level civilization of Order Star in Needham's tone, Daliang waved his hand impatiently, and a portal opened behind Needham and Eliza. He said, "You don't understand our world, nor do you understand what you call the general universe, the Starfield world. Let me tell you, the theory of plane collapse is wrong. The multiplanes of the Order world did not collapse, but were separated by some force. The Order star is a plane of the Order world, and the other planes must be somewhere in this universe. At the end of the ancient magic era and the beginning of the theocracy era, the Order world could already explore the universe. Now more than 2,000 years have passed. I think the power of the Order world is not much weaker than your Star Alliance, and they must be looking for the Order star. The Star Alliance's use of force against the Order star represents a declaration of war between two different civilizations. As an Order race that can challenge God, it is not a backward planet that was conquered by the Star Alliance before. In addition, gods are also cosmic creatures that the Star Alliance needs to pay attention to. They really exist and are extremely powerful. They have invaded the Order world, and a war between gods broke out. Looking at the state of the Order star, you can know how fierce the war between gods was at that time. The Star Alliance is developing so comfortably now because you have not been discovered by the gods. Therefore, I suggest that after you leave here, send someone offline immediately to tell your boss what I said. The Star Alliance is so arrogant, and unlimited expansion is very dangerous. You are overly arrogant because you have not encountered a more advanced civilization. But does the Star Alliance, which has only a 2,000-year history, really think that there is no civilization stronger than you in the universe? You exposed your secrets without any precautions, and even felt complacent about being able to revive infinitely. Have you ever thought that after God knows and occupies your birthplace, you will be completely cut off from the general universe? I think your bodies in the general universe are not capable of reproduction. Looking at the portal beside him, Needham was sweating profusely. Even when facing a powerful demon, Needham's respectful bones still have the contempt of a higher civilization for a lower civilization. What he was thinking about was how the Scarab Company would treat demons as prey and colonize this resource planet after the Star Alliance's wormhole station was opened here. But after hearing the words of the world destroying, he suddenly felt that the vast Star Alliance seemed powerful. But in fact it was a castle in the air built on duckweed. When the Star Alliance was first established, it was very cautious in exploring the Star World, fearing that it would encounter a more advanced civilization than itself and be destroyed, keeping its own secrets and not allowing any non-Earthlings to enter the initial star were the rules made at that time. But 2,000 years of peaceful interstellar expansion have numbed the Star Alliance's vigilance. The civilizations encountered were so backward, which also made the Earthlings proud of their advanced civilization. Although there are also crisis theories within the Star Alliance, it is believed that the Star Alliance should stop expanding, digest the existing territory first, and then build a defense system. But the Star Alliance is a group of businessmen, and businessmen pursue profits. If you don't actively explore the star field, you will be surpassed by other companies. Building a defensive body costs money, and building more exploration fleets makes money. Businessmen know what is the best choice for themselves. At this moment, Needham discovered what the biggest information he had overlooked on the Order star was. Although the history of the Order star was in danger of a fault, there are many signs that the extremely powerful creature God exists. They came to the former Order world, and a war of gods broke out here. Then the plane collapsed, and the gods and most of the advanced races disappeared completely. In the ideology of the Earthlings, gods are fabricated totems. The so-called divine power and magic on the Order star are both energy applications that the Earthlings cannot understand. Therefore, Needham and his team believe that gods might be self-proclaimed titles of some top heroes in the ancient magic era, and divine power and divine magic were probably some kind of witchcraft left over. Therefore, Needham and his team did not pay too much attention to gods. Anyway, in the historical records discovered, although the ancient magic civilization was very advanced, it did not conduct long-distance interstellar exploration. It was still a near-Earth civilization rather than a space-class civilization like the Star Alliance. Advanced civilizations absolutely crush low-level civilizations, and this is where their sense of superiority lies. But if gods are not the original species of the Order star, but come from the universe, it is another matter. Chapter 392, Reality and Fake. Needham is very clear about what the Star Alliance is like now. The disorderly expansion without any threshold, coupled with the loss of vigilance due to long-term lack of enemies of the same number, has made many Earthlings unable to control their mouths. Just like what he did just now. He told the secrets of the Earth for the sake of profit. Those who said this don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, the other party can't threaten the Star Alliance at all. As a result, almost all affiliated civilizations in the entire Star Alliance know that there is an initial star. which is the lifeblood of the entire Star Alliance. But fortunately, the rule set in the early days of the Star Alliance that non-Earth intelligent life is not allowed to enter the initial star have been implemented. All Star Alliance spacecraft must undergo strict inspections before entering the wormhole station that jumps to the initial star. If non-Earth intelligent life is found, it will be immediately executed, and the passengers will also suffer the most severe punishment. However, has the initial star been exposed? Only God knows. If there are cosmic creatures like God, then they can cross the stars to find the Order world, and they may encounter the Star Alliance. Can the current Star Alliance stop God from finding the initial star? If the initial star is lost, one less Earthling in the Star Domain world will die. There is no need for God to kill one person. The Earthlings can do anything with the body they get in the Star Domain world. The only thing is that they cannot reproduce. He only needs to occupy the initial star for 100 years. Or even destroy the initial star like he did to the Order star. The people on Earth will be locked up in the narrow universe again. They have witnessed the true vastness of the universe. Can they cheer up if they are suddenly confined to the solar system? There is also the world of Order mentioned by Mishi. The theocracy era lasted for 500 years, representing the world of Order fighting against cosmic invaders, like God for 500 years. Just by looking at the Dark Age experienced by the Order star, we can know how tragic the war was. And we can also confirm that the world of Order at that time had the strength to fight against God. If Mishi is right, the theory of plane collapse is wrong. The multiple planes of the world of Order are actually separated. So did the world of Order survive the War of Gods? Even if only one plane continued from the theocracy era. After 2,000 years of development, what kind of civilization would it become? While the Scarab Company was thinking about taking over the Order star, the Star Alliance was facing an unprecedented survival challenge. Both the gods and the Order world had the power to threaten the Star Alliance. Needham immediately said to Eliza, in this case, I must go offline in person and report this conversation with Lord Mishi to the boss. Discovering a dangerous advanced cosmic civilization is a major event related to the fate of the entire Star Alliance and the people on Earth. Eliza was also nervous. She did not expect that the competition for a resource star would affect the safety of the entire Star Alliance. Eliza turned to De Liang and asked, Lord Mishi, have you said these words to the people of Blackfire Company? De Liang said, of course. So you don't always think about hunting demons. The Star Alliance should not have the strength to deal with both God and the Order world at the same time. Right? Needham took out an iron box. The matter of going offline could not be delayed. No matter how much truth Nyesher said, he had to let Scarab Company report this news to the Star Alliance before Blackfire Company. Bringing the Star Alliance to the Order star will greatly improve the company's status in the Star Alliance. In addition, the matter of contacting the Star Alliance is related to whether it can get priority to cooperate with this group of demons. Needham felt that his brain was completely insufficient. Without this spaceship, Alisa, who stayed here, would not be able to receive the interstellar broadcast sent by Scarab Company. What if the boss does not want Mishi to contact Star Alliance directly? What choice will Blackfire Company make at this time? Managing a spaceship is not a problem for Needham. But when it comes to higher-level decision-making, Needham finds that he is far less decisive than he thought. Alisa, after I leave, you will help Lord Mishi build an interstellar broadcast station based on the existing information and equipment of the spaceship. What you get is what you earn. Needham chose the safest plan and no longer pursued the greatest benefit. Then, he said to Daliang, our spaceship does not have interstar broadcasting equipment. Only large spaceships can be equipped with the equipment required for interstar broadcasting. But after the communication facilities of this spaceship are modified, it should be able to contact the wormhole station that is being built recently. And then it can contact the Star Alliance through the transfer there. I don't know whether the modification can be successful. Eliza, this is up to you. After saying this, Needham swallowed the pills in the iron box. This is the way to force offline suicide. Needham died just like that. He closed his eyes and sat in a chair, without any pain. Daliang's strategy was successful. Although he didn't know what the current ordered world looked like, where other planes were, and whether civilization was progressing or regressing, it didn't stop him from using this tiger's skin as a banner. When he knew what the Star Domain world was, he saw where the weakness of the Star Alliance was. Disorder, chaos, publicity, blind arrogance, like a crab rampant in the universe, wantonly bullying civilizations lower than itself. What it feared most was meeting a crab that was bigger than itself. who was equally arrogant and showed no mercy to lower civilizations. Dalian came from Earth, and he knew how many people the Earth could support. When the population reaches a certain level, if resources do not increase, the cost of raising the population will naturally increase, which will cause the population growth to slow down or even decline, excluding the necessary production personnel, service personnel, young children, etc. All people who cannot enter the star domain time in their time. The number of people online on Earth in the star domain world is a very limited number. This number may be measured in billions, but it is nothing in the territory of the Star Alliance. It can be imagined that the defense structure inside the Star Alliance must be full of loopholes. It may be able to defend against low-level civilizations affiliated with the Star Alliance, but for high-level civilizations, it is an existence that can drive straight in. In addition to the low confidentiality of the Star Alliance, it is very likely that the enemy will rush into the Order Star and behead it. This situation may not have been taken seriously by the Star Alliance before, but when they know that there is a very aggressive advanced civilization, the sense of crisis will make them eager to understand this advanced civilization. Therefore, De Leon, who has seen through the Star Alliance's true and false, is not afraid of being invaded by the Star Alliance. If the Star Alliance wants to understand God, it must treat God's former opponents politely. Moreover, the potential Order world, which is also an advanced civilization, will also make the Star Alliance dare not take the risk of fighting on two fronts and do excessive things to the Order Star. As for asking Needham and Elisa to provide a way to contact the Star Alliance, it has now changed from De Liang's main intention to a contingency plan, because De Liang is not sure whether the Scarab Company will report this matter to the Star Alliance when it feels threatened by God. If there is a way to actively contact the Star Alliance, it will force the Scarab Company to do things according to its own plan. Chapter 393 Independent Government. Needham is offline, and after more than 30 years, only Elisa is left in the team that entered the interstellar exploration, thinking about how they pioneered the Ordo Star together, founded the Scarab Company, and established their foothold here step by step. Elisa couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Now she will shoulder the responsibility of the entire team and walk the last road alone. A road that is completely out of control. Eliza stood up and said, "Respected Lord Mishi, while helping you build the interstellar radio station, I need to stabilize the anxious company first. We have lost too much, and this company cannot go bankrupt." For De Leon, the purpose of this trip was exceeded. Needham will definitely let the Star Alliance know the existence of Order Star when he returns, so there is no rush to build an interstellar radio station. Moreover, the appearance of the demon is really a heavy loss for the Order Star Scarab Company, especially the loss of reputation. The crime of releasing the demon and bringing the world to doomsday is not small. With the Black Fire Company as an option, many countries have taken away many privileges that the Scarab Company had previously obtained. Coupled with a huge investment in this large-scale excavation of ancient ruins, the Order Star Scarab Company is already on the verge of collapse. If it were in the past, for Elisa, if the company was gone, it was gone. As long as the wormhole station was opened and the fleet of the Star Alliance Scarab Company arrived, all the lost things would be back. But now, the Star Alliance is about to learn about the existence of the Order Star, and the Star Alliance Scarab Company has lost the exclusive development rights to the Order Star. So it would be good to keep a mosquito leg here, not to mention this big company that covers the entire planet. Keeping the current industry is to keep the Star Alliance Scarab Company's first opportunity to develop the Order Star. De Leon did not stop Elisa from stabilizing the company. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. For an interstellar pioneer like Eliza, personal interests may sometimes outweigh the overall interests of the entire Star Alliance. Her performance on the Order Star is linked to her bonus. It is not very beneficial for the Great Tomb to destroy the Scarab Company on the Order Star. Therefore, De Leon said, "Of course, I have no intention of restricting your freedom. On the Order Star, you can go anywhere and do whatever you want. In addition, after the interstellar radio station is built and the Order Star is integrated into the Star Alliance, I will give you a very generous gift." Eliza thanked Mishi again, and then left the spaceship through the portal with mixed feelings. Now this spaceship has become Dal Yong's property. The command cabin with a sci-fi atmosphere opened Dal Yong's eyes. This is just a part of a spaceship with the size of a building. The technology contained in it will definitely drive the natural technology of the Great Tomb. Thinking of this, Daliang suddenly realized that according to the current natural technology level of the Great Tomb, It seems that there is not much to do with this spaceship. The Great Tomb has been exposed to modern technology for too short a time. And the limited scientific research heroes are still absorbing basic scientific and technological knowledge. A captured mecha and a drone that was cut in half. They had no way to figure out what was inside, let alone a spaceship with greater technological content. However, the fact that the Great Tomb cannot study this spaceship for the time being does not mean that the local technology of Order Star is not good. The loss of ancient magic civilization has made the natural technology of Order Star develop rapidly. After 2,000 years of accumulation, Order Star has laid a very solid foundation of technology. In the words of Sir Charles, this world has entered a period of technological explosion. Under the catalysis of alchemy magic, the world's applied technology will be replaced every 5 years. In fact, Sir Charles's prediction is still conservative. The process of new technology replacing old technology will produce huge resource consumption. Countries and businessmen will consciously slow down this replacement process. Even if they have higher tech products, they will wait until the market for old technology products is saturated before launching new products to reap the profits. Therefore, the cutting-edge technology on Order Star is still very advanced. At least through the Energy newspaper, it can be seen that the theoretical reserves of science and technology on Order Star are far higher than those that are applied. In addition, the huge branch of natural science and technology is not something that the Great Tomb can develop independently. De Leon needs the scientific research power of Order Star to participate in the research of this spacecraft. But it must be carried out under his own control. I need to see Charles. After leaving the iceberg in the Ghost Sea, Sir Charles and Jessica secretly returned to Saroying City with the help of staring into the abyss. At this time, the shadow of war has enveloped the entire Marcellus. The naval battle between the Flemish Empire Navy and the Eastern Combined Fleet is still tense. Although there has been no large-scale decisive battle at sea, small-scale encounters will break out almost every few days. Both sides have suffered damage, but neither has reached the point of serious injury. The Imperial Navy has cultivated its own elites, who can fight in actual combat through this war mode, which makes the United Fleet, which is tied up, very uncomfortable. The Eastern countries issued an ultimatum to the Marcellus Parliament. If you don't fight, I won't play with you. The Parliament, which has already pulled the main body out of Marcellus, has announced the establishment of the Marcellus Democratic Government in the Felwood, United States, after completing all preparations and under a lot of pressure, and announced that the Marcellus Democratic Government will be committed to leading Marcellus to true independence. The Vlaamic Empire immediately declared the Marcellus Democratic Government an illegal government, but the Eastern countries rushed to establish diplomatic relations with the Marcellus government. The war had not yet started for various reasons, but the war of words between the parties was being fought fiercely around the world through radio waves. The Marcellus Democratic Government had a legal identity and a clear independent purpose, and immediately gained widespread support in the Marcellus region. Some private armed forces gathered in places where the empire's control was weak, forming a small army of dozens or hundreds of people. Then the military committee of the Marcellus Democratic Government reorganized these private armed forces according to their size, issued numbers, and distributed military expenses. The Vlaamic Empire did not intervene too much in the illegal gathering of private armed forces in Marcellus. The empire did not have so many troops to encircle and suppress these scattered armed forces. The logistical pressure and the environment of the enemy army made it impossible for the imperial army to conduct anti-guerrilla warfare. Anyway, these rebels will definitely gather into a military cluster in the end, and then launch an attack on the imperial garrison. At that time, the imperial army with powerful firepower and higher military literacy can launch a battle against these rebels and achieve large-scale annihilation. Therefore, the strategic focus of the empire is still on large cities, borders, and the Dosen Railway. Defend strategic locations and logistics lines, actively replenish troops and supplies, and prepare for large-scale rebellion. Chapter 394 The Holy Left. It is only a matter of time before the war breaks out. As the most important city on the eastern coast of the empire, the Azure Corps once again sent troops to Saroying to strengthen its control over the city. Although the Azure Corps has tried to keep a low profile, the soldiers patrolling the streets with live ammunition have repeatedly reminded the citizens of Saroying how close the war is to them. When the Marcellus Democratic Government was announced, Marquis Whitehead also closed the Marcellus Parliament in the name of the Marcellus governor and personally organized the election of new parliament members. Now is not the time to tear up the Marcellus agreement. The parliament cannot be closed yet. But the Marquis can ensure that the new parliament is under his control. Charles and Jessica return to Soroing at this time. Now the news of the demons appearing in the Ghost Sea is spread, exacerbating the already tense atmosphere. The city no longer has the proud and flamboyant vitality of the past, and everyone is worried about their future. Will they die in the war or in the hands of the demons? Charles and Jessica are wondering when the sanctions from the Holy See will come. With the problem of deserters in the Scarab Company fleet, the news of the demons appearing in the Ghost Sea is spread. And there has been a lot of news that Sir Charles has colluded with the evil sect to stare into the abyss. However, the devil is really on a newly appeared island in the Ghost Sea. We can just send someone over to take photos and verify it. The relationship between Charles and the evil sect is more of a rumor. There is no direct evidence to prove the authenticity of this news. However, this is enough to alert the Holy See of Goodness. It's just strange that the Holy See of Goodness seems to be unaware of this news. The Azure Cathedral, which promotes itself as the Holy Land of the Holy See of Goodness, has not made any investigation into Sir Charles and his industry. Sir Charles, who secretly observes the reaction of the Holy See of Goodness, is completely confused. But since the Azure Cathedral doesn't bother him, he can just continue with his own business. This excavation of the ancient ruins has yielded huge gains. Although there are still many things that are not clear, it has also solved many answers for him. And there are also new discoveries. The biggest discovery is that they know that there is an extremely powerful angel hidden in the direct bloodline of Jessica's family. If this angel can be awakened, then all the answers can be solved. But where should we start to awaken the angel? Charles himself is not a very advanced magician. He is good at natural technology. He only studied alchemy for a period of time when he joined Gazing into the Abyss. Gazing into the Abyss must have enough magic research capabilities. But when they left the iceberg, the last words of the devil made Jessica the fastest saint to be banished to the cold palace in the history of Gazing into the Abyss. At this time, Gazing into the Abyss must be discussing how to treat Jessica, who can make the devil kneel down and may become the enemy of the devil at any time. Before they make a decision, there is no need to think about getting help from Gazing into the Abyss. Then Sir Charles can only turn to the Frost Dragon Hurricane and Cindy for help. A small meeting was held in Sir Charles's home. There was a crackling fire in the fireplace. Everyone sat around a round coffee table in front of the fireplace. Hurricane, who had taken off his armor, lay under the firelight. Sir Charles spoke first. Demon Lord Morris said that Jessica's family has a guardian angel who is sleeping in the family's bloodline. Can we know the identity of this angel? The warm fire made Cindy sleepy, and she was not awake most of the time. She did not hide this matter and said directly, "You should know the supreme angel Michael." Right? Hearing the name of Michael, Sir Charles and Jessica widened their eyes at the same time. Jessica couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are talking about Archangel Michael, the most powerful angel. Didn't she follow the God of Light and become the warrior closest to God?" Cindy laughed and said, "How could Michael follow the God of Light? She has never even heard of the name of the God of Light. But she was captured by my master." Sir Charles and Jessica were even more shocked. In the propaganda of the Church of the Most Good, Archangel Michael is an invincible warrior. She led the angels to follow the God of Light and participated in countless wars between gods. She was also exaggerated and promoted by the Church of the Most Good. Now Cindy told him, Archangel Michael was actually captured by Jessica's ancestor. This joke is a bit too big. Charles asked, that great one actually defeated Michael? Seeing the two of them looking surprised and unbelievable, Cindy said, "That's the truth. Although the master did not defeat Michael alone, the master planned the entire process of capturing and sealing Michael, and personally participated in the battle. In a sense, Michael was defeated by the master alone. At her peak moment, the master at that time was really the center of the whole world." Speaking of this moment, Cindy opened her hazy sleepy eyes, and her pupils were filled with worshipful stars. It also made Charles and Jessica believe what she said. Michael did not serve the God of Light, but was captured by the ancestor. Then, could it be Michael, the archangel of the angel sealed in my blood? Jessica asked excitedly, thinking that she had been protected by Michael. Her head was filled with dizziness. Of course not. Cindy poured cold water on Jessica mercilessly. Michael is sealed and imprisoned by the master. If you can get the master's approval, you may go to see it with the master's permission. But Michael is really too strong, and the master dare not let her out casually. It's not Michael. What are you talking about Michael here for? Jessica said unhappily. Although Jessica knew that it was too extravagant to let Michael be the guardian angel of her family. No one would keep a good temper under such circumstances. Sir Charles breathed a sigh of relief. The strongest angel, Michael, was sleeping in Jessica's blood. This was too exaggerated. It was so tense that it made people breathless. Then Charles waited for Cindy to continue explaining. Cindy smiled teasingly. Speaking of Michael, it is because this angel has a great relationship with Michael. During the period when Michael launched a plain war against the evil camp, she gathered the best angels in Yunzhong City to form an angel guard team, which was divided into left-wing guard angels and right-wing guard angels. The two teams of guardian angels each have two 15th level holy angel commanders, who are also called the Holy Left Wing and the Holy Right Wing. And together, they are Michael's holy wings. Among them, the Holy Left Wing Holy Isaiah is considered the most talented angel in the history of Cloud City. It is almost certain that he can comprehend the laws and become a 16th level supreme angel. Therefore, Holy Isaiah was accepted by Michael as his disciple. Later, because he committed a serious mistake, his master asked him to protect his family as a punishment. The guardian angel in Miss Jessica's bloodline is Michael's Holy Left Wing Holy Isaiah. Chapter 395 Ancestors' Invitation. Although not as exaggerated as Michael, the guardian angel of Jessica's family is also very prominent. The most talented angel in Cloud City, Michael's disciple, and the commander of the Holy Left Wing of the Left Wing Guardian Angel, is also extremely prominent. What is really scary is the meaning behind it. It can be confirmed that Jessica's ancestor is a human, and it is very likely that he was one of the two male princes of the first empire of the main world. Cloud City rules the plane of the heroic world, and is the leader of the good camp. Michael once led the good camp to defeat hell, and his strength and power reached its peak at that time. How did Jessica's ancestor seal Michael in such an environment? He could even punish a high-ranking angel at will, and let this angel become the guardian of his family. In this incident, did Yunzhong City just watch its archangel being captured and let a human being dispose of an angel with the potential to become the highest? And if Holy Isaiah was not willing, he would not accept the punishment and protect this family for so many years. That ancestor was also respected by the demons and indiscriminately oppressed the undead. He was definitely a powerful figure in that era. Who is he? How did he do all this? The more I know about this ancestor, the more curious I am about his identity and experience. Fortunately, I am only one step away from the truth. Howard Emperor. Prince Fachin. Charles tends to believe that Jessica's ancestor is the supreme ruler of the first empire of the main world. Howard Emperor. But Cindy probably won't say this answer again. Charles asked another question. Miss Cindy, when we leave this iceberg, you should hear the last words that the demon Lord Morris said to us. That great man made a major decision at the time, which might make the demons his enemies. I want to know what the result is now. Do we need to guard against those demons attacking Jessica? Jessica also asked with concern, is he okay? Cindy seemed to have just remembered this matter. She said, I almost forgot about it. The matter has passed. Although the result made the master very unhappy. The master is still the master. You don't need to worry about those demons. They will not leave the Go Sea without the master's order. Charles wanted to ask some other questions to get closer to the answer. But at this time a portal opened and the vampire Minya walked out from it. Minya still looked very cold. She said directly without any politeness, the master invites Sir Charles and Miss Jessica to meet. Come with me quickly. Don't keep the master waiting for a long time. The ancestor's invitation made Charles and Jessica stand up quickly. The ancestor suddenly invited them at this time. And something important must have happened. They immediately followed Minya into the portal. In a flash, a scene that the two could not have imagined appeared on the other side of the portal. The last time he met this ancestor was in a dim tomb. But the place where they met this time was very bright. The surrounding equipment was beyond Sir Charles's cognition. But he was sure that these were not alchemical equipment, but very advanced high-tech items, which were technologies that could not be achieved in the world he lived in. Then Charles and Jessica saw the demon Lord Morris and the flaming leader sitting in a metal chair. Sit down first. De Liang invited Sir Charles and Jessica to the Scarab Company's spaceship. After the two sat down with all kinds of doubts, De Liang looked at Jessica and said, since I knew you existed, I have been observing you and sent Cindy and Hurricane to protect you. I am very satisfied with you until now. In addition, I didn't expect that Holy Isaiah would always fulfill his promise to me to protect this family. Of course, when I saw you, I also knew that he didn't do well. But he kept this inheritance going after all. although now there is only you. I won't say more about this. You should be very close to the truth at this point. And you may even have some guesses about my identity. Now I will tell you one of my many identities. The one sitting in front of you is the destroyer of hell. The current lord of hell. The mystery of the ancestor has finally been revealed a little bit. And his identity, as one of them, is really a bit scary. Hell is an extremely terrifying existence in any legend and history. It is full of evil that humans cannot imagine. Demons are keen to spread killing and chaos, and like to lead kind people into depravity. Going to hell is the most vicious curse. Through her own experience and the response of the demon, Jessica has already thought that the ancestor status in hell is high enough. But she really didn't expect it to be so high. The master of hell, the ruler of hell, the most evil demon, is sitting in front of him. And he is his ancestor. Jessica said with a strange expression, I thought you were a human. I can accept your identity as the master of hell. But I didn't expect you to be like this. Yes. It is impossible for a human to live to this day. De Liang didn't expect Jessica to focus on his appearance. He laughed and said, this is just a change in my body. The last master of hell, Satan, helped me complete the fusion of the two bodies of the human race, and the leader of the flames. I can change between these two bodies at will. I am meeting you in this form because in the future, I will deal with visitors from outer space as the destroyer. De Liang cannot transform into the destroyer form yet. But the magic alchemy technology can create an alchemy puppet that is exactly the same as the Flame Commander. In this way, De Liang can contact the Star Alliance as the destroyer, which is why he met Charles and Jessica in this way. Sir Charles quickly caught the key point in De Liang's words. And he said, I think this building is not something that can be produced by Order Star technology. And it should not be a product of magic alchemy. Sir, you said you were going to face visitors from outer space. Could this be something made by aliens? De Liang replied to Charles, that's why I invited you to meet here. A huge interstellar civilization called the Star Alliance has long discovered our Order Star. And they are building a fast channel connecting this universe. In 2 to 3 years, a large number of Star Alliance spacecraft will appear in our starry sky. If the Order Star does not want to be colonized by the Star Alliance, it must have certain technology and military power. The power and information I have can prevent the Star Alliance from easily deploying force against the Order Star. But the key still requires you to organize the top scientific and technological personnel of the Order Star and upgrade our own technology to the aerospace level. Chapter 396 Princess. Although De Liang, as young Master Liang, has carried out a lot of cooperation with Sir Charles in the field of natural science and technology, according to the time when the Star Alliance wormhole station was opened, this steady and gradual development is far from meeting De Liang's needs. Therefore, De Liang can only directly pull Sir Charles into his team and let him fully participate in the reverse research of this Star Alliance spaceship. At this time, the energy newspaper founded by De Liang has already had a certain influence on the entire Order Star, becoming the first authoritative newspaper to bring together magic alchemy, natural science, and divine power. The alchemy theory of the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory, the theology column hosted by Father Titus, and Sir Charles's position in the field of natural science and technology have made every paper in the energy newspaper repeatedly studied and analyzed in the world scientific research field. The success of the energy newspaper attracted submissions from all over the world, including many cutting-edge technologies, and also allowed Sir Charles to discover many talented researchers who were emerging. If these people could be gathered together, continuous breakthroughs would definitely be achieved in many scientific and technological aspects. In the past, Charles had also thought about recruiting these talents into his private research institute. But since geniuses have high self-esteem, they all hope to use their discoveries and papers to attract investment, and do not want to become an employee of Sir Charles. But now it is different. A spaceship from a more advanced cosmic civilization is placed in front of him, making Charles feel like a child who has just started to understand. Who can refuse the opportunity to enter a higher hall in the field of science and technology? Sir Charles is a very adventurous person. When he heard that there might be an alien invasion, he was not worried about the future of Order Star, but was very excited. King of Destruction, just leave the research of this spaceship to me. I know many scientists with real abilities, and this spaceship is enough for me to gather them. I will set up a special research laboratory as soon as possible. I want to see what this spaceship looks like now. Well, is there any alien intelligent life in this spaceship? De Liang replied, yes. They were forced to land on our Order Star because of a spaceship malfunction more than 30 years ago. And then, they concealed their identities and hid in our society. Hearing this, Sir Charles asked in confusion, hidden in our society. Do the alien life forms look like us? The answer to this question is that the game world and the Earth used to be in a relationship of creator and creator. But now is not the time to explain this to Sir Charles. De Liang said, this group of alien life forms is indeed the same as the human leaders on the Order Star. As for why, you don't need to know now. They founded the Scarab Company on our planet, and used their technology to develop the Scarab Company into a very influential business entity. Hearing this, Charles and Jessica couldn't believe what they heard. The Scarab Company was actually founded by aliens? De Liang did not intend to explain too much to Charles on this matter. Anyway, he would definitely meet Eliza when studying this spaceship. De Liang just briefly said, now Eliza is the only one left in this group of Star Alliance. She has agreed to cooperate with me in many aspects, and will assist you in using the communication system of this spaceship to transform it into an interstellar radio station. After contacting the Star Alliance, how to communicate with them can be left to me. Your task is to figure out this spaceship as soon as possible. I understand. King of Destruction. I will do this well. Over the years, Sir Charles has collected a lot of cosmic signals using his cosmic information receiving equipment and accumulated a certain amount of knowledge in this area. After giving Charles the task, De Liang turned to Jessica and said, you can't let the sacred Isaiah in your bloodline sleep like this. In addition, you can't continue to be lazy here. Minia will help you form a magic teaching team to improve your strength to the 14th level as soon as possible. And will also wake up Isaiah. In the future, we will not only face the Star Alliance, but also God. This time I found the traces of God. Although I don't know what caused them to disappear, they will definitely come back. Whether facing the Star Alliance or facing God, only the 14th level can have the ability to protect themselves. De Liang's words made Jessica look solemn. When she was on the iceberg, she felt the insignificance of her strength. She wanted to help but didn't know how to help. This was the first time she wanted to gain powerful power. Although Cindy's training improved her strength, it was far from enough. Minia, who was standing by, said yes, my master. Princess Jessica has a very high affinity for air magic elements. Cindy can feel that there is an air elemental spirit around her. I will formulate a reasonable magic training course for her according to her current ability. All the magicians under you will feel honored to teach Princess Jessica. This is the first time that De Liang's subordinates called Jessica Princess. This meeting was originally very meaningful. De Liang disclosed his identity of the World Destroyer in front of Jessica, which was a recognition of this descendant. Not to mention that he personally appointed his most trusted alchemist to form a private magic teaching team for Jessica. When Minia called Princess, the seemingly indifferent Minia called her very naturally. At the same time, whether De Liang had such an idea or not, this identity change would allow Sir Charles to do his best to serve the Great Tomb. Charles regards Jessica as his own daughter, although he adopted Jessica with a very clear purpose. After so many years of emotional cultivation, he changed himself for Jessica. In De Liang's eyes, Charles is a very capable person. He is not as good at power as Father Titus. This does not mean that he is not good at these things, but his nobleness makes him disdain to fight for power. He likes and is very good at discovering and inventing new things. The disc-shaped aircraft he invented has attracted the interest of many countries, and the adaptive computer he invented has driven the rapid development of alchemy technology in the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb's development capabilities in natural science and technology are very weak. Even though Princess Zi-Ling and Minia are studying and researching natural science and technology, their fixed thinking will always involuntarily carry their own ideas and add some magic alchemy things. De Liang needs a pure natural science and technology research team to consider all problems completely from this direction, so that they can continue to climb on this line and take a new path. Therefore, De Liang needs Sir Charles to build such a technology laboratory. And the acquisition of this Star Alliance spacecraft is an opportunity. As for the work of Princess Zi-Ling and Minia, they should tend to the horizontal combination of magic alchemy technology and natural science and technology, so that the two energy application methods can be integrated into a civilization unique to the Order Star. Chapter 397 Development. Jessica was recognized as the princess of this group of powerful ancient heroes, and Sir Charles was happier than he was when he became the king. And these ancestors were determined to train Jessica. They trained a 14th level hero more easily than drinking water, and then summoned the air elemental spirits and awaken the sacred left-wing Acer. Jessica's future achievements will be limitless, and her name will be engraved in the history of the rise of the civilization of Order Star. Jessica, you are a very lucky child. De Leon looked at Jessica, who was a little confused, and said, Jessica, you are a lucky child. During this meeting, De Leon located Sir Charles and Jessica, and handed the spaceship from Scarab Company to Sir Charles. The Great Tomb will use the portal transportation technology to transport the spaceship to a secret location in Saroying, and the technology laboratory headed by Sir Charles will also be established in Saroying. At the same time, a team of magician mentors also entered Charles's house under the arrangement of Minia. A fairy dragon who is good at water magic became Jessica's chief magic mentor. And there is also a court etiquette room to teach royal etiquette. After the opening of the Star Alliance wormhole station, De Leon will represent the Order Star and the Star Alliance in various diplomatic activities as the Destroyer Demon King. The Destroyer is the master of hell, representing cruelty, chaos and evil. De Leon will also play this role well, and show a tough attitude in a tyrannical way. But chaos and evil are not in line with mainstream values after all, and sometimes excessive toughness is not good enough. The Order Star needs moderates, whose status can influence the arrogant Demon King. No one is more suitable for this role than Jessica. Jessica will become a real princess. While De Leon was preparing for the arrival of the Star Alliance, Eliza gradually stabilized the turbulent company. The losses were of course very heavy, but the large and powerful Scarab Company still survived, and all industries returned to the right track. The company's products still have a monopoly in many fields. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that Blackfire did not take the opportunity to expand and annex the market. During the entire turmoil of the Scarab Company, the main body of Blackfire was still in the Marseille extortion area, radiating only to the Vlaminck Empire, as if it just wanted to take a good look at what it had obtained and had no intention of expanding outward. This seemed to confirm Eliza's speculation that Blackfire was also visited by the Destroyer Demon King. The 1-month deadline scheduled by Eliza and young Master Leon arrived, but he did not show up. Eliza wanted to meet young Master Leon many times, but was rejected. The reply was, young Master Leon was preparing for the final exam for the first year to second year of the Junior Magic Department of the Pure Magic Academy. In order to get a good grade, young Master Leon would not see anyone during this period. Eliza certainly didn't believe that Master Leon would study hard for a college entrance exam. It must be because the Devil of Destruction made their layout on the Order Star come to nothing. However, the Blackfire Company is still operating normally, which means they have compromised. Master Leon couldn't be contacted because he went offline to discuss countermeasures with the parent company. I hope the head office will make the right response to this emergency. However, De Leon is indeed preparing for his college entrance exam. Unknowingly, a school year has passed. De Leon quickly adapted to life in the new world, but he didn't expect that he would be as busy as before. The Great Tomb, Blackfire Company, various research projects, the balance of various parties, and the preparation for the arrival of the Star Alliance. De Leon felt that his workload far exceeded what his current body could bear, and so many things also took up a lot of his time, so that he didn't learn anything except daily meditation to accumulate magic power throughout the school year. If you want to truly understand this world, you must start from the most basic things. De Leon didn't intend to waste his studies. And if you want to become an excellent magician in the future, you must lay a solid foundation in magic theory from now on. Therefore, De Leon made up for the subjects he had fallen behind near the end of the school year, and left all the external affairs to his subordinates to handle. And he didn't ask anything. Order Star continues to develop according to its own process. Some places are fighting. Some places are preparing for war. But the overall environment is thriving and prosperous. Applied technology is experiencing a blowout. With the development of electrical technology, telephones, televisions have all been invented, and the first generation of optical tube computers has been announced to be successfully developed. Compared with the natural technology that has entered the highway, the magic alchemy technology of Order Star is also growing. Blackfire Company and Scarab Company have both produced the 5th generation of magic potential activation potions, and the popularity of return to magic drinks has given magicians unlimited motivation. Some new types of magic have been developed, and more alchemy products have appeared in people's lives. Just as scientists were working day and night to reap the fruits of scientific and technological development, some well-known and highly promising scientists received a mysterious invitation letter at the same time. The invitation letter contained only an address and a magical image that would disappear after reading it. In this way, hundreds of scientists in the world disappeared at the same time overnight. No one knew where they went. Not even their families. All we know is that after reading a letter, they immediately packed their bags and said goodbye to their families. Don't look for me. I'm safe. I'm going to a place where I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I miss it. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you what's in the letter. I love you. The disappearance of so many scientists is a major event in the world, and many countries have launched investigations into the whereabouts of these scientists. They sent people to search the train station, airship transportation station, and the emerging passenger airport, but found no clues. Witnesses said they saw scientists walk into a dead end and never come out again. They disappeared out of thin air and became an unexplained case. Passing through a white light channel, Needham tried to open his heavy eyes, as if he had been asleep for a long time. His mind was in chaos, and he could not remember anything except various dizziness. In front of him was a turquoise liquid, and a layer of glass wall cast a blurry light from outside. Needham could feel that he was lying in a life-sustaining nutrition cabin. This nutrient solution could provide all the consumption of the human body, and he didn't even need to breathe, just like an unborn baby. This was the top-level Star Domain World login equipment, which allowed a person to stay at the other end for a long time without worrying about his body's dysfunction. Ordinary equipment could not achieve such a good effect. As his consciousness became clear, Needham's body functions began to recover, and the breathing movement allowed a large amount of nutrient solution to enter his lungs, causing him to struggle. Feeling Needham's consciousness return, the nutrition cabin immediately executed the return procedure, and the nutrient solution was drained out in a few seconds. The alarm attracted a large number of medical staff, who opened the cabin door as quickly as possible and lifted Needham to the body function recovery table. Quick! Notify Mr. Murphy. Needham is offline. Chapter 398 Return. Kirk had a very easy time after leaving Order. Scarab Company gave him a generous reward for his stay for more than 30 years. And his new position was also a high-paid management position, which made him say goodbye to his previous poverty. If Scarab Company completed the colonization of Order, he could get a huge bonus, and would not have to worry about his future life. The advanced special forces were still in training, and the work was not too intense. In addition, with the assistance of Wang Yi, Kirk had more time to spend with his family. He believed that he owed too much to his family. His son and grandson were very unfamiliar with him, so Kirk spent more time with his family. Thinking of Wang Yi, Kirk was very glad that he could find such a capable adjutant. Wang Yi was born in the Federation. She was very capable of executing orders. Her professionalism was not comparable to those wild and reckless men. Therefore, the training plan and coordinated tactics formulated by Wang Yi were more thoughtful than Kirk himself thought. So Kirk was very relieved to hand over the training tasks of the entire team to Wang Yi. After returning to the Order Star, the scientific research capabilities of the Star Alliance Scarab Company will definitely be able to develop a perfect super gene enhancement liquid. If Wang Yi performs well in the mission, she may be able to get a strengthening liquid and be trained to become a super soldier of the company. Kirk prepared a training report to Mr. Murphy and praised Wang Yi's performance in it, hoping that she would be reused by the company in the future. At this time, the company management system reminded Kirk. Mr. Murphy asked him to go to the chairman's office immediately. Soon Kirk met someone he didn't expect in the chairman's office. Needham? Why are you here? At this time, Needham was sitting in a wheelchair, weakened like Kirk when he went offline. The return of consciousness caused his memory to become fragmented. But he quickly recognized his old friend, Kirk. Something happened on Order. Kirk immediately asked the medical staff to leave, and then pushed Needham in front of Murphy and introduced him. Needham. This is Mr. Murphy, the current chairman of Scarab Company. You can tell Mr. Murphy about everything you have encountered during this period. We are really training a special force to deal with various incidents on Order. No matter what happens on Order, we can handle it. Needham looked at Murphy, and his youth was a bit unexpected. When we found Order, you were not born yet. Murphy was very anxious at this time. After Kirk's return, Scarab Company only had Needham and Eliza on Order. If it weren't for the out-of-control incident, they would never send anyone back. And it was Needham who came back instead of Eliza, which further proved that something really happened to Order Star. However, Murphy did not show impatience due to the cultivation of the big family. He sat in his seat and said to Needham in a very calm tone, "Yes, I was not born when you discovered Order Star, and more than 30 years have passed. The company thanks all of you for your contributions and sacrifices. And I also promise to compensate you. Long-term stay in the star world will have a very serious consciousness burden after returning. If you need to rest, we can talk about Order Star at another time. No. 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 We can't wait. Needham rubbed his forehead in pain. He tried his best to recall the purpose of his return and said, "We encountered demons on the Order Star. They were real demons. And there were a lot of them. This is not the point. Let me think about it. Yes. We found that advanced civilizations really exist. The legends left over from the theocracy era of the Order Star are all true. He encountered an invasion by an advanced cosmic civilization that claimed to be God. This war caused the mass extinction of the Order Star race. And the once glorious magic civilization disappeared. The disorderly expansion of the Star Alliance is now very dangerous. If the God discovers and destroys the initial star, we will completely cut off contact with the Star Domain world." Murphy and Kirk were both guessing what strange news about Order Star that Needham would bring back this time. But they didn't expect him to say that he had discovered a high-level cosmic civilization. Kirk, who knew Order Star very well, immediately said, "In the historical records of the theocracy era on Order Star, it only said that the gods came from the divine plane, and did not say that they were an extraterrestrial civilization. And the so-called gods are probably the worship of a few top creatures by low-level creatures." Needham, do you know? Divine power and magic may only exist in the special environment of Order Star. Because the magic methods we brought out have been proven to not allow our people to feel magic at all. Including me. I was an intermediate magician on Order Star. But after re-entering the Starfield world, I couldn't feel magic according to the method of magic practice. Advanced cosmic civilizations are related to the decision of the entire Star Alliance. Do you have any evidence to prove what you said? Needham shook his head and said, "I have no evidence. These are all told to me by Mishi." Murphy asked, "Who is Mishi?" "I don't know his specific identity yet." Needham, who was thinking a little clearer, told what happened when he and Eliza organized the excavation of ancient ruins. Especially the encounter in the Ghost Sea. We released the demons. They are very, very powerful. And the 14th level, we know, is not the opponent of the 14th level demons. And we don't know how many there are. But it is certain that there are a lot of them. Among them is a 15th level demon Lord Morris, who can freeze the sea surface of more than 10 kilometers with magic he casually releases. And the thickness of the ice layer can make battleships unable to move. However, Demon Lord Morris is not the strongest. In front of Mishi, Morris is not even qualified to sit. Mishi claims to be one of the rulers of the Order world. The Order world does not refer to the Order Star, but a multidimensional world including the Order Star. We believe that the Order world collapsed in the God War, while Mishi believes that the Order world is just separated, and each plane is a planet scattered somewhere in the universe. If there is a civilization that can inherit the magic civilization of the Order world, then it will surely develop into an advanced cosmic civilization. The origin of God is what Mishi told me. God comes from another advanced civilization in the universe. In other words, the Star Alliance is very likely to encounter two advanced cosmic civilizations in the future. I have no way to prove whether these two advanced cosmic civilizations exist. But my experience on the Order Star makes me believe that Mishi is telling the truth. Which do you think? Kirk. Chapter 399 Murphy's Decision. Only by truly living on the Order Star can you appreciate how glorious and brilliant their ancient magic civilization is. In each country's ancient ruins museum, artifacts found after the excavation of ancient ruins are displayed. Although most of the alchemical products have lost their effectiveness and are even incomplete, the layers of alchemical arrays inside have not been fully analyzed by people in the Age of Discovery. Not even a small part of them. Kirk, who has lived on the Order Star for more than 30 years, admits that if there had not been the devastating war that broke out in the Theocracy era, the civilization of the Order world would have certainly entered the universe. Needham brought news of the appearance of a large number of demons, including 15th level demon lords, and even stronger ones that may reach 16th level world destroyers. Kirk is very clear about the strength of 14th level heroes. It is powerful enough to make people feel terrified, and it is a strategic deterrent force that every country and force must have. And what level will the strength of 15th level heroes reach? Now on the Order Star, there are only various exaggerated descriptions of 15th level heroes in the classics. But those records may also be the manifestation of the true strength of 15th level heroes. As for 16th level heroes, they have already comprehended the laws and integrated themselves into the laws. Their lifespans have been greatly extended, and they can live for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. And the law-level heroes cannot be killed except when their lifespans have expired. If Mishi is a rank 16 law-level hero, does his return mean that other law-level heroes may also appear on the Order Star? If Mishi's hypothesis of separation of the Order world is correct, then is there a civilization from the ancient magic era that has continued and developed into a space-class civilization that is not inferior to the Star Alliance? The existence of law-level heroes makes this possibility very high. As for the gods, whether they really exist or not, an Order world is enough to alert the Star Alliance. Kirk said to Murphy, "Mr. Murphy, I think we can't ignore the possibility that the ancient magic era of Order Star has been passed down just because it is so far away. The Order world is a very magical world. It is composed of multiple planes of space at the same point. Order Star is just one of the planes in the Order world. Regarding the matter of advanced cosmic civilization, I choose to believe Needham. And I think that according to the current state of the Star Alliance, once it encounters other advanced cosmic civilizations, it will definitely be beaten without any resistance." Murphy listened carefully to Needham's story and Kirk's analysis. They have all lived in Order Star for a long time, and they have the most say in whether the Order world can develop advanced cosmic civilization. If the internal management of the Star Alliance is unbreakable, then there is no need to be too afraid of the advanced cosmic civilizations discovered. However, the Star Alliance, which appears to be glorious and can crush all kinds of low-level civilizations, is actually a mess inside, since the Earth Federation government has never given up on regaining control of the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance has always been very vigilant about the Federation. At the same time, because it is unwilling to tear its face with the Federation and eventually break out an irreversible war, the Star Alliance has not organized a real administrative ruling body. The Star Alliance is still a business consortium. There are many factions inside, full of various competitions, inherent defects and limitations, so that the Star Alliance has no ability to gather its own strength into a force. If the Star Alliance encounters a malicious advanced cosmic civilization, it will be very dangerous. However, Murphy was not in a hurry to report the discovery of advanced cosmic civilization to the Star Alliance. After thinking for a while, he said, "This news, you don't tell anyone. The wormhole station leading to the Order Star is about to open. I want to meet with this world destroyer first. Take a look at the Order Star in person, and then make a decision. Anyway, if the advanced cosmic civilization discovers the Star Alliance during this period, it will be too late for us to prepare. It is better to protect our interests on the Order Star first." As a businessman, Murphy still thinks about the problem from a businessman's perspective when facing this situation. In his opinion, the Star Alliance had been safe and sound for more than 2,000 years, and the probability of encountering advanced cosmic civilization in the near future was very small. It was not worthwhile to remind the Star Alliance to prepare for such a small probability, so that the Scarab Company would lose its interests on the Order Star. It would be better to meet with this world destroyer first, get the benefits that should be obtained, and then consider what to do next. Hearing that Mr. Murphy was not going to report this matter to the Star Alliance immediately, Needham said anxiously, "Mr. Murphy, it is not only our Scarab Company that discovered the Order Star, but the Blackfire Company is also a competitor from the Star Alliance. Blackfire knows everything we know. If they tell the Star Alliance first, we will be in a very passive position." Needham's reminder made Murphy just frown. And then he said, "No, you don't know the situation inside the Star Alliance. The interests of the Star Alliance are intertwined. There are factions, there are relationships, and there are many inside stories that even I can't get to know. According to the position of Scarab Company in the Star Alliance, I don't know who I should tell this news first, and what will happen after the news is passed on. Not to mention the parent company behind Blackfire. It is afraid of us and dare not show up until now. And it can't get in touch with the real top leaders of the Star Alliance. If we rashly pass on this news, it is likely to bring destruction to it. Scarab Company's competitiveness within the Star Alliance is declining sharply. We have paid too much for the development of the Order Star. Only when we get the rewards we deserve can the company's position rebound strongly. For the survival of the company, some risks are worth taking. Needham, thank you for your contribution to the company. You should be tired. Take a rest first. When you recover, I have an important task for you." Needham did not expect that even if the competitor got hold of this information, Murphy would still refuse to report it. Order is the life-saving straw for Scarab Company. At this time, Needham's face was very ugly. Kirk thought it was caused by his physical discomfort, so he was ready to push him out in a wheelchair. Old man, you should rest. The company's medical staff will make your body recover as soon as possible. And then we can sit down and have a good drink. No! Needham stopped Kirk from taking him away. He said to Murphy, I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy. I didn't know you would make such a decision when I was on order. The World Destroying Company asked us to build communication equipment for him to contact Star Alliance on the condition of cooperating with Scarab Company first. I agreed and asked Eliza to provide them with assistance. Chapter 400 Response. Hearing this, Murphy couldn't control his emotions. He stood up, with an extremely angry expression, and shouted at Needham, You are not qualified to make such a major decision for the company. Do you know how much loss this will bring to the company? The company will go bankrupt because of your unauthorized decision. You, and him. All of us will be left with nothing. The fact that Mishi was able to contact the Star Alliance alone means that Scarab Company's investment in Order Star has failed. After the wormhole station is opened, Star Alliance companies will surely rush to this resource star. Although Scarab Company is still very powerful now, it is nothing in front of the entire Star Alliance. If the huge investment does not get a return, the debt will be enough to crush this super company. Therefore, Murphy, who thinks he has good manners, is almost out of control under this situation. Needham, who knows he has done something wrong, is silent. Kirk quickly said, Mr. Murphy, please don't be angry. It is not easy to transform the interstellar radio station with the equipment we left on the Order Star. We can force Eliza to go offline from here. Without Eliza's assistance, the world destruction cannot build an interstellar radio station. Kirk's suggestion calmed Murphy down. He thought quickly and said, No. Eliza is the last person on the Order Star. The most important period before the opening of the wormhole station is that she must not be offline at any cost. If she is on the Order Star, Scarab Company will have room to maneuver, and we will not lose so thoroughly. Needham asked, But should we stop Destroyer from contacting the Star Alliance? Murphy sat back in his chair and said, From your story, I can hear that Destroyer is a very powerful character. He took advantage of our inability to communicate and forced you to make a decision that benefits him. Even if we transfer Eliza back, he should have a way to get what he wants from Blackfire Company. Since it has happened, let it happen. I want to apologize to you, Needham. No one in your position could have done better than you. You just made the decision that was most beneficial to the company at that time. Have a good rest. I don't have many people to use to deal with the problem of Order Star. You, Kirk and Eliza are the ones who have stayed on Order Star the longest. And you know the current situation of Order Star. The strategy of Scarab Company on Order Star is very important. And I need to rely on you three for many things. Murphy was appointed to take over the position of chairman of the company when Scarab Company showed signs of fatigue. He tried his best to keep the company running and showed the outside world the illusion that Scarab Company was still full of vitality, which attracted a lot of investment for him and also obtained a large amount of loans. But he also knew that the hole was only covered on the surface. And to fill it completely, he needed the rewards from the Order Star. During the 30 years that Kirk, Needham, and Eliza stayed on the Order Star, the company they operated covered the entire planet and accumulated a large amount of information and achievements. Their understanding of the Order Star and the influence they managed were both inestimable wealth, since it was impossible to prevent the Star Alliance from knowing the existence of the Order Star. How to maximize the benefits in the swarming tide was what he, the chairman of the company, needed to consider. Appease Needham and let Kirk take him away. Murphy thought for a long time before pressing a button on the table. He said to the assistant who responded, Make an appointment for me with Miss Wang Ren of the Judgment Group. I know she is very interested in the DI-874 mining area in the hands of the Scarab Company. If she is willing to accompany me for dinner, I am willing to sell this mining area. After ending the call, Murphy lay in the chair and looked out the window. Outside the window is a standard Martian city. The building of the Scarab Company is the tallest building in the city. From the top floor, you can see the distant red wilderness. Since the Scarab Company can no longer monopolize the Order Star, it needs to hold on to a big enough thigh when developing the Order Star. As one of the founding companies, the Judgment Group is undoubtedly a very solid backer. Wang Ran is the second daughter of Wang Qin, the patriarch of the Judgment Wang family. She is of marriageable age, but has not yet found a favorite. Murphy is one of Wang Ran's many suitors. But his relationship with Wang Ran is more of a business exchange. If they can take advantage of the opportunity to develop the Order Star to further their relationship with Wang Ran, and even gain Wang Qian's attention and promote a family marriage, then the crisis faced by the Scarab Company will not be a crisis. It's just that this time, in order to get the opportunity to be alone with Miss Wang Ran, the gift Murphy gave was not small. After sending Needham to the medical room, Kirk announced that the Advanced Special Forces would enter a longer vacation period. There have been major changes on the Order Star. The appearance of the demon has once again increased the strength of the Special Forces' potential opponents. Whether the Special Forces can train to a combat capability that can rival the demons needs to be reevaluated after Needham gets better. And they may also encounter 15th or even 16th level strongmen, which are basically invincible. Although Wang Yi didn't know why she suddenly got a long vacation. Since it was a paid vacation, there was nothing to complain about. As for her other job, it depends on the opportunity. A qualified spy should not always think of himself as a spy. The performance of the self is the best disguise. Without a job, Wang Yi could learn magic from Holy Bella. But she encountered a lot of difficulties in the learning process. In the safe house, Bella continued to sit by the window and look at the small town outside. On the table in front of her was a cup of hot coffee that she could never finish. Sitting opposite Bella, Wang Yi closed her eyes, and her face turned red. After a long time, Wang Yi finally couldn't help but open her eyes and complained, "Is there something wrong with the meditation you taught me? I can't feel any magic elements at all." "What are magic elements?" Bella didn't divert her gaze. She said, "I haven't been able to sense magic elements for a long time after training meditation. This can only mean you don't have magic talent. In our order world, not everyone has a talent for magic. In fact, the human race is not a race with a high talent for magic. The reason why there are so many magicians in the human race is that the human race has a large population. Therefore, you don't need to be too self-abased if you can't learn magic." "Where am I self-abased?" Wang Yi said dissatisfiedly. "And why are you so perfunctory about teaching me magic? You promised to teach me how to use magic. And you should pay attention to the word will. You can't use my lack of talent as an excuse?" Sacred Bella turned to look at Wang Yi and asked, "Did I say I would teach you magic?" Wang Yi couldn't remember whether Bella had said that. But she still said with certainty, "What you said is to teach me magic." Holy Bella didn't argue with Wang Yi over this word. She said, "Since you can't become a magician, I will teach you to become a warrior. Warriors are another way to use magic elements, which can also be regarded as letting you learn magic. As the Supreme Angel, I can let you directly understand the mastery and use of holy energy. And I will also teach you angel fighting skills. You are the second human to accept my teaching of holy energy and angel fighting skills." Wang Yi was very happy to learn angel fighting skills. Even more excited than learning magic. She asked curiously, "Who was the first human to accept your teaching?" "That's my senior brother. I wonder if there is a chance to meet him." Bella looked out the window again and said, "That's a human female. She is very talented. There are many things about you that are very similar to her. You want to know who she is? Arrange for me to meet with the patriarch of the Judgment Wang family, and I will tell you." Chapter 401: The Invitation from the City Lord. During this period, Holy Bella showed a strong interest in the Judgment Wang clan. She collected a lot of information about this family, many of which were obtained with the help of Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't know why Bella was so concerned about the Judgment Wang clan, but in connection with the Angel Sword, she believed that there must be a lot of inside information. But Wang Yi didn't expect that Bella actually asked to meet Wang Qian, the head of the Judgment Wang clan. Can Wang Qian meet her whenever she wants? Wang Yi said in embarrassment, "The Judgment Wang clan is the top family in the Star Alliance. And Wang Qian is the head of this family, and although I also have the surname Wang, I am not from the same Wang family as the Judgment Wang clan. I am just a low-level mercenary. I cannot meet Wang Qian, let alone other members of the Judgment Wang family." "Why do you want to meet Wang Qian? Why do you collect information about the Judgment Wang family? And the sword on the badge. Is the Judgment Wang family related to you angels? How is this possible?" Bella did not answer Wang Yi's many questions. She just said, "If you can arrange for me to meet Wang Qian, I will tell you the answers to these questions. I know your identity is not as simple as it seems. You must have a way. Of course, if you tell me where Wang Qian is, I can go to find him myself." Going directly to Wang Qian would mean forcing their way into the Judgment Group's interstellar fleet. Who knows how brutal the battle would be. Wang Yi dared not allow a direct conflict between Holy Bella and the Judgment Group. As a founding company, both companies have hidden forces unknown to the public. Wang Yi knew that Bella had discovered her other identity. So she said, "Okay, I'll think of a way. But it's impossible to arrange a meeting between you and Wang Qian in a short time. You have to promise me that you won't go to the Judgment Wang family privately." Although Holy Bella wanted to find Da Yang's trace through the Judgment Group, she also knew that if some things were not clear, waiting patiently might have unexpected results. Anyway, I have waited for 2,000 years, so I don't mind waiting for a while longer. Okay, I promise you. Bella stood up and walked out the door, saying, "But don't make me wait too long." Wang Yi promised. "No problem. Just leave it to me. Are you going out? When will you teach me the angel fighting skills?" Bella had already walked to the door. She opened the door and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely teach you the angel fighting skills if I say so. Now we have guests, but I don't want them to dirty my room." Hearing someone coming, Wang Yi immediately used the projection device on her arm to connect to the surveillance device she had set up outside. Sure enough, 3 military jeeps and several motorboats stopped at the intersection. A team of city defense soldiers jumped off the car, and the leader was an old acquaintance of Wang Yi. "Lu Tuer, why are the city defense soldiers here?" Wang Yi saw that Bella had already walked out. After discovering that Bella was only wearing casual clothes, she immediately took off the protective gear and weapons she had purchased for Bella from the hangar and chased after her. When they chased to the street, Wang Yi stuffed the things into Bella's hands and said, "They must be here for the matter of the interstellar bandits. Let me handle it." After that, Wang Yi walked towards the city defense soldiers without waiting for Bella to answer, and enthusiastically stopped Lu Tu. "Lu Tu, why did you bring so many brothers here today? The last time we fought with that gang of interstellar bandits was not a big deal. If there is any damage to Tika City, it will be my fault." Lu Tu made a gesture to his subordinates, and the city defense troops he brought immediately spread out to both wings, vaguely surrounding Bella and Wang Yi in the middle. Then Lu Tu said to Wang Yi, who had her hand on the gun handle, "Yi, don't be nervous. I'm not here this time because of the gang of interstellar bandits. It's the city lord Mr. Percy who wants to see Miss Bella, and we are here to meet Miss Bella." Wang Yi didn't move her hand on the gun handle. She turned around and looked at Bella. She was putting on her equipment, but she was very unfamiliar with it, and some of the lines were directly inserted into the wrong slots. Wang Yi turned to look at Lu Tu and said, "What does Lord Percy want to see my friend for? You see, she is just a novice. I don't think she is worthy of the Lord's attention." Lu Tu also noticed Bella, who was putting on her equipment. If this person was his soldier, he would have kicked her up and taught her a lesson. As a good soldier, he couldn't stand someone wearing weapons and equipment like this. But he also knew very well that Miss Bella was not someone he could mess with. If you knew that your friend was arm wrestling with Iron Fist Henry in the bar and broke Henry's mechanical arm with one hand, you probably wouldn't think she was a novice. At least the enhanced gene she possessed was of a very advanced type, and it was definitely not something that ordinary people could obtain. The city lord was very curious about Miss Bella's identity. Everyone who knew about this was curious about Miss Bella's identity. After all, you know where this place is, and no one wants to be noticed by the Star Alliance. Wang Yi looked back at Bella again. She really didn't know that Bella had broken the wrist of Iron Fist Henry. This was just a temporary stopover. She didn't have much contact with the people in Iron Library City, and she was usually busy with training. Therefore, she didn't know about this matter that spread in Iron Library City. Bella didn't know why a half-body armor, tactical vest, with no defense had so many pockets and hanging slots on it. And there were lines connecting various information ports. They were all redundant decorations. Bella casually took all the things that could be taken, and walked to Wang Yi's side, ignoring the soldiers surrounding her. Bella said to Lu Tu, "Your city lord wants to see me." "Sure, but your welcoming team is too shabby. However, I guess your poor little town can't organize a guard of honor that matches my status. Go back and tell your city lord that I will give him a chance to meet me. Keep it simple. No formal etiquette is needed. I am happy to have an informal meeting with him as an ordinary person. Just in the bar on the corner. The bar where I broke the arm of Iron Fist Henry. In the Order world, once a city lord sends a welcoming team, it means that this is a very formal appointment. And Bella's identity is not something that a small city lord can invite by sending a group of scattered soldiers. Therefore, Bella's reply was also very formal. She pointed out that Lord Parker lacked etiquette in the invitation, but also generously understood the difficulties of a small town. After all, in the Order world, as the guardian of the first empire of the main world, Bella visited any city, and the city would hold a grand celebration, and the eaves and trees would be surrounded by colorful lights and ribbons. The welcoming ceremonial team had at least 1,000 people and 10 large floats. An informal visit was much simpler, and the residents of the city didn't know that Bella had been there. Chapter 402. Another guest. Bella's words made Lu Tu wonder how to respond. He brought these soldiers here to welcome them, but it was actually a display of force. He had to go even if he didn't want to. But the other party obviously misunderstood. He really regarded them as a welcoming team. What should I do? Bella exudes a noble aura everywhere, and she is still the kind of person who towers over the world. Even if she wears cheap weapons and equipment, she can't lower her temperament of being a few levels higher than others. This can't be faked. Especially the look of contempt for all living beings, which is definitely not something that an ordinary big family can cultivate. At this moment, Lu Tu's momentum was completely gone. He didn't know which top-class rich lady he was facing, but it was definitely not someone that Tika City could afford to offend. At this time, Lu Tu thought of Wang Yi being recruited into the security force by Scarab Company. According to Wang Yi's skills, she might be appointed as a personal bodyguard for an important person in a company. Could it be that this Bella was a lady from the Scarab family? The Scarab Company is an old-fashioned Star Alliance company, and it is in the second tier of the Star Alliance structure, second only to the founding company. With strong strength and powerful military force, it can easily rule Tika City by sending a heavyweight interstellar battleship. He brought a group of soldiers to threaten the lady of the Scarab family by force. He really didn't want to mix in the Starfield world. I'm sorry. The slick Lu Tu knew what he should do now. Fortunately, the lady misunderstood. Otherwise he would have really gotten into trouble today. Miss Bella, please forgive us rude people for not knowing how to greet you. We came too rashly. We will go back and convey your words to Lord Parker. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Tu waved his hand and led his subordinates, who came in a threatening manner, back to the car. Then quickly started the car and sped away towards the wreckage of the starship, leaving Wang Yi standing there blankly, ready to fight to the death. Here. Are they leaving now? Bella waved her hand, and all the dust that was blowing in her face was deflected. She said to Wang Yi, who was confused about the situation, to deal with these small characters who could only bluff. As long as they know that they are a disadvantaged group, they will reveal the inferiority of the disadvantaged group. And the mayor of a small town is indeed not qualified for me to meet him. Seeing that the city defense army had really left, Wang Yi let down his guard and asked again, what should we do? What is the purpose of the Mayor Parker? Just wait, and you will know everything when you meet. Bella did not move her feet. She continued to stand on the street and said at the same time, and our guests are not only the Mayor Parker. Who else? The city defense army came and went in a hurry, attracting people on both sides of the street to secretly watch here, guessing what happened here. At this time, a man wearing a dust mask walked in front of Bella. Dear Miss Bella, our leader wants to see you. We have no ill intentions. We just want to resolve the misunderstanding between us and apologize for attacking you. It was the Star Alliance robbers. Wang Yi, who was standing by, heard the other party's identity. She didn't expect that this group of interstellar robbers would dare to return to Tika City so quickly after making trouble and come to her door. However, since the other party was looking for Bella, Wang Yi did not intervene and waited for Bella to deal with the interstellar robbers. Bella, who had long discovered that these interstellar bandits were hiding nearby, was not surprised by their sudden appearance. She said, "Where are we going? Lead the way." The other party did not expect Bella to follow them so easily. You know, a few days ago, they were planning to rob her genetic samples. But since Bella agreed, the bandit who covered his face turned around and left. Bella followed, and Wang Yi also chased after her. Lord Parker and the interstellar bandits wanted to see Bella, which made Wang Yi feel that the situation was a little out of control. The bandit Tony had been secretly observing Bella these days. This terrible woman who caught the bullet of the Gauss rifle with only 2 fingers. He found that Bella would sit by the window and stare at the city outside every day, as if the dirty and messy Tika City had countless attractions for her. But the robber Tony also felt that Bella's eyes seemed to be staring at him all the time. And he knew that his secret surveillance had been seen through by the other party. Disdain? This is what the robber Tony read from Bella's eyes. This is definitely not the exaggerated strength obtained by simply injecting gene enhancement fluid, but the real strong foundation from the heart. As a notorious interstellar robber, Tony has robbed many masters of gene samples. In his eyes, the power obtained by injecting enhanced genes is too empty. How can an Earthling with no special abilities control the power he suddenly gains? In the eyes of the robber Tony, those masters who have advanced enhanced genes and dare to be alone are actually fat sheep. Therefore, although the robber Tony has robbed many advanced gene samples, he has never used them. He only carried out sea-level gene enhancement. Strength is enough. And here in Bella, the robber Tony felt the strength from the outside to the inside, as if it was an insurmountable mountain. Therefore, when Tony found out that Lord Parker also wanted to see Bella, he immediately went to invite Bella. He knew that some opportunities are missed and cannot be remedied. In an underground casino, the robber Tony booked a room without surveillance. Soon his subordinates brought Bella and Wang Yi in. After they sat down around the card table, Tony said, "This is our second meeting. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tony, a very successful interstellar robber. The Star Alliance's bounty for my wanted order is 5 million federal credits. Anyone who finds me on Earth can get this bonus regardless of whether he is dead or alive." Bella looked at Tony and asked, "What's the point of telling me this? I didn't come here to hear how famous you are as an interstellar robber." Tony was silent for a moment. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took out a folded paper and pushed it in front of Bella, saying, "This is my true identity on Earth. After you read it, it means that my life is yours. I think this is enough to express my apology as compensation for the last attack on you." Bella and Wang Yi stared at the paper on the table at the same time. This opening was really a bit unexpected for them. 5 million federal credit points. Bella may not know what kind of wealth this is, but Wang Yi knows. She must have taken the money. But the person who gave this paper was Bella. Bella did not move the paper in front of her, but said to Tony, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you continue to waste my time with this kind of boring stuff, then there is no need to continue talking." Chapter 403 Robber Tony. Bella leaned back on the back of the chair, legs crossed, and looked imposing. She raised her chin slightly, looked down and forward, and was arrogant. In this dark casino full of filth, she looked at these lowbrow humans with an attitude that was detached from the world. Robert Tony thought that his opening remarks were very shocking, but they were ruthlessly ignored. He took the note back awkwardly and said, "You are a real strong man, and we are just ordinary interstellar robbers. In the Starfield world, I heard that only the founding company has the ability to cultivate strong people like you. But I can see that you don't belong to any Star Alliance company. You must have your own purpose in coming to Tika City. I heard that you have inquired about the matter of the Judgment Wong family. If you need help, my team and I can do our best to assist." At this time, Wang Yi couldn't help but said, "We don't need the help of the interstellar bandits. Although the Earth Federation government has many conflicts with the Star Alliance, their attitude towards interstellar bandits is the same. For all the interstellar bandits on the wanted list, the Star Alliance in the Star Domain world and the federal government on Earth will jointly arrest them. The harm caused by these interstellar bandits is really too great. If Bella is taken away by the interstellar bandits, it will really bring super big trouble to the entire Star Domain world." The robber Tony said to Wang Yi, "Miss Wang, I don't care about the narrow universe and the broad universe. Anyway, the development of the Star world for 2,000 years has not allowed the Earth to break through the limitations of the laws of the universe. Since we can't bring the things here back to the Earth, for most people on Earth, this is a virtual game for venting. Let yourself release all the bad moods you encounter in life here. Games should be like games. Killing people and exploding equipment is the fun of the game. Did you feel good when you shot and killed so many of my men that day? The real killing experience is the charm of this game. I can see that Miss Bella has killed many people. We are the same kind of people, and we all treat the Star world as a game." When the Earthlings gave a broad definition of the universe to the Star world, people at that time were truly exploring the secrets of the universe in order to find a way to break through the limitations of the universe. But after 2,000 years and hundreds of generations, the fruitless exploration has long wiped out the original intention of the Earthlings to explore the Star world. The attitude of the Earthlings towards the Star world has changed, and it has become more and more utilitarian. Some people regard it as a tool to make money, and some people regard it as a game to vent. Tony's words made Wang Yi stunned. To be honest, when she shot the robbers' heads one by one, she felt really good and enjoyed the excitement of that moment, because she knew that the people she killed were not really dead, and they would soon return to the Star World. There is indeed no great psychological burden in using violence in the Star World. Many times, Wang Yi also regarded this as a game world. After all, she thought that breaking through the limitations of the universe was not a big deal for her. And it had been like this for so long anyway. Bella said, I have indeed killed many lives. But we are not the same kind of people. I never kill for my own pleasure. But I have killed many things that kill for fun. I used to regard people like you as my mortal enemies. You should be glad that I changed my position. But this does not mean that I do not hate your thoughts. Tell me your purpose. You have been monitoring me for so long. And now I am just curious about your thoughts. The robber Tony was embarrassed again. Tony was a wealthy man who was not too ostentatious on Earth. In fact, if you want to be a robber in the Star World, you can't do this job well without some capital. It is not like the robbers in ancient times, who could occupy the mountain and become the king with a few knives. To rob in the Star World, you must first have a spaceship with good performance, which requires carrier-based aircraft, weapons and ammunition. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. Tony became an interstellar robber purely because he treated this place as a game. Robbery can not only bring wealth to oneself, but also enjoy the fun that cannot be enjoyed on Earth. In Tony's opinion, Bella should also be a very rich woman, because having money does not necessarily mean you can get excellent enhanced gene potions, but having no money will definitely not get them. There are many common points in the fun of rich people playing games, one of which is to crush ordinary players with Krypton gold. Tony wanted to get closer to Bella in this way, but failed. So Tony had to say, I saw you grab the bullet I shot at you with a Gauss rifle with your hand. This requires not only physical strength and intensity, but also consciousness and reaction. The body can be strengthened through genetic drugs, but consciousness and reaction cannot be obtained through external forces. I want to know how you did it. If you have a plan to build your own power in the Star World, I can also help you with all my strength. I think following you can let me see a wider world. Tony believes that a strong person like Bella cannot remain unknown forever. Tony's upper limit in the Star World is so high, worth 5 million federal credit points. But Bella has no upper limit. She is so powerful that once she rises in the Star World, she will definitely become a rising star in the entire universe in a short time. If Tony could get Bella's help when she first became famous, then Tony could also take advantage of the situation and make a bigger career in the Star Domain world. It is not impossible to remove his wanted order in the future. But just after Tony finished speaking, Bella showed an extremely disappointed expression and snorted, vulgar taste. Coming here is really a waste of my time. Seeing Bella was about to get up and leave, Tony immediately said, Aren't you looking for information about the Judgment Wong family? And those founding companies? No matter what your purpose is, you will never find real inside information in Tiku City. I suggest you to participate in the universe's strongest king competition. It is the highest fighting competition founded by the Star Alliance founding companies. All those who win a place in the competition will be recruited by the founding companies. With your ability, you can definitely easily win the championship. At that time, all the founding companies will look for you. No matter what you want to know, it is definitely easier to ask them directly than to search for information here. Bandit Tony's words made Bella sit down again. A lot of information proves that the Judgment Wong family has a great relationship with Daliang. And it also shows that this seemingly strange world actually has many connections with the Order world. Then can we find traces of the Order world from other founding companies? Looking for clues directly from the founding companies is definitely more direct and effective than searching aimlessly like this. Chapter 404 The Strongest King Contest. Bella did not trust Tony, so she turned to Wang Yi and asked, What is the universe's strongest king contest he mentioned? Wang Yi explained, As the enhanced genes become more optimized and advanced, coupled with the maturity of micro-wormhole transportation technology, in the future universe war mode, in addition to the rare large-scale fleet decisive battles, more small conflicts will become small groups of elite soldiers using micro-wormholes to carry out impact-type assaults. The training of the Scarab Company's advanced special forces this year is a drill for this new combat mode. In this war mode, with the same micro-wormhole transport technology and the same combat skills, the higher the individual combat power of the side, the easier it is to win the battle. as the founding companies of the Star Alliance. Of course, they hope to recruit all the powerful combat forces in the entire Starfield world into their own army. So the 17 founding companies of the Star Alliance jointly merged all the fighting events within the Star Alliance, and then launched the universe's Strongest King competition. Every player who can get an excellent ranking in the universe's Strongest King competition has the opportunity to obtain a recruitment contract from the founding company. Those who perform well will also be favored by other large Star Alliance companies. After introducing some of the information about the universe's Strongest King competition, Wang Yi said, "This competition is actually a platform for Star Alliance companies to demonstrate their military strength. All Star Alliance companies will send players to participate in the competition. They have more professional training and better genetic improvement than ordinary players. Therefore, free players who can get a high ranking in this competition are all sought after by Star Alliance companies. Being sought after by Star Alliance companies means that you can have direct exchanges with many Star Alliance companies, including the founding company and the Judgment Group. Bella is very interested in this competition. But the universe's Strongest King competition is a bit too exaggerated. Of course, it may not become the true highest competition in the universe in the future. Here, you said that if I participate in this competition, I should be able to meet Wang Qian." Wang Yi knew what the level of the universe's Strongest King competition was. The top-ranked players were certainly very strong, but they were just serving food in front of Bella. As long as Bella participated in the competition, the championship would be easy to win. Then it would not be very difficult to meet Wang Qian. Originally, Wang Yi was thinking about how to use the resources of the 6th game to find Wang Qian's whereabouts. But it was not easy to do. Participating in the Strongest King competition was also a feasible method. As long as Bella did not expose her strength too much, you should be able to meet Wang Qian. Let me help you register. Wang Yi took this over to prevent the interstellar robbers from participating. When the robber Tony saw Wang Yi was about to kick him out, he quickly said, "The Strongest King competition is not won by strength alone. Although Miss Bella can catch bullets, she will definitely lose if she goes to the competition like this." After getting Bella's attention again, Tony continued, "At the beginning of the universe's Strongest King competition, it was indeed a competition of individual strength. But in the later ranking competitions, the competition is the strength of the team. Behind every strong player, there must be a strong logistics information support team. An efficient team allows players to first discover opponents hidden in complex terrain in a complex and vast arena. The precise database analysis program can put players in an advantageous position all the time. For soldiers of the same strength, the side with a logistics team will crush the side without a logistics team. Especially in recent competitions, micro-wormhole transportation technology has been gradually applied to the competition. Miss Bella, can you catch the bullet shot at you from the front? And can you catch the bullet shot from behind?" "Yes," Bella said in her heart. But she didn't want to scare Tony. Isn't the Strongest King competition a single-player competition? Why is there a so-called logistics support team? Since it is for the purpose of selecting soldiers. The Strongest King competition does not have too many restrictions on the competition. As long as the individual weapons that meet the regulations can be used in the competition field. In the future, individual combat will also rely more on the logistics team. A soldier fighting on the front line may have dozens, or even hundreds of logistics personnel behind him to provide all-round combat assistance. Therefore, each player's logistics team can also provide reasonable data support for the players in the designated area. In a multi-terrain mixed battlefield, a person's attention is very limited, and a single soldier mecha can be connected to the data link of the logistics team. Then the logistics team can analyze the big data through the information collected by the mecha, and then feedback to the contestants. And the contestants only need to use all their energy on the battle. Having big data processing capabilities is a threshold for a player to participate in the Strongest King competition. And having micro-wormhole transportation technology is a guarantee for getting a place in the competition. If you find an opponent, you can instantly appear next to the opponent to attack. And you can instantly leave the battle when you are attacked. During the battle, you can appear in the opponent's weak area at any time. It is difficult to lose in this way. With the support of micro-wormhole transportation technology, a person can beat a player supported by big data just by shooting cold guns. Of course, micro-wormhole transportation technology has very high requirements on the physical fitness of the user. And those who can use micro-wormholes to move freely are not weak. In Tony's opinion, Bella is strong, but she will have no place to use her strength in front of the micro-wormhole. And she will not be able to go far in the universe's Strongest King competition. Tony explained for Bella. And finally said, I can get the equipment for micro-wormhole transportation. As long as you accept my training and suppress the opponent's micro-wormhole movement in the competition, you will be invincible. Bella has seen Wang Yi use micro-wormhole movement. It is necessary to use a drone to reach the transmission location in advance to analyze the spatial coordinates, which is a very basic short-distance space skill application. Although Bella is not good at space skills, at her level, the space skill level is not low. Even in short-distance combat, Bella doesn't like to use space skills, because traveling through space will inevitably cause confusion in the sense of space. Even if the space skills are used more skillfully, the confusion of space still exists. Even if this feeling is short, it will cause fatal mistakes in advanced combat. Even if you encounter a more powerful space master, you can instantly implement space interference, and the portal will become a wall or directly send people to your knife. But when everyone is not familiar with space transmission technology, it is still unsolvable if someone uses it. So you can only use it yourself. Therefore, when Tony showed off that he could get the micro-wormhole transportation technology equipment, Bella didn't think this technology was so high-end. However, since everyone is using it, it would be too different if I don't use it myself. Chapter 405 Team. If Bella was still in Cloud City, she would never cooperate with these chaotic evil bandits. Cloud City represents goodness and order, and its ultimate goal is to eliminate evil. Of course, that was before Daliang established the Order World. After the Order World, the contradiction between goodness and evil was eased, but it was difficult to sit together to discuss cooperation. Bella didn't want to make her investigation and judgment of Wang's too public. If she could contact and investigate in a normal way, it would be the best solution. Therefore, Bella was very interested in participating in the universe's Strongest King competition held by the Star Alliance founding company. As a fighting angel, she also wanted to understand what level the high-end military force of this new world could reach. It seems that you are very well prepared for this meeting. Bella had some appreciation for the bandit Tony. He dared to come back to find her, which also showed that he had a certain amount of courage and vision. Bella slightly put down her arrogant attitude and said to Tony, just prepare according to what you said. Let me see what kind of logistics data team you can bring. Wang Yi reminded Bella, they are interstellar bandits. They must have other purposes for approaching you. You should think about it again. Bella had already stood up and said, no matter what their purpose is, I only know that I have my purpose. I am not a stingy person. Sometimes I am also interested in fulfilling other people's wishes. Let's go. The leisurely days are over. Let's see what we can find together. Bella took the reluctant Wang Yi away, and the robber Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting opposite Bella, he was under too much pressure, and the sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. Fortunately, although the process was not smooth, the result was still as expected. This meeting was considered a stable relationship established with this super strong man, as long as nothing went wrong later. And Bella tasted the sweetness of having a logistics data support team. Their relationship could be firmly bound together. At that time, Tony would no longer be an ordinary member of the countless interstellar pirates. He would embark on a brand new path. As Bella's agent, he became a hot figure in the entire star world. So Tony gathered all his men in this room and announced that they would no longer be interstellar robbers, and all of them would transform to participate in the universe's Strongest King competition. Boss, none of us have ever participated in the Strongest King competition, and we don't know what the logistics support team has to do. We are not professional. Tony scolded, how much professionalism does this thing require? Isn't it just based on the information collected from the field? Analyzing the opponent's position, equipment, and next move? We interstellar robbers do this. Every time we rob, don't we first find the target, and then use various means to find out which spaceship the target will be on? Analyze the security system, plan the attack, robbery and retreat routes, and confuse the pursuers, and finally complete the escape and sell the stolen goods. How different is this from playing the Strongest King contest? I've had enough of robbery. I'll play big next time. Life should have a long-term goal. Let's start with winning the championship of the universe's Strongest King contest. After listening to Tony's explanation, many robbers suddenly realized that playing the Strongest King contest is no different from their usual research on how to rob. They all use various big data to judge the target, and finally formulate a perfect attack plan, including many plans such as failed robbery. This idea and technique are also effective in the King's contest. The robbers lost all their doubts. In fact, Their robbing has a lower error tolerance rate than the King's contest, and the technical content is higher, so their confidence is immediately full. And if Bella can get a good ranking in the contest, their behind-the-scenes team will also successfully complete the transformation. At that time, they went in and out of the upper class. Iron City. The ground here is too dirty to step on. Tony's plan received a positive response from the robbers. Although they didn't know that Bella could catch bullets with her bare hands, she knew that she had very advanced genes just because she could break the mechanical arm of Iron Fist Henry with one hand. In addition, Bella looks very strong. After getting the support of the micro-wormhole transport equipment, it will not be too difficult to get a good result in the universe's strongest king competition. At that time, various sponsorships will come one after another. If they can sign a contract with a large Star Alliance company, they will change from interstellar bandits to a professional star team in the competition. Lifting the one in order is not a problem at all. When Bella met with the bandit Tony, Lou too, who came back with a dusty face, met the City Lord Parker and told him about his experience. Finally, he said some of his own opinions. Lord City Lord. This Bella gave me the feeling that she was either rich or noble. And she was very rich and noble. We are certainly not afraid of a woman, but the power behind her makes us have to be careful. You said that the purpose of her coming to Tika City is because of our sewaging mine? Parker, who was sitting in the boss chair with his feet on the desk and half closed his eyes, opened his eyes immediately after hearing about the sewaging mine, and the tattoo on his forehead folded because of frowning. He said sternly, "Sewaging mine? You know a lot?" Lutour knew that he was talking too much, so he quickly explained, "Lord City Lord, the daily output of our sewaging mine is there. Even if the output on your books is the same as before, the number of mine cars we escort out of the mining area every day has increased significantly. We all know that you don't want the outside world to know about the increase in production of sewaging mine. But there are so many miners and guards, and they are not blind or deaf. How can this be concealed? It's just that everyone is afraid of your blame, so they just say whatever they want. But now, think about it. A woman who is obviously from an upper-class family of the Star Alliance. Why would she run to our shabby Iron Library City for no reason? Why did she break the arm of Iron Fist Henry in public in the bar, and openly buy information about the Judgment Group with money? This is not buying intelligence, but putting pressure on us and hinting at her background. I heard that Murphy, the chairman of Scarab Company, is one of the many suitors of Miss Wang Ren of the Judgment Group. And Wang Yi, the little girl, is from Scarab Company. You said? Is this Bella related to Scarab Company and Judgment Wang's? The seemingly big and rough Lutour carefully analyzed the situation for Parker, which made Parker's fuzzy mind clear. Someone openly bought information about Judgment Wang's in the bars of Tika City with money. So once some small things happened to Judgment Wang's, Judgment Group would have a reason to control Tika City. At that time, Parker would be a little brother who could be manipulated by others. If he wanted to keep things quiet, he would definitely have to hand over the sewaging mine. Chapter 406 Sewaging Mine. Sewaging is a necessity for interstellar navigation, so sewaging has become a general equivalent widely recognized within the Star Alliance in addition to federal credit points. Therefore, sewaging is a very important resource, and is also fought over by Star Alliance companies. Tika City has a sewaging mine, but because of its low output, it is not valued by the Star Alliance, so it has become Parker's private mine. Parker also gathered such high popularity in Tika City because of this sewaging mine, allowing him to wander on the edge of the Star Alliance's rule and become a local emperor. But recently, a big thing happened in the sewaging mine. An accidental landslide connected the mine pit to a large sewaging vein, and a poor mine turned into a rich mine. This is not just an unexpected windfall. If used properly, Parker can become a top figure in the Star Alliance with this rich mine of sewaging, set up his own Star Alliance company, and build Tika City into a large city of his own. However, this rich mine may also bring him fatal disaster. This kind of strategic material is enough for those hypocritical Star Alliance companies to violate the rules they set and come to Tika City to rob. Parker immediately blocked the news after learning that the ore vein was dug, and tried to use robots to operate in the mining area. But for necessary maintenance, miners must go down to the mine to inspect equipment, and the additional city defense guards are not blind. No matter how good the data on the books is, a truckload of raw mineral crystals cannot be faked. Parker has no control over how many people know about this. There are really too many things to speculate about Bella's appearance in Tika City at this time. This is not a place where she would come alone. She rashly ran to the bar to break Henry's arm, and then used money to buy the news of Judgment Wang's family. It's more like acting. As Lu Tu said, if something happens to Judgment Wang's family, someone present will definitely sell it as intelligence to Judgment Group. Judgment Wang's family doesn't even need to really create trouble, nor does it need someone to inform on them. They just need a reason to control Tika City. The founding company cannot violate the rules it has set. But it is not a violation to ask Parker to hand over the mine voluntarily. Parker has seen the situation he is facing, and he asked Lu Tu. Bella refused to come here, but asked me to meet her? Lu Tu replied. She used the word audience. Audience. This is a sure win. Parker hated his weak strength and hated the Star Alliance company for bullying the weak. But this is the rule of the Star Domain world. Whoever has the bigger fist can get whatever he wants. How do you think I should deal with this matter? Hearing Parker asking him this, the shrewd Lu Tu quickly said, Lord City Lord, this Suojing mine is your private property. I can't give you any advice. But now that the matter of the Suojing mine has been leaked, even if the Scarab Company and the Judgment Group don't want it, other Star Alliance companies will come to them. Yes, although the Iron Library City has a high status in the gray industry, it is nothing in front of large Star Alliance companies. Usually they can turn a blind eye to the Iron Library City, and even entrust the Iron Library City to do some dishonorable things. But when these Star Alliance companies really focus on it, the Iron Library City really has no power to resist. It seems that this Suojing mine can't be saved. Parker couldn't help but sigh. He stood up and said, since this Bella asked me to see her, I will go to see her. Want my Suojing ore? Okay. But I need to negotiate the price. Go to Bella and tell her that I am waiting for her at the bar. So, after Bella and Wang Yi returned to their residence from the casino, they saw Lu Tu waiting respectfully on the roadside. This time, Lyoto's attitude was extremely humble. And even though the bar was at the other end of the street, he still drove a luxurious hovercraft. Lu Tu opened the door for Bella and said, Dear Miss Bella, Lord Parker is very sorry for the rude invitation just now, and thank you for forgiving his mistakes. Now Lord Parker is waiting for you at the bar you designated, and he is looking forward to your instructions on the construction of Tika City. Bella walked into the car without saying a word. Wang Yi followed her and whispered to Lu Tu, Lu Tu, this is not a Hongmen banquet. Right? Lu Tu smiled bitterly and said, which god did you invite? Lord Parker just wants to send this god away as soon as possible. Alas, you are getting better and better. Don't forget us veterans when you become rich in the future. Get in the car quickly. Wang Yi was confused by Lu Tu's words. But this was not the place to ask in detail. So she also got into the car and sat side by side with Bella. Soon, Bella met Lord Parker, who was waiting here in the bar, at a round black wooden table with an arm's diameter. Bella and Lord Parker sat opposite each other, and Wang Yi and Lu Tu sat opposite each other. After the waiter poured a glass of wine for the four people, he left. There was no one else in the bar. The scene fell into silence for a while. The four people sat there in silence, and no one touched the wine glass in front of them. Parker observed Bella. Lu Tu said that Bella was a very rich and noble person. This time Parker saw Bella with his own eyes, and experienced the domineering momentum. No powerful actor can perform this kind of nobility that emanates from the bones. This is a temperament that is born with, and can only be expressed after layers of precipitation. That kind of contempt for life is not pretended. Only those who are born noble and always stand at the top of society can have such a pair of eyes. At this time, Parker had no doubt about Bella's identity. Only those super families that have lasted for 1,000 or 2,000 years can cultivate such elites. Look at Wang Yi next to Bella. Just like the green leaves next to the flowers. Even if Wang Yi is not uglier than Bella in appearance, she looks like a soldier. Miss Bella. Parker felt that this silence must be broken by someone, and the other party was obviously not going to speak first. Parker asked, Welcome to Tika City. I am Parker, the manager of this city. Can I know where you are from and your identity? And your purpose of coming here? Bella replied, Where I come from and my identity. You don't need to know. As for the purpose of my coming here, it seems that you took the initiative to invite me to meet. So tell me your purpose. Bella didn't want to say that she came from the world of order and was an angel, but Parker heard it with another meaning. Before it was clear that the Suojing mine was in hand, the other party would not reveal any relationship with the Judgment Group or the Scarab Company. She came to Tika City to frame someone. openly framing someone extremely arrogant. At this time, Lord Parker noticed the sword that Bella was carrying, and the style of the sword was the same as the sword on the Judgment Wong family emblem. Too arrogant. Chapter 407 Mineral Transaction. Wang Yi, a mercenary of the Scarab Company, and the sword of the same style on the emblem of the Wong family of Judgment. This is enough of a hint. At the same time, a soldier and a sword cannot be used as evidence of the Star Alliance Company's embezzlement of the Suojing mine in the Iron Library City. Anyway, Bella didn't say anything, and everything depends on Parker's understanding. To use the Eastern proverb that Lu Tu once said, being a whore, you still have to build a memorial archway. Bella agreed to meet this time just to see the attitude of the Iron Library City. Take the initiative to hand over the Suojing mine. Then everything will be easy to talk about. Playing deaf and dumb, resisting stubbornly, you will inevitably suffer a lot. At that time, the cost of the Star Fleet's expedition and the compensation to the Judgment Group, the other party will definitely lower the price in the negotiation of the acquisition of the mining area. If we can get the money at that time, it means that the Star Alliance has a bottom line. If the Wong family of Judgment thoroughly investigates Tika City, turns it upside down, and digs out all the gray businesses, it will be a big trouble. Just colluding with interstellar bandits is enough to put Parker on the wanted list. Even if Parker has his own connections within the Star Alliance, he may not be afraid of a Scarab Company. But this time, the Scarab Company has brought in the founding company Judgment Group. Insufficient strength. Powerless to turn the tide. Since the Suojing mine is definitely not going to be saved, it is the most practical to ask for benefits before the other party takes action. So Parker held back the pain and said, Miss Bella, I know what your purpose is in coming to Tika City. I have to say that your Star Alliance family is well informed. I just dug a Suojing vein here, and you came. I admit that I am just a small player compared to your big families and big companies. I don't have the strength to guard such a large strategic material. Even if you don't come, there will definitely be other Star Alliance companies that want my mine. Why don't you make an offer? If it's suitable, this Suojing mine will be yours. What Parker said made Bella confused. Why did he suddenly talk about Suojing mine trading? What do I want your Suojing mine for? But Bella understood one thing. This Lord Parker misunderstood that he was a member of the Judgment Group. The Suojing mine in Tika City should be what the Judgment Group wants to get. So, Bella knew she was not good at such negotiations. But she knew there was a person who was very good at bluffing and using chickens to lay eggs. If it was Dalian who encountered this situation, what would he do? Bella recalled the experience of contacting Dalian. She witnessed with her own eyes how this little character created something out of nothing and stepped up to the top of the world step by step. Suojing mine, Bella repeated softly, then looked at Wang Yi and saw that she was also confused. Bella said to Parker, I don't want too many people to know about this. Parker replied, I don't want too many people to know. Xingli and company will compete for this mine, which will affect my normal business here. Otherwise, I will directly hold a bidding meeting, and I will definitely get more money. I hope this deal can be settled privately, but you should not lower the price because of this. There are more than just the Judgment Group as the founding company, and I can sell this mine to other founding companies. Tell me how much you are willing to give me. Bella has no money, and her food, clothing, housing and daily necessities are all provided by Wang Yi. As for Wang Yi, she is so stingy when buying a set of equipment. Don't expect her to come up with the money to buy this Suojing mine. But when has De Liang ever spent his own money to buy a mine? I think the value of this Suojing mine cannot be measured by money. What do you think, Lord Parker? Bella felt as if she had entered another state. Of course, money cannot measure the value of a Suojing rich mine. This is an important strategic resource. It will definitely play a greater role in the hands of the Judgment Group. Thinking that the Suojing mine was about to change hands, Parker felt a pain again. Since Miss Bella knows the value of this Suojing mine, it is better to be generous in the transaction. Bella said, I don't plan to pay any fees for your Suojing mine. Hearing this, Parker couldn't hold back his anger and said, Do you want to directly encroach on my mine? I will never allow this to happen. The rules of the Star Alliance are set by you. If you plan to rob my mine for free, I will find other founding companies, and there will definitely be someone willing to spend money to buy my mine. But you also completely lost your mind, Bella said calmly. What do you mean? The potential meaning of Bella's answer calmed Parker down immediately. He looked at Bella and asked carefully, You said I cannot sell the mine? Bella smiled. If you really want to sell the mine, I can give you a very satisfactory price. I can pay the federal credit points now and acquire the ownership of your Suojing mine. No. 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 Parker said hurriedly. If there is a possibility of not selling the mine, only a fool would sell such an important Suojing mine. But Parker thought about how Bella could not want the mine. So he asked with a puzzled face, Miss Bella, I am very confused now. Will the Judgment Group allow this Suojing mine to stay in my hands? Why not keep it in your hands? Bella said, of course. The premise is that you are a smart person. If you are a fool, I will be very happy to buy your mine with a sum of money. Smart person. Parker understood that Bella was referring to this meeting. He saw the intention of the Judgment Group and took the initiative to negotiate, willing to offer the Suojing mine. Parker admired himself for this insight and decision. It seems that his performance has also been appreciated by the Judgment Group. Does this represent his own luck? Ms. Bella, if the Judgment Group is willing to let this mine stay in my hands, I am willing to do anything for you. Although my Iron City is inconspicuous, I will help you complete some things that are inconvenient for you to do. Bella said, you don't need to do anything? In my opinion, those low-level combatants of yours are not even cannon fodder. You take out the full ownership of the Suojing mine and invest in it, and jointly establish a Star Alliance company with me. You will be the boss, and I will take 20% of the shares. You will manage the company's operations, and if you encounter any troubles that you can't handle, I will be responsible for helping you solve them. I don't understand what you mean. Parker was really a little confused. The work of a big company is really unpredictable. Only 20% of the shares is equivalent to protection fee. But does the Judgment Group really not want the control of the mine? Bella smiled mysteriously. If you don't understand what I mean, then I think it's better to buy your mine in full. We don't need a partner who needs to be pointed out everything. I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible before I change my mind. Parker immediately stood up and said to Bella, please allow me to go to the bathroom. After that, Parker winked at Lu Tu, and the two left together. Chapter 408 Earn Money. One ear was staring blankly the whole time. Others didn't know Bella's details, but she knew a lot. Bella was now spending all her living expenses on her own money. Although she had opened a private account, she didn't have any credit points in it. She was broke and was actually planning to negotiate with Parker about cooperating to establish the Star Alliance company. And she even asked for 20% of the shares of the Suojing mine. That was the Suojing mine. And Parker said that a large vein had been dug out. As long as this deal was concluded, the penniless Bella would suddenly become a popular rich woman. Is this still an angel? Bella? Shh. Bella put her finger to her lips to make a silent gesture to Wang Yi, and then continued to concentrate on using eavesdropping magic to eavesdrop on Parker and Lu Tu's conversation, looking at Bella, who was different from usual, and the cunning and slightly obtuse corners of her mouth. Wang Yi was more willing to believe that this was a demon. Parker and Lu Tu came to a room they thought was very safe. Then Parker asked Lu Tu, what do you think the Judgment Group means? You can obviously get everything. Why only 20% of the shares? What do you think? Lu Tu stroked his beard and looked thoughtful, and quickly gave his analysis. City Lord, I think this Bella has been testing your ability. They only want 20% of the shares, which should be their recognition of you. Tell me more about it. At this time, Lu Tu was like Kong Ming, talking freely. First of all, you have seen Bella's identity. She is from the Judgment Group and her purpose is to get your mine. If you choose to forcibly protect the mine at this time, she will definitely implement her plan and frame you. But you asked Bella out, which means that your brain is appreciated by the Judgment Group. Parker touched his head, nodded and said, you are right. Continue. Lu Tu analyzed with more interest. City Lord, if you only look at the profit, does the money earned by a Suojing mine count as money in the eyes of the Judgment Group? It doesn't count, Parker said very decisively. Each founding company is a behemoth. Parker only has a small town, but the resource stars controlled by the founding company are counted by the star. No matter how important the Suojing mine is, it is really a drop in the ocean for the founding company to make money just by selling Suojing. The value of the Suojing mine lies in itself. It is a strategic material and a commodity at ordinary times. Only in special times can its true value be reflected. Lu Tu concluded, this is why Bella changed from preparing to acquire the company in full to only wanting 20% of the shares. And it is not a public shareholding. Your mine is not in the resource system of the arbitration group, so it is an invisible asset. When others evaluate the strength of the arbitration group, they will not include this mine in the statistics. Founding companies are very scheming, and each founding company will try its best to hide part of its strength. You and Bella co-founded Xinglian Company. Bella seems to have only 20% of the shares, and does not even participate in the company's decision-making. But that is during normal business operations. Once a special event occurs, the arbitration group asks you to cooperate. Will you violate it? Definitely not. Parker understood what Lu Tu meant. The acquisition of the Suojing mine would only bring the judgment group a negligible income. But the Suojing mine, as a strategic resource, would increase others' assessment of the strength of the judgment group. The gains and losses of this matter are not the same for the founding company and ordinary people. In the eyes of the judgment group, it doesn't matter if there is more or less money. But it is not a good thing to expose too much strength. And the more you can hide, the better. Moreover, the judgment group can get 20% of the protection fee for nothing, which is pure profit here. However, with this 20% stake, the judgment group can always grasp the production of the entire Suojing mine and supervise the flow of assets. As long as it wants, it can let Parker accept unified command at any time. And the shrewdness and courage shown by Parker also made the judgment group feel at ease to hand over this hidden strength to him. Parker, who thought he had figured it out, smiled happily. These big Star Alliance companies like to cover up everything in order to get rid of it cleanly afterwards. Fortunately, you are here this time. Otherwise my mind might have been taken away by others. After this matter is settled, I will promote you. Work hard. You have great potential. Lu Tu smiled and complimented Parker. Thank you for your appreciation. Congratulations to the City Lord for being reused by the Judgment Group. I believe that with your ability, coupled with the secret support of the Judgment Group, the Star Alliance company you founded will soon become a star in the Star Domain world. Lu Tu's flatterer Parker laughed out loud, as if he had seen himself sitting in a brand new private interstellar flagship, overlooking the expanding Iron City from the initial star orbit. 20% of the shares in exchange for the support behind a founding company. This business is worth it. Parker returned to his seat with a red face, and said to Bella, after my careful consideration, I decided to accept Miss Bella's suggestion. 20% of the shares belong to the Judgment Company. Bella, who already knew Parker's decision, said, No, this transaction has nothing to do with the Judgment Company. I only represent myself. You must remember this. Since they want to hide their strength, the Judgment Group certainly cannot publicly hold shares in Suojing Mine Company. Bella's private investment is consistent with Parker and Lu Tu's analysis just now. During this period, Parker did not doubt Bella's identity, mainly because of the temperament and nobility revealed by Bella. People can only guess her identity at the highest level. Moreover, if Bella's identity is fake, can she keep her 20% of the shares? The scam is only a temporary benefit. So Parker did not even confirm Bella's identity information. He knew that Bella's registered identity must be fake. So, when Bella came out of the bar, she became the second shareholder of Suojing Mine, the second person in charge of Tiku City. Wang Yi was amazed by the operation. Even when she returned to her residence, she felt like she was floating in the clouds. Miss Bella, you just got 20% of the shares of the Suojing Mine? You didn't even have to pay a federal credit point. You became a super rich man just by saying a few words. You made too much money. Bella was far less excited than Wang Yi. She sat back in the chair by the window and said calmly, 20% of the shares of a Suojing mine bought the protection of a law-level angel. Who do you think made the profit? If I didn't need the currency of your world, I wouldn't look down on a mine. Go make a sword for yourself. We are going to start training in angel combat skills. This is also your luck. You must seize it. Wang Yi immediately stood at attention and saluted Bella, saying with full energy, Yes, Miss Bella. Chapter 409 Dating. Wang Ran was born a daughter of heaven. The Judgment Wang family is a super family that has lasted for more than 2,000 years. It controls Judgment Group, one of the 17 founding companies of the Star Alliance. So everything she has is the best. Her father's love has kept her from encountering any setbacks, which has also cultivated her arrogant and domineering character. But even though Wang Ran is recognized for her bad temper, her appearance and her family still attract all kinds of pursuits. Murphy, who took over the family business at a young age, is a well-known rising star in the entire Star Alliance. With his own ability, he has made the already tired Scarab Company exude vigorous vitality again. However, These advantages did not give Murphy much advantage in the competition with Wang Ran. Except for business exchanges. Wang Ran rarely gave Murphy the opportunity to contact him. But this time, the gift Murphy gave was really good. A bis alloy mine. A natural alloy that can be used to make spacecraft decks. So Wang Ran was invited to the hotel Murphy had booked to discuss the acquisition of the bis alloy mine. The ring-shaped space station floated in the orbit of the initial star. And the room Murphy booked was a spherical and fully transparent dining room. Although a set of double tables and chairs was not large. It was exquisitely carved and painted in exquisite colors. A candle-like lamp holder was placed in the middle of the table. The swaying candlelight showed a romantic atmosphere against the background of the black universe and the initial star. Compared to Murphy, who was dressed in formal clothes and dressed up for this kind of meeting. Wang Ran's dress seemed too casual. A hunting suit that only adventurers would wear. Loose pants. A pair of yellow big-toed leather shoes on her feet. A tight t-shirt on her upper body. And she took off her jacket and threw it to the hotel waiter when she entered the door. Black short hair. 3 earrings on the auricle of her left ear. After sitting down, Wang Ran operated the personal computer on his left wrist and said to Murphy without raising his head, "I know you won't take the initiative to sell a special mine to the Judgment Group just to date me. Otherwise, the family assets of the Scarab Company are really not enough for you to lose. So, what do you want from me or from the Judgment Group? As long as you are really willing to sell this special mine to me, everything can be discussed." Ms. Wang Ran. Just when Murphy picked up the menu and prepared to ask Wang Ran to order, Wang Ran interrupted him rudely and said, "Don't say some compliments. You don't need to order food. I'm not hungry. But I'm very busy. In a week, it will be the second quarter-finals of the Strongest King competition. My training schedule is very full." Murphy took the menu awkwardly. This Miss Wang really did not care about other people's feelings. Murphy was not angry because of this. He reorganized his words, and then handed the menu to Wang Ran again and said, "Ms. Wang Ran, what I invited you to talk about this time is definitely more important than anything else. If Miss Wang really has something urgent to do, she can get up and leave now. If Miss Wang wants my mine and doesn't want to miss the important news I bring, let this date proceed as it should." Wang Ran was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the menu in front of her, then looked at Murphy, who was very different from usual, and reached out to take the menu. She randomly ordered a few dishes on the menu, and then threw the menu on the table. "Murphy, you are quite brave today. But don't think that I will look at you differently just because you get hard once in a while. I look down on you young masters the most. You have excellent enhanced genes, but dare not hunt monsters or fight in fighting games. Sitting in the office all day, bossing around his subordinates." Murphy brought the menu over, looked at the dishes Wang Ran ordered, added a few more, and asked for a bottle of red wine, and then uploaded it to the hotel to prepare. Then, Murphy said to Wang Ran, "Ms. Wang, our small companies can't compare to your founding company. You don't have to do anything to get the best resources and the highest privileges. The competition in the Starfield world is so fierce that if you don't advance, you will retreat. I also want to go hunting or play games like you. But once there's a problem in the company, I don't even have the qualifications to boss around my subordinates." How could Wang Ran understand the difficulties of other Star Alliance companies? She sneered at Murphy's words and said, "All you said are excuses. You are just afraid of pain and death." Murphy shook his head helplessly at the unreasonable Wang Ran and said, "Ms. Wang, have you ever thought that one day, the Judgment Group is gone and you have nothing? Can you still mock a hard-working person like this? How is it possible?" Wang Ran's tone was as if she had heard a big joke. She had never thought that the Judgment Group, which had existed for 2,000 years, would be gone. This was simply something that would happen at the end of the universe. Murphy said calmly, "What we are going to talk about today is related to whether the Judgment Group will exist in the future." Wang Ran, who was originally smiling, immediately tightened her face at this moment. She said to Murphy in a stern voice, "Although Scarab Company is a long-established Star Alliance company, we can destroy your company at any time in front of the founding company. Don't use such remarks to attract my attention. You are joking with me about the future of Scarab Company." Murphy also said seriously, "I'm not kidding you. The reason why the founding company can become a founding company is just because your ancestors were the first to enter this world. How can there be a dictatorial family in this world that can continue to prosper for 2,000 years? It's not that there haven't been absurd and incompetent leaders in the founding companies. And the Federation has never given up on eliminating your founding companies. But why, no matter what crisis occurs, No one can shake the position of your founding companies? For 2,000 years, there has been no change in the 17 founding companies, and other Star Alliance companies cannot replace one of them no matter how prosperous they are. This is very abnormal, and it does not conform to the common sense of survival of the fittest. Wang Ran said to Murphy, "Your remarks are becoming more and more dangerous. What are you questioning? Do you want to overthrow the founding company and replace it? Do you know what will happen to you if I tell my father what you just said?" Murphy ignored Wang Ran's verbal threats and seemed to be venting his anger by saying, "All the reasons come from the virtual game called Hero World 2,000 years ago. Although the founding company tried its best to eliminate all information related to Hero World, many things were still passed down in some secret channels. The ancestors of all the founding companies were once players of the virtual game Hero World. And it was Hero World that broke through the boundaries of the universe and integrated into the general universe. The medium for us to enter the star domain world now is the trace left by Hero World in our world." Chapter 410 Wang Ran. What Murphy said made Wang Ran realize that this date was far from as simple as he imagined. Murphy was gambling with the fate of Scarab Company. What was his bargaining chip? What was he asking for? At this time, a hotel waiter came in from the door with a dining cart, which also made Murphy calm down his slightly excited emotions. After the waiter put the food and drinks in place and left, Wang Ran whispered to Murphy, "Some things, if you know, let it rot in your stomach. It will be fatal to say it out. And it is in our world. Stop here. Finish this meal, and we will go back to our own homes. You're mine. I am not interested anymore." But Murphy didn't listen to Wang Ran's persuasion. He drank another glass of wine and continued, "The initial star is part of the Hero World. The founding company said that when they developed the initial star, there was nothing here. They lied. The initial star, which appears to be barren, actually has many things from the Hero World. With human activities, monsters that refresh like in the game mean that some rules of the game still affect here. Under those cracks in the ground, there are many unknown things hidden. But now it is difficult to find because of the existence of monsters. However, when the ancestors of the founding company developed the initial star, there were no monsters under the cracks in the ground. Decades of exploration. The harvest they inherited from the Hero World has made the founding families glorious for 2,000 years. Am I right?" At this time, Wang Ran no longer stopped Murphy. She listened quietly, wanting to know what Murphy wanted to tell her. "Murphy, I am just the second daughter of the Wang family, and I have an older brother, not the first heir. I am not qualified to know too much about the history of my ancestors. Therefore, I have no way to judge whether what you said is right or not. But your goal has been achieved. Now I am very interested in what you said. Since you are not afraid of death, just take it and say it." Since Wang Ran wanted to hear it, Murphy had no reason not to continue, as this was the purpose of his coming here. No matter what the ancestors of the founding company found on the initial star, judging from the initial star's appearance, they certainly didn't find much. However, it is these gains that allow you, the founding families, to enjoy it until now. But Hero World is not just the initial star. It is a multidimensional world with a prosperous magic civilization and powerful heroes. The initial star is a very, very barren part of Hero World. If another part of Hero World is discovered somewhere in the universe, it is also a planet with natives who are descended from the NPCs of Hero World, inheriting the magic civilization that we cannot understand. And there are also super powerful creatures. What impact will it have on our Star Alliance?" Wang Ran said with a smile, "Magic? Are you kidding? And what you said is too absurd. What is your intention in making up such a story?" Murphy stared at Wang Ran's eyes and said, "This is not a story. Since Hero World is integrated into the general universe, it must be in this universe. And it is only a matter of time before it is found. In fact, I have already found it." Hearing that Murphy had found the Hero World, Wang Ran was surprised and asked, You found the rest of the Hero World?" Although Wang Ran didn't know the real family secrets, she knew some things about the Hero World from what she had heard since she was a child, and knew the origin of the Star Domain world. Therefore, when Murphy said that he had found the Hero World, she was really shocked. Murphy said, "To be precise, like the initial star, I only found a part of the Hero World. It is called the Order Star, a world where magic and technology coexist. The progress of civilization is between our first and second industrial revolutions. But due to the existence of magic alchemy, we cannot measure the Order Star with the productivity level of our time. Hearing that the Order Star was still so backward, Wang Ran was slightly relieved and said, "Your discovery is very valuable, and sharing it with the Judgment Group is the most obvious choice. I will tell my father about your discovery, and then the Judgment Group and Scarab Company can jointly develop the Order Star. I promise, you will get what you deserve, and Scarab Company will be protected by the Judgment Group in the future." Wang Ran understood Murphy's intention. He discovered a part of Hero World, and then used it as a tribute to please the Judgment Group in order to gain a higher status in the Star Alliance. Perhaps he also thought that he would use this discovery to let his father marry him. My father might really agree. Just when Wang Ran thought that Murphy had asked him to meet for this matter, Murphy said, "Ms. Wang, do you think I am talking to you about this in order to jointly develop the Order Star with the Judgment Company? If it can be developed, why should I invite the Judgment Group to join us? The Scarab Company has discovered the Order Star for 32 years. We have been preparing for the development of the Order Star over the years. We are constantly expanding our fleet. Even if the military expenditure is about to overwhelm the company, we must build a military force that can exclusively enjoy the Order Star. With the Order Star, the Scarab Company has what the founding company has, and we can have the same or even higher status as you." But all the efforts were in vain. Thinking about the efforts made by 3 generations of Scarab Company to develop the Order Star, and the difficulties faced by the Scarab Company now, Murphy couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ran asked anxiously, "What happened on the Order Star?" "There are a large number of ultimate creatures in Hero World. Angels, demons, titans, dragons. They have a long lifespan and outstanding power. Originally, we did not find any ultimate creatures surviving on the Order Star, so we were confident that we could suppress the natives on the planet by force. But recently, demons appeared, and there are a lot of them." Wang Ran snorted conceitedly. "I know there are ultimate creatures in the Hero World, but what can we do? No matter how strong the individual is, can it be stronger than the interstellar flagship? If the military strength of the Scarab Company is not enough, the fleet of the Judgment Group must be enough." Murphy said, "Miss Wang, you don't understand the Hero World. I want to tell you that the Order Star is only a part of the Hero World. They are now called the Order World. If the magic civilization of the Order World continues somewhere in the universe, it must be an advanced cosmic civilization that is not weaker than the Star Alliance. In addition, these demons that appeared on the Order Star are not as simple as you think. Demons are the lowest level of regular soldiers of the demon race. Above demons are stronger demons, demon lords, and the highest level is the Hell Lord King. Among this group of demons, demon lords have all been confirmed to exist. And there is also a guy who is suspected to be the Hell Lord King. The Hell Lord King is a superhero who has comprehended the power of the law. Their lifespan can reach hundreds of thousands of years. They cannot be killed or destroyed. Is the Judgment Group willing to fight such an enemy? Are you sure that the Judgment Group's interstellar battleships can defeat the Hell Lord King? And the demons have already appeared. I am not sure what other terrifying things there are on the Order Star. What makes us even more passive is that the demons have mastered the method of contacting the Star Alliance. Ms. Wang Ran, the entire Star Alliance will soon know the existence of the Order Star and the former Hero World. What the founding company found on the initial star will no longer be unique to you. Once these things become the existence of all companies, can the founding company still maintain your current status? I said that the Judgment Group will perish one day. Do you think it is still my imagination?" Chapter 411 Marcellus War. With the layout of Order Star completely out of control, Murphy had no choice but to tell the news to the Judgment Group to ensure that he could obtain the most basic benefits on Order Star. The appointment with Wang Ran was just the beginning. When Wang Ran told Wang Qian, the head of the Judgment Wang family, about the content of the conversation, the gamble officially began. In the end, it was still unknown how much benefit the Scarab Company could retain on Order Star. However, Wang Ran's impression of Murphy was obviously much better. She did not let this date end hastily, but was deeply attracted by the magical world described by Murphy. There are mysterious magic, beautiful angels and elves, and magnificent history. However, no matter what measures the Judgment Group will take after receiving this news, De Leon, who is on the Order Star, continues to improve his strength step by step at his own pace. At the same time, he is always paying attention to the changes in the situation in Marcellus. The population base can be said to be the biggest shortcoming in the overall strength of the Great Tomb. Even if the hundreds of thousands of residents and soldiers in the Great Tomb are available talents, it is still a drop in the bucket in a civilization system. It is far from enough to even form an interstellar fleet with deterrent power. Daliang needs enough population to realize the blueprint in his mind. And the Order Star is the basis for realizing this blueprint. However, it is obviously unrealistic to take the entire Order Star into his pocket at once. People's thoughts are uncontrollable. The result of excessive encroachment is indigestion. Because most people will not sacrifice individual interests for the future of the entire civilization. Ordinary people pay more attention to the immediate benefits. This is also the reason why Daliang did not rely on the power of the Great Tomb to enforce the rule of the Order Star from the beginning. After a period of operation, the conditions for Daliang to control Marcellus are gradually maturing. The strong rise of the Black Fire Company has given Daliang a very large influence in the Marseille extortion area. All Marcellus people know that there is a young business genius in Soroing, who has quickly extended his hands to almost all business fields at a miraculous speed. From the people's livelihood store to the national heavy industry. The areas where Marcellus people live are surrounded by information about the Black Fire Company. In particular, the ruling classes of all parties in Marcellus can no longer escape the influence of Daliang. The Great Tomb has been successfully integrated into this area. Marcellus has a very high sense of identity with Daliang. And the people's will is the foundation of rule. At this time, the main obstacle to Daliang's control of the Marcellus region is the Marcellus Parliament and the Vlaminck Empire. One of them has a very high cohesion in Marcellus, and the other has a very strong military force in Marcellus. If the two do not fail completely, it will be difficult for Daliang to truly gain the support of this region. Daliang needs the Marcellus War, and needs the Marcellus Parliament and the Vlaminck Empire to consume all their potential here. When Marcellus has no hope of independence, and the people slowly wake up from their fantasies in the war, the trauma brought by the war will make them extremely eager for peace. At that time, whoever can bring them a stable life will gain the support of the entire Marcellus. Daliang has completed the layout of all parties, and is just waiting for the war to come. As expected by everyone, the war broke out on a quiet morning. The Marcellus Council Army, which was stockpiled in the United States of Felwood, launched a large-scale air strike on the Imperial Army stationed on the border. Under the cover of hundreds of silver wings and thousands of fighter planes, a dense group of bombers, like dark clouds, carried out carpet bombing on the positions of the Imperial Army. Bombs fell from the sky like a torrential rain, instantly drowning the military facilities of the Imperial Army in roars and flames. In the 1-hour air strike, the permanent fortifications, artillery positions, minefields, trenches, built by the Imperial Army on the border were razed to the ground. The Imperial Army's border defense network was torn open, and an open front line appeared in front of the Parliament Army. The Imperial Army was stunned. They had never seen a new type of air combat weapon, such as airplanes. The silver wings sent by the Imperial Army to fight seemed so isolated and helpless in front of the Parliament Army's silver wings and fighter clusters. Even though the silver wings had many advantages when facing fighters, when the number of fighters reached a certain proportion, the Imperial Army's silver wings were overwhelmed by the raiding method of outnumbering. Not to mention that the Parliament Army also sent a considerable number of silver wings. Therefore, the Parliament Army's air force only took a short time to gain air superiority. And then the bomber group drove in. Although bombers do not have the loading capacity of airships, and carry much less ammunition, their speed is not comparable to that of airships. Therefore, when the Imperial Army discovered that they had lost air superiority, and immediately prepared to conduct air defense operations, the anti-aircraft firepower points were not ready yet, and the dive bombers had already dropped bombs on their heads. The Imperial Army's anti-aircraft firepower was eliminated at a fixed point, and the heavy bombers of the Parliament Army arrived at the bombing position before the Imperial Army responded. Faced with this new type of air combat weapon, the Imperial Army, which has higher military literacy, has no way to play its advantages. The bombers hovering on the battlefield are on call at any time, supporting every corner of the battlefield at a speed far exceeding that of airships. Often, some heavy firepower points have not yet heated up their weapons before the bombs have fallen. The defense network that the Empire had carefully built on the border was ruthlessly torn apart by the planes. The subsequent attacking ground forces of the Parliament Army seemed to have entered a no-man's land, and did not encounter any decent resistance at all. The Empire Army suffered a large-scale rout, and countless weapons were abandoned. The soldiers were even more panicked. They had never experienced such a battle, and had never heard of it. Many people even suffered from airplane phobia. When they heard the roar of the bombers, they stood still and didn't know what to do. And then, They were awakened by the explosion and fled frantically. The Parliament army conquered cities and territories all the way, chasing the retreating Empire army like chasing ducks. If the Parliament had not been immature in the use of aircraft, logistics problems would soon arise, and the border troops of the Imperial Army would probably have been annihilated. The Imperial Army, which had taken a breather, quickly regrouped its troops in the city and organized a second defense system. At this time, the rebels in Marcellus responded to the offensive of the Parliamentary Army and revolted everywhere, and then quickly expanded after gaining the support of the people. The whole Marcellus was filled with smoke. The Parliamentary Army with new weapons was approaching the city, and the rebels were riding inside. The originally confident Imperial Army was hit hard. Moreover, the Imperial Army had no way to restrain the Parliamentary aircraft. It can be imagined that, when the Parliamentary Army was ready to launch a second wave of offensive, the Imperial Army would definitely repeat the mistake of being beaten at the border. Marcellus had seen the dawn of independence, and all the people of Marcellus were very excited. At this time, Marcellus Governor Marquis Whitehead visited de Leon, who lived on Élysée Avenue. Chapter 412 Spear and Shield. When he saw the airplane, Marquis Whitehead immediately thought of its military role. But imagination is imagination. After he really saw the change of the entire war mode by the airplane, he realized that he had greatly underestimated the impact of this new air combat weapon on the war situation. The Imperial Border Army was chased by the Parliament Army like a duck being chased. If it weren't for the fact that the Parliament Army was formed a short time ago, had no experience in actual combat, and had insufficient military literacy from top to bottom, coupled with the excessive frequency of aircraft dispatching, causing logistics problems, the Imperial Border Army had been surrounded by the Parliament Army and finally annihilated. Although the Imperial Army has withdrawn most of its border troops, no one is optimistic about the next war. They believe that if the Parliamentary Army's aircraft cannot be suppressed, the military power of the Empire will soon be bombed and lose the confidence to continue fighting. The Imperial Army needs its own aircraft, and the only company that can produce aircraft is Blackfire. The purpose of Marquis Whitehead's visit is to buy aircraft from Blackfire. However, after the Marquis told him his intention, de Leon refused very straightforwardly. "I'm sorry, Marquis. I have an agreement with the Marcellus Parliament that within 1 year after the outbreak of the war, Blackfire Airlines will not sell aircraft publicly. In addition, the production capacity of my aircraft manufacturing plant is still increasing. The orders from the Parliament have made my factory work day and night." De Leon is right. The Marcellus Parliament, which has already tasted the sweetness of aircraft, has added a batch of aircraft orders. They are ready to wipe out the Imperial Army in the country in the shortest time. And then Marcellus can gain true independence. The aircraft manufacturing plant of Blackfire Airlines is really working day and night. De Leon, who has a full pocket, offers high overtime bonuses, so that the workers are willing to contribute their labor happily. The arms business is indeed the most profitable, especially the arms business during the war. It is conceivable that after the aircraft made its stunning debut in the Marcellus War, it would have an impact on the world's arms business. It is estimated that the Blackfire Company will officially sell aircraft to the outside world in a year, and the orders will probably overwhelm de Leon. However, Marquis Whitehead could not wait for a year. He said, "Without a way to restrain the Parliamentary Army's aircraft, the Empire will be completely defeated in Marcellus within a year. And I am definitely not the opponent of the Parliamentary Army at that time. Don't you want Marcellus? Then sell the aircraft to the Empire." De Leon insisted, "My Lord Marquis, I am a creditable businessman. I promised Peters that I would not sell the planes to anyone for a year, and I would not violate the contract. In fact, the planes are not difficult to deal with as long as you find the right way." Marquis Whitehead immediately asked, "Is there any way to suppress the Parliament's planes?" De Leon replied, "The plane is an air combat weapon with very obvious advantages and very obvious weaknesses. It has a very strong offensive capability, but it is extremely fragile. As long as it can be hit, it can be easily destroyed. If the Empire wants to deal with the plane, it should not be afraid of it first. The Empire has more silver wings than the Parliament Army. As long as the Imperial Army can allocate a certain number of silver wings, it can limit the performance of the planes. Using the advantage of silver wings to restrict the Parliament Army's aircraft was originally one of the plans formulated by the Imperial Army. But the Marquis said, the Parliament Army also has silver wings, and the silver wings of the Imperial Border Army need to be dispersed to various defense zones. when the Parliament Army's Silver Wing escort aircraft group launches an attack from a certain battlefield. It is too late for us to transfer Silver Wings from other war zones. The main reason is that there are too many Parliament Army aircraft. They attack everywhere, and make our Silver Wings exhausted. Now the Imperial Army is passively defending. And there is no way to organize an attack after losing the battle on the border. So the Silver Wings are dispersed. Due to the pressure caused by the Parliament Army's aircraft, the Imperial Army increased the frequency of Silver Wings' air duty, making the Silver Wing pilots very tired and unable to recover their magic in time. Then it was time for Dalian to start selling. Then the Empire needs equipment that can detect the attack direction of the Parliament Army's aircraft in advance. Dalian snapped his fingers. And the captain of the attendants, Sophia, spread a blueprint on the table in front of the two. Dalian pointed to the blueprint and said to the Marquis, "This is the air warning equipment developed by Blackfire Company for aircraft, including all flying objects in the air. I call it radar. The principle of radar is to continuously transmit electromagnetic wave signals to the sky. When a flying object appears in the sky, the electromagnetic wave will be reflected back and received by the radar receiver. And then the size of the target, flight speed, flight altitude, and many other data can be calculated based on the characteristics of the received electromagnetic wave. We can use this to determine whether the object being detected is a bird, an airplane, or a silver wing. At present, the military forces of all parties on the Order Star do not have effective means to detect flying objects in the air in advance. Most of them send forward observers to observe the air, or send silver wings and airships to perform patrols. But the efficiency of these detection methods is too low. It is difficult to provide long-range early warning for incoming air targets. And the probability of not being able to provide timely warnings is very high. If there is all-weather and all-round monitoring of air targets, then the Imperial Army can detect the incoming parliamentary fleet early, and then calmly allocate silver wings from various defense zones to intercept them. Moreover, with this full-time early warning equipment, the patrol time of the Silver Wing can be reduced, allowing the Silver Wing pilot to rest, which can also greatly increase the air power of the Imperial Army when the battle breaks out. The Marquis knew that this was a trap that Master Liang had prepared long ago. But he still asked eagerly, "How far away can your radar detect and warn of targets in advance?" "I have already made a batch of radar test aircraft. After repeated tests, it can accurately detect flying objects at 150 kilometers. Within the range of 120 kilometers to 150 kilometers. It can determine whether the detected target is an aircraft and its size. If used together, the detection distance will be longer. It is enough to provide the Empire with 15 to 20 minutes of early warning time. The Imperial Army can set up an anti-aircraft fire network in the direction of the aircraft in advance, allowing the Silver Wing to take off in advance to occupy a favorable position. And support from other defense zones can arrive faster. If used properly, you can unexpectedly carry out a large-scale annihilation operation against the parliamentary military fleet. Since the appearance of the aircraft, it has been the sharp spear of the attacker, and the invention of radar is the shield against the aircraft. The competition between aircraft and radar has never stopped. De Liang gave the parliamentary army aircraft, and this time, he wants to give the radar to the Empire. The Marquis took a look at the blueprint and said, "I want all the radars from the Blackfire Company." Chapter 413, Working for the King of Destruction. War is cruel, but it is also a booster for the development of science and technology. In peacetime, a weapon can serve for more than 10 years or even decades. If it is not necessary, no army will update its weapons too quickly. In war, the life of a weapon may be a few days or just a few hours. The consumption of weapons brought about by war means that all kinds of weapons are being updated rapidly. Actual combat can expose all the shortcomings of a new weapon and provide a variety of new ideas for new weapons. For Daliang and his great tomb, the Marcellus War is a testing ground for scientific and technological practice. The feedback from both sides of the battle on the use of weapons provided by Blackfire Company will help the development of science and technology in the Great Tomb avoid many detours. The radar was given to the Imperial Army by De Liang, and the aircraft of the Parliament Army met its ultimate enemy in life. And when the Parliament Army found that their aircraft could not play the original role, they would definitely look for De Liang to find a solution. De Liang has prepared for them, according to the current technical reserves of the Great Tomb and the University Alliance, plus the technical practical experience gained in the war. De Liang plans to push the war weapons in this area to the level of the end of the 20th century, and the beginning of the 21st century on Earth by the end of the Marcellus War. After obtaining the technology of the Star Alliance at this stage, it will be easier to continue to cross the domain to the space level. I don't know how the Star Alliance will react after Needham brings the news back. What will happen when the Star Alliance's wormhole station is opened here? Communication, or war? We can only know when that day comes. How is the transformation of the interstellar radio station going? Daliang summoned Minya, who is in charge of this project in the Great Tomb. Waiting for news passively always makes Daliang feel like he has lost control, unable to actively contact the Star Alliance. The things that Scarab Company can do are too unpredictable. The interstellar radio station is managed by the technology laboratory established by Sir Charles, where he gathered top scientists from the entire Order Star to conduct reverse research on the Scarab Company's spacecraft. Eliza has met with Charles. She knows that Sir Charles is serving the world destruction and also cooperates with the technology laboratory to transform the interstellar radio station. Minya and her alchemist team are responsible for the technical connection between the Great Tomb and the technology laboratory, and also supervise the progress of the entire technology research team on behalf of Daliang. Minya, standing in front of Daliang, replied respectfully, "Your Highness. The ground signal transmitter has been assembled and is entering the debugging stage. The space signal amplifier is still being assembled and will be put into use soon. Now we can clearly receive some interstellar broadcasts from the Star Alliance. After the broadcast content is decoded and sorted out, it will be sent to you." The construction of the interstellar broadcast transmitter station went smoothly, which made Daliang nod with satisfaction. He asked again, "How is Eliza's performance? Did she cooperate with our work?" Minya replied, "Ms. Eliza did not hide or perfunctorily talk to us about the construction of the interstellar broadcast transmitter station. Ms. Eliza made a very great contribution to our ability to build the transmitter station so quickly. But when it comes to reverse research on Star Alliance technology, Ms. Eliza is very uncooperative. Sir Charles and his people are now collecting more information and studying, and it will probably take some time to come up with real research results. Yes, even if there are ready-made things and information, it will still be very difficult to study Star Alliance technology based on the technological level of Order Star. But it is much better than the difficulty of studying Order Star technology in the Great Tomb." Eliza's uncooperativeness is also within Daliang's expectations. Daliang does not have many means to force Eliza to cooperate. I understand. As for Eliza, she is unwilling to teach, and we don't need to force her too much. Daliang gave instructions to Minya, and then asked Sophia beside him, "Has Eliza been asking me to meet?" Sophia immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Since you met Eliza as the King of Destruction, she came to Blackfire Company to ask for a meeting with you. But you refused her on the grounds of academics. At the beginning of the new school year, Ms. Eliza asked to meet with you again, but without your explicit instructions. I did not give her a clear answer. During the period when Eliza assisted in the transformation of the interstellar radio transmitter, Daliang refused all of Eliza's requests for a meeting in order to prevent any variables. Now, since the interstellar radio transmitter has been built almost, it is time to meet with the only person in charge of the Scarab Company on the Order Star. Blackfire must make good use of this skin. Help me arrange a meeting with Eliza and create a more friendly environment." After Needham left, Eliza's life was very difficult. No matter how long she lived on Order, even if she had gotten used to the living environment here, she was still an Earthling in her bones. Especially as she got older, her homesickness became stronger and stronger. When Needham and Kirk were still there, she could still find some sustenance for her homesickness. Now the Scarab Company is the only one left on Order, and the loneliness enveloped her the moment Needham left. The female sensibility made Eliza feel helpless and scared, especially when she was facing a group of demons. Therefore, Eliza contacted Master Liang to meet with him. In addition to finding out the countermeasures that Blackfire Company had made to the appearance of demons, she also wanted to keep each other warm. Although Scarab Company and Blackfire Company were in a competitive relationship, there was no need for them, the executors, to bring the grievances of the company into their personal relationship. Eliza still admired Daliang very much, and she also wanted Daliang to help her with some ideas. So, after Master Liang's invitation letter was delivered to Eliza, she immediately set off to the agreed meeting place. The lighthouse of the Pure Magic Academy has been built into a landmark building of this rapidly rising magic academy. After 1 year of operation, the Wharf School of Magic has been able to compete with the neighboring Saroyan School of Magic in the enrollment of the new school year. The magic industry chain formed by the University Alliance and the market created by the Blackfire Company form a perfect match. With the golden period of technological explosion, the demand for corresponding magic alchemy technology is also increasing. The new magic alchemy technology of the University Alliance can quickly enter the circulation market through the Blackfire Company. And the Blackfire Company uses the money earned from these technologies to feed back to the University Alliance, so that research-based magic alchemists have sufficient research funds. For example, the warships, aircraft, and radars sold by De Leon, except for a small part that must be completed by the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory. Most of the other technologies are completed by the University Alliance. Therefore, the University Alliance is also an important beneficiary of Da Liang's arms business. The success brought by the Alliance has brought the major magic schools of Soroyan closer together in the University Alliance. After the transformation of the intermediate and advanced magic departments of the Wharf Magic School, magic students immediately filled every grade. Princess Ziling, the vice president of the Wharf Magic School, carried out magical transformation of the entire teaching area during her teaching. She imitated the fairy garden, the hometown of the fairy dragon, and cultivated a large number of towering trees on the campus. She also used special means to use the vigorous natural vitality of the trees to attract the gathering of magic elements. Then, magic elements are used to cultivate magic flowers. The animals and plants in the magic garden will be affected and undergo various magical mutations, which help students more intuitively observe the changes of magic elements in different species and environments. If you look at the Pure Magic Academy from the lighthouse, you will see a magical view. In the dense forest composed of towering trees, vines are entangled and flowers are in clusters. Between the treetops, you can vaguely see the pointed roofs of various buildings. Wisps of light mist flow over the jungle, and the magic elements are reflected in colorful colors in the mist. From time to time, colorful flocks of birds soar into the sky and suddenly fall down. This is the magic school I imagined. Eliza stood in the room on the top floor of the lighthouse, praising the scenery in front of her. She said to De Leon, who was sitting beside her, "It reminds me of those magic novels I read when I was young. The magic schools in them looked like this. I saw the new school uniform of the Pure Magic School. You designed that magic robe, right?" De Leon said complacently. "Of course I designed it. I am also a fan of magic novels. When I first saw the magic school on the Order Star, I was really disappointed. It was too different from what I imagined. Since I acquired the Pure Magic School, I will build a magic school in my imagination." After enjoying the scenery of the Pure Magic Academy, Eliza sat down opposite Da Liang. She said, "Master Liang, although I don't know your real age, it should be young. I admire your business acumen. If we found the Order Star at the same time, we, the low-level workers, would not be your opponents at all, even if we are in the leading position. But if you give us a few more years, the Blackfire Company will be able to overtake the Scarab Company. But it doesn't matter now. The appearance of the group of demons in the Ghost Sea has put us at the same starting point. The World Destroyer should have found you too." Talking about the main topic, De Leon said, "Yes. Mishi found us. I can't imagine why he knows so much about the Star Alliance and our Blackfire Company. We investigated Mishi's origins afterwards. According to the records we found in some ancient ruins, there used to be a Hell Lord King in the ruling class of Hell called Mishi Demon King. If the Mishi we saw is Mishi Demon King, then we are now facing a 16th level hero who masters a certain law. 16th level law level. Being able to make the 15th level Demon Lord bow down. Eliza has already estimated Mishi's strength. The 16th level was within her expectations, but she was still extremely surprised after being confirmed by Master Liang. In the ancient magic era of Order Star, there were a lot of records about 16th level heroes. They could travel through planes at will, and each of them had the power to destroy the world. At that time, the strength of a plane was mainly measured by the number of 16th level heroes in this plane. Now on Order Star, 14th level strongmen stand at a height that everyone looks up to. And after 14th level, each level is a gap that is difficult to cross. 16th level. Eliza shook her head helplessly. I really didn't expect that I would meet a hero who had disappeared for more than 2,000 years. And he is the devil of hell. During the negotiation with him, the rhythm of the whole conversation was controlled by him, and we could only follow the direction he set step by step. Can I know what Mishi talked about with you? At this time, De Leon was looking at a petrel perched on the window. He waited for a long time before answering Eliza's news. Are you willing to let me know the content of Mishi's conversation with you? In fact, we should all be able to guess the content of the other party's conversation. But we don't know how the other party will respond to Mishi's request. However, we can sit here peacefully, look at the scenery, and have a pleasant conversation. I believe that everyone has made a great compromise with Mishi's request. The activities of Scarab Company were not affected by the demons. And Blackfire Company's businesses were also thriving. This meant that Blackfire Company agreed to most or all of Mishi's conditions. Tell the Star Alliance about the existence of Order Star, Order World and God. Help Mishi build an interstellar broadcasting station. Hand over the spacecraft. In exchange for Mishi's promise of cooperation. Scarab Company and Blackfire Company are really a pair of brothers in distress. Eliza couldn't help but sigh, and then said to De Liang, I think the reason why our two companies agreed to so many conditions of Mishi is entirely because our two companies regard each other as competitors. And Mishi has caught the vulnerable side of our hearts. Otherwise, if we can unite, we won't be so passive in front of Mishi. It will not benefit anyone if we continue to fight like this. Mishi will only use us and force us to compromise step by step. At this time, what we need is cooperation, information sharing, and regaining our lost interests. This is indeed a good way to deal with Mishi. But De Liang must not unite with outsiders to pit himself. He said to Eliza, Ms. Eliza, there is one thing you must admit. You are not a decision maker of Scarab Company. Any promise you make to me now can be overturned by Scarab Company. Eliza said anxiously, you can take the initiative to contact Scarab Company and sign a cooperation agreement. This will benefit both of our companies. This is only good for your Scarab Company. Being in the dark is our only advantage now. If we are exposed and killed by Scarab Company, then we will be the biggest fool in this game. Ms. Eliza, we have the need for cooperation. But we don't have the basis for cooperation. Our company does not have the influence of Scarab Company in the Star Alliance. So we can't use this influence to gain enough benefits when developing the Order Star in the future. If we want to get more, we must use our own methods. Ms. Eliza, I can tell you something that you will know sooner or later. My parent company has agreed to launch a comprehensive business cooperation with the World Destroyer King. And the Blackfire Company will give most of its shares to the World Destroyer King. When the Star Alliance's wormhole station is opened, the World Destroyer King will join the Star Alliance as the chairman of the Blackfire Company. And I am now working for the World Destroyer King. Chapter 414 Analysis. Giving Blackfire Company to Mishi is not just a business cooperation. It means that Blackfire Company and Mishi have reached a covenant to some extent. Mishi can officially join the Star Alliance with the help of Blackfire Company. Which means that young Master Liang's parent company can become a local official businessman in the competitive development of Order Star, and have a higher advantage than other Star Alliance companies. In order to maintain this advantage, the hidden company will definitely do its best to improve Mishi's strength and betray the Star Alliance's decision on Order Star. However, Mishi is the devil of hell, and providing him with nutrients will definitely be a big worry for the Star Alliance in the future. Hearing that Blackfire Company was going to be the guide, Eliza immediately said to De Liang angrily, You are betraying the entire Star Alliance. Do you know how dangerous you are doing? The current world destruction is already very tricky. We don't know his true strength. And we don't know how many hell creatures and demons are behind the portal. Once these evil creatures master the aerospace level technology equivalent to the Star Alliance, will they still stay on the Order Star? Look at the history of the Order Star. How many plane wars have been launched by hell? Demons are creatures who like killing and betrayal. At that time, there were angels and the good camp to check and balance hell and demons. What do we have now? Facing Elisa, who was scolding him, De Liang calmly asked Sophia to pour 2 cups of tea. Ms. Elisa, I understand your concerns very well, but we have our own survival problems. It is not easy to make this decision, and we have considered many aspects. You should be very clear about the status of the Star Alliance. After the opening of the wormhole station, there will definitely be a lot of Star Alliance companies willing to do what we are doing now. The future of the Star Alliance is something that companies like you need to consider. And we are more focused on the immediate interests. If the Star Alliance wants to prevent the world from being destroyed, it should first deal with its own internal problems. We will not give this opportunity to Star Alliance companies with lower limits than us. Although Eliza was angry about the behavior of Blackfire Company, Master Liang's explanation left her speechless. The management of Star Alliance is too chaotic. Even the founding companies are scheming against each other. It is difficult to work together to do something. How can other Star Alliance companies have a high moral standard? The value implied on the Order Star can make some small Star Alliance companies rich overnight. If there is a world-destroying existence here, whoever has a lower limit will gain more. And now the Star Alliance has no institutional constraints. And some people do everything for money. In this regard, didn't the Scarab Company also make all kinds of compromises in the face of Mishi for its own interests? Eliza's mood eased a little. But you don't know what Mishi will do. After all, he is a demon king of hell. And his nature is evil and chaotic. If you let him accumulate strength through the Star Alliance, you will pay the price sooner or later. The entire Star Alliance will be threatened by this alien civilization. In response to Eliza's concerns, De Leon comforted her. The Star Alliance is already facing the threat of alien civilizations. Once the ordered world that Mishi mentioned appears, it must be an advanced cosmic civilization that is not weaker than ours. The Order world is a magical civilization that pursues continuous breakthroughs in individual strength. Based on my contact with that group of demons during this period, I found that they all have the ability to survive in space. The demons that were imprisoned more than 2,000 years ago all have such abilities. How powerful will the individuals in the Order world be 2,000 years later? The Order world is what the Star Alliance should really worry about. And the destruction of the world. He is a window for us to understand the strength level of the Order world. Only by actively contacting him can we learn more about the opponents we will face in the future. Preventing the destruction of the world can certainly prevent the Star Alliance from worrying about the threat of the destruction of the world in the short term. But it also makes us lose the opportunity to understand the power of the Order world. At that time, the price we pay in the face of the Order world will only be greater. De Leon analyzed the role of the cooperation between Blackfire Company and Miesher from another direction, leading Eliza to another direction of thinking. Although Miesher is powerful, he is only one of the many Hell Lords in the Hell Plane. And the Hell Plane is one of the many planes in the Order world. When the Order world appears in front of the Star Alliance, what the Star Alliance faces is not a 16th level low-level hero, but a complete advanced civilization, which has more powerful existence than Miesher. At this time, the more you understand Miesher, the more the Star Alliance can make corresponding countermeasures when facing those powerful heroes in the Order world in the future. Eliza was convinced. I found that your vision is longer term than mine. This is probably why you are the manager of a Star Alliance company. And I am just an employee. Now that I think about it, my worries are also very boring. I am just a vegetable farmer. What qualifications do I have to worry about the fate of the Star Alliance? No! Eliza. De Leon said to Eliza sincerely, don't underestimate yourself. I think the stable period of Earthling's peaceful development of the Star world is about to end. And a grand era is about to come. In the face of the impact of civilization on civilization, there is no difference between company management and vegetable farmers. The opportunities before us are the same. Whoever can seize them can become a hero of this era. Order Star is the key point where the Order world and the Star Alliance meet. This is the beginning of a great era. We are here at this time in this place. It is destiny. Regardless of the competition at the company level, I regard you as a true friend. Your ability has been proven in the past 30 years, and your achievements are by no means limited to the level of vegetable farmers. During this period, De Leon read some information that Charles found on the spacecraft, which included the development process of these Scarab Company vegetable farmers on Order Star. If you don't read these materials, you will never imagine how many difficulties they have experienced in these 30 years. They are just low-level vegetable farmers, without very good enhanced genes. Exploration spacecraft are consumables, and not very advanced. When Elisa and her team landed on the Order Star, the resources they could use were very limited. The Scarab Company on the Order Star was really built up bit by them. They have experienced accidents, assassinations, and internal strife. Some people couldn't bear the suffering and chose to commit suicide. It takes great perseverance just to persist. Not to mention that they have managed such a large force. De Leon admires Elisa, Needham, and Kirk very much, and even thinks that the three of them are the biggest gains of the Scarab Company in operating the Order Star for more than 30 years. Finally, De Leon couldn't help but summarize, Elisa, you have done what ordinary people can't do. You are destined to leave your own style in this era. Chapter 415 Creator. De Liang's words also aroused Eliza's infinite emotion. What they experienced on the Order Star was really hard to describe in words. She almost chose to commit suicide several times because she couldn't hold on. Now looking back at the 30 years of journey, she couldn't help but feel proud of her achievements. Thank you, Master Liang. Being recognized made Eliza feel very relieved. And then she asked Liang for advice. But I also know the gap between you and me. Another purpose of my meeting this time is to ask for your opinion. The appearance of the world destroying made me very confused. What should I do? Da Liang replied, don't be too afraid of the devil of destruction. When he is using us, we are also using him, and when the interests are consistent, there is a chance of a win-win situation. When destruction is integrated into the Star Alliance, he will certainly become a threat, but he may also become a member of the Star Alliance. After the emergence of the Order World, destruction may not be unable to play the role of a peace bond. After all, the war of advanced civilizations may not be good for the Order World. The key is communication and exchange, depending on how we guide them. Demons have their own way of thinking, but if they are really as unreasonable as we imagine, and their behavior is completely subject to their temperament, then what is the difference between them and mindless monsters? Hell would have perished long ago. If you want to control demons, the first thing you need to do is to get close to them and understand them. This is a gamble, and Blackfire Company is our attempt. After talking with Liang, Eliza knew where her problem was. Excessive rejection of unknown things, superstition of the records of demons in ancient books, and fear of the destruction of the world. Being wary of demons everywhere, afraid of falling into the trap of demons, makes you nervous. But as long as you think carefully, demons are advanced intelligent creatures, and any of their actions have a clear purpose. Evil and chaos are just a group label, which does not mean that demons are unreasonable and do not know how to advance or retreat. Demons like to betray, but as long as there are enough benefits or the fists are strong enough, demons are more reliable than kind and lawful angels in some cases. At least in history, there were angels who betrayed Cloud City and went to hell, but there were no demons from hell who went to Cloud City. Now there is an opportunity in front of me. Eliza gradually saw the direction she needed to go from confusion. Since I can't stop the emergence of various guides, instead of letting the world destroying be used by those who can sell everything for benefits, and finally cause an irreparable disaster, it is better to lead the world destroying to become a member bound by the interests of the Star Alliance. Perhaps when the Star Alliance faces a powerful opponent, the demons who value their own interests more will stand on the side of the Star Alliance. I know what I should do. I also hope that Blackfire Company will not pursue its own interests too much. After all, you are a member of the Star Alliance. De Liang replied, I remember that I am from Earth. De Liang and Eliza's meeting ended this time. Soon, Minya reported to Eliza that she wanted to meet Nyesher, and said that there was something important to discuss. De Liang had already anticipated what Eliza wanted to talk about. However, he did not immediately agree to Eliza's request to meet. There were some things he needed to contact the Star Alliance before making a decision. In addition, Charles's Technology Laboratory and Nicole's Alchemy Laboratory have made some discoveries about the life support capsule of the Scarab spacecraft. The main function of the life support capsule is to allow the player to maintain normal life characteristics in the Star World when they go offline. Without the life support capsule, the player can only change a new body every time they go offline, and everything will start from scratch on the initial star. It was the damage to the life support capsule that made Eliza and others dare not go offline for 30 years. However, after inspecting the life support capsule in the Scarab Company spacecraft, Charles and other scientists came to the conclusion that there was no problem. In order to prove this conclusion, Charles even tested the function of the life support capsule himself. It can provide all the life support for the people sleeping in it. But why can't those people who were offline in the life support capsule of Scarab Company return to their bodies? The technology laboratory couldn't find the reason, so they had to send a life support capsule to the Alchemy Laboratory in the Great Tomb. At this time, De Liang had told Nicole the theory of the narrow universe and the broad universe, including the origin of the Earth, the Star World, and the Order World. When Nicole knew that the Order World was a virtual world created by the Earth, she was still quite surprised. Then this completely incomprehensible phenomenon triggered Nicole's strong desire to explore. She really wanted to go to Earth to see what it was like to create her own world. But Earth was trapped in its own narrow universe. The former orderly world can also be called a narrow universe. Nicole threw out her own views on the universe. We are in a huge data universe. The computing power of the Hero World server determines the size of our universe, which cannot be recognized by us. Our knowledge and power are limited to the range defined by the game developers, and we believe that it is common sense that cannot be violated. The general universe is a world where existence is reasonable. It can accommodate any narrow universe of any nature and form. Perhaps there was no magic in the general universe before the order world merged into the general universe. But now that we are here, magic exists. As for why the order world merged from the virtual narrow universe into the general universe, it should be because we broke the restrictions between us and the general universe. Dalian said, "You mean we broke the crystal wall of the God plane? So the order world brought out the narrow universe of data?" Nicole replied, "At present, it seems yes, but not completely. Although the order world was created by the people on Earth. Through your description, the order world is infinitely close to reality. Data evolution is also evolution. We, the so-called NPCs, can already be regarded as some special intelligent life. And our power is infinitely close to the ceiling set by the creators in the verification. The heroes stuck at level 16 have a desire to break through. The world has a need to escape from the virtual space, which conflicts with the setting of the game. And then a boundary appears in front of us. The crystal wall of the God plane. We think that the other side is God. You think that it is a new game map. But it is the boundary between the order world and the general universe. Breaking through can enter the general universe and break the various restrictions imposed by the creators in the game. Do you still remember the sword mark that Michael spent 1,000 years to cut on the crystal wall of the God plane? That was the will of the entire order world to break through the restrictions. Without the mark left by Michael on the crystal wall of the God plane, we would never be able to open the crystal wall of the God plane. We just took the last step. Michael is the real creator who brought the order world into the general universe." Chapter 416 News from a Friend. Yeah. After listening to Nicole's reasoning, Dalian couldn't help but sigh. If it was the God plane opening project led by himself that brought the order world into the generalized universe, then it would be too easy and too childish. What he really wanted to break through was the needs of the entire order world, which was the sword that the strongest Michael slashed at the crystal wall of the God plane with all his strength every day for 1,000 years. Michael was the founder who truly brought the order world out of the virtual world. At this time, Dalian had a strong urge to release Michael, but he still restrained this overly risky idea. Michael was too radical, and she only cared about the interests of the Angel clan. For the Angel clan, everything was sacrificable in her eyes. Now the relationship between Order Star and Star Alliance is very delicate, and Michael, who is too rigid, is not suitable for handling such a complex situation. On the contrary, he has a dual identity, which is just right for him to move back and forth in the entire order world. The hero I admire most is Michael. She wants to face the coming of God on her own, and this courage is convincing. Talking about Michael, Dalian couldn't help but sigh. The order world owes her a lot. I hope we can find Cloud City as soon as possible. She is the real Archangel. The only Archangel. As a scientific hero, Nicole doesn't have so many feelings for Michael like Dalian does. She is only interested in alchemy and the unknown. After explaining her understanding of the narrow universe and the broad universe, Nicole talked about the life support capsule sent by Minia. It's up to you when to release Michael. I've checked the life support capsule, and it's very normal. As for why Eliza and the others couldn't come back after returning to Earth through the life support capsule, I don't know how their two bodies' consciousnesses are transmitted, and I can't make an accurate conclusion. Perhaps there is something on the Order Star that prevents their consciousness from returning. What exactly is it? I still need to slowly experiment and find it. But I found some interesting things in this life support capsule. It is really interesting that it can attract Nicole's interest. Dalian asked, "What is it?" Nicole took out a cylindrical glass container filled with a purple liquid. Nicole explained, "This is a drug in the life support cabin that can make the human body enter a deep sleep in an instant, or even a state of suspended animation. As for the effect, it should be to protect the brain and reduce the impact on the soul when returning. After all, the people in the star world have been genetically enhanced, which means that the body consumes energy far more than their bodies on Earth. And the bodies here are not born with the Earthlings. If the bodies here cannot be kept in the same state as when they left, their brains may change too much after they return, and eventually they will lose control of their bodies here." Dalian nodded, indicating his understanding of the potion's effects, and asked, "Is there anything special about this potion?" Nicole smiled mysteriously. "I analyzed this potion and personally experienced its effects. Then I found out. I know the formula and process of this potion, and I also know who invented it." Dalian became excited when he heard this. Nicole said that she knew the formula and inventor of this potion, which meant that this potion came from the Order world. Through his understanding of the Star Alliance, Daliang knew that the initial star should also be part of the Order world. However, Eliza also said that when the Earthlings developed the initial star, there was nothing on it, and the monsters in the cracks in the ground began to refresh later. But now it seems that this is not the case. At least there is a hero on the initial star who has mastered the formula of this potion. And since Nicole can remember this hero, he is definitely not an ordinary hero. Daliang asked, "Who is he?" "The Prophet," as Nicole said an unexpected name. Daliang was stunned. Like Nicole, the Prophet is Daliang's best friend. Nicole is an alchemist, and the Prophet is a potion master. The Prophet lives in seclusion in a truth garden underground, planting magic plants and researching magic potions. He even developed a resurrection potion that can bring back to life creatures that have just died and whose bodies are intact. In addition, the Prophet has mastered master-level divination. In the game, it should be a skill of intercepting game data. However, after leaving the virtual world, it is unknown what the Prophet's divination has become. But Daliang really didn't expect that he actually got the Prophet's news from a Star Alliance life support cabin. Daliang hurriedly asked Nicole, "Are you sure this potion came from the Prophet?" Nicole answered confidently, "I have known the Prophet earlier than you, and we have a lot in common in academics. Many of the alchemical potions I need are commissioned by the Prophet. So I know many of the potion formulas and processes invented by the Prophet. I am very familiar with this formula. This potion was originally invented by the Prophet because of the resurrection potion. The resurrection potion was invented by the Prophet to resurrect his lover. The whole process was not easy, and it can be said that he experienced countless failures. As a good friend, Nicole helped the Prophet a lot during the invention of the resurrection potion. So she was basically right when she said that this potion was invented by the Prophet. How could the Prophet be on the initial planet? And why would he make potions for the Star Alliance?" While Daliang was thinking, Nicole said, "Although the formula of this potion comes from the Prophet, it is not made by the Prophet. It is an industrialized product. The Prophet gave this potion to the Star Alliance. You know that a pharmacist will not easily give his potion formula to others." Daliang immediately said, "You mean there are people in the Star Alliance that the Prophet trusts?" Nicole shrugged and replied, "It is your job to solve such problems. I am only responsible for research. I will start with this potion to see if I can find the reason why this life support capsule has lost its function. The Prophet. I am looking forward to meeting him again. There are not many alchemical potions made by the Prophet left in the Great Tomb, and the potions I make can never reach his level. Bring the Prophet here as soon as possible. I need him." Nicole was very happy to get the news from her old friend. Although she said it was for the potion made by the Prophet, Daliang could hear that Nicole was in a really good mood. Workaholic Nicole resumed her experiments, and Daliang returned to his own residence in Soroyan. The veil of the Star Alliance is gradually being lifted in front of him. Familiar and strange. The more he understands, the more questions he finds. What happened to the Earth in the past 2,000 years? It must be a bad feeling to find yourself trapped in the narrow universe, but unable to break through. With only limited understanding, Daliang can feel the decadent atmosphere of the Star Alliance. Sometimes ignorance is really a kind of happiness. Chapter 417 Broadcast. In the year 2541 of the Star Alliance calendar, near the large wormhole transfer station built between the border of the Star Alliance and the unknown Phi 2 GW7 star field, an interstellar broadcast from the depths of the unknown universe suddenly appeared on the public channel. Friends from the Star Alliance. Hello. I am the destruction of the Order world. I am very happy to meet advanced intelligent civilizations in this vast universe. I sincerely welcome friends from the Star Alliance to my planet, Order Star. I am looking forward to the moment when your wormhole station is built and we meet. When this interstellar broadcast appeared, the construction workers around the wormhole station thought it was a prank. Building a wormhole station is a very boring job. It is far away from the center of the Star Alliance, and it takes a long time for the supply ship to arrive with building materials, equipment, and daily necessities. The worker's job is to sit on the engineering spacecraft, and one person controls hundreds of construction robots to build a wormhole station with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. They eat and live on the engineering spacecraft, except for seeing living people offline. They face cold machines during work. Therefore, when working, some people who feel lonely will vent in various ways. Pretending to be an advanced civilization in an unknown star field to tease their companions is a common prank. However, This way of fooling people soon stopped fooling people. At most, it made everyone laugh. After all, the Star Alliance had existed for more than 2,000 years, and had never encountered an advanced cosmic civilization that could actively contact them. But just when the workers were guessing that the idiot was fooling everyone with interstellar broadcasts again, a large energy increase suddenly appeared in the star field around them. And then giant wormholes were activated and opened, and an armed fleet of the Star Alliance appeared near the wormhole station. Chaos-class flagship. In the middle of dozens of various interstellar battleships, there was a super interstellar battleship with 3 surrounding particle impact energy reaction rings. The length of the entire ship reached 15 kilometers, which was the most advanced war fortress of the Star Alliance. It is also the flagship designed and built by the Judgment Starship Factory specifically for the Judgment Fleet, equipped with the Judgment Group's direct interstellar fleet. The arrival of the Chaos-class flagship means that an important person from the Judgment Group has come to the edge of this known star field. The Judgment Fleet did not stay for too long, except for the Chaos-class flagship and 4 defensive frigates that stayed here. Other types of space battleships successively carried out space jumps. They will deploy a spherical defense circle with a diameter of 1 light-year with the flagship as the center. Something big happened. All the people working at the wormhole station had an idea in their minds at the same time. The core members of the Judgment Group would never come to this edge starfield full of unknown dangers. Moreover, the size and deployment of this fleet also seemed like an interstellar war was about to begin. Who was the opponent of the Judgment Group? Was there going to be another war between the founding companies? Just as the workers were worried about their safety, the wormhole opened again. This time, the number of wormholes opened was much smaller, and only 13 interstellar warships were teleported. The flagship was the Watcher-class flagship currently commonly equipped by the Star Alliance, and it was a little brother compared to the Chaos-class flagship. The battleship identification code showed that this later interstellar fleet belonged to the Scarab Company. After the Scarab Company fleet also deployed a defensive front, all the workers here received the broadcast signal of the Chaos-class flagship at the same time. Everyone, log off immediately. This is the highest order given to you by the Judgment Group as the founding company. In 15 minutes, we will take over all the engineering spacecraft and wormhole transit space stations here. If anyone is found stranded, the Judgment Group will punish them severely. Your online time is uncertain. During this period, your salary will be paid by the Judgment Group, even though the ownership of the wormhole station belongs to the entire Star Alliance. No one dares to disobey the Judgment Group after the founding company issued the order. After receiving the warning, all workers immediately rushed to the nearest life support cabin and left the starfield world as quickly as possible. At the same time, a large number of carrier-based aircraft flew out from the Chaos-class flagship, and the Marines and armed robots inside successively occupied the entire engineering area. 15 minutes later, there was no longer a single irrelevant person in this star field. Wang Qian was a middle-aged man, wearing the military uniform of the Judgment Fleet, sitting on the command platform of the flagship bridge, staring at the wormhole station not far away. This transfer station is already in the completion stage. After it is put into use, the spacecraft of the Star Alliance can accurately perform ultra-long distance space jumps to the undeveloped Phi-2 GW7 star field, and then through the wormhole jump technology of the warship itself, it can accurately reach the desired place. The wormhole station is the core of the Star Alliance's activities in a star field. Its important value determines that it cannot be controlled by a certain star field company, not even the founding company. Any occupation of the wormhole station may trigger a large-scale interstellar war. Even if it is an unfinished wormhole station, the Judgment Group will face a serious diplomatic incident. But as long as it can prove the real existence of the Order Star and the Order World, then everything is worth it. Now, like the information brought by Murphy, the World of Destruction sent an interstellar broadcast to this wormhole station, and soon the founding companies will know the news of the appearance of Hero World. However, this time the Judgment Group took the lead. Wang Qian said to Murphy, who was sitting outside the command platform, "I am very happy that Scarab Company chose the Judgment Group, so that I can talk to Mishi at the first time. I know you know some information about Hero World, but it is definitely not as comprehensive as I know. Through your description, I can be sure that Mishi is the Devil King of Hell, and he is also the Master of Hell." When De Liang talked to Needham, he did not reveal too much about his identity, so Murphy did not know that Mishi was the Devil King of Hell and the Master of Hell. This information shocked Murphy extremely. He knew some descriptions of Hell on the Order Star, which were extremely evil and chaotic. How powerful would the Lord of Hell be if he could subdue all the demons in hell? When Murphy was speechless, Wang Qian smiled and said, "The destroyer disappeared when the hero world entered the broad universe. And he did not get the title of Lord of Hell by his own strength. But the destroyer is indeed extremely dangerous. Although he disappeared, he still has a very high influence in the order world. We must be careful when we come into contact with the destroyer." Murphy didn't know how Wang Qian knew so much about the destroyer. You have to know that he has been on the Order Star for more than 30 years, and has not found any records about the destroyer in any ancient materials. The one who appears most frequently should be the Dread Lord Urgus. However, he could not find out the information held by these founding families. Murphy said, "Uncle Wang, now that we have occupied the wormhole station, you can safely communicate with the Destroyer Demon King through interstellar broadcasting, before other founding companies receive the news and rush over. We don't have much time." Chapter 418 Forgotten Law Level. Wang Qian also knew that the Judgment Group's occupation of the wormhole station was a taboo for the Star Alliance. The Judgment Group was not a very strong founding company in the Star Alliance. Now we must contact the World Destroyer as soon as possible, and then release the control of this wormhole station before the fleets of other founding companies arrive. Send an interstellar broadcast to the direction of the Order Star. Respected King of Destroyer, Master of Hell, I am Wang Qian, the ruler of the Judgment Group, one of the founding companies of the Star Alliance. I am very happy that the Judgment Wang family can be the first founding family to communicate with you. I have heard some of your deeds and know your friends. I hope these can become the bond for the Order world and the Judgment Wang family to establish friendly relations. I also sincerely invite the King of Destruction to visit the Judgment Group of the Star Alliance after the wormhole station is opened. De Liang, who is on the Order Star, knows that the Star Alliance should reply to him soon. But he did not expect that the information conveyed by the other party is so explosive. The existence of destruction is very short in the long history of the Order world. Even the ancient ruins excavated on the Order Star cannot find any records about destruction. The people of the Star Alliance know his identity. It is estimated that they are familiar with him, and are heroes from the Order world. Could it be that the friend Wang Qian mentioned is the prophet? Moreover, the name Judgment also opened up many memories for Daliang. The player army he formed was also called Judgment, since the other party used the identity of the World Destroyer to build a relationship. Daliang sent an interstellar broadcast in response. I didn't expect that my name and identity would be known by a strange civilization. Can I know the source of your information? I don't have many friends, so I cherish every one of them very much. I'm very sorry. Wang Qian responded quickly. Your friend was very surprised that you disappeared and reappeared. He is not sure whether he will continue to maintain friendship with you, or become an enemy. This depends on his observation of you. In addition, he asked me to remind you that the Star Alliance is not as simple as you think. There are heroes from the world of Order here, including many 16th level heroes who have comprehended the law. Some of our super weapons are also capable of fighting against the law level. If you want to smoothly integrate into the Star Alliance, please keep a low profile and cooperate with the Judgment Group. There was a hint of threat in Wang Qian's tone, which made Daliang categorically deny the inference that the friend was a prophet. The prophet was just a hermit. He had no desire for power. Like Nicole, he only liked to immerse himself in the research field he was good at. Who is this friend who is ready to turn against him at any time? What are the origins of those many law-level heroes hiding in the Star Alliance? And Judgment Group is the founding company of Star Alliance, and the founding companies are the first batch of player guilds and organizations to enter the Star Domain world. What is the connection between it and the Judgment Legion that he once created in Hero World? The intelligence he suddenly obtained far exceeded Daliang's understanding of Star Alliance. The world he is about to face is more complicated than he expected. Daliang replied, "Thanks for the reminder. I will consider your advice. After all, having a friend to help me can help me avoid many detours in the process of integrating into Star Alliance. Please reply to my friend. If he knows me well enough, he should know what kind of power I hold in my hands and know my personality. Therefore, it is very important for him and me to make a decision on what identity to face me as soon as possible." Wang Qian did not expect that Mishi would still be so tough in the face of many 16th level law-level heroes in the Star Alliance. This is the same as Murphy's description of Mishi. Arrogant and rude. But the relationship between Mishi and that person is still uncertain. So Wang Qian did not dare to put himself in a too high position. And that person did not specify what kind of strength Mishi has. But just an extremely dangerous evaluation made Wang Qian have to deal with it carefully. I will convey your advice to your friend. Now we can discuss cooperation. The Judgment Group will use its influence to promote the Star Alliance's recognition of Order Star. Recognize that Order Star is an independent and free planet. And recognize your right to use Order Star. At the same time, the Judgment Group and the Scarab Company will organize an interstellar fleet to enter Order Star and the surrounding star fields. We will do our best to protect Order Star from the threat of external forces. In return, Order Star must bear all the maintenance costs of this fleet. At the same time, the Judgment Group has the priority to exploit resources in other areas of Order Star except Order Continent. The future interstellar routes of Order Star will also be managed by the Judgment Group. At this time, the Judgment Group showed a very ugly greed, stationing troops on the Order Star, plundering resources, and controlling interstellar traffic. If Daliang really agreed to Wang Qian's requirements, the Order Star would be no different from becoming a colony of the Judgment Group. At this time, Daliang could be sure that Wang Qian didn't know much about him. As for the friend, who did not want to reveal his name, his malice was greater than his kindness. After Wang Qian put forward all the conditions, Daliang did not agree or object, but just responded indifferently, "Okay. I know everything you said. There are so many conditions. I need to consider them word by word. Anyway, it will take some time for you to repair the wormhole station. So, go back and wait for notification." Wait for notification. Why do you act like you are in an interview? Wang Qian emphasized, King of Destruction. I know you want to see the attitudes of other founding companies. I can tell you very clearly that they don't know who you are. So in their eyes, Order Star is just a primary civilization that cannot carry out ultra-long distance interstellar travel. Their attitude towards Order Star, and you cannot be kinder than mine. Without the support of the Judgment Group, the Star Alliance will never recognize the independence of Order Star. You probably don't know the value of Order Star to the founding companies. They will eat up Order Star without leaving a single bit. Wang Qian's words revealed another important message to Daliang. Except for his friend, the other 16th level law-level heroes in the Star Alliance did not know the Destroyer. All the law-level heroes who participated in the establishment of the Order World could not fail to know the Lord of Hell, the Destroyer. Not knowing the Destroyer means that these law-level heroes disappeared from the hero world before the rise of the Destroyer. They did not experience the establishment of the Order World. So naturally they did not know the power change in Hell. Before the establishment of the Order World was the Hero World. The good camp and the evil camp would break out a war that affected the entire plane every once in a while. Since there is war, there will definitely be casualties. Even a powerful 16th level law-level hero will be defeated for various reasons. Law-level heroes cannot be killed, and the only way to restrict them is to seal them. How many law-level heroes were sealed in previous plane wars? Daliang didn't know, but the number was definitely not small. It seems that some of these sealed law-level heroes were left on the initial star when the Order World was separated, and then discovered by some people in the Star Alliance. Daliang said to Wang Qian, "When you scare me with those 16th level heroes of the Star Alliance, you'd better go back and find out what they have experienced in the Order World. Law-level heroes are also divided into strong and weak. Don't you think it's ridiculous to threaten the current Lord of Hell with a group of outdated law-level heroes? If they were really strong, they would not have not recognized me. And if they were really strong, they would not have been defeated and locked up. I am the devil who rules Hell. Please don't treat me as a fat sheep for you to slaughter. I'll give you another chance. Next time you call, you'd better do your homework and figure out who you are talking to." Although this ultra-long-distance interstellar broadcast cannot transmit video signals, Wang Qian still felt the anger of the devil from the words of the world-destroying. As one of the most powerful people in the Star Alliance, Wang Qian has never been scolded like this. But the existence of that person made Wang Qian have to hold back his anger. And what Mishi said was right. The heroes from the game world in the Star Alliance were all rescued from the seals by their ancestors. Although I don't know how they were imprisoned. A defeated general cannot be brave. Facing the Destroyer Demon King who suppressed many Hell Lords and became the Lord of Hell, he is indeed a little lacking in weight. But the number of 16th level heroes in the Star Alliance is there, no matter how valuable the Destroyer Demon King is. According to the information provided by Murphy, no second suspected 16th level hero was found on the Order Star. Moreover, in order to suppress their opponents, the founding companies are secretly developing weapons to deal with 16th level heroes. Wang Qian thought quickly, this Demon King of Destruction is extremely valuable. If he can become an ally of the Judgment Group, it will definitely greatly enhance the status of the Judgment Group in the Star Alliance. If we can win him over, we need to do our best to win him over. Now we still need to learn more about the Demon King of Destruction. But that person not only has an unclear attitude, but is also unwilling to say too much about the information about the destruction of the world. So Wang Qian replied, the King of Destruction. Negotiations are about asking for a high price and paying back the money. You have your considerations, and I also need to get enough return for the efforts of the Judgment Group. I will accept your suggestion and go back to consider whether the conditions I proposed are too harsh. After you have contacted other Star Alliance founding companies, you should also be able to feel the friendliness of the Judgment Group towards you. Let's end this call for now. Welcome to the Star Domain world. The conversation between De Liang and Star Alliance ended just like that. The situation was worse and more complicated than he expected. The existence of law-level heroes and ultimate creatures should have been an advantage for the Great Tomb. But now it seems, this advantage does not exist. On the contrary, the Great Tomb is at a disadvantage in terms of top-level combat power. However, knowing these secrets in advance is better than facing a group of law-level heroes without any preparation after the wormhole station is opened. We must find out the origin of the Judgment Group and who the so-called friend is. Let Elisa come to see me. After turning off the interstellar broadcast, De Liang gave the order and said to Minya, if the Star Alliance sends other information, just say that I had a very happy talk with the Judgment Group today, and I am celebrating by slaughtering the city. I will talk to them tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Minya thought of something and said, Your Highness. We all know that you care very much about your identity as the Prince of the First Empire of the main world. But your identity will be the Lord of Hell for a long time in the future. We should call you His Majesty. At this time, De Liang was in a bad mood. He said casually, Your Highness, Your Majesty, they are just titles. The key is whether I can wear this hat. You can call me whatever you want. Tell Nicole to solve the problem of the life support cabin as soon as possible. I need Eliza to return to Earth to do things for me. Feeling the power that De Liang rarely exuded, Minya replied respectfully, Yes, My Majesty. Finally, Eliza was summoned by the Demon King of Destruction. She was a little expectant in fear. After a teleportation array, Eliza appeared in a red-toned palace, and Destruction was sitting on a burning throne. Without waiting for Eliza to speak, De Liang said, You should have known that Blackfire Company is mine now. I now hire you as the Star Alliance Relations Consultant of Blackfire Company, and you will start your job now. Your job in the future will be to find Star Alliance companies willing to trade with Blackfire Company on an equal footing, and increase Blackfire Company's competitiveness and influence in the Star Alliance. You are not qualified to refuse. I will use an irresistible price to exchange your ownership from Scarab Company. In the future, Blackfire Company's derivative industries on Earth will also be handed over to you. Now, tell me about the Judgment Group. I want to hear all the information you know about the Judgment Group. When De Liang asked Eliza about the information of the Judgment Group, Wang Qian in the Chaos-class flagship left the bridge command cabin. After passing through an open micro-wormhole, he came to a closed independent cabin. The cabin was very dark without any light. Wang Qian, who was a superior person in the Star Alliance, said in a very humble voice, Great Mistress, you should have heard the conversation between me and the Devil King of Destruction through the interstellar radio. But I really know too little about the Devil King of Destruction, and there is no way to attack his weakness in the negotiation and gain benefits for the Judgment Group. If you are really a friend of the Devil King of Destruction, please come forward and ask Destruction to agree to our conditions. If you really don't want Mishi to know your identity, please tell me more about Mishi Demon King. If Mishi Demon King is actually your enemy, Judgment Group will definitely list Mishi as a mortal enemy. After Wang Qian finished speaking, a very faint light appeared in the dark room, and a slender figure emerged faintly. Then a very strong female voice sounded. When I learned about Mishi's appearance, I was still wondering how Mishi could still exist. Now it seems that Mishi is indeed him, although I haven't figured out what happened to him. This is his negotiation style. Wang Qian asked in confusion, Who is he? The female voice replied, You don't need to know yet. If the Great Tomb also returns with him, then we'd better not become his enemy, unless it is absolutely necessary. I don't want to be his enemy, because his enemies all have a bad end. Chapter 419 Guardian and Betrayal. Wang Qian could tell that the mistress had very complicated feelings towards the Destroyer Demon King, which made him lose his position when he came into contact with Destroyer. He said, "Mistress, how should the Judgment Group treat Destroyer and the Order Star behind him?" According to Murphy, the multidimensional world of Order may be separated into various planets scattered throughout the universe, and the Order Star evolved from the main plane. It's just that in the War of Theocracy, the civilization of the main plane perished, and the current civilization level of the Order Star is still very low. The mistress's thoughts about the past were pulled back by Wang Qian's words. And she said, "Does the first empire of the main world no longer exist? This is good news for you and the Star Alliance. As for how to deal with the world destruction and Order Star, just do it according to your ideas. And then tell me all the news about the world destruction, and I will give you the correct instructions at any time." "Yes, madam." The madam continued, "Wang Qian, no matter what happens in the future, I hope you know, without me, the Judgment Wang family would not have been able to continue to this day. My current status and power are what I deserve. The Judgment Wang family can only prosper under my protection. It is not your ancestors who founded the Judgment Group who gave you everything." Hearing the words of the madam, Wang Qian immediately replied respectfully, "Dear madam, please do not doubt the loyalty of the Judgment Wang family and me to you. We can all see your dedication to this family. You really treat us as your children, compared to the ancestors who only left a family crest. Your protection of Judgment Wang clan for 2,000 years is our greatest wealth. We never ask about the names and deeds of the founding ancestors, which is the respect and trust of the whole family for you. I swear that no matter what happens in the future, Judgment Wang clan will always stand behind you and support any decision you make." The mistress nodded with relief and said, "Remember your oath. Go out. The people from other founding companies should be here soon. You go to visit the Black Tulip Group first, and tell them that the Destroyer Demon King is the Bone Eviscerator of Sai City. I think the Monarch of Sighing will never forget this name. I'll go to the Black Tulip Group right now." Wang Qian didn't understand what the mistress meant by this order. According to the records in Hero World, Sai City is the main city of the Undead Plane and the city of the Sorrowful Pope. Why is the Destroyer, the Lord of Hell, also the Bone Eviscerator of Sai City? What is his relationship with the Lord of Sai? But it has always been a taboo for the founding families and the guardians of each family to inquire too much about the Hero World, no matter what agreement these family guardians had with the founding ancestors. They have passed away with their ancestors. In the past 2,000 years, the names of the founding ancestors of many families have not been passed down. For example, the Judgment Wang family. The mistress never told anyone about the founding ancestor of the Judgment Wang family. When the founding company erased all information about Hero World, she also erased the name of the founding ancestor of the Judgment Wang family from all records. Of course, it is impossible to erase everything, and the mark of history will always be left somewhere. But no one in the Judgment Wang family dared to investigate the truth, because anyone who tried to understand the founding ancestor would not end well. The mistress firmly controlled the Judgment Group, while giving the Judgment Wang family a lot of decision-making freedom. She also made everyone aware of her existence and status. This time, the mistress suddenly mentioned the founding ancestor of the Judgment Group, which made Wang Qian know that the Devil King of Destruction must have a great connection with the founding ancestor. And he should not ask too much at this time. A portal opened, and Wang Qian left the dark room. The room returned to darkness without light. After a long time, a long sigh came. After so long, I am no longer the same person I was back then. The genes of the Drought Elves determine that I must climb up as long as I have the strength. I can't stand a child giving orders to me, even if he is your son. Master, you are the only one in this world that I can truly obey. But we can't go back to the past, and I won't let you take away what I have now. I, Monica, am the mistress of the Judgment Group. Now, and in the future. Monica, a drow, was a subordinate recruited by De Liang in the early days of the Hero World. Because of her outstanding military talent, Monica was valued by De Liang and had been leading troops alone to guard important strategic locations for the Blackfire territory. Later, in the plot of the rise of the Black Elves, Monica was pushed by De Liang to establish the kingdom of Drow Elf and became the Queen of Drow Elf. In fact, during the period when she became a subordinate of De Liang, Monica had always shown a very strong desire for power. This is the racial characteristic of the Drow Elves. Female Drow Elves will overthrow the tribe matriarch as long as they have the opportunity. Moreover, The Drow Elves are a matriarchal society. The status of males in the tribe is very low, and their status is only slightly higher than that of livestock. Therefore, female Drow Elves are also very strong when facing males of other races. Daliang's character in the game is a male human, and he can make Monica bow down with sincerity, which is a great ability. But the Drow race does not have the concept of inheriting the father's business. The cruel competition system of mistresses determines that Monica cannot recognize a weak human man as her new master. After Daliang disappeared in the Order world, Monica chose to fight for the ruling power of the Blackfire territory. But under the intervention of many powerful planes, Monica failed. In the Star Domain world, Monica succeeded. After the death of the founding ancestor of the Judgment Wang clan, she chose to inherit the ruling power of the Judgment group, although she didn't know why Daliang, who should have passed away, appeared in this general universe, or appeared as his identity in the game. Monica didn't plan to return to Daliang's side, because her hands were stained with the blood of the Blackfire Lord, the blood of the Judge Wang family, and the blood of the Prophet. She could not go back, and she would not regret what she had done. Miss Bella, Holy Bella. Angel Bella. Wang Yi waved her hands in front of Bella, trying to pull her thoughts back. Wang Yi found that Bella liked to be in a daze more and more recently. She could sit there for a whole day without moving. Wang Yi finally got Bella to look at her, and immediately held the sword with both hands to show off the faint white light on the sword. Look, I can use the holy energy now, and it feels really wonderful. It seems, I can fly at any time. Just as Wang Yi finished speaking, a pair of wings of light suddenly spread out behind her, and then she flew up and hovered in front of the stunned Bella. At this time, Wang Yi had lost consciousness. Her eyes burst into a blazing white light, and said to Bella, Holy Bella, I am a prophet. I should be dead by now. My ability to predict is getting stronger and stronger, and cannot be accepted by this universe. Fatal incidents are always happening around me. Even though my ability to predict has allowed me to avoid countless deaths, I know that this day will always come. I foresaw that you would meet this child, and that you would pass on the divine energy to her. So I especially debugged the angel gene for her, and left this message. Protect this child. She will take you to find what Daliang left for you. Chapter 420. The Prophet's Legacy. Where is Daliang? What did he leave for me? Bella asked hurriedly after hearing the news about Daliang. But the Prophet's message ended here. The vision disappeared, and Wang Yi fell from the air listlessly. Bella caught Wang Yi and found that she was just unconscious. So she gently put her in a chair to activate the information left by the Prophet in her genes. Various conditions need to be met, and a lot of energy will be consumed, which is a huge burden for Wang Yi now. However, the Prophet still left enough information. Although he died, he foresaw Bella's arrival and her meeting with Wang Yi, and then made an angel gene for Wang Yi in advance, so that she could activate the message at the genetic level after obtaining the divine energy. Then, there are the things that Daliang left behind. This is the first time Bella has heard accurate news about Daliang in the Star Domain world, and what the Prophet said cannot be false. But, the information ends here. Where Daliang is, and what he left behind. Bella needs to find it herself. But now that Wang Yi said that he can lead her to find the truth, the Prophet must have foreseen something. Healing. Concentration. Bella used magic to help Wang Yi recover her consumed physical and mental strength, and then woke her up. Wake up! I have something to ask you. What happened? Wang Yi slowly opened her eyes, and felt dizzy. She didn't know why she fainted. Why does my head hurt so much and I have no strength in my body? The energy consumption just now was too great. Even with Bella's recovery magic, there was no way for Wang Yi to fully recover. Bella placed a glass of water in front of Wang Yi and said, You have a very high affinity for divine energy. The stimulation just now exceeded your body's capacity. You should be careful in the future not to release divine energy excessively. You should always retain a certain amount of divine energy to strengthen your body and increase its upper limit for producing and storing divine energy. Also, as you told me, don't let others find out that you are special. Okay. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. Drink this glass of water, and then I'll ask you a few questions. Since Bella said it was fine, Wang Yi also put aside her worries about her body. Her current condition was really too bad. The thirst in her mouth made Wang Yi drink the whole glass of water in one gulp. After she felt a little better, she asked Bella, Thank you. I was too excited. I forgot to restrain myself. What do you want to know? As long as I know. I will tell you. Bella sat opposite Wang Yi. She pointed her finger, and the clear water filled the empty water cup. Tell me about your enhanced gene. How did you get it, and its characteristics? Your affinity for divine energy should come from your enhanced gene. The more I know, the better I can teach you. Wang Yi did not suspect Bella of having other purposes. She told Bella about her experience of entering the Star Domain world after retiring without hiding it. Wang Yi was originally a soldier of the Earth Federation Army's Mars garrison. Due to the special nature of Mars, the relationship between the Star Alliance companies and the Earth Federation is very easy to intensify. Both sides have powerful military forces. Without constraints, small armed conflicts are commonplace. In the previous armed conflicts, Wang Yi, who performed outstandingly, was spotted by the 6th Bureau, the intelligence agency of the Earth Federation. So after Wang Yi left the Federation Army after serving in the military, he was recruited by the 6th Bureau. After professional spy skills training, he entered the Star Domain world with other dark chess players and became a mercenary. Since the mission of these dark chess pieces is to enter large Star Alliance companies, or even lurk inside the founding companies, they all received enhanced gene medicines provided by the Federation after entering the Star Domain world. C-level enhanced gene medicines can give dark chess pieces a good starting point in the Star Domain world without causing too much suspicion from the Star Alliance company. Wang Yi told Bella about the whole process of obtaining and injecting C-level enhanced gene medicines, and finally said, originally, I had the opportunity to get B-level gene enhanced medicines, but my current physical condition really makes me feel great. I have done a test, and my compatibility with the C-level enhanced gene is very high. Unless I get A-level or higher enhanced genes, changing to B-level enhanced genes is likely to cause my strength to decline. Each enhanced gene is unique, and I didn't have the opportunity to obtain an A-level enhanced gene, so I didn't replace the C-level enhanced gene with such a high degree of compatibility. Bella said, does this gene in your body come from the federal government? Yes. Although the Star Alliance has been suppressing the development of the federal government in the Star world, the Federation still has certain strength in the Star world. The combination of the open and the dark is not weaker than any founding company. The Federation has its own Gene Medicine Research Institute, and many technologies are unique to the Federation. After living on the initial star for a period of time, Bella has a certain understanding of enhanced gene medicine. The bodies of Earthlings entering the Star world are very fragile and cannot adapt to the harsh interstellar environment. So gene enhancement technology was developed. The source of gene enhancers is mainly the monsters refreshed in various places on the initial star. By extracting gene samples from dead or captured monsters, gene drugs that can be used for human body enhancement can be obtained. Since the gene sample contains a part of the underlying spiritual fragments of the creature, the gene sample is non-replicable and non-repeatable. So each gene sample is unique. And there is another piece of information that is easily overlooked that was renoticed by Bella. No one knows who invented the gene enhancement technology. The inventor of this great technology that allows humans to travel long distances and benefit from it today did not leave any name or information in the history of the Star Alliance. Then, there is a rumor in the Star Alliance about the Super Gene Enhancement Potion, which is a better potion than the S-level gene potion. People who use the Super Gene Enhancement Potion can not only gain extraordinary power, but also survive in an exposed space environment without wearing any protective clothing. Although there is no evidence to prove the existence of the Super Gene Enhancement Potion, and no organization has announced that it can produce the Super Gene Enhancement Potion, a legend has been circulating. Only the inventor of the Gene Enhancement Potion can make Super Gene Enhancement Potions. He hides all the Super Gene Enhancement Potions he made, waiting for the right person to discover them. Now it seems that the inventor of the Gene Enhancement Potion is the prophet. The underlying spiritual fragments in the gene sample actually involve the soul. Star Alliance is still very lacking in soul technology. It will never be possible to make Super Gene Enhancement Potions by copying others.